Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 1568 to Chapter 1649. Under the terrifying deterrence of the heavenly demon fighting spirit, the old aristocrat was almost paralyzed. Boom, when 90% of the primordial golden crow's fighting spirit was released, a deafening roar sounded. Then, a domineering aura soared into the sky. A huge Tai Chi disc was formed between heaven and earth. Although it disappeared in a flash, it was something that would only happen when one broke through to the yin-yang realm. This scene shocked countless people to the point that they couldn't move. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, for breaking through to the yin-yang realm." Alan looked at Ling Xiao excitedly. Now that she was Ling Xiao's subordinate, the stronger Ling Xiao was, the more significant it would be to her. 17 years old, although Her Majesty would be 18 years old in 2 months, there were still 2 months left. A 17-year-old youth had become a yin-yang realm expert. If this news spread, it would shake the entire Divine Phoenix continent. Of course, that was if the blood demon didn't revive. After all, the blood demon's revival had a greater influence than this. Ling Xiao opened his eyes again and looked at the noble elder calmly. If the noble elder was like a child in front of him before, then at this moment, he was like an ant. And a crippled ant at that. Ling Xiao suddenly retracted all of his aura and stood there calmly. However, the pressure he gave the other party became stronger and stronger. The noble elder was filled with regret. If he had known that Ling Xiao was that demon, he wouldn't have said such offending words. Damn it. Earlier, he had planned to join the Heavenly Empire to at least gain some political capital. Now, he had actually blocked his own path. He had no choice. Now, he could only fight or kill himself. He couldn't imagine any other path. Unless, he suddenly looked in the direction of the inner city. There was an expert in the inner city whose strength was not inferior to Raven Queen's. If he was willing to help, he might not die. However, no one appeared. He knew that he had no chance. The people in the inner city had completely abandoned him and didn't take him seriously at all. "I'll give you a chance." Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. Now, it felt too boring to kill such a person. Not only was it a waste of energy, but there was also nothing to gain. So he thought of a better idea. "Your Majesty the Celestial Emperor, as long as I can live, I will do anything." The noble old man knelt on the ground and said. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was a noble of the Black Crow Empire. He was usually high and mighty, looking down on everyone. Today, he was actually kneeling before Ling Xiao. This celestial emperor of the Celestial Dynasty Empire was truly terrifying. "Do you see that? The army of blood-sucking demonic beasts is coming from afar. I don't ask for much. As long as you can survive for 15 minutes, I will spare your life." Ling Xiao laughed mockingly. Hearing this, the noble old man's face turned extremely ugly. Just now, he did not allow the warriors outside the city to enter. Now, retribution had arrived. "Your Majesty, it's me. If you're not willing, then I'll kill you now. Make your choice. You only have one chance. Although it's a little difficult, if you grasp it, you won't have to die." Ling Xiao said coldly. "I'm willing." The noble old man had no choice. If he did not agree to Ling Xiao now, then only death would await him. And if he accepted Ling Xiao's condition, then at least he would have a chance to live. After hesitating for a moment, he jumped down from the city tower and looked at the black sand dancing in the sky in fear. "Close the city gate." At this time, all the warriors outside the city, except for the noble old man, had already entered the city. Ling Xiao ordered the city gate to be closed and then activated the array. Strength was everything. Ling Xiao had proven his strength, so others were willing to listen to him. If he was only a person who could talk but had no strength, then he might have already become a cold corpse. Perhaps some people would sympathize with him, but sympathy was meaningless. "The blood demon army is here." Ling Xiao looked into the distance. This time, it was not just the blood-sucking scourge, but also the blood demon puppets, blood demon generals, blood demon kings, and golden blood demon kings. The golden blood demon king in the lead was naturally the transformed blood prince that Ling Xiao met in the Black Desert. There were 13 blood demon kings. These 13 were all generals under the blood demon king, including the Black Desert General who was killed by Alan. There were many Blood Demon generals. Other than the 100 sons of the Golden Blood Demon King, there were 13 generals under the Blood Demon King. There were more than 300 of them. The rest were the Blood Demon puppets and the Bloodsucking Scourge. The Golden Blood Demon King's strength had reached the terrifying Yin-Yang Realm level 5. This was the highest cultivation level that could be achieved in the mystic world of the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent. The Blood Demon Kings were basically at Yin-Yang Realm level 1 to Yin-Yang Realm level 3. The Blood Demon generals were at the half-step Yin-Yang Realm. The Bloodsucking Scourge and Blood Demon puppets were uneven. The strong ones were terrifying. The weak ones were extremely weak. However, their numbers were definitely at a level that would cause one to tremble. All the warriors in the city looked at this scene in horror. They felt sorry for the noble elder outside the city. Why did you have to provoke the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire, now, in the face of such a powerful force? Can you, a half-step Yin-Yang Realm martial artist with 50% Yin-Yang essence energy, really survive for 15 minutes? The terrifying Blood Demon army was getting closer and closer. Wherever the army passed, black smoke billowed and demonic chi spread. The green plants on the ground were either trampled to death or dried up. It was as if they had turned black. People could even hear the ground trembling. It was as if even the earth felt fear. Can Black Crow City stop them? Standing on the city wall, the warriors did not have any confidence. The blood demons covered the sky like locusts. More importantly, there was the powerful Golden Blood Demon King. Could Xianxia really stop such a terrifying army? If Black Crow City couldn't even stop this, it would have been destroyed long ago. Xianxia said indifferently, "Don't forget that the Divine Phoenix Empire also has many Yin-Yang Realm experts. Didn't they fail to take down the Black Crow Empire?" Xiao's words were, of course, to boost morale. The reason why the Black Crow Empire had not been destroyed was, of course, more complicated. It could not be just this. Listen up, as long as Black Raven City is not breached, everyone will survive. But if the city is breached, no one will survive. You've probably seen how destructive the Blood Demon is, haven't you? This sentence was a warning and a reminder. It was also a necessary condition to cut off all means of retreat. Because all the warriors had no way out, they had to fight to the death. This was cutting off all means of retreat. Alan, pick 30,000 elites and take down the middle and inner city for me. I'll let the skeleton generals and bronze trolls help you open a path. Those fellows who act like tyrants should also come out and fight with us. Otherwise, they can all die. Xianxia had no responsibility to protect those nobles. He rejoiced that he had such a good opportunity to eliminate these powerful fellows. Yes, sir. As a discriminated pariah, Lan, like many other warriors, hated the nobles of Black Raven City. Now that the blood demons had besieged the city, these fellows still wanted to enjoy themselves in the inner city. How could there be such a good thing? The other warriors also had the same idea. After being pointed out, they were all excited. The middle city and the inner city were also protected by array formations. However, to Lung Mei and the Son of Shadow, this was really meaningless. This was especially so with Xianxia, who was well versed in formations. These formations and formations that seemed to have not been seriously maintained for a long time were already in tatters and were not worth mentioning at all. The battle in the city had just begun, but the blood demon army outside the city had already arrived. The old noble standing in front of the city gate trembled. Before the battle even started, he had already lost his will to fight due to the terrifying aura of the blood demon army. What a useless piece of trash. Most nobles are ruined by such extravagance and enjoyment. Xianxia looked at the old noble without the slightest sympathy. Among the nobles he had seen, there were many like Feng Ming Qishan and Feng Yinshan, but most of them were a pile of rotten meat. Roar. The roar sounded again. The old noble was directly dismembered by a dozen blood demons. His death was too horrible to look at. He had thought that this guy would at least be able to drag a few people down with him before he died, but the result was too disappointing. There were no scapegoats. This guy was completely dead. No longer looking at the old noble, Xianxia turned his gaze to the blood demon army. The densely packed blood demon army stood dozens of meters away from Black Raven City. black and red, exuding an incomparably terrifying and evil aura. Originally, the weather should have been incomparably hot, but at this time, every martial artist felt a gloomy and ice-cold chill. It was simply unbearable, as if they had fallen into an ice house. The Golden Blood Demon King rode a blood scourge and appeared at the front of the team. Its huge body was particularly eye-catching. The terrifying golden wings on his back not only made him look mighty, but also intimidating. They were both at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm, but Ling Xiao judged that this Golden Blood Demon King was definitely much stronger than Yuan Tianluan and the Alliance Chief that he encountered in the Slaughter Dragon Forest. Even the demonic liquor sword and the Moon Lady might not be his match. This fellow gave off the feeling that his entire body was incomparably hard and unshakable. Just based on his strength and terrifying defense alone, he could stand out among martial artists at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. If he faced a martial artist below the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm, he would probably be able to kill them as easily as crushing a chicken. His eyes were also golden, and they were filled with coldness and disdain. It was as if there was nothing in this world that could make it feel fear. He didn't say anything and just raised his hand gently. After that, roars and hisses sounded at the same time. The Blood Demon army started to attack the city. Attack with the array. At the same time, all martial artists, listen up. Use long-range attacks to reduce the number of blood demons. Don't engage in close combat. Ling Xiao commanded this battle calmly, just like how he commanded in Northern Desert City. The blood demons were ultimately just a bunch of brainless monsters. Although one or two of them had self-awareness, they still couldn't do much, and there was no need to fear them. Boom, crack, explosions sounded outside the city. Black Crow City's terrifying array attack was still very effective. A single attack was enough to kill a bunch of blood-sucking scourges. If Ling Xiao hadn't asked Cold Plum and the Son of Shadow to deactivate the array, it would have been very difficult for the blood demons to enter the city. Kill. Seeing the array's power, the martial artists on the city wall were no longer afraid. All sorts of long-range attacks pierced through the air. This was an attack from more than 100,000 people at the same time. The densely packed attacks intertwined and fell into the enemy's formation like a storm. Roar, awoo, mournful roars sounded one after another. The weaker blood demons couldn't resist such a terrifying attack and died one after another. The Golden Blood Demon King was still watching all this indifferently, as if everything had nothing to do with him. It was obvious that he didn't care about the deaths of the blood demons at all. Anyway, as long as there were corpses, the blood demons could continue to transform. The blood demons fearlessly rushed forward one after another. Many of them had already rushed to the city gate and started to hit it. Although the city gate was protected by an array, it was extremely hard and difficult to break through. However, if the blood demons kept hitting it like this, it would be knocked open sooner or later. This can't go on. Who dares to go down with me to kill the blood demons and guard the city gate? At this moment, a black figure flew over from the direction of the inner city. To be exact, this person's clothes were more like stacked feathers. His face wasn't human, but more like a half-human, half-bird. However, the mystic world was a place where thousands of races had lived together. Therefore, such a strange appearance didn't cause too much surprise. Instead, this person's words made everyone look at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Didn't you attack the middle and inner cities to get those people to fight alongside you? Why, now that I'm here, you've become so cowardly? The bird-faced person said mockingly as he looked at the crowd. After that, more martial artists flew over from the middle and inner cities. Among them, there were actually several Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Although they were all in the 1st to 3rd stage, they were all in the 1st stage. However, one had to admit that the reason why the Black Crow Empire could compete with the Divine Phoenix Empire was because they had a very strong foundation. 15 Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Ling Xiao glanced around and found that this lineup was really not bad. He wasn't worried about Lan over there. Lan's purpose of attacking the middle and inner cities wasn't to kill but to get those people to defend Black Crow City together. Now that these people had appeared, it meant that she had succeeded. Moreover, with the skeleton general and the bronze giant demon, no one could hurt Lan. Now, Ling Xiao was a Yin-Yang realm martial artist at the 1st level. The skeleton general and the bronze giant demon's strength were at the third level of the Yin-Yang realm. No one in Black Crow City could fight against them. Those who are weak will only increase the number of blood demons if they go out. Martial artists at the Yin-Yang realm and above, go out and defend the city gate. The rest of you, continue to attack from afar. Remember, we can only win this war. Otherwise, once the city is breached, all of us will die. Don't hold back. There's no chance to hold back. Ling Xiao said loudly. Ling Xiao's words made everyone's hearts tremble. The revival of the blood demons was something that had never happened since the primordial war. It was definitely an unprecedented catastrophe. If they couldn't repel the blood demon army here, it would be the end of the world. Ling Xiao looked at the black earth in the distance. He knew that this battle had to be fought. If the blood demons were not eliminated, the Black Earth would never become the territory of the Celestial Empire. The only thing that made him happy was that the dark and death energy in the Black Earth was rapidly weakening. The conservation of energy was an unchanging truth since time immemorial. As the blood-sucking scourge continued to appear, the energy in the Black Earth would naturally be depleted. As long as they could hold on, they could win this battle. You are the Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao? The bird-faced man suddenly asked. That's right. Ling Xiao didn't deny it. He had the upper hand in the city and wasn't afraid of these people. Very good. Then let me see if you have the qualifications to inherit the throne of this Black Earth. Kill. The bird-faced man roared and jumped off the city wall. He fell into the blood-sucking scourge like a comet. This terrifying shock wave instantly killed dozens of blood-sucking scourge. So strong. Ling Xiao frowned. This person's cultivation was probably not weaker than the Golden Blood Demon King. How could the Black Crow Empire have such a powerful existence? He shook his head and didn't want to think about it anymore. Anyway, the bird-faced man didn't seem to be hostile to him. Since that was the case, he would just fight together. There was no point in thinking too much. Moreover, dozens of blood-sucking scourge were nothing to the blood demon army. They were just a grain of sand in the endless desert. They were very insignificant. After the bird-faced man jumped off the city wall, the other Yin-Yang realm experts also attacked. For them, this wasn't just a battle to defend Black Crow City. It was also an important opportunity to train and improve themselves. Opportunity always coexisted with danger. Whoever could survive this calamity would become stronger and obtain more. Since the city gate was no longer in danger, the warriors on the city wall continued to attack. Although they didn't have the courage and didn't need to go out and fight, they still had to do their part. Just as Ling Xiao said, no one would be able to survive when the city was breached. Master, I'm back. Cold Plum came back directly after she dealt with the formations in the inner and middle city. She wanted to fight the blood demons more than the warriors. Together? Ling Xiao looked at Cold Plum. Although Lung Mei was only a half-step Yin-Yang realm martial artist with Yin-Yang origin energy at 60%, Ling Xiao knew that Lung Mei's survival skills were not inferior to those Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Of course, more importantly, this massacre was the best opportunity for Lung Mei to improve her cultivation. Of course. Wherever Master is, I will be there. Lung Mei nodded. Then let's go. Ling Xiao didn't refuse. He placed the Son of Shadow beside Cold Plum. If Cold Plum was in danger, the Son of Shadow would block the attack for her. Kill. The two jumped off the city wall at the same time. With a flash of cold light, they attacked almost at the same time and killed more than a dozen blood demons. Continue. Ling Xiao held the dark demonic sword in his left hand and the sword of massacre in his right. Both swords could absorb energy from this battle. He released his killing intent and charged into the blood demons like the god of slaughter. Any blood-sucking scourge that was touched by his two swords would definitely die, and their energy would be instantly injected into his body. This feeling was very comfortable. Cold Plum followed behind Ling Xiao. Her figure was hard to track as she killed the blood demons that were alone. She was weak and knew how to protect herself. Ha ha ha, this feels great. Wielding the two fearsome killing swords, Ling Xiao practically opened up a path to the blood demon army all by himself. He dared to be so unscrupulous mainly because he didn't care about the other blood demons except for the Golden Blood Demon King. Even the Golden Blood Demon King wouldn't be able to kill him easily. At the same time, he activated his red sun feather raiment. The gorgeous feather raiment wrapped around his body. Any blood demon that came into contact with the high temperature would be melted by the heat. For a moment, the place where Ling Xiao was had become a vacuum. A vacuum zone that was forcefully created by him. The blood-sucking scourge that he had killed did not even have the time to scream before they disappeared. This terrifying scene not only attracted the attention of the Blood Demon army but also the other warriors of Black Raven City. However, it didn't end there. Ling Xiao activated the Holy King's eye. The Holy King in the sky shone with white light. Then, a loud battle song sounded on the battlefield. A man should be ruthless. Deeds and benevolence don't coexist. A man should kill, and he should kill without mercy. 1,000 years of immortal work is done in killing. In the past, there were heroic men who valued loyalty. Killing with a single glance, their bodies lighter than a feather. There were heroes and tyrants, killing like flies. Galloping through the world, only praising weapons. Today, looking for such things, in vain fishing for the moon's shadow. Don't you see, upright scholars rise like bees and brave men die, the mystic world praises benevolence and righteousness. When the blood demon chaos god Phoenix, the scholars run and the cowardly people cry. I want to learn the ancient style and revive the heroic spirit. Reputation is like dung, those who disdain benevolence ridicule. Wearing a sharp iron sword, killing in anger. Cutting shares to go with wine, talking and laughing, frightening ghosts and gods. Killing enemies from 1,000 miles away, willing to spend 10 stars. Dedicated to the fields of light, forming feelings. Heading out of the west gate, carrying the head back. Tired and thinking of sleep, the battle horn suddenly blows. Leaving the mother at the west gate, the son doesn't grieve for the mother. Sweating and young, the man doesn't return. Killing between heaven and earth, horrifying in court. Killing a person every 3 steps, the heart stops, the hand doesn't stop. Blood flows for 10,000 miles, corpses pillow the 1,000-search mountain. Brave men finish their campaigns, tired and sleep on the enemy's corpse. Kill. As the battle song sounded, Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, and all the warriors in the battle were wrapped in a layer of blood-red light. Killing intent filled the sky, the will of the people was like an impregnable fortress. In an instant, their fighting spirit soared, and no one was afraid anymore. At worst, they would die. What was there to be afraid of? Kill for a future, kill for a light. What is the background of this guy? Where did the celestial emperor Ling Xiao of the Celestial Empire learn these things from? The warriors from Black Crow City looked at each other, feeling a little shocked and puzzled. Why do we care so much? Since he has the ability, we can't be happier. Kill. The bird-faced man took the lead and rushed out. Originally, they only planned to guard the city gate, but now they took the initiative to attack. A dozen people attempted to face the hundreds of thousands of blood demons. Just this madness made many people excited. Of course, they dared to do this because they had the remote support of more than 100,000 warriors behind them. Coupled with the attack of the array, they could advance or retreat, and were not blindly sending themselves to death. Ling Zhao's craziness and strength had obviously angered the Blood Demon army. The Blood Demon Kings began to move. They even led dozens of Blood Demon generals to surround and kill Ling Xiao together with the Blood Demon beasts. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with excitement and killing intent. TSK. 3 Blood Demon Kings at the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm, 2 Blood Demon beasts at the 1st level of the Yin-Yang realm, and dozens of Blood Demon generals at the half-step Yin-Yang realm. You really think highly of me. However, I'll accept this gift. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks. Then, a terrifying heavenly demon phantom appeared behind him. His 2 swords were constantly accumulating power. He wanted to turn all the enemies charging at him into his experience points. Thunder Talisman, Thunder Blast. At this moment, a few bolts of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. The Blood Devil King and Blood Scourge that were charging towards Ling Xiao were actually blasted into smithereens by these bolts of lightning, vanishing into thin air. Ling Xiao looked back in shock at the person who used the Thunder Talisman. It was actually that bird-faced man. This terrifying thunder talisman's power was probably on par with the powerful attack of a 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. How did this guy have a talisman? Talismans were more powerful than secret technique scrolls. Only immortal court martial artists knew how to refine them. Could this guy be a martial artist who came from the immortal court to the divine phoenix continent? Ling Xiao stopped fighting and looked at the bird-faced man. However, his battle had already been replaced by others. With the support of the Sage Monarch battle song, the other Yin-Yang realm martial artists were also very valiant in their battles. Cold Plum continued to absorb the killing experience points. Her strength was also increasing at a shocking speed. The ghostly martial soul behind her also became more magnificent and powerful. "You're very strong." Ling Xiao looked at the bird-faced man and said. "You're not weak either." The bird-faced man smiled and said, "I really didn't expect the legendary Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire to be so brave and good at fighting. I also didn't expect there to be such an expert in the Black Crow Empire." Ling Xiao was really surprised. The bird-faced man's terrifying combat strength was definitely on par with the Moon Lady and the Liquor Demon Sword. He was even stronger than Yuan Tianluan from the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Why didn't this guy go to the dragon-slaying forest with the Raven Queen? If he went there, the Black Crow Empire wouldn't be in such a miserable state. "Haha, you flatter me. Let's fight together. The Blood Demon army is not that easy to deal with." The bird-faced man smiled. "We killed the Golden Blood Demon King together, so this army is not worth mentioning." Ling Xiao could tell. Or he didn't plan. The Blood Devil Apocalypse this time was a complete experiment, an experiment to test one's combat strength. Then you trap him. I'll kill him." Ling Xiao also smiled. "Deal." The two looked at each other and smiled. Then, they charged at the Demon Blood Demon. The rest of the Blood Scourges and Blood Demon Kings tried to stop them, but they couldn't withstand the terrifying power of the bird-faced man's talisman. With the help of the other Yin-Yang realm experts, Black Raven City's formation, and hundreds of thousands of warriors, the two of them reached the Golden Blood Demon King without much effort. Heavenly Thunder Talisman, Lightning Prison. The bird-faced man soared into the sky and took out a talisman. 99 lightning bolts fell from the sky, forming a huge lightning prison that surrounded the Demon Blood Demon. The Demon Blood Demon's golden eyes emitted a cold light. With a roar, a terrifying blood-red light shot out in all directions. It hit the lightning prison, causing the lightning to tremble. "Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. I can't hold on for long. This guy is very strong. Hurry up and think of a way to attack." The bird-faced man frowned. Ling Xiao nodded. He was a Yin-Yang realm level 1 martial artist. Almost no attack could hurt the Demon Blood Demon. However, he didn't need any moves to deal with the Demon Blood Demon. He controlled the powerful Hell Dragon fire. He could just burn it. The ancient Hell Dragon's shadow appeared behind him. Ling Xiao opened his mouth and released a ball of terrifying Hell Dragon fire into the lightning prison. The Hell Dragon fire's power wouldn't decrease because of the martial artist's low cultivation. This kind of flame could even injure ancient martial artists, let alone a mere Golden Blood Demon King. The only pity was that Ling Xiao's cultivation was too low. He couldn't control the Hell Dragon fire much. Otherwise, the Hell Dragon fire would have burned the Demon Blood Demon to ashes. However, even so. Inside the lightning cage, the Golden Blood Demon King screamed miserably, and his body emitted a charred smell. "I didn't expect you to have such a move." The bird-faced man was surprised. "I was just lucky to get the ancient Hell Dragon's soul," Ling Xiao said lightly. As soon as he said that, he saw a black light coming from the ground. Not only did it destroy the lightning prison, but it also drove the Hell Dragon fire to the side. The Golden Blood Demon King screamed miserably as he broke free. He then roared and fled into the distance. As soon as it left, the Blood Demon Kings, Blood Demon Generals, and Blood Demon Puppets quickly retreated like a receding tide. Only the brainless Demon Blood Demons continued to fight. However, without the Demon Blood King's leadership, these Demon Blood Demons were nothing. As the horn sounded, the Celestial Empire's army started to approach. The timing was perfect. The army chose to use puppets to fight. This way, the demon blood demons wouldn't be able to transform the soldiers. This was a perfect puppet army that relied on the celestial dragon continent's puppet technology to create. Every soldier was protected by a thick puppet armor. Not only did it increase their defense, but it also increased their attack power. This was the Celestial Dragon Continent's special army. It was also the Celestial Empire's trump card army. The Divine Phoenix Empire and Black Crow Empire definitely wouldn't have it. Hooray! Looking at the army in the distance and the decreasing number of demon blood demons, the warriors on the city tower shouted excitedly. This meant that the blood demon catastrophe was finally coming to an end. Although the catastrophe brought the Black Crow Empire to a barren land with countless casualties. At the very least, this black land didn't completely fall. This was a victory. Although it was a Pyrrhic victory. Presumably, after driving away the demon blood demons, His Majesty the Celestial Emperor will take control of Black Crow City? Looking at the army in the distance, the bird-faced man suddenly asked. Of course. To tell you the truth, I came to Black Crow City this time to rule the Black Crow Empire. Ling Xiao had nothing to hide. At this point, he didn't believe that there was anything that could reverse the fact that he had taken over Black Crow City and ruled the Black Crow Empire. Then it seems that I should leave. The bird-faced man suddenly looked at Ling Xiao with a helpless and regretful expression. The bird-faced man sighed and said, I'm Fei Yuan. Before I leave, I can help Your Majesty solve some problems in Black Crow City. Of course, Your Majesty has to trust me. It's good that you're willing to help me, but I'm a suspicious person. I don't believe that someone would help me for no reason. Ling Xiao looked at the bird-faced man with vigilance. There was no need for him to intervene in this battle. The blood-sucking scourge was completely spent. Under the attack of the puppet army of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire, it was only a matter of time before it was destroyed. In addition to the coordination of the Spirit Design's attacks, all of this was logical. He was more concerned about why this bird-faced man called Fei Yuan would help him. Your Majesty won't believe me if I say I don't want anything. Fei Yuan smiled and said, then I'll be frank. As Your Majesty has seen, I'm good at using talismans in battle. As for the talisman's refinement, it requires a powerful bloodline power and martial spirit power. Once it's done, I only ask Your Majesty to give me the Black Raven Empire's founder's blood and the Heavenly Raven martial spirit. The refining of talismans requires bloodline power and martial soul power? Ling Xiao knew how to make simple secret scrolls, but he knew nothing about talismans. He asked in confusion. Let's talk while we walk. The battle here doesn't need us anymore? Fei Yuan asked. Okay. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He didn't trust Fei Yuan, but some risks were worth taking. The two flew into the sky and headed towards the inner city of Black Crow City. On the way, Fei Yuan told Ling Xiao, in the Immortal Court continent, many warriors can't use more than 2 martial souls at the same time. So the Heavenly Masters there created talismans. With the martial soul as the core and bloodline power as the core, they can refine talismans into their spirit realm and use them repeatedly. This is the legendary Blood Soul Talisman. Blood Soul Talisman is more powerful than ordinary talismans. It can be used repeatedly and its power will increase with the increase of the warrior's strength. It can be cultivated in the spirit realm. Every martial soul could be used to refine a Blood Soul Talisman, and fresh blood with the power of the bloodline was the key to drawing the Blood Soul Talisman. Different bloodline powers would allow the Blood Soul Talisman to display different powers. For example, if you have the Ancient Infernal Dragon Soul, you can refine the Ancient Infernal Dragon Blood Soul Talisman. After refining it, the Blood Soul Talisman can do anything the Ancient Infernal Dragon Soul Talisman can do for you without affecting the power of your martial soul. Another example is that I have the Thunder Martial Spirit, and what I make is the Thunder Blood Soul Talisman. The bloodline power used to draw this Blood Soul Talisman is the Thunder Spirit Bloodline. This bloodline power can strengthen the power of the Thunder Blood Soul Talisman. If I were to use the Wind Spirit Bloodline, then I would be able to make my lightning attacks even sharper. If you use the ancestral bloodline of the Black Crow clan, this Lightning Blood Soul Talisman can release black blood lightning. Brother Fei Yuan, aren't you afraid that I'll steal your skills? Ling Xiao asked with a chuckle. I'm not afraid. The refinement of the blood-soul talisman requires a martial soul and bloodline power. You also need to know how to draw special inscriptions. If I didn't tell you that, you would never have learned it. Fei Yuan shook his head. I see. Ling Xiao nodded and secretly asked the Yuan Venerate, Master, do you know how to refine the blood-soul talisman? Of course. Then why didn't you tell me before? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. I didn't tell you before because your cultivation base wasn't high enough. In fact, there is another requirement to refine the blood-soul talisman. You have to reach the yin-yang realm and break through to the 18th level of the yin-yang realm before you can truly grasp the essence of the inscriptions. The Yuan Venerate answered. The yin-yang realm was different from the Grotto Heaven realm and the Skyman realm. At this level, a martialist could already understand yin-yang. In order to control the cycle of reincarnation, one had to step into the 18th level of the yin-yang realm, which was also known as the 18 levels of hell. Strictly speaking, Ling Xiao wasn't a true yin-yang realm martialist yet. His cultivation base was there, but he hadn't experienced the first level of the hell of tongue ripping. Without the power of the first level of the yin-yang realm, it was impossible for him to break through to the second level. According to the Yuan Venerate, each level of the 18 levels of hell had many inscriptions. They were divided into 4 major categories: physical attacks, buffs, weakening, mystic attacks, and thousands of subcategories. If he wanted to obtain them, he had to find them himself. This was also why the Yuan Venerate hadn't told Ling Xiao about the blood-soul talisman in the past. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be able to refine it. However, since he had said so much today, he might as well tell his disciple so that he wouldn't think that he was hiding it. I see, Master. I understand. However, how can I enter the first level of the hell of tongue ripping? Ling Xiao asked. Well, there aren't any hard and fast requirements. It is said that when one's cultivation reaches a certain level and is about to enter the second level of the yin-yang realm, signs will appear. You will understand when the time comes, the Yuan Venerate replied. Understood, the Yuan Venerate answered. I understand. Thank you, Master. My good disciple, be careful of this flying kite. This fellow seems to be from the Jingyi school and is plotting against you. The Yuan Venerate suddenly reminded him. Master, you think so too? I have the same feeling. However, this fellow's familiarity with Black Crow City isn't fake. He wants to make use of me, and I want to make use of him. Everyone is just making use of each other. Ling Xiao chuckled. In short, you just have to be careful. This fellow is very strong. You aren't his match for the time being. If you need me to take action, just let me know. Don't worry too much about things that involve your life. After all, I'm finished if you die. The Yuan Venerate added. Understood. After listening to the Yuan Venerate, Ling Xiao became even more vigilant against flying kite. During the flight, he separated his twin martial souls from his body and hid in a dark place while the other party wasn't paying attention. This way, even if he was accidentally destroyed by flying kite, he wouldn't die as long as his twin martial souls didn't die. It was better to be safe than sorry. He didn't want to die here just as he was about to do something big. That would be really bad. This is the underground maze of Black Crow City. The relatives of the royal family of Black Crow City are all hiding inside. However, I didn't bring you here to find them. I brought you here to the underground royal tomb in the maze. Flying Kite, who didn't know about the conversation between Ling Xiao and the Yuan Venerate, was also very cautious. Although he believed that he was much stronger than Ling Xiao, based on what he knew, Ling Xiao was very cunning. He didn't want to end up like the Raven Queen and fail miserably. Therefore, he wouldn't easily reveal his sinister side until the very end. He really wanted to help Ling Xiao find the underground royal tomb and obtain the things inside first. However, he wouldn't let go of Ling Xiao's ancient hell dragon and Tao Tai martial souls. The underground royal mausoleum was the location of the mausoleum of the Black Crow Empire's kings. It was protected by a powerful formation. However, Ling Xiao and Fei Yuan did not come here to destroy these mausoleums. Instead, they came here to take away 3 treasures of the Black Crow Empire. One of them was a national treasure, a holy statue made of extraterrestrial blood copper. With this thing, the luck of the Black Crow Empire would not be cut off. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to destroy it. The second treasure was the Heavenly Crow Martial Soul. It could be said that the various crow-type martial souls of the Black Crow Empire were all derived from the Heavenly Crow Martial Soul. The third treasure was the Heavenly Crow Bloodline, which was the most ancient bloodline of the Black Crow clan. According to the agreement, Ling Xiao could destroy the treasure. The other two treasures would belong to Fei Yuan. If Fei Yuan really accepted such an agreement, then Ling Xiao would not go back on his word. After all, he was not interested in the other two treasures. More importantly, without Fei Yuan leading the way, he would not have been able to find such a secret place, let alone activate the mechanism here so easily. Let's take what we need. Ling Xiao glanced at Fei Yuan and said. Of course. Fei Yuan nodded and said, however, in order to obtain the Heavenly Crow Martial Soul and Heavenly Crow Bloodline, I will need your Majesty's help. Say it, as long as I can do it. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Of course you can do it. You just need to lend me all of your powerful soul power. Fei Yuan smiled. Are you serious? Ling Xiao looked at Fei Yuan. He was not surprised by such an excessive request. This was because he already knew that Fei Yuan must have ulterior motives for bringing him here. There is no love without reason in this world, and there is no hatred without reason either. Of course, I brought you here because I hope to use you. Anyway, even if you give me all of your soul power, you won't die. At most, you will become a fool. Fei Yuan chuckled and said it very casually. It was as if it was no big deal for Ling Xiao to become a fool. What if I don't agree? Ling Xiao looked at the flying kite. He was fully prepared and was not afraid of the flying kite at all. Of course, the most important thing was that the flying kite didn't seem to know that he was very proficient in array formations. He had actually brought him to the underground royal mausoleum that was protected by a great array. In that case, there was no need for him to escape. With the help of this formation, he would definitely be safe and sound. If you don't agree, I will kill you. A ferocious expression appeared on the bird face of the flying kite. Then, it instantly pounced towards Ling Xiao. Its speed was so fast that if Ling Xiao was not prepared, he would really be killed. Even if Ling Xiao condensed into light, it would be impossible for him to avoid such a speed. Rumble, the flying kite's claws struck less than a foot away from Ling Xiao's head. A strange layer of light appeared, blocking the flying kite's attack like a sturdy shield. You actually managed to control the array formation in the underground royal mausoleum so quickly? The flying kite looked at Ling Xiao, who was inside the layer of light, in surprise. It was a little depressed. It had meticulously planned and brought Ling Xiao to this narrow place so that Ling Xiao would not have a chance to escape. Who knew that in the end, it had still miscalculated? It's not that exaggerated. I can't say that I control it. I can only enter and take refuge. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, originally, you and I could be very good partners. You get what you want, and I destroy what I want to destroy. But you are too greedy. Aren't you afraid that I will go out and kill your woman? The flying kite said coldly. Perhaps you could have done it just now, but it's too late now. If you don't escape now, I'm afraid the one who will die will be you. Ling Xiao revealed a mocking smile and said, do you think that I would not be cautious when cooperating with someone like you? Outside, the sound of the Moon Maiden breaking through the air could be heard. Damn it, in a small place like the Divine Phoenix continent, I can't use my strength. Otherwise, why would I be afraid of the Moon Maiden who has not recovered her cultivation? The flying kite was really a very decisive person. Seeing that it could not do anything to Ling Xiao, and that the Moon Maiden was here, it gritted its teeth and turned to leave. However, before it left a sentence for Ling Xiao, kid, we will meet again. I will never give up on what I should get from you. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability. Ling Xiao glanced at the flying kite and then found that the Moon Maiden had let a few people in. Little man, are you okay? I'm fine, Sister Moon Maiden. Not only was Ling Xiao fine, but he was also very good. He had just glanced around the underground royal tomb and found that there was a strange piece of memory metal hidden in the holy statue of the Black Crow Empire. The memory metal was rumored to be brought by people outside the mystic world. Some said that it was brought by the human king. There were different theories, but its function was similar. This type of metal was used to record images, sounds, and words. Its capacity was very large and it was much more impressive than things like books and jade slips. Sometimes, a piece of memory metal the size of a thumb could record the contents of all the books in the entire Divine Phoenix Empire. That was how terrifying it was. He destroyed the holy statue and took out the piece of memory metal from it. The moment he touched the memory metal, Xianxia could not help but reveal an expression of ecstasy. Master, this piece of memory metal actually records the refining method of the Blood-Soul Talisman from the immemorial era. It seems like the Blood-Soul Talisman wasn't refined by the celestial masters of the Immortal Court. It already existed during the immemorial era. Xianxia sent a spiritual message to the Yuan Venerate excitedly. It seems like the real objective of the flying kite is this piece of memory metal. He has been hiding in the Black Crow Empire for so many years, disguising himself and not revealing his strength. Who would have thought that in the end, it would be snatched away by you? He must be furious. The Yuan Venerate couldn't help but laugh. Probably. I want to try refining the ancient Hell Dragon Blood Soul Talisman first. Xianxia also smiled. If what the Yuan Venerate said was true, then the flying kite would really suffer a huge loss. However, this didn't matter to him. What he wanted to do now was to find the refining method of the Blood Soul Talisman from this memory metal. Then, he would try refining it. This would prevent him from using the ancient Hell Dragon Martial Soul in the future, which would consume a large amount of spiritual power and internal energy. The Blood Soul Talisman could store energy and nurture it in the spirit realm. Although it would consume a lot of energy during normal times, the amount was very small. Furthermore, this energy wasn't wasted. It was stored in the Blood Soul Talisman. When it was used, it was equivalent to releasing the energy that had been accumulated during normal times. It could greatly reduce Xianxia's consumption during battle without weakening its power. This was definitely worth a try. Are there any inscriptions recorded in the memory metal? The Yuan Venerate asked. There are records that say that all Blood Soul Talismans related to dragons can be inscribed with dragon inscriptions. However, inscriptions can only be found outside the mystic world or at the 18th level of the yin-yang boundary. Xianxia answered. In that case, it seems like you can only make a trip to the Hell of Tongue Ripping. The Hell of Tongue Ripping is the first level of the 18 yin-yang realms, so there will definitely be dragon inscriptions there. Although they might not be of a high grade and are only white inscriptions, you can still make do with them. The Yuan Venerate pondered this for a moment. What are white inscriptions? Are there different grades of inscriptions? Of course. There are 7 grades of inscriptions: white, green, blue, purple, red, gold, and rainbow. What's the difference? Xianxia asked again. There isn't much difference in power, as the power of the Blood Soul Talisman mainly depends on the martialist's cultivation, spirit power, and martial soul grade. It has little to do with the inscriptions. The difference between inscriptions lies in energy consumption, attack range, and incubation time. For example, white inscriptions consume more energy, take a longer incubation time, and have a smaller attack range. The Yuan Venerate explained in detail. I understand. No matter what, obtaining the inscriptions is the key, right? Xianxia chuckled. Yes, the good thing is that the inscriptions can be replaced directly after refining the Blood Soul Talisman. There is no need to refine it again. The Yuan Venerate shared a piece of good news. It seems like I have to cultivate here for a while. I have to enter the Hell of Tongue Ripping first. Xianxia said as he glanced at the Moon Maiden guarding outside. Do whatever you want. Xiali and the others are outside, so everything is handled very well. Your Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, just obediently be a symbol and a legend. The Moon Lady chuckled. Fortunately, I chased after you this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid you would have to run for your life again. Yes, I didn't expect that there would be a powerhouse like Feiyuan here. Xianxia had to admit that it was indeed fortunate that the Moon Lady had arrived in time. Otherwise, even if he was fine, many people outside would have been killed by Feiyuan. After saying that, he sat down in a lotus position and started cultivating. During the previous battle, He had killed many blood demon lords and blood demon generals, so he had accumulated a lot of energy. However, he hadn't integrated it, so he hadn't been able to open the hell of tongue ripping. After sitting there in a lotus position for less than 15 minutes, Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. He discovered that there was a strange giant door hanging above his head. The door was closed, and a terrifying aura was constantly being released from within. The words "tongue-pulling hell" were engraved on it. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao pushed open the giant door and walked in. From an outsider's point of view, he had been sitting there without moving. Only his soul had truly entered the hell of tongue ripping. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. The Moon Maiden sat there and looked at Ling Xiao anxiously. At this moment, half of Ling Xiao's body had started to mutate. It was as terrifying as a ghost. This was the danger of cultivating in the yin-yang realm. Any martial artist who stepped into the 18 levels of hell had to come out within a certain period of time. If he was unable to come out, he would completely turn into a malicious spirit and lose his will. However, if he came out too early, it would be meaningless. He would still not succeed in his cultivation. Usually, 2 hours was the best time, but Ling Xiao had been in the tongue-ripping hell for quite a long time. However, to the Moon Maiden's surprise, an ordinary person would have turned into a malicious spirit after half a day, but Ling Xiao's body had only undergone a few changes. It seems like our little man has a lot of secrets. The Moon Maiden smiled. She had no intention of prying into Ling Xiao's secrets. Her only hope now was that Ling Xiao could come out as soon as possible. No matter how special a person's body was or how powerful their soul was, there would still be problems if they stayed in there for too long. However, another half a day passed. 90% of Ling Xiao's body had transformed into a malicious spirit. His entire body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of white bones. Only the small area around his eyes was still empty. This layer of white bones looked very beautiful. It was like a layer of armor covering a martial artist's body. Furthermore, it had a very nice name. It was named Hell Body by yin-yang realm martial artists. However, a nice name did not mean that it was good. Hell Body meant that a martial artist's soul had been completely devoured by hell, turning him into a walking corpse. The Moon Maiden was really anxious. However, there was nothing she could do. Facing this situation, she could only watch and pray that Ling Xiao could create a miracle. After another quarter of an hour, Ling Xiao's entire body was finally covered in a white bony substance. It looked very cool, but the Moon Maiden's expression was very bad. This meant that the little man she had always trusted had completely failed on his path to the second level of the yin-yang realm. "Sister Moon Maiden, why are you so sad?" "I'm fine." A voice came from the mouth of the Hell Body, giving the Moon Maiden a fright. "Impossible. How can you talk to me in the form of a Hell Body?" The Moon Maiden was stunned. She was a martial artist who had lived since the primordial age, but she had never seen such a thing. "Nothing is impossible. I just entered the hell of tongue ripping through my essence soul. I felt that this hellish body could increase my combat strength, so I tried to accept it completely. Now, I feel like it has no effect on me." Ling Xiao smiled and mumbled. Then, the Hell Body returned to its original appearance of Ling Xiao. "You really scared me to death. Next time, if you want to look at me like this, you should at least let me know. Just now, I wanted to die with you." The Moon Maiden wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. She was helpless. "Hee, I'm sorry, Sister Moon Maiden. I was afraid that the Hell Body would disappear if I spoke, so I waited until it was fully formed before speaking." Ling Xiao chuckled. He realized that in the state of the Hell Body, his dark power had increased tremendously. He was even confident that he could defeat a martial artist at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm in that state. This was an unexpected gain. However, it was best not to use the Hell Body for more than 15 minutes. This was something that Ling Xiao had experienced himself. After 15 minutes, he would gradually lose himself. That was a very scary thing. Although his combat power would continue to increase, he would not be able to differentiate between friend and foe and would attack randomly. As for Ling Xiao, unless he had no other choice, he didn't want to lose himself. As a person, he still hoped to be able to fight while maintaining a clear state of mind. You found the dragon inscription? The Moon Maiden asked. I found it. It's a green dragon inscription, Xianxia said excitedly. In the 18 layers of hell, the best inscriptions in the first 3 layers were blue. Xianxia was extremely lucky to find a green one in the first layer. The white inscription required twice the energy to activate. The attack range was only 1 square meter. The incubation time was more than 24 hours in the mystic world time, but the combat time was only half an hour. The green inscription was much better. It required 1.5 times the energy to activate. The attack range was also increased to 10 square meters. The incubation time was reduced to 12 hours. The combat time was still half an hour. However, this was already a great improvement. After obtaining the green dragon inscription, the next step was to refine the ancient hell dragon blood soul talisman. The materials were ready. Refining the blood soul talisman required spirit stones, martial souls, bloodline power, and inscriptions. These were not a problem for Xianxia. He had obtained an upper-grade spirit stone and had kept it in his storage ring. It was no problem for him to take it out today. As for the martial soul, it was the ancient hell dragon's soul. As for the bloodline power, his first choice was the blood of the ancient hell dragon king, which was the easiest to obtain and extremely powerful. Because he had it. As for the inscriptions, he had just obtained them. In fact, the inscriptions were the worst among the materials. However, his cultivation was only at the first level of the yin-yang realm. He could not enter the higher level of the yin-yang realm, so he had to make do with them. In fact, refining the blood soul talisman was not too difficult. With Xiao's experience in refining secret scrolls, it was actually very easy. The most troublesome part was to integrate the blood soul talisman with himself and cultivate it in his spirit ocean. Then, he could use it with a thought. This process was not only troublesome but also took a lot of time. Xianxia calmed down again and began refining the blood soul talisman. The Moon Lady stayed there the whole time, quietly protecting her man. Outside, Xiaoli and the others were nervously but orderly taking over Black Crow City. As for the nobles of the Black Crow Empire, if they were obedient, they could keep a little dignity and live a good life. If they dared to rebel, they would be killed without mercy. It had to be mentioned that there were still capable people among the nobles of the Black Crow Empire. Although their strength was not reliable, they were very good at managing the country and the city. What Xianxia needed now was not only martial artists, but also civil officials. Of course, how to make these guys do things obediently was something Jining had to consider. After all, Jining was the main person in charge of the Divine Phoenix continent. What Xianxia needed to do was to improve his strength. He was like the absolute symbol of the Divine Phoenix Empire, a god created by the god-making movement. As long as he does not fall, the Heavenly Empire will not fall, and there is no need to care about the actual affairs. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 2 days went by. However, Xianxia still did not leave the underground royal mausoleum. What was interesting was that wind raged all year long in the royal mausoleum, and it was cold. However, in these 2 days, there was a sudden surge of terrifying heat. The terrifying heat was so hot that even the chilly wind that had been wreaking havoc all year round was unable to withstand it. Sweat dripped down Xiao's forehead. His face was slightly pale. Xiao didn't expect that refining the blood soul symbol would be even more difficult than cultivating. It had been a long time since he was like this. However, even though it was hard work, a smile appeared on his face. Because the blood soul charm was about to be completed. In front of him, there was a diamond-shaped object about the size of a palm. It was translucent like jade. It was the blood soul symbol. There were strange green inscriptions on it. There was also a golden immemorial golden dragon blood link. It flickered with alternating green and golden light. It was really beautiful. Black flames burned inside the blood soul symbol. Although it was only the size of a fingernail, it gave people the feeling that it seemed to have a terrifying explosive force, and could produce a shocking power at any time. However, Xianxia knew that this was only the first step. The blood soul symbol was successfully refined. The next step was to inject soul force into it and completely connect it with his spiritual vein. Only then would it be considered a success. Origin soul out of the shell, Xianxia was really glad that he had obtained the primordial spirit remnant scroll back then. Only then could his soul become incomparably powerful, and he could even directly separate a part of it from his main body. It would not cause harm to the main body's soul. Otherwise, it would be a bit difficult for him to control this blood soul symbol. Intimidate. Xiao's mouth, a voice exploded. Then, the origin soul that had left Xiao's main body's soul collided with the blood soul symbol. The blood soul symbol released a terrifying power to block it. However, no matter how hard it tried to block it, it was still something that Xiao had refined. A moment later, the origin soul that had its own independent consciousness broke through the blood soul symbol's defense and directly entered it. The origin soul completely fused with the blood soul symbol and became one. Xiao could even feel that the blood soul symbol was like his arm and his eyes. This feeling was too real. Looks like it's a success. After all, Xiao had never done such a thing before. His standard for judging whether it was a success or not was obtained from the piece of memory metal. Based on this situation, it should be a success. Yes, it's a success. The Yuan Venerate affirmed. Withdraw. With a thought, the blood soul symbol suddenly disappeared and entered Xiao's spirit realm. However, there was no need to nurture it yet. After all, the top-grade spirit stone itself contained a huge amount of energy. Xiao had only done this to try and see if he could retract and release it freely. Symbol, come. With another thought, the blood soul symbol quickly appeared and floated in front of Xiao. It was still the size of a palm, but its terrifying power was something that no one dared to underestimate. Blood soul symbol, hellfire. Xiao muttered an incantation, and the blood soul talisman suddenly released a terrifying light. The area within a 10-meter radius was instantly turned into scorched earth. TSK. This power is really terrifying. Xiao nodded in satisfaction when he saw the terrifying power of the blood soul symbol before putting it away. He had been in Black Crow City for a few days now. It was time to think of a way to head to the White Tiger continent. That was a martialist's paradise. Little man, you're finally done. There's a piece of news. Do you want to hear it? The Moon Lady asked with a smile as Xiao walked out of the underground royal tomb. Is it related to the White Tiger continent? Xiao asked. That's right. Dragon Phoenix Mountain has sent people here. They're currently in the Divine Phoenix capital. Their purpose is also for the White Tiger meat. The Moon Lady smiled and said, this time, Dragon Phoenix Mountain seems to have brought a few disciples over. These people are martialists who were born and raised in the White Tiger continent. I reckon they're going to spar. What do the people of Dragon Phoenix Mountain think about us killing Yuan Tianluan? Xiao asked. They didn't mention it and they don't intend to be enemies with us. In fact, Dragon Phoenix Mountain has always been divided into the native faction and the Dragon Phoenix sect. They're always fighting with each other. Yuan Tianluan is an inner elder of the native faction. However, the Dragon Phoenix sect is the main force in Dragon Phoenix Mountain. The Moon Lady explained. Interesting. If that's the case, I can still participate in the White Tiger meet through Dragon Phoenix Mountain? Xiao's idea was simple. Although he could go to the White Tiger continent through other means, it wasn't as convenient as going to Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Moreover, he had a grudge with Yuan Tianluan, not the entire Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Besides, even if there was a grudge, couldn't he make use of the enemy? If he could pave the way for his future, even if they were his enemies, he had to make use of them. I just don't know if they will mess around like last time. Originally, the last Dragon Phoenix selection was to select talents for the White Tiger Tempest meet. But that incident happened. It made Dragon Phoenix Mountain and Divine Phoenix Continent lose face. It shouldn't be that bad. After all, Dragon Phoenix Mountain personally sent people here. Moreover, it is said that there is an old man called Dragon Phoenix among the people who came this time. Although I don't know him, the Wine Demon Sword said that this person is not bad. At least he is fair. The Moon Maiden replied. Then let's go and try. If there is a situation like last time, we can just make a big fuss again. Now in Divine Phoenix Continent, no one can completely suppress us. Xiao said with a smile. But little man, you have to know that once you step out of Divine Phoenix continent, you will face a completely different world. At that time even I might not be able to protect you. Do you really want to go? The Moon Maiden asked. If I always hide in my turtle shell, I will never be able to become a person above others. The Divine Phoenix continent is only so big, I can't hide here forever. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Back then, when I was in the Heaven Realm, I stepped out of Heavenly Dragon continent. Although I encountered a lot of injustice, I have never regretted it. Because if I didn't step out bravely, I wouldn't be who I am today. It will be the same in the future. Go to White Tiger continent and see the genius disciples of one sect and 4 countries. Only in the competition will I have a better breakthrough. Since you have already decided, I won't say anything else. However, I want to follow you. The Moon Maiden suddenly smiled. I can't stand the pain of missing someone. Moreover, as you said, I have stayed in Heavenly Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent for too long. It is time to go out and take a look. I wonder if those old friends are still alive. Old friends? Ling Xiao looked at the Moon Maiden curiously. He knew that the Moon Maiden had experienced the ancient war. Did those old friends also survive the ancient war? Don't guess blindly. You will know when the time comes. Moreover, there is a debt that I must settle. The Moon Maiden's eyes glinted. Sister Yuanu, are you talking about your disciple, Yi Hua? Ling Xiao smiled and said, I once said that Yi Hua and her boyfriend took away your moonlight heart. I will definitely help you get it back. Thank you, little man, but you have to work harder to fulfill this wish. The Moon Lady touched Ling Xiao's face and smiled. Yi Hua is very strong. She has long surpassed me, not to mention her man. That guy is a true monster. I even suspect that he isn't from the sealed world at all. Am I not a monster enough? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Yes, my little man is even more talented than him, but he still needs time to grow. The Moon Maiden felt a sweetness in her heart. After being betrayed by her disciple, Yi Hua, she thought that she had lost her feelings. However, Ling Xiao's appearance changed everything. She had to thank the heavens for sending her such a person. 2 days later, after stabilizing the original disciples of the Black Crow Empire and establishing the Black Crow Province, Ling Xiao brought the Moon Maiden, Cold Plum, and the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf back to Forest Sea City. On the day Ling Xiao appeared, all the people in the city knelt down and prayed for blessings. In the eyes of these people, Ling Xiao had long become a god in their hearts. An invincible god of war, in the dragon-slaying forest, Ling Xiao displayed his incomparably powerful strength. And this time, Ling Xiao went to the Black Crow Empire alone. He actually quelled the blood demon Calamity, took down the Black Crow Empire, and established the Black Crow Province. In order to completely turn Ling Xiao into a god, the Celestial Empire consciously carried out some propaganda. The scene of Ling Xiao fighting the blood demon army was faithfully recorded using the memory metal and broadcast to the people and soldiers of the entire empire. This move was undoubtedly successful. After this time, not only did Ling Xiao's position as the Celestial Emperor become more stable, but a large number of the Black Crow Empire's people and separatist warlords chose to join the Celestial Empire. There were even many members of the Sea clan who walked out from the deep sea and became the people of the Celestial Empire. Ling Xiao had always treated those who sincerely wanted to join him equally. After all, the mystic world was very big. If he wanted to conquer, it was inevitable that he would need talents. The Sea clan had a natural advantage. Joining the Celestial Empire would definitely increase their strength. At first, Ling Xiao was really not used to the kneeling and praying of the people, but now he no longer felt that it was inappropriate. He was the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire, an invincible god of war. He had to accept such kneeling and praying with a clear conscience. Of course, he would also take on the responsibility of protecting these people. After staying in the sky for a while, Ling Xiao went to Xianxia College in Forest Sea City. This was basically his home now. The Celestial Emperor did not live in the palace but lived in Xianxia College. He was quite willful. However, Ling Xiao felt that this was good. After all, he was going to leave this place soon. Building a palace would only be a waste of money. Xianxia College. Everything was in order. The once deserted college was now very lively. In order to avoid trouble, Ling Xiao did not show himself. Instead, he quietly went to Feng Qingyan's courtyard. It was much quieter here. Only Feng Qingyan, Shang Guanhong, Long Chen, Han Miangko, and Hua Fuguang were there. Obviously, they were discussing the invitation from the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Your Majesty. Seeing Ling Xiao, Feng Qingyan hurriedly stopped what he was doing and stood up respectfully. Principal Qingyan, there are no outsiders. You don't have to be so polite. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said casually. However, Feng Qingyan did not dare to be casual. In the past, he respected Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao had saved his life. However, today, he could clearly feel the extremely powerful aura coming from Ling Xiao. Had the youth of the past finally grown to such a level? Your Majesty has reached the Yinyang realm? Feng Qingyan hesitated and asked. Yes. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. There was nothing to deny. Hearing this, Shang Guanhong, Long Chen, Han Miangko, and Hua Fuguang were all stunned. After a while, Shang Guanhong shook his head and smiled bitterly. I thought that after breaking through and reaching the 8th Grotto Heaven realm, I could close the gap with you. I didn't expect the gap to grow bigger. Me too. I'm so depressed. Ever since Long Chen unleashed the power of the Golden Dragon, his cultivation had naturally improved by leaps and bounds. Now, he had reached the half-step Yinyang realm. He thought that he had surpassed Ling Xiao, but now it seemed that not only had he not surpassed him, but the gap had widened. I don't even know what to say. Han Miangko was the most helpless. Back in the Heavenly Dragon continent, her cultivation was much stronger than Ling Zhao's. Now, her cultivation was only at the 8th Grotto Heaven realm, the same as Shang Guanhong. However, Ling Xiao was already at the Yinyang realm. This gap was getting harder and harder to close. Needless to say, Hua Fuguang didn't even put Ling Xiao in her eyes when she was in the City of Sin. She didn't expect that Ling Xiao would surpass her today. Cold Plum also broke through. Ling Xiao added and threw a heavy thunderbolt bomb. It's a pity that you guys didn't participate in the Blood Devil calamity. Otherwise, you might have also achieved such a breakthrough. Ling Xiao shrugged and said, let's not talk about this. I came back this time for 3 reasons. First, I want to know about the invitation from Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Second, I want to know what Feng Mingqi Mountain has been doing during this period of time. Third, I want to make a decision based on the first 2. Feng Qingyan said, Dragon Phoenix Mountain sent an invitation 3 days ago. 7 days later, the White Tiger Meets participant selection will be held in Dragon Slaying Forest. It will be hosted by Master Dragon Phoenix and the others. What are the conditions? Ling Xiao asked. This time, the requirement is that one's cultivation must be at the 6th Grotto Heaven realm or above. It's much stricter than the last Dragon Phoenix selection, so Ling Luo, Lan Yuer, and the others probably won't be able to participate. Feng Qingyan replied. I know that. What's the second thing? What did Feng Mingqi Mountain do after ascending the throne? Ling Xiao asked again. Phoenix cried Qishan, this guy is really powerful. After ascending the throne, he immediately gathered all the forces in the capital into his own hands, and then annihilated dozens of large and small nations around the Divine Phoenix Empire. Of course, there were also those who surrendered. The current Divine Phoenix continent has become a situation where the Heavenly Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire are confronting each other. On the other hand, Feng Mingqi Mountain sent Feng Yinshan to the 7 Martial Sect Island and completely took over the 7 islands. This caused the Divine Phoenix Empire's strength to increase explosively, and they suddenly had many Yinyang Realm and Grotto Heaven Realm experts. Feng Yinshan is really good at enduring. This guy is very dangerous. Whether it was Feng Mingqi Mountain or Feng Yinshan, these 2 princes of the Divine Phoenix Empire were using their own methods to become stronger. Ling Xiao had met so many opponents, but he had always been wary of these 2 people. One was incomparably tyrannical, possessing terrifying talent. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he did, it would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. One of them was unparalleled in wisdom, calm, and reserved. It was as if he was emotionless in everything. Even when his position as the God Emperor was snatched away, he was still able to face it calmly and endure it patiently. That was the scariest part. What else? What about the Five Immortals Island? Ling Xiao asked. The Blackwater Immortal Island and the Permetha Immortal Island have already become vassals of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Feng Qingyan said with a sneer. In the past, the Five Immortals Island was so arrogant that they didn't put the Divine Phoenix Empire in their eyes at all. Now, there were actually two forces that had pledged allegiance to the Divine Phoenix Empire. As for the remaining Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, Tianpeng Immortal Island, and the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island, their control had long since declined. The vassals that originally belonged to them had now all become vassals of the Divine Phoenix Empire. This was the most obvious point. What about the other three islands? Ling Xiao asked. Feng Mingxiao led a group of people to the Tianpeng Immortal Island. It seems like they are going to attack. The Black and White Elders led dozens of Yin-Yang realm experts to the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. They clearly have the intention of attacking. Even Phoenix Cai-Chi-Shan himself has taken action. I'm afraid that the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island will not be able to escape this time. Feng Qingyan continued, as for the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island, they are being attacked by the Permetha Immortal Island and the Blackwater Immortal Island. They are already on the verge of collapse. Ling Xiao nodded and said, the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island and the Tianpeng Immortal Island have done us a favor. We can't just sit by and do nothing. Sister Moon Maiden, I hope that you can personally lead a group to the Tianpeng Immortal Island. What do you think? No problem. As long as this little man thinks that we should save them, I will definitely help. The Moon Maiden smiled. Alright, Senior Liquor Demon Sword, please lead a group to the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island. You don't have to care about the lives of others. Just help me save a girl named Ji Meng Meng and her brother. Ling Xiao was a person who cherished old friendships. If others helped him with a drop of water, he would definitely repay them with a spring. No problem. In fact, the Liquor Demon Sword had always been there. It was just that this person didn't know if he liked to act cool or if he really didn't want to see others. He was always hiding in the dark. Ling Xiao had asked him to do something, and he had only responded with one sentence, and it was very simple. After the two of you have settled your matters, go to the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Originally, I didn't plan to become enemies with Phoenix Cai-Chi Mountain so soon. However, I must protect the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. I can't let the hearts of those who have helped us become cold. Ling Xiao said again. The Moon Maiden and the Liquor Demon Sword left. As for how many people to bring and who to bring, they still needed to discuss with Jining. Hai Miangkeo looked at Ling Xiao. Her beautiful eyes wandered, and she couldn't help but sigh with emotion. She and Ling Xiao met in the Tianlong continent. Back then, that kid was just a disciple of the Yuehua school. Now that he had grown up, he had actually reached the level of controlling the world. A year ago, she definitely didn't dare to think like this. And such a domineering and heroic person was actually only 17 years old. He could be said to be outstanding. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the most valiant genius in the history of the Tianlong continent. Perhaps the Sacred Dynasty couldn't rise again, but in Ling Zhao's hands, an empire that was even more prosperous than the Sacred Dynasty of the past would be born. And now, it was just the beginning. Whether Ling Xiao could take this firm step or not, it would depend on whether he could stand firm in the White Tiger continent. If he easily failed after going to the White Tiger continent, then this legend would come to an end. She, Hai Miangkeo, would quietly watch all of this. Your Majesty, there's one more thing that I need to remind you of. This time, the White Tiger continent's sects that came to the Divine Phoenix continent are not only the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, but also the Water Spirit Hall. The headquarters of the Water Spirit Hall is located in the White Tiger continent. In the past, you had grudges with the Water Spirit Hall in Sin City and Killing Dragon Forest. I'm afraid that this time, they won't let you have an easy time. Feng Qingyan suddenly added. Why is the Water Spirit Hall here too? Isn't the Dragon Phoenix Mountain recruiting? Ling Xiao frowned and said. To be precise, the Water Spirit Hall and the Dragon Phoenix Mountain belong to one of the four great empires of the White Tiger continent, the Tianhai Empire. This time, rather than saying that we're joining the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, it's better to say that we're working for the Tianhai Empire. Feng Qingyan explained. So it's like this. Didn't they say that the Tianlong continent and the Divine Phoenix continent would specially form a team to participate in the competition? Ling Xiao was a little disgusted. He felt that he had to rely on someone else's charity again. This kind of feeling didn't feel good. There's no other way. Who asked the Tianhai Empire to be so powerful? Even the Dragon Phoenix Mountain doesn't dare to go against their will. Feng Qingyan sighed and said. Forget it, let's not think so much. When the car reaches the mountain, there will be a way. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten itself out. There will always be a way. Ling Xiao still wanted the Heavenly Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent's martial artists to form a single team. This way, they would be able to see the difference between them and the other forces and encourage the martial artists of the two continents to work even harder in their cultivation. Who's there? In the middle of a meeting, Ling Xiao suddenly frowned and looked out the window. I'm a messenger from the Tianhai Empire. Since Ling Xiao has returned, please hurry to the dragon-slaying forest. A voice came from outside, but the speaker refused to show himself. Sneaky and deliberately mystifying things. You didn't even come to greet me. Is this the rule of the Tianhai Empire? Get out here. Ling Xiao frowned. This person actually trespassed into Xingshu College. This was a big taboo for both Linhai City and Xingshu College. On one hand, it showed that this person was powerful. On the other hand, it showed that this person didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. How could he not flip out? Although he wouldn't kill the other party, he still had to show his strength. Following his angry roar, an explosion came from outside the window. That person was actually blasted out from his hiding place. His face was in a sorry state. Before he could say anything, Feng Qingyan had already captured him alive. Your Majesty, this is my responsibility. The recent war just ended and I was a little lax. This will never happen again. Feng Qingyan threw that person to the ground and said to Ling Xiao. Don't do it again. This is related to the safety of Forest Sea City and Qingshu Academy. Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Qingyan and said coldly. Being polite was one thing, but when it was time to be serious and show the power of a celestial emperor, he would never be soft-hearted. He knew very well whether it was public or private. Yes, Your Majesty. Of course, Feng Qingyan also knew that he had made a big mistake. Fortunately, the other party wasn't here to assassinate anyone, but to pass on a message. Otherwise, there would be a big problem. Ling Xiao, how dare you? Dragon Phoenix Mountain is also under the jurisdiction of the Tianhai Empire. How dare you be disrespectful to me? The messenger was thrown to the ground. His acupuncture points were sealed and he couldn't move, but he could still speak. Slap, Ling Xiao didn't need to speak. Naturally, someone slapped this guy hard in the face. This is the Divine Phoenix Continent, the Celestial Empire. You better be clear about this. Ling Xiao glanced at the emissary and said, you can pass on the message openly and respectfully. Are all of you from the Tianhai Empire so unruly? You. The emissary wanted to roar, but the blood at the corner of his mouth made him grit his teeth. In the end, he didn't shout. Take this person away, flog him 20 times, then throw him out of Forest Sea City. Ling Xiao saw that he didn't say anything, so he sneered and said, this is a lesson for you. If there's a next time, I'll kill you without mercy. Ling Xiao, you self-proclaimed idiot. If you dare to touch me, you will definitely die a horrible death. At first, the messenger was already silent, but when he heard that Ling Xiao was going to hit him with the staff, a burst of anger immediately erupted. He was the Tianhai Empire's emissary, representing the Tianhai Empire. To actually be humiliated in a mere small country, how could he endure it, not to mention that the staff wasn't light. Simply put, the staff was a military staff fused with secret arts. Although 20 flogs wouldn't kill him, he would definitely be crippled. Say that again? Ling Xiao stared at the emissary and revealed a hint of a cold smile. I'll give you a chance to live. Don't seek your own death. Bah. Kid, if I give you face, you're some dog's hit Celestial Empire's Heavenly Emperor. If I don't give you face, you're nothing. Your father doesn't believe that you really dare to kill me. The emissary directly spat a mouthful of saliva at Ling Xiao. Although it didn't hit, it was very obvious that Ling Xiao's expression didn't look too good. And this guy actually continued to roar recklessly, "You better hurry up and let me go," and kneel down to apologize. "Otherwise, I'll destroy your celestial empire." "Is that so?" Ling Xiao glanced at the emissary coldly. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and a cold light tore through the void. The emissary's head rolled to the ground. "Wrap his head up. I want to give it to the people of the Tianhai Empire. Let them know that although my celestial empire is small, it definitely can't be humiliated." Ling Xiao said coldly. "Yes." Immediately, someone wrapped the head up and put it into a gorgeous box. Ling Xiao held the box and smiled. Then, he stood up and said, "Let's go. Since they've invited us, it won't do if we don't go." "Your Majesty, there are some words that you might need to hear." Feng Qingyan suddenly said, "Originally, the people of the Tianhai Empire came to the Divine Phoenix continent to select people to participate in the White Tiger meet. Although the Five Immortals Island doesn't belong to the Tianhai Empire, they have always been subjects of the Tianhai Empire and have always paid tribute. The countries on the Divine Phoenix continent are all vassals of the Five Immortals Island, so they are naturally treated as subjects by the Tianhai Empire. A subject's subject is still a subject, and an even more lowly one. However, Phoenix Cry Mountain's outstanding performance and the rise of the Divine Phoenix Empire still made the Tianhai Empire give the Divine Phoenix Empire some face. If it was in the past, the Tianhai Empire would only let Dragon Phoenix Mountain handle the matters here. They simply couldn't be bothered to care about this backward continent. "Principal Qingyan, what do you mean by telling me all this?" "I don't understand." Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. "What I want to say is that the Tianhai Empire thinks highly of themselves and considers everyone beneath their notice. You have killed their people, so you should be mentally prepared." Feng Qingyan finally voiced out his worries. "I thought it was something big. In any case, I originally didn't plan to be a vassal of the Tianhai Empire. If their attitude is better, it's fine to participate in the White Tiger meet in their name. But if their attitude isn't good, then at worst, we can just start another furnace." Ling Xiao said indifferently. He had always felt that there was no problem in this world that couldn't be solved. Panicking whenever he encountered something was definitely not his style. "Your Majesty, if you ask me, it's better for you to follow the Tianhai Empire to participate in the White Tiger meet. After all, the White Tiger continent is extraordinary." Feng Qingyan knew that although Ling Xiao was arrogant and stubborn, as long as what he said was reasonable, the other party would still listen. That was why he suggested it. "Amen, you're right. I'll try my best. But if others aren't willing, then there's nothing I can do." Ling Xiao also didn't want to make a big deal out of it. After all, the Tianhai Empire's accumulation wasn't enough. But he wasn't someone who liked to be bullied. If the other party didn't let him have an easy time, then at worst, he would just shed all pretense of cordiality. "Then Your Majesty, and the few of you, you have to be careful." When Feng Qingyan saw that Ling Xiao had accepted his advice, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he reminded him again. After all, the situation this time was different from the dragon-slaying forest. At that time only the Divine Phoenix continent, Sky Dragon continent, and the affiliated islands participated in the selection. And this time, the Tianhai Empire brought the geniuses of Dragon Phoenix Mountain and Water God Hall. How could there be any weaklings? Why was the selection condition raised to the 6th Grotto Heaven Realm this time? It was probably because the weakest cultivator coming was at the 6th Grotto Heaven Realm. Young people were more impatient and liked to fight fiercely. It was inevitable that there would be casualties in this competition. That was why Feng Qingyan reminded everyone to be careful. Of course, the situation would not be worse than in the dragon-killing forest. After all, the Tianhai Empire also wanted to pick out true geniuses from here to buy the other 3 empires and the Jingyi school. If they could take the lead in the White Tiger Storm Conclave, then they would have the upper hand in the struggle for hegemony in the White Tiger continent in the future. After bidding farewell to Feng Qingyan, Ling Xiao brought Cold Plum, Haim Miankao, Shangguan Hong, and Long Chen to the dragon-killing forest. Hua Fuguang did not go. She had changed her mind. On that battlefield, there needed to be competition, and on the Empire's side, they also needed generals to lead the troops. There were not many navy generals in the Tianhai Empire who could fight. Hua Fuguang and the Hua sisters were outstanding. Although the results in the White Tiger meet would make her famous, Hua Fuguang chose to stay. However, Hua Fuguang would rather stay and help Ling Xiao build a powerful navy. In the future, attacking the White Tiger continent would be inseparable from this powerful navy. Thank you. Ling Xiao glanced at Hua Fuguang and left with the box in his arms. Behind him, the other 4 people headed toward the dragon-killing forest. The dragon-killing forest was not as noisy as it usually was. According to the Tianhai Empire's request, the selection this time was not for spectators to watch. Therefore, the Divine Phoenix Empire had sealed off the area early in the morning and only allowed the participants and the organizers to enter. A gentle breeze blew, and the forest was filled with birds and flowers. It was a unique feeling. As soon as Ling Xiao stepped in, 3 figures floated over. Brother Ling. The 3 of them spoke at almost the same time. Beautiful figures, each with their own unique characteristics. Feng Minglian was silent and reserved. She had an extraordinary temperament and a beautiful face. Feng Mingxue was cold and arrogant. She was a natural beauty. Ji Luoyu was lively, playful, and beautiful. Seeing that the 3 of them were waiting for Ling Xiao, the divine guards of justice guarding nearby had unnatural expressions. Some were envious, and some were angry. Of course, he dared to be angry but didn't dare to say anything. Ling Xiao had destroyed the Phoenix Cry Mountain and Mount Fengming in the Slaying Dragon Forest. Those 2 were once the elites of the Divine Guards of Justice. They naturally hated Ling Xiao, but they also feared Ling Xiao. No one dared to obstruct Ling Xiao's path because everyone was afraid of death. Ling Xiao's reputation for being a decisive killer had long spread throughout the Divine Phoenix continent. Let's go together. Seeing Feng Minglian, Feng Ming Piaoshui, and Ji Luoyu, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. If he were to participate in the selection this time, he was afraid that countless pairs of eyes would go crazy with jealousy. After all, whether it was Feng Minglian, Feng Ming Piaoshui, Ji Luoyu, Cold Plum, or Hai Myung Ko, they were all absolute beauties that left a deep impression. If she was just a vase, it would be fine. But these girls not only had their own unique characteristics, but their strength was also not bad. To be able to gain the favor of these women, Ling Xiao felt that he was really lucky. However, being emotional was just being emotional. Ling Xiao would never put the jealousy and hatred of those people in his eyes. If he was not envied by others, he would be mediocre. On the road to success, there would always be many difficulties, and those who obstructed his progress were those obstacles. Only by eliminating them could he embark on the real road to the clouds. In the Slaying Dragon Forest, there was a large open space. Around the open space, there were many tables and chairs. On the table, there were tea and snacks, as well as fine wine and delicacies. At this time, there was a palace maid dancing in the open space. Although beautiful, these palace maids were probably vases in the true sense. Beautiful but without any special characteristics. Ordinary people might be very tempted, but for real experts, there was not much interest. On the tables and chairs, there were already many guests, but there were still empty seats. Feng Mingqishan did not come. His seat was also empty. However, Feng Yinshan came. He sat next to Feng Mingqishan's seat. No one could tell what he was thinking. He only smiled indifferently and discussed with the warriors beside him. He seemed to be in a good mood. On the left side of the main seat, there were naturally experts from the Tianhai Empire. They seemed to be resting there with their eyes closed, somewhat disdainful of everything in front of them. They even felt that talking about this topic would pollute their voices. In addition, Dragon Phoenix Mountain's Master Long Huang and Water God Temple's Tianhai Mo were also here. These 2 people were talking in low voices and seemed to be quite happy. On the right side, there were genius experts from Water God Temple and Dragon Phoenix Mountain. 3 people came from Dragon Phoenix Mountain. It was said that they were the 3 strongest warriors under the age of 30 in Dragon Phoenix Mountain. In the White Tiger continent, they were also known as the 3 heroes of Dragon Phoenix. 8 people came from Water God Temple. One of them was actually the Tianhai Pearl that Ling Xiao had seen before. After not seeing her for more than half a year, the Tianhai Pearl's strength was clearly much stronger than before. And the person leading the Water God Temple was a genius known as the Dragon Prince. This person was extremely arrogant. His body was lying on the Tianhai Pearl's lap, and there was actually someone feeding him. The other 6 people, along with the Tianhai Pearl, were known as the 7 heroes of Water God Temple. Their names were not small, and their strength was not weak. Even Feng Yinshan did not dare to underestimate any of these people. Of course, other than the 2 people on the Divine Phoenix Continent's Dragon Phoenix list who had been killed by Ling Xiao, as well as Feng Mingqishan and Dan Feng, everyone else was present. After all, this was not an ordinary selection. The fact that the people of the Tianhai Empire had come was enough to show the importance of this selection. Otherwise, only the Dragon Phoenix Mountain would have sent people here. That Ling Xiao is really arrogant. Does he really think that he can be arrogant just because he became the bullshit heavenly emperor of some grassroots empire? In Water God Temple's array, a person coldly glanced at the seats reserved for Ling Xiao and the others. His expression was very ugly, and his words were even more unpleasant. I advise you to be polite to him, or you'll die. Zhu Xiaocong said indifferently. What a joke, do you really think that I, one of the 7 heroes of Water God Temple, am afraid of a mere Ling Xiao? Your Divine Phoenix Empire's martial artists are useless, and the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list do not live up to their names. Otherwise, how could 2 of them have been killed by that brat? The one who spoke was the loudest 7th hero of Water God Temple. With his sturdy body and powerful cultivation, he definitely had the qualifications to say such words. Of course, that was when it came to others. If it came to Ling Xiao, it would be as Zhu Xiaocong said, he would suffer a great loss. Why don't the 2 of us fight first? Zhu Xiaocong stood up and looked coldly at 7th hero with a gloomy expression. At this moment, he only wanted to settle the matter here as soon as possible and then return to Canopy Immortal Island to fight against Feng Mingxia's encirclement with his father. Of course, he could not leave now. This was his father's death order. Just like Ji Huangtian, Mou, and Zhongyu Huangquan had all come here, he, Zhu Xiaocong, had to fight for Canopy Immortal Island. Dan Feng and Feng Mingqishan had been chosen by the Tianhai Empire's martial artists during the last Dragon Phoenix selection. Their powerful cultivation had already proven their strength. There was no need for them to come here. Let's fight then. Who's afraid of who? 7th hero was not afraid of Zhu Xiaocong at all. After all, the 7 heroes of Water God Temple were actually stronger than the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list. If it was Phoenix Qishan, perhaps he would be afraid, but he really was not afraid of Zhu Xiaocong. The Tianhai Empire has already sent people to inform Ling Xiao. He won't dare to not give us face. After all, he's not Phoenix Qishan or Dan Feng. He doesn't have the right to refuse our invitation. The Tianhai Empire's people finally spoke. In their opinion, Ling Xiao should be like a dog that would come and go as they wished. Boom. At this moment, something was suddenly thrown in the middle of the clearing, scaring the dancing girls into dodging. Who dares to cause trouble in Dragon Kill Forest? Weren't you waiting for me? I'm already here. Ling Xiao's voice came from afar. Then, his figure appeared in everyone's sight. However, beside that figure, there were actually several beautiful and refined women accompanying him. It was simply maddening to the point of jealousy. Brother Ling, you're finally here. Feng Yinshan stood up and cupped his hands with a smile. Hidden Mountain Crown Prince, there's no need to be so polite. Since I received the invitation, I naturally had to come. However, the Tianhai Empire's people did not know the rules, so I chopped off his head. You don't mind, right? It was fine if Ling Xiao did not speak, but once he did, it was simply shocking. The scene instantly became much colder. The Tianhai Empire's elites exuded extremely terrifying auras. Little bastard, you dare to kill my Tianhai Empire's people? The Tianhai Empire had sent 3 elites. Actually, they were not too strong. One was at the 2nd level of Yin Yang Realm, while the other 2 were at the 1st level of Yin Yang Realm. They probably learned their lesson from Dragon Phoenix Mountain, so they did not dare to send an elite like Yuan Tianluan. If they died here, it would not be worth it. The one who spoke was a 1st level Yin Yang Realm elite dressed in blue. He trespassed into Linhai City and Xianxia College without informing us. That is a capital offense. I even gave him a chance, but who knew that this person was so stubborn that he actually dared to insult me, so I chopped off his head. Ling Xiao said indifferently. So what? Even a dog of our Tianhai Empire is nobler than you, the so-called Celestial Emperor. How dare you kill our people? The blue-clothed expert's face was extremely gloomy. The cultivators at the side did not try to dissuade him, allowing him to spout nonsense. The Water Spirit Temple's cultivators were gloating. They didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had killed several of their divine envoys. I've already killed him. What are you going to do? Ling Xiao looked at that person with disdain and sneered. You killed a single person from my Tianhai Empire, and I'll wipe out 100 people from your trashy empire. Of course, I'll have to include your life to make it worth it. The blue-clothed expert added. Kill him. Ling Xiao suddenly said lightly, then walked to the empty main seat and sat down. Ah! A scream rang out in Killing Dragon Forest. While everyone was still shocked that Ling Xiao dared to sit on Phoenix Cry Divergent Mountain's seat, the blue-clothed expert from the Tianhai Empire had already died tragically. The one who attacked was naturally Cold Plum. Cold Plum, who had broken through to the Yin-Yang realm, was now even more skilled at assassination. The blue-clothed expert did not even notice when she attacked. Brother Ling, isn't this a bit too much? Feng Yinshan frowned and said, whether it's the Divine Phoenix Empire or the Celestial Empire, they're all vassals of the Tianhai Empire. Even if those three aren't very strong, you can't kill them. They represent the Tianhai Empire. When did the hidden mountain crown prince I know become so wishy-washy? If someone barged into your palace at night, what would you do? Ling Xiao said casually, it's just killing a piece of trash. I believe the Tianhai Empire won't care. Can we begin this selection? The experts from the Tianhai Empire were trembling with anger, but they did not dare to say anything. Ling Xiao, this guy, was really like the rumors, a madman. He killed people without mercy, not giving you a chance to fight back. It was really too terrifying. Surnamed Ling, your subordinates are quite strong, but even so, you don't have the qualifications to sit on that seat. On the Water God Hall side, the Dragon Crown Prince lazily glanced at Ling Xiao and said, that's Phoenix Cry Divergent Mountain's seat. Even if you want to sit, only Dan Feng has the qualifications. You're not worthy. Whether I'm worthy or not, it's not up to you. Ling Xiao just sat there casually, not caring at all. Although his cultivation was indeed inferior to Phoenix Cry Divergent Mountains, he was the Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Empire. His status was equivalent to Phoenix Cry Divergent Mountains. In this kind of situation, he could not be weak. Furthermore, Phoenix Cry Divergent Mountains people had not come, and he was wasting a seat. How boring. Humph, when the tiger is not in the mountain, the monkey is king. The Dragon Crown Prince coldly snorted and said, do you know what Cultivation Phoenix Cry Divergent Mountain is? Even my big brother doesn't dare to look down on him, and you actually dare to sit on his seat? I don't care what his cultivation is. He's the Divine Phoenix Emperor, and I'm the Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Empire. We should be on equal footing. Feng Yinshan won't do anything, but he arranged me to sit in a corner. I'm very unhappy. Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Yinshan from the corner of his eyes. Feng Yinshan's expression changed slightly before instantly returning to normal. Ling Xiao's words were meant to provoke Feng Yinshan. This was because he could not see through Feng Yinshan's cultivation. He felt that this guy was even more terrifying than Phoenix Cry Divergent Mountain. Phoenix Cry Divergent Mountain's strength was on the surface, but Feng Yinshan's strength had never been completely exposed. However, this guy didn't seem to be fooled at all. Hee, you don't even put Feng Yinshan in your eyes. It seems that you're very arrogant. Which one of you will go and test this Celestial Emperor's methods? Let's see if his skills are as good as his mouth. The Dragon Crown Prince sneered and said to the people beside him. I'll do it. Seventh Hero had long found Ling Xiao an eyesore. Now that she had seized this opportunity, how could she let it go? Brat, come out and spar. Let me see just how capable an arrogant fellow like you is. You actually dared to kill someone from the Tianhai Empire. I'll teach you a lesson on their behalf. I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you. You? Ling Xiao glanced at seventh hero indifferently, then shook his index finger and said, "You're not qualified for me to take action. Long Chen, go and cripple that guy." "Bullshit, you dare to look down on me?" Seventh hero was furious. He roared, "Kid, we already investigated you before we came. You're at the peak of the 10th Grotto Heaven Realm, and you can kill a half-step Yin-Yang Realm martial artist with Yin-Yang origin energy. You're very strong. But I'm not that kind of trash." Hee hee. Ling Xiao smiled. He thought to himself that although these people had investigated carefully, it was a pity that they were one step too late. What's the point of saying so much nonsense? If you have the ability to kill my brother, I won't take revenge. Ling Xiao looked at seventh hero indifferently, his eyes full of contempt. Apart from Cold Plum, Long Chen was the strongest person he'd brought with him. Not to mention seventh hero, he wouldn't even fear sixth, fifth, fourth, or third. Ling Xiao knew his opponent's strength like the back of his hand. Apart from the Dragon Crown Prince, first hero, and second hero, Tian Hai Pearl, no one else in the Water God Hall was Long Chen's match. Of course, this was only Long Chen's strength in his dragon form. If he entered his golden dragon form, Tian Hai Pearl and first hero wouldn't be his match. In the end, the Water God Hall was only a mid-tier faction in the Tian Hai Empire. It was slightly stronger than Dragon Phoenix Mountain, but it was nothing in the Tian Hai Empire. Whether it was the 3 heroes of the Dragon Phoenix or the 7 heroes of the Water God Hall, they weren't the strongest geniuses in the Tian Hai Empire. They were just like the 10 Phoenix Sons of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the 7 Fiends of the Black Crow Empire. The Tian Hai Empire also had its own ranking, the Tian Hai Heroes ranking. This ranking listed the 100 young heroes of the Tian Hai Empire under the age of 30. Probably only the Tian Hai Pearl, first hero, Dragon Crown Prince, and the strongest of the 3 heroes of the Dragon Phoenix were qualified to enter. This was the terrifying aspect of the Tian Hai Empire. Otherwise, why would the Tian Hai Empire's envoy be so arrogant and despotic? However, the opponents didn't know Long Chen's strength, nor did they know that Ling Xiao could clearly see their strength. Their expressions didn't look too good. The Divine Phoenix Continent's cultivators were all waiting to see a good show. They knew that although Ling Xiao was arrogant, he wouldn't do anything foolhardy. Since he'd said so, he naturally had his reasons. Seventh hero glanced at Long Chen and chuckled. He should be younger than you. Why are you in such a hurry to send him to his death? Although he's the weakest of the 7 heroes, he's still a half-step Yin-Yang realm cultivator with Yin-Yang energy at 20%. It's tragic to be brothers with someone like you. Do the people of the Water God Temple only know how to talk? Long Chen walked to the open space and beckoned to 7th hero. Come, let me see what the so-called 7 dogs of the Water Spirit Temple are capable of. It's the 7 heroes. 7th hero was so angry that his entire body trembled, and he was unable to restrain his anger. What's the difference? It doesn't matter if you're the 7 heroes or the 7 dogs, you're going to die today. The corners of Long Chen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. This brat had been by Ling Zhao's side for so long that he had learned all of Ling Zhao's bad habits. However, Ling Xiao liked this kind of personality. Ah. You're pissing me off. If I don't kill you today, I, 7th hero, swear I'm not human. 7th Thing was a reckless person to begin with. When he heard Long Chen's words, how could he endure it any longer? After Xiaoqin jumped into the arena, he was about to fight Long Chen. Wait. Although he was only an expert of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, his cultivation was very terrifying. Therefore, his words carried a lot of weight. Lord Long Huang, what do you have to say? 7th hero looked at Lord Long Huang and asked. The purpose of this gathering is for the selection. I'm afraid it's not good to kill each other. Everyone here is a potential candidate of the Tian Hai Empire. It would be a pity if they died. Lord Long Huang frowned and said. Those who came here were all talents. If any of them died, he would feel that it was a pity. What's the matter if trash dies? Tian Hai Mo smiled and said, you can't expect trash to fight for the Tian Hai Empire, right? That's right. Only a life and death battle can show one's true strength. All the participants here today must fight at least once. Otherwise, you'll automatically withdraw. The people of the Tianhai Empire were in charge of this gathering. Naturally, they had the final say on the rules. Fortunately, the rules seemed to be quite fair. It wasn't like the last time where everyone went to kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't turn around and leave. The rules have been explained. Can we start the battle? Ling Xiao yawned and said with some boredom. He didn't come here to drink and eat. His only purpose here today was to obtain the admission ticket to the White Tiger meet. Haha, it seems like you think your subordinate can defeat me? Seventh hero smiled and looked at Ling Xiao. Since that's the case, why don't we make a bet? Okay, what do you want to bet? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. If I kill him, you will kneel down and apologize to me and all the cultivators of the Water Spirit Temple in front of everyone. You will say that nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. If he kills me, the Water Spirit Temple will let bygones be bygones. How about it? Seventh hero said. This blockhead had suddenly become shrewd. If no one had given him pointers, it would have been impossible. Ling Xiao glanced at the crowd and found that sixth hero was talking to seventh hero through soul sound transmission. Humph. He suddenly snorted coldly and a terrifying soul force broke through the air, causing sixth hero to vomit blood. Are all the people of the Water Spirit Temple so bored? Sneaking around, what can't you say face to face? Ling Xiao stared at sixth hero and said, your bet is too boring. How about I say one? If Long Chen is killed by seventh hero, I will kill myself on the spot. If seventh hero is killed by Long Chen, Dragon Prince, you will kill yourself. How about it? These words were said lightly, but they were filled with killing intent. Good heavens, he didn't leave any leeway at all. These words were like a heavy thunderbolt that was thrown into the crowd, causing everyone to explode. Whether they were familiar with Ling Xiao or not, they all looked at Ling Xiao in shock. They thought that this guy was definitely crazy. He actually wanted to bet his life with the Dragon Prince, and he wanted to bet his life on someone else's duel. Ling Xiao originally didn't want to risk his life, but the other party was too much of a bully. Those words were simply overbearing. And seventh hero's so-called bet was even more lofty. He actually wanted him to kneel here and apologize. Since that was the case, if he backed down, he would definitely be looked down upon by the other party. If he wanted to bet, then he had to bet big. The martial artists on the Divine Phoenix continent side all revealed mocking smiles. Although many people had enmity with Ling Xiao, there were also quite a few who were of the same mind as Ling Xiao. What's more, the people of the Water Spirit Temple were indeed arrogant. In these few days in the Divine Phoenix capital, they were simply bossy and domineering, not putting the martial artists of the Divine Phoenix continent in their eyes at all. It was said that just 2 days ago, seventh hero actually teamed up with sixth hero to forcibly humiliate a female disciple of the Phoenix Academy on the street. That female disciple angrily committed suicide. Up until now, the Phoenix Academy hadn't uttered a word. Cowardly to the extreme. Other things like eating without paying, casually beating people, and the like were actually trivial matters. But one thing was certain, these geniuses of the Water Spirit Temple really didn't put the martial artists of the Divine Phoenix continent in their eyes. The geniuses of Water Spirit Hall ran amok in Divine Phoenix capital and did not put the martial artists of Divine Phoenix continent in their eyes at all. Therefore, in the eyes of the martial artists of Divine Phoenix continent, a madman like Ling Xiao was absolutely necessary. Only a madman like Ling Xiao could make these bastards pay the price. They also did not expect that there would be a day when they would have to support Ling Xiao. They hated Ling Xiao, but they hated these guys who had no bottom line even more. On the other hand, the martial artists of Water Spirit Hall did not look good. The Dragon Crown Prince said coldly, "Bet your life with me? You're not worthy. So you're afraid?" Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Fine, since you're afraid, then just pick anyone. I don't have any special requirements for the person I bet my life with." This Crown Prince is afraid? I'm just disdainful. Sixth hero, you're the one who created this mess, you bet your life. The Dragon Crown Prince glanced at sixth hero and said coldly. This subordinate obeys. Although he said so, sixth hero was actually very unhappy in his heart. He just came up with an idea, but now he had to bet his life with someone else. Damn it. But fortunately, 7th hero was only slightly weaker than him, and Long Chen's cultivation, according to the investigation, should only be a 5th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist half a month ago. Even if his talent was outstanding, how many breakthroughs could he make in half a month? 7th hero was definitely going to win. He did not quite understand why Ling Xiao was betting his life. But after thinking about it for a moment, he seemed to understand and said proudly, "You're just a guy who's bluffing. You think that we don't dare to bet our lives with you, so you dare to make such a request. But we Water Spirit Hall people are not cowards. This time, I'll bet with you." 6th hero felt that he had checkmated Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao already had no chance to regret. Haha. Ling Xiao just smiled and did not refute the other's words. Why should he care too much about the conclusion of an idiot? The atmosphere suddenly became tense. It was somewhat oppressive, somewhat dignified. "Come, I'll let you make one move." 7th hero looked at Long Chen and sneered. "You're giving me a handicap?" "Ha ha ha, Big Brother Ling is right. Your Water Divine Hall's trash really doesn't understand the situation. Don't worry, you won't be able to use a single move." Long Chen was full of fighting spirit as he faced the 7th hero. This was the first time he had faced an opponent of the same cultivation level as him since he had reached the half-step Yin Yang realm. However, he was not afraid to fight, because under Ling Xiao's cruel training, his combat experience and skills were definitely more outstanding than this person's. Boom, a terrifying fighting spirit suddenly erupted. Without another word, Long Chen directly pounced on the 7th hero. Regardless of whether 7th hero gave in to him or not, he would definitely win this battle. The question was how many moves he would use. No, this guy. 7th originally didn't plan to attack. He really wanted to let his opponent attack first because this way, he could properly humiliate his opponent. However, the moment Long Chen attacked, he suddenly realized that something was amiss. Long Chen had actually released Yin Yang origin energy at the 10th level of the half-step Yin Yang realm. Since they were both in the half-step Yin Yang realm, he could not give in. Otherwise, he would die. With a roar, his aura instantly erupted, and the phantom of his martial soul appeared behind him. Haha, how shameless. Didn't you just say you would let me attack first? Why did you change your mind so quickly? Your words are like farts. Is this the style of a martial artist from the Water Sacred Hall? I've learned something new. Long Chen sneered, but he didn't stop attacking. He continued to charge forward, and the fighting spirit on his body became even stronger. You're a wolf in sheep's clothing. You hit your cultivation level. How cunning and shameless. 7th hero snorted coldly. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've heard such righteous sophistry. You're clearly the one who doesn't have good eyesight, but you're calling others cunning and shameless. Below the stage, Zhu Xiaozong laughed loudly. He had a conflict with 7th hero before, so he felt much better now that he was laughing. 7th hero's face turned red, but he didn't say anything because Long Chen was giving him more and more pressure. At this moment, Long Chen's body was undergoing some special changes. Originally, he looked completely human, but there were some golden dragon scales on his body. As these dragon scales continued to appear, his aura also became incomparably tyrannical. This Long Chen's talent is really outstanding. It's a pity to kill him. It would be great if he could be subdued. The Dragon Crown Prince glanced at Long Chen and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Do you really think 7th hero can kill him? Tian Hai Pearl suddenly said that Ling Xiao is the champion of the alchemy conference. It's very easy for him to help his brother raise his cultivation level. Ha ha ha, Tian Hai Pearl, you become so timid after losing to that Ling Xiao last time? What's the point of a mere alchemy conference held by the Divine Phoenix continent? The Dragon Crown Prince didn't care at all. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly let out a loud dragon roar on the battlefield, which attracted the Dragon Crown Prince's attention. This guy is really from the dragon race. In fact, the battle between Long Chen and Boashing in the dragon-slaying forest had already spread. It was just that many people were suspicious. Wasn't the dragon race extinct long ago? How could it suddenly appear again, however, today? Long Chen's body gradually transformed into a human dragon. Everyone finally understood. The legend wasn't fake. No wonder Ling Xiao is so confident. Since this guy is from the dragon race, his physique must be very good. Even if his cultivation isn't as good as 7th Hero's, he should still be able to fight. At this point, the Dragon Crown Prince suddenly smiled coldly and said, "Unfortunately, this alone isn't enough. 7th Hero isn't trash like Boa Sheng." 7th Hero obviously had the same thought. As if to prove the Dragon Crown Prince's words, his body also changed. That's the wolf race? Isn't the wolf race from the Full Moon Empire? At this moment, 7th Hero's body was obviously one size bigger. His muscles were bulging, and his body was covered in wolf fur. He also had a fierce wolf head. All of this proved that this guy was from the White Tiger Continent's wolf race. It's not strange. Although the wolf race is the main part of the Full Moon Empire, other empires have them too. Someone explained. A 7th Hero, who had transformed into a half-wolf, let out a loud roar. His voice pierced through the clouds and produced a series of ear-piercing roars. Half-wolf? Looks like I have to be stronger. At this moment, Long Chen was less than 10 meters away from 7th Hero. He realized that the other party's overall strength had increased sharply after transforming into a half-wolf. He also quickly adjusted. Perfect dragon transformation. As he spoke, a terrifying power was released from his mouth again. Perfect dragon transformation was second only to giant dragon transformation. At this moment, Long Chen had completely transformed into a dragon. It was just that his body was smaller. Flapping his golden wings, he covered the distance of 10 meters in an instant. That terrifying dragon aura bloomed from his body. Roar. In the void, dragon roars rang out incessantly. Many people had already stood up from their seats, watching this scene in horror. What a powerful dragon might, what a terrifying battle intent. Was this the Dragon Clan? Known as the most perfect clan, Long Chen paid no attention to everyone's astonishment. His body charged towards 7th Hero with an unstoppable momentum. In the space, ear-piercing noises sounded out continuously. 7th Hero actually took a step back. He was scared. The Wolf Clan was ultimately just a type of beast clan. Once during the ancient war, they were the Dragon Clan's vassals. Now, facing a true golden colossal dragon, he actually felt timid. He was actually frightened by that terrifying dragon might. He even had a feeling that under Long Chen's punch, he would definitely be blasted to pieces. Run. In that instant, what he thought of was actually running away. His body involuntarily turned around and fled. But it was already too late. Idiot. The Dragon Crown Prince slammed the table and looked at 7th Hero furiously. If 7th Hero did not run, he would not have lost to Long Chen so easily. But now, it was all too late. Long Chen's speed was much faster than 7th Hero's. A terrifying punch directly slammed onto 7th Hero's body, feeling the ground tremble. Bang! Boom! With a loud bang, 7th Hero's body burst apart like a balloon being hit by a knife. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely shocking. The Water God Temple's people really only know how to talk. It's useless. Long Chen stood there like a dragon god. His golden dragon scales appeared particularly beautiful under the sunlight. While everyone was shocked that 7th Hero was killed, Ling Xiao's gaze turned to 6th Hero. Since it's a life bet, you can commit suicide. His gaze revealed some mockery, cold and emotionless. A life bet is just talk. Why take it so seriously? In the end, these people here are all fighting for the future of the Tianhai Empire. Isn't it good for everyone to work together? Tianhai Mo suddenly laughed and said. That didn't seem to be what you said just now. Ling Xiao glanced at Tianhai Mo indifferently, then stared at 6th Hero and said, commit suicide. Otherwise, if I make a move, you definitely won't have an intact corpse. Elder, save me. Saint Envoy, are you just going to watch Ling Xiao run amok? The 6th Hero was only slightly stronger than the 7th Hero. He knew that he wasn't Long Chen's match. Thus, at this moment, they had no intention of putting their lives on the line. They could only place their hopes on Tianhai Mo and the remaining 2 divine envoys of the Tianhai Empire. Tianhai Mo said indifferently, with me here, no one can kill you. The divine envoy of the Tianhai Empire also said, Ling Xiao, your men have already killed the seventh hero. Is that enough? Nonsense, if the one who died was Long Chen, would you still say that? Ling Xiao coldly glanced at the two divine emissaries of the Tianhai Empire, his eyes brimming with ridicule. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Don't you find it embarrassing to find all kinds of excuses at this time? Ling Xiao coldly said, since you don't want to commit suicide, then let me do it. Ah! The sixth hero suddenly let out a mournful scream. A pitch-black shadow pierced his head from behind. Fresh blood seeped out, the crimson color of it striking. Tianhai Mo was unable to restrain his anger. He saw that Ling Xiao was still sitting there, unmoving. He felt that if Ling Xiao dared to make a move, he could instantly stop Ling Xiao. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao could easily kill the sixth hero without even moving, with such terrifying strength? Could it be that everyone was a little doubtful of him? What are you all staring at me for? If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Since he doesn't want to die, then I'll send him to the afterlife. We're all adults, so we have to take responsibility for our words. Ling Xiao shrugged and said indifferently. The seventh hero was dead, the sixth hero was also dead. Long Chen had only used one move to kill the seventh hero, but it was still acceptable. Long Chen's terrifying strength and powerful dragon might had caused the seventh hero to lose his composure. However, no one could clearly see how the sixth hero died. They only saw a black shadow return to Ling Xiao's shadow. What was this? The people from Water Spirit Hall weren't the only ones who were shocked. The martial artists from Divine Phoenix Continent were also shocked. They guessed that the seventh hero and the sixth hero weren't Ling Xiao's match. However, such an outcome still made them feel terrified. Half a month had passed, and Ling Xiao's strength seemed to have become even more terrifying. The sixth hero was a martial artist with yin-yang origin energy at 30% of the half-step yin-yang realm, but he was easily killed by him. If Ling Xiao were to unleash his full strength, how terrifying would he be? There was also Long Chen. In half a month, he had advanced from the fifth grotto heaven realm to the half-step yin-yang realm. It seemed that he had completely awakened the power of the dragon. The cultivation speed of the dragon race really made all the other races blush with shame. This included Ling Xiao, who had the Tyrant martial soul. Fortunately, he also had the bloodline of the immemorial golden dragon. Otherwise, he might really be surpassed by Long Chen. The martial artists from Water Spirit Hall, including the Dragon Crown Prince and Tianhai Mo, all stared blankly at the two corpses on the ground. The 7 heroes of Water Spirit Hall were the 7 strongest youths besides the Dragon Crown Prince and Water God. They originally thought that this trip to Divine Phoenix Empire would shock this declining trashy continent. But who would have thought that after encountering Ling Xiao, 2 of them would die consecutively? Moreover, they weren't killed by the experts on the Dragon Phoenix list, but by Ling Xiao and his subordinates, whom they looked down on. This was really too depressing. Water Spirit Hall was a mid-tier force in Tianhai Empire. Although they weren't strong, they definitely didn't put forces like 5 Immortal Island or Divine Phoenix Empire in their eyes. It would be strange if they could sit still after suffering such losses and humiliation. What they couldn't accept the most was that Ling Xiao dared to kill 6th hero after Amami's words. This was clearly not giving them any face and treating their words as if they were nothing more than passing wind. Ling Xiao, you better give us an explanation tonight. Otherwise, your heavenly empire will be consigned to eternal damnation. Tianhai Mo stood up and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Although there were many rumors about Ling Xiao, Tianhai Mo found it hard to believe that they were true without seeing it with his own eyes. Explanation? What explanation? You were the ones who agreed to bet your lives. Don't tell me you don't want to admit your loss? Is it your Water Spirit Hall's people who are shameless, or did the Tianhai Empire's sacred envoys not teach you dogs how to behave? Ling Xiao was still sitting in Feng Yinshan's seat. He looked at Tianhai Mo with disdain as he spoke. Tianhai Mo was only at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. He didn't fear him at all. Of course, I can understand why you're in so much pain that you wish you were dead. After all, after the Water Spirit Hall split from the Sacred Dynasty state religion, it has fallen to the point of being a dog for others. It's not easy to nurture a few genius martial artists, so even trash like the 7th and 6th heroes are treated as treasures. It's really pitiful. Ling Xiao had always been merciless when he spoke, especially when it came to his enemies. He was vicious. The moment he said those sarcastic words, the crowd burst into laughter. The martial artists of the Divine Phoenix continent had had enough of the Water Spirit Hall's bullshit. Now that Ling Xiao could make them unhappy and make them suffer, they were naturally happy. No one has ever dared to call us, the 7 heroes of the Water Spirit Hall, trash. Diwuing looked coldly at Ling Xiao, his killing intent erupting. Martial artists were all prideful. How could they not dare to speak up after being insulted? No one would admit that they were trash, even if they were trash to begin with. So what if I said it? Could it be that you want to fight with me again? If you want, go ahead. Don't worry, I won't kill you. At most, I'll cripple you. Ling Xiao looked mockingly at Diwuing and said indifferently. He really wanted to find an expert to fight. It would be best if it was a martial artist at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Yin Yang realm. After breaking through, he didn't have a good fight. He needed to improve, so he had to fight continuously. Martial artists were like this. If you didn't like to fight and wanted to live in seclusion, your strength would definitely decline. It would be normal for you to be killed in the future. The profound world was such an unreasonable world. Only by constantly becoming stronger would you be able to better protect yourself and the people around you. His Tai Chi I could clearly determine Diwuying's cultivation. He was much stronger than Diwuying and Diwuying. Diwuying had already reached the half-step Yin Yang realm. Of course, Diwuying was no match for him. Actually, he wanted to fight Diwuying and Diwuying. It would be best if the Dragon Crown Prince was willing to fight. However, there had to be a reason to fight. Diwuing had provoked him, so he took the opportunity to challenge him. This person had spoken rudely. It was good to teach him a lesson and exercise his limbs. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but sigh. Those who were familiar with Ling Xiao knew that Ling Xiao couldn't be provoked. Once provoked, unless you sincerely apologized and didn't want to die, then Ling Xiao might let you go. Otherwise, just wait for your bad luck. Ling Xiao was a guy who would never let go of his opponent. He didn't care about his opponent's identity. Diwuing did not immediately accept the challenge because he did not have much confidence in himself. Even the other members of Water Spirit Temple were unable to see through Ling Xiao's depths. Just now, the method Ling Xiao used to kill the 6th hero was too strange and unpredictable. There was no warning at all beforehand. He didn't release any aura either. It was their first time encountering such a terrifying battle style. There was no doubt that Diwuing was powerful, but was he really a match for Ling Xiao? If Ling Xiao used the same method to kill the 6th hero to deal with him, would he be able to withstand it? He didn't even know what Ling Xiao's true cultivation was, nor did he know what his true skills were. If he were to fight in a daze, there was a high chance that he would be crippled. Although being crippled was better than dying, as a martial artist, who would be willing to be crippled? Look at Ling Xiao's calm face, there was no trace of nervousness at all. He was clearly extremely confident and did not take Diwuing seriously at all. Diwuing opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. He now regretted speaking so much. Now that he was faced with such a situation, he couldn't back down. He couldn't accept the challenge, nor could he reject it. It was simply awkward. If he didn't accept the challenge, it would confirm the fact that he was a piece of trash. His previous rebuttal would be more like a slap in the face. If he accepted the challenge, he might be crippled or even killed. Either way, he couldn't bear it. Old 5, sit back down. You're not his match. Let me do it. The one who stood up was the leader of Water Spirit Temple's 7 heroes. He was also a powerhouse second only to the Dragon Crown Prince among those who came here. His cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of the Yin Yang realm. Seeing the first hero invite him to fight, Ling Xiao's body suddenly trembled. He felt inexplicably excited. Crippling Diwuing was too boring. Although there was some pleasure, it couldn't compare to a life-and-death battle with the first hero. He absolutely believed that he could stimulate his own potential and improve his cultivation by one step when facing the number 1 hero. First hero, you're too shameless. Everyone knows that you're already at the third level of the yin-yang realm. Even if you face the top powerhouses of the Divine Phoenix continent, you won't be afraid. Now, you're actually inviting Ling Xiao, who isn't even in the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list. Mou said coldly from his seat. Among the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list, the ones who had a good relationship with Ling Xiao were Dan Feng, who was ranked 1st, Zhu Xiaozong, who was ranked 6th, and Mou, who was ranked 7th. Dan Feng wasn't here, so it was normal for Mou to speak up for Ling Xiao. Ha ha ha, brother Mou, you're right. These people are indeed shameless. However, today, I appreciate your kindness. Since the first hero is willing to fight with me, I, Ling Xiao, won't avoid the battle. I'm not like some trash from the Water Sacred Hall. As he spoke, Ling Xiao glanced at Di Wuying with cold mockery. Di Wuying didn't say anything. Ling Xiao was right. He didn't dare to accept the challenge. If he couldn't figure out his opponent's strength, he was afraid that he would be crippled. This was the truth. No matter how much Ling Xiao mocked him, he couldn't refute and could only accept it. So, you're willing to accept this battle? The divine envoy of the Tianhai Empire suddenly asked. Yes, of course I accept. I've already said that the Water Sacred Hall is a bunch of scoundrels who only bully the weak. I, Ling Xiao, am not afraid of a battle. I accept anyone's challenge. Ling Xiao said loudly. Even if it's a life and death battle? The divine envoy of the Tianhai Empire asked. A life and death battle is even better. What Ling Xiao needed was the tempering of life and death. Otherwise, what was the point of fighting? It wouldn't excite him at all. Good, since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. My Tianhai Empire values talents the most. If you can survive the battle with Di Wuying, you will have the qualifications to participate in this year's White Tiger meet. The divine envoy of the Tianhai Empire slapped the table and made his decision. It wasn't convenient for him to make a move himself. Since Ling Xiao insisted on courting death, he would let Di Wuying deal with this brat. Hold on. Venerable Dragon Phoenix suddenly said, I don't think there's any need to rush their battle. Divine Envoy, don't forget that our goal this time is to select young talents to participate in the White Tiger meet. There are still many people who haven't exchanged pointers. Let's not delay the proper business. It was obvious that Venerable Dragon Phoenix was powerful and his status wasn't low. Although Dragon Phoenix Mountain wasn't much, the divine envoy of the Tianhai Empire still gave him face. Moreover, Venerable Dragon Phoenix's words weren't wrong. In addition to the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list and the 7 heroes of the Water Sacred Hall, there were still many Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators who hadn't fought. The cultivators from the Water Sacred Hall and Dragon Phoenix Mountain weren't limited to just the 7 heroes of the Water Sacred Hall and the 3 heroes of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Water Spirit Hall and Dragon Phoenix Mountain each brought dozens of Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators. The Divine Phoenix Continent also had dozens of Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators. The victor would be decided in one battle. Whoever won would have the qualifications to participate in the White Tiger meet. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to be alive before the White Tiger meet began. Brat, you've really managed to keep your life. Number 1 hero glanced coldly at Ling Xiao, clearly unwilling to accept the outcome. However, he didn't dare disobey esteemed Master Dragon Phoenix's words. Likewise. In fact, the one who was the most upset was Ling Xiao. He had originally planned to fight a bloody battle with this number 1 hero. However, this was also good. Haim Mian-ko and the others behind him also needed to fight to temper themselves and obtain the qualifications to participate in the White Tiger meet. In any case, he was just waiting for a while. It wasn't as if he wasn't going to fight, so he wasn't in a hurry. Moreover, he had to give face to esteemed Master Dragon Phoenix. He wasn't an arrogant person. Unless someone had wronged him, he wouldn't refuse to give face to others. The sparring began. At the beginning, everything seemed normal. There didn't seem to be any problems. However, when Ling Xiao's people came out to fight, problems arose. Behind Ling Xiao, the first person to fight was Haim Mian-ko. Her opponent was a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator from Water Spirit Hall. Although this person's cultivation was stronger than Haim Mian-ko's, He was unable to cope with Hai Myung-ko's swordsmanship and was about to be defeated. At that moment, number 4 hero of Water Spirit Hall flicked a nut from his hand. Ordinary nuts, in the hands of a powerhouse, were lethal weapons. Number 4 hero's cultivation had already reached the half-step yin-yang realm. His yin-yang yuan cultivation was almost at the verge of a breakthrough. He was much stronger than Hai Myung-ko. Moreover, he had launched a sneak attack. Hai Myung-ko was struck by the nut and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this opportunity, the 9th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator showed no mercy and slashed at Hai Myung-ko's neck. Cold smiles appeared on the faces of the Water Spirit Temple cultivators. They all thought to themselves, that's what we should do. Since we can't deal with Ling Xiao, we should kill Ling Xiao's people so that Ling Xiao will be in so much pain that he'll wish he was dead. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly stood up from his seat. Before anyone could figure out what he was going to do, Ling Xiao suddenly stood up. He reached the center of the field and grabbed the neck of the 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist of Water Spirit Temple. Crack! A crisp sound reverberated throughout the entire venue. That person's neck had actually been broken by Ling Xiao. How dare you, Ling Xiao? What are you trying to do by interrupting the competition? The divine envoy of the Xianxia Empire bellowed. That's right. Could it be that you want to ruin the White Tiger Meat's selection? The Water Spirit Temple cultivators also began to jeer. Ling Xiao said nothing. Instead, he bent down to help Hai Myung-ko up and plucked a nut from her wound. After confirming that Hai Myung-ko was fine, he turned to the divine envoy of the Xianxia Empire and indifferently said, Divine envoy, are you blind? How could you not see such an obvious sneak attack? Impudent. The red-robed divine envoy of the Xianxia Empire trembled in rage. Impudent? I think it's you who's impudent. The Xianxia Empire clearly held this selection to select true geniuses, but you turned a blind eye to this sneak attack and flipped out at me? Could it be that you dare to disobey the imperial decree of the Xianxia Empire's emperor? Ling Xiao glanced at the 2 divine envoys in disdain. He was sure that this was not the emperor's idea, nor was it the will of the upper echelons. These 3 divine envoys had probably received benefits from the Water Spirit Temple. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so biased. Even if Ling Xiao had killed their informant, they still wouldn't have acted this way. If this matter were to spread out, the remaining 2 divine envoys would definitely not be able to escape this calamity. It was clear that Ling Xiao had hit them where it hurt. At this point, the 2 divine envoys fell silent. Only their eyes shone with icy killing intent. They really wanted nothing more than for Ling Xiao to fight dying right now and die here. This brat was really too annoying. Seeing that the 2 divine envoys had fallen silent, Ling Xiao turned to dying. Do you know what kind of person I hate the most? It's a shameless piece of trash like you who likes to sneak attack. Even if I, Ling Xiao, didn't even enter the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix role, I wouldn't be so shameless as to do such a thing. If you're a man, then step forward and fight to the death to determine the victor. Whoever admits defeat is a coward. Let me see the courage of your Water Spirit Temple cultivators. He was truly angry. Originally, everyone was bickering and not to the point of fighting and killing. But Dying's action clearly wanted Hai Myung-ko to die. Even though Ling Xiao had no romantic feelings for Hai Myung-ko, they had a deep friendship. The 2 of them had braved through fire and water together many times. Now that someone had sneak attacked Hai Myung-ko, if he didn't step forward, then he really couldn't even be considered a man. He values friendship and loyalty. Becoming friends with this person is absolutely not a loss. Esteemed Lord Long Huang looked at Ling Xiao and could not help secretly nodding. Although Ling Xiao's approach was somewhat radical, as a martial artist, if faced with a situation where his friend was sneak attacked and nearly died, he still could not fly into a rage. Then this martial artist was basically crippled. Without the slightest domineering aura of the martial Dao, how could he talk about cutting through thistles and thorns? The path of the martial Dao was full of dangers to begin with. It required great courage to be able to continue walking. In esteemed Lord Long Huang's view, Ling Xiao was simply a natural-born martial artist. It was not without reason that this kid could become the heavenly emperor of the Celestial Empire and had such a group of people supporting him. Dying looked at Ling Xiao awkwardly. His cultivation was not weak, but facing Ling Xiao, he still did not have the confidence to win. Indeed, he was much stronger than the 5th, 6th, and 7th heroes. If it was just a spar, he was naturally not afraid of Ling Xiao. But in a life-and-death battle, he was somewhat timid. Should he accept the challenge? Dying frowned. Just now someone kept saying that his people were not trash, but in my opinion, other than sneak attacks, you really don't have any ability to speak of. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and said sarcastically. He had to kill Ling Si no matter what. Because this guy had touched his reverse scale. Even if he did not kill him today, he would kill him in the future. Bullshit, do you really think you're something? I'll fight you. Dying also cared about his face. Moreover, no matter how he thought about it, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to break through to the Yin-Yang realm. Since that was the case, as a half-step Yin-Yang realm martial artist, why should he fear Ling Xiao? After being scolded like a coward, he did not even dare to attack. If that was the case, not only would the people of the Tianhai Empire look down on him, but his peers would also look down on him when he returned. Oh? You have guts. It seems that the 7 heroes of the Water Spirit Temple are not all cowards. A cold smile appeared on Ling Zhao's face. It seemed that sometimes provocation was useful. Although it was a little cliché, it was very effective against these arrogant martial artists. Dying jumped into the field and looked at Ling Xiao with cold eyes. He activated his bloodline incarnation at the first moment. Half crocodile? So that's how it is. I've long heard that the Tianhai Empire is dominated by crocodiles, and they all have the bloodline of the ancient giant crocodile. It seems that it's true. Ling Xiao froze for a moment and found that Dying had a long tail behind him. Even his head had turned into the appearance of a crocodile. His sharp teeth gleamed coldly under the sun. 90% of this person's body structure was close to that of a crocodile, and only 30% still maintained the appearance of a human. For example, his hands were very similar to a human's, but much larger. He held a huge iron shovel in his hand, majestic. There are 4 empires in the White Tiger continent, namely the White Tiger Empire, dominated by the Tiger clan, the Tianhai Empire, dominated by the Crocodile clan, the Yuelang Empire, dominated by the Wolf clan, and the Silver Fox Empire, dominated by the Fox clan. The warriors of the 4 races all have the bloodline of ancient giant beasts. They are incomparably powerful, much stronger than weak humans like you. As Dying spoke, he was constantly accumulating power. On the iron shovel in his hand, the aqua blue light was accelerating the condensation. Ling Xiao just looked at him indifferently. He had no intention of making a move at all. He didn't even draw his sword. Why, do you regret it now? If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the beginning? This life and death duel was your request. Today, you will die without a complete corpse. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't move and was even a little surprised, Dying became more confident. It seemed that he felt that Ling Xiao was afraid of him, so he became more confident. The previous worry and fear suddenly disappeared. Die. Dying didn't hesitate. The rapidly expanding confidence made him feel that he could easily defeat Ling Xiao. I will avenge the 7th and 6th heroes. Don't worry, Ling Xiao, after you die, we will definitely uproot your Tianhai Empire. In the roar, Dying rushed into the sky. Although his body looked cumbersome, his explosive power was very terrifying. He was really like a huge crocodile rising into the sky, opening its bloody mouth, trying to swallow everything. The water blue light finally condensed on the shovel in his hand, and then he smashed it fiercely at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao raised his head to take a look, and a trace of contempt appeared on his face. The pitiful hero was indeed powerful. If it were any other Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, it would be almost impossible for them to defeat him. However, Ling Xiao was a Yin-Yang Realm martial artist. Moreover, he was a Yin-Yang Realm martial artist who had stepped into the tongue-ripping hell. When he saw Dying pouncing over, he felt like a rabbit pouncing on a tiger. He wanted to laugh. Sword. Ling Xiao finally raised his hand, and Ice's fury instantly appeared in his hand. He didn't use any moves. He just pointed his sword at Dixie. At that moment, Fanghua made all the other colors pale in comparison. It was too fast, it was too stunning, That sword strike was swift to the extreme and ruthless to the extreme. Everyone only saw Ling Xiao and Dying passing by each other. Then, a drop of blood scattered in the air like a broken peach blossom. Bang! Ling Xiao withdrew his sword, and Dying fell heavily to the ground, no longer breathing. And on his neck, an inconspicuous sword mark could be clearly seen. Although this mark was really insignificant, it was enough to be fatal. I said before, the 7 heroes of Water God Hall are all trash. Even if you have the guts to fight, only death awaits you. You'd better not participate in today's selection. Scram back. After killing Dying, Ling Xiao looked contemptuously at all the martial artists of Water God Hall and said coldly, "The Divine Phoenix continent today is no longer the same as before. You still dare to behave atrociously here. Even if the Divine Phoenix Empire is still a coward and doesn't dare to do anything to you. But that doesn't mean that the people of this continent are cowards. Meeting me, Ling Xiao, can only be considered your bad luck. Scram, don't let me see you again, or I'll kill every one of you." He and Water God Hall had a death feud to begin with, and today, they were even opposing each other, so there was no need to give them any face. "You're too presumptuous." Dying roared. "Dying is already dead, do you think you're stronger than him? If you have the ability to roar, why don't you come up and try? Otherwise, hold it in." Ling Xiao glanced coldly at Dying, not even interested in making a move. In front of him, Dying was really too weak. He wasn't even worth mentioning. Then what about me? Dying stood up, and a sinister killing intent seemed to burn along with his body. He was a yin-yang realm expert. Although he was only at the first level of the yin-yang realm, he had stepped into the tongue-pulling hell. In terms of cultivation, he wasn't inferior to Ling Xiao at all. If you dare to fight, then come out and fight. Otherwise, scram. Ling Xiao still said the same thing, cold and heartless, not giving the other party any face at all. His words made the faces of all the martial artists of Water God Hall as black as the bottom of a pot. Ling Xiao was clearly planning to slap their faces one by one. Destroy Dying's prestige. Kill Dying. Then face Dying. If Dying didn't want to fight, then he would undoubtedly be called a coward and a piece of trash. However, if he were to fight and lose, then such a reputation would also fall upon them. Just like the dead Dying, it looked heroic, but it was meaningless. Fight or not? Ling Xiao's voice sounded again, cold and heartless to the extreme. Dying originally wanted to save face for Dying, but now he pushed himself into the teeth of the storm. As a yin-yang realm expert, if he was afraid of Ling Xiao, it was simply embarrassing. "Third brother, he's mine." Dying's cold voice came from Dying, and at the same time, he saved Dying's face. Dying's embarrassment was instantly resolved. He sat back and glanced at Ling Xiao, saying, "You're bosses. If I kill you, I'm afraid boss will be angry. If you don't dare to fight, then so be it. I didn't expect the Water God Temple's trash to find such a dignified reason. It looks like they've done their homework. Who knows how many times they've practiced for such a situation." Ling Xiao looked at Dying mockingly. He had already decided to destroy the Water God Temple. Since that was the case, how could he let Dying go just because of Dying's words? If Dying had to die, Dying must die too. "Ling Xiao, you've gone too far." Tian Hai Pearl suddenly gritted her teeth. "Haha, if you didn't speak, I would have forgotten. Back in the City of Sin, you stole the Human King's Imperial Jade Seal from me. Your cultivation must have increased greatly. Are you interested? Let's fight and see if you've improved more, or if I've improved more." Ling Xiao chuckled and looked at Tian Hai Pearl. Tian Hai Pearl had tried to kill him back in the City of Sin. Although she was used by him in the end, she became his scapegoat and blocked the pursuit of countless experts for him. But even though she took the blame, the hatred still hadn't been resolved. Since they met today, this hatred had to be resolved. The Pearl of the Heavenly Seas stood up. "Let's settle our past grudges with today's battle." Although she was as uncertain as the third hero, her cultivation level was much higher than the third hero's. Back in the City of Sin, the powerhouse from the Water God Hall who had protected her had been severely injured and had decided to impart all of his power to her. In the past half a year, she had completely digested this power and her cultivation level had increased by leaps and bounds. She did not believe that she would lose to Ling Xiao with someone imparting his power to her. At that time, her cultivation level was higher than Ling Zhao's. Today, she still believed so. The second level of the yin-yang realm was extremely rare among young people under the age of 30. Not many could reach that level. Especially on the Divine Phoenix continent, it was even rarer. Haha, I didn't think that 6 of the 7 heroes of the Water God Hall would lose to a woman. Ling Xiao smiled, then turned his gaze from the third hero to the Pearl of the Heavenly Seas. Since you're willing to fight me, I won't take that trash's life. Young master, you can't take the risk. Let me do it. The first hero frowned and said, he'll definitely die by my hands. Why do you have to take the risk? You mean, I'm not as good as him? The Pearl of the Heavenly Seas glanced at the first hero and asked calmly. This. The first hero fell silent. Thinking about it carefully, Ling Zhao's cultivation level was only at the peak of the 10th Grotto Heaven realm half a month ago. Even if he was talented, he was not a descendant of the dragon clan like Long Chen. How could his cultivation level have increased so much in half a month? The first hero did not think it was possible. Seeing how Ling Xiao had killed the fourth hero, his cultivation level was probably similar to the fourth hero's. It was just that this guy's mastery of martial arts was too outstanding. That sword move was like a textbook classic. Time, space, angle, and strength were all perfect. The first hero could not have done it either. However, if he wanted to cross the chasm in cultivation with just that, it was clearly not enough. The first hero sighed and said, Young master, please be careful. He had already made his decision. If the Heavenly Sea Pearl was in danger, he would definitely step in. Even if it was 2 against 1, he did not mind. If it was embarrassing, then so be it. Who told the Heavenly Sea Pearl to be the daughter of the Water God Temple's God Empress? If something happened to the Heavenly Sea Pearl, they wouldn't have a good ending when they returned. Don't worry. He can't kill me. Tianhai Pearl dared to fight because she was confident in herself. It was not only because her cultivation was outstanding, but also because she had another trump card. The Tianhai Pearl's body slowly floated up and then landed on the field. In that instant, a terrifying aura erupted. Second level of Yin-Yang realm. Sensing this terrifying aura, the martial artists of the Divine Phoenix continent were all astonished. This young girl was actually so powerful. Those who originally thought that Ling Xiao could win for sure also began to worry. After all, a person's confidence was built on their strength. How could Ling Xiao win against a martial artist at the second level of the Yin-Yang realm? Gao Yang Wu Qing and Zhong Yu Huangquan both revealed expressions of schadenfreude. One of them was a young expert from the Blackwater Immortal Island, while the other was a young expert from the Permitha Immortal Island. However, both of them had a grudge against Ling Xiao. One was ranked 3rd on the Dragon Phoenix list, while the other was ranked 4th. They couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to die. Not bad. You're worth a fight. Ling Xiao said with a smile. What? Hearing this, everyone was so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. This Heavenly Sea Pearl was a second-level Yin-Yang realm expert. He actually said that her strength was not bad. Wasn't this a little too arrogant, or was it because he had fought too many battles that his brain was damaged? Stop bluffing. Those who don't know would think that your cultivation is stronger than the number 1 hero. The martial artists of the Water God Temple shouted. They were clearly mocking Ling Xiao for being pretentious, but in fact, they were so scared that their bodies turned to jelly. Ling Xiao didn't even look at these people. He only stared at the Heavenly Sea Pearl indifferently. He really wasn't afraid of the Heavenly Sea Pearl's cultivation. With his ability, it wasn't a problem for him to challenge 2 levels higher. Moreover, the Heavenly Sea Pearl was only 1 level higher than him. What he was worried about now was that the Heavenly Sea Pearl might have other trump cards. However, this was also good. In a battle of life and death, one had to adapt to different situations. It wasn't a bad thing for his opponent to have a trump card. On the contrary, it could allow him to train more. With a smile, his clothes suddenly fluttered even though there was no wind. His long black hair fluttered in the silent space. Waves of energy were released from his body. His aura quickly became stronger. His cultivation rose to the first level of Yin Yang realm. This was impossible, once again, except for the few people who came with Ling Xiao. The rest of the martial artists all stood up. They looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. He actually broke through to the Yin Yang realm? How did this guy cultivate? No wonder he's so arrogant. This explains why he killed the fourth hero so easily. Zhong Yu Huangquan and Gao Yengu almost collapsed in their seats. Ji Huangtian's expression didn't look good either. Damn this guy. How did he cultivate? He actually became so powerful after not seeing him for half a month. I thought I could easily defeat him. Zhong Yu Huangquan was the most upset. He was ranked 4th on the Dragon Phoenix list, and his cultivation was at the first level of Yin Yang realm before. Now that half a month had passed, his cultivation didn't improve. However, Ling Xiao had secretly caught up to him. Zhong Yu Huangquan looked at Ling Xiao with an extremely vicious gaze. He was thinking about what method he could use to kill this guy. On the other side, the Heavenly Sea Pearl was only surprised for a moment, but she quickly calmed down. Although Ling Xiao's strength was unexpectedly strong, Ling Xiao's strength was extremely strong. However, she was still confident that she could win. No wonder you're so arrogant. You actually broke through to the Yin Yang realm. However, I'll tell you in this battle that you're still a laughable frog at the bottom of a well. Your cultivation has reached this realm, but your state of mind hasn't. You're still far from it in all aspects. The Heavenly Sea Pearl looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. Then, she waved her hand, and 7 huge pearls appeared behind her. The 7 pearls surrounded her body, emitting a soft blue light. However, no one dared to underestimate the terrifying explosive power contained in the 7 pearls. However, Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just sneered disdainfully. Ice's fury appeared in his hand. Then, his body suddenly flashed. In the air, he merged Ice's fury and the dark demon sword into one. Body of light, swift light godly travel, his body flashed across the space like a flash of light. Ling Xiao's speed was so fast that no one could see him with the naked eye. There was no terrifying aura, there was no instant explosion, there was only silent killing intent. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao's sword was right in front of Tianhai Pearl. The cold slaughter sword will was infused into the sword before it exploded. It was filled with extremely sharp sword qi. His speed has actually increased again. Tianhai Pearl was startled. She knew that Ling Xiao was fast, but after seeing it today, she realized that Ling Xiao's speed was more than 10 times faster than before. This kind of speed was something that even martial artists who were a few levels higher than Ling Xiao would find difficult to compare with. No wonder this kid was so arrogant. After all, speed meant survival. This thought only flashed through Tianhai Pearl's mind for a moment. Now, she had to face Ling Xiao's terrifying sword. This sword strike was simple and unadorned. It didn't even use any technique. It was just a simple stab. However, the powerful killing sword intent on the sword made Tianhai Pearl understand that if the sword pierced her, she would be defeated instantly. Water God 7 Pearls, Water Curtain Pearl. With a shout, one of the 7 pearls surrounding Tianhai Pearl suddenly emitted a powerful water-type inner force, forming a thick water curtain in front of her. Qi. The dark demonic sword pierced the water curtain and made a strange sound. Tianhai Pearl was slightly relieved. She was about to reorganize the situation and fight again. However, in the next moment, the water curtain turned black and began to rot rapidly. The shadow of a heavenly demon appeared behind Ling Xiao. The terrifying dark force and death force were released from the heavenly demon. This guy. He's so evil. Tianhai Pearl frowned. She did not have time to think too much and quickly retreated. However, at that moment, the water curtain had already shattered. Even the pearl turned black and fell to the ground. Although it did not shatter, it was probably unusable. Ling Xiao continued to follow the Heavenly Sea Pearl like a shadow. His sword was always less than a foot away from the Heavenly Sea Pearl. This Ling Xiao is really scary. He seems to have realized that Tianhai Pearl specializes in mid-range and long-range attacks, so he immediately closed in on her and didn't give her any space to use her skills. If this continues, the Heavenly Sea Pearl will fail miserably. Master Long Huang was indeed an expert. His eyesight was very sharp. He instantly determined Ling Xiao's thoughts. It's just a coincidence. Amami was somewhat unconvinced. Coincidence? Hee, as long as you're happy. Venerable Dragon Phoenix did not refute Tian Haimo's words, because summer insects could not talk about ice. If you told an insect that there was ice in this world, how could it understand? Ha ha ha, Miss Amami, your pearl isn't bad. It looks dazzling and pretty. It might be fine to play around with as a collectible, but to use it in battle would be hilarious. Ling Xiao laughed heartily as he sent the dark demon sword forward once more. The terrifying sword chi directly tore apart Tian Hai Pearl's clothes, causing the Water Spirit Temple's martial artists to almost scream. Tian Hai Pearl's expression was extremely ugly. The Water God's 7 pearls that she was so proud of was actually being treated as a toy by this guy? Ling Xiao, don't be so smug. I will let you experience the terror of the Water God's 7 pearls. Tian Hai Pearl angrily shouted, and the entire area was instantly filled with water vapor. Her figure also instantly disappeared. Water God's 7 pearls, deep sea killing intent. A cold voice came from the Heavenly Sea Pearl's mouth. Then, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a murderous aura coming from all directions and surrounding him. This Water God's 7 pearls really do have some skill, but you want to use this to injure me? What a joke. Dark Demon Sword, Body Annihilation. Ling Xiao did not move. He just stood there, the black greatsword in his hand swinging in a circle around his body. Then, a terrifying power of darkness rapidly spread. The originally dark blue mist quickly turned as black as ink. The entire area seemed to be filled with a terrifying aura of death. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Tian Hai Pearl's attack focuses more on technique. The Water God's 7 pearls are well matched. Some focus on defense, and some focus on attack. It seems very beautiful and meticulous. This combination is enviable. However, although Ling Xiao's attack is simple, every strike is always just right. Every strike of his doesn't waste the slightest bit of strength. How much to use seems to be calculated in advance. How did this brat cultivate? How can he do this? The more esteemed Dragon Phoenix watched, the more shocked he became. Tian Hai Pearl's performance was praiseworthy. However, Ling Xiao's performance could be said to be unfathomable. Ordinary martial artists found it very difficult to fully display their strength because they did not have enough technique. They would constantly waste energy in battle. Powerful martial artists could reduce this waste as much as possible, allowing the power of their moves to be fully displayed. However, at most, they could increase the efficiency of this kind of conversion to 70 to 80%. However, this Ling Xiao in front of him, his efficiency was completely 100%. There was not a single bit of waste. Just based on this point, it was natural for this guy to move unhindered in the Divine Phoenix continent. No one could compare to him. Boom! The terrifying power of darkness exploded in the water vapor. It could be seen that dozens of strange shark-like water currents had all exploded. This was the source of the killing intent. It was Tian Hai Pearl's killing move. However, in front of Ling Xiao, such a powerful killing move was broken with a single strike. Another pearl of the Heavenly Sea Pearl was smashed into pieces, and the mist quickly dissipated. Her figure appeared again. Water God's 7 pearls, Flood Water Pearl. Tian Hai Pearl's expression did not change. She immediately released the 3rd pearl. All of a sudden, a terrifying wave surged from behind her. The turbid wave pounced toward Ling Xiao like a ferocious beast. It actually carried a shocking roar, as if it was a living monster. Dark Demonic Sword, Heart Destruction. The sword in Ling Xiao's hand became even more powerful. Facing the attack of the torrential flood, he did not retreat. His long black hair danced in the air. He held the sword with both hands and directly slashed out. Boom! The terrifying sword chi slammed into the flood, and another bead was sent flying, landing hundreds of meters away. In this battle, Ling Xiao once again gained the upper hand. In terms of the ingenuity of the attack, Tian Hai Pearl was indeed good. However, in terms of the power of the attack, stability, accuracy, and ruthlessness, no one in this world could compare with Ling Xiao. Even a senior like Long Huang Shangren could not be stronger than him. With the help of the Tai Chi Eye, All of Ling Xiao's moves were basically precisely calculated and completely achieved 100% efficiency. Show me what else you have. Otherwise, you'll really lose your life. Ling Xiao looked at Tianhai Pearl and approached her again. Since it was a battle of life and death, there was no room for hesitation. Facing Tianhai Pearl, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. If he was careless, he might lose his life. Although he had the upper hand now, it was because he had been suppressing Tianhai Pearl from the very beginning. If he were to let his guard down, the advantage would instantly belong to his opponent. Therefore, the continuous attacks exhausted the Heavenly Sea Pearl, and the Heavenly Sea Pearl, with a thunderous momentum, was completely defeated. This was Ling Xiao's battle strategy from the very beginning. Water God 7 Pearls, for dragons emerging from the sea. Tianhai Pearl naturally saw through Ling Xiao's plan. Therefore, she had to think of a way to turn the situation around. Her strategy was to use her strongest attack to force Ling Xiao back and then find her own rhythm. With this attack, Tianhai Pearl used the remaining 4 pearls at the same time. The 4 blue dragons were completely condensed from water vapor and contained terrifying water-type inner energy. They roared in the air as if they were going to devour and destroy everything. Dark Demonic Sword, Soul Destroyer. Ling Xiao slashed with the Dark Demonic Sword again. Its power increased again and a terrifying aura of destruction filled the entire Killing Dragon forest. The black heavenly demon behind him had already released 20% of its battle intent. It gathered on the Dark Demonic Sword and exploded with a shocking murderous aura. Tianhai Pearl had no way out. At this moment, she could only use the 4 pearls to attack at the same time and use her strongest move to defeat Ling Xiao. Other than that, she had no other choice. The 4 water dragons pounced on Ling Xiao but were blocked by the black sword aura. They were in a stalemate in the air. Ling Xiao sneered. The heavenly demon behind him released its aura and his battle intent increased by another 10%. At the same time, the dark demonic sword in his hand exploded with an even more terrifying aura. God Destroyer. He changed his move and its power increased tremendously. The 4 water dragons that were in a stalemate were obviously weakened and suppressed. Oh no, the young master is in trouble. Dai hurriedly stood up and wanted to help. He did not dare to face Ling Xiao alone. However, if he joined forces with Tianhai Pearl to fight Ling Xiao, he was not afraid at all. However, Lung Mei, who was opposite him, stared at his every move. As long as he dared to make a move, Cold Plum would definitely not sit idly by. Third brother, don't be anxious. The young master still has a trump card. The first hero stopped the third hero and calmly said. Although the Tianhai Pearl was indeed at a disadvantage in the current situation. However, as long as he used that trump card, he would definitely be able to make a comeback. While they were talking, the 4 water dragons of the Heavenly Sea Pearl suddenly turned blood red. Then, his strength began to rise rapidly. Upon closer inspection, a blood-red lake appeared behind the Sky Sea Pearl. Although it was not large, it gave off a terrifying smell of blood. Is this your trump card? It is indeed powerful, but it is still too disappointing. Ling Xiao obviously felt the pressure, but his face showed an excited smile. He simply put away the dark demonic sword and retreated. As he retreated, the 4 blood dragons chased after him. Ling Xiao's body gradually merged into the heavenly demon's shadow. 11th Shadow Profound, Heavenly Demon Incarnation, 50% of the heavenly demon fighting intent. A tyrannical aura began to wreak havoc around Ling Xiao like a storm. The broken branches and rotten leaves on the ground were swept up into the sky. Smoke and dust covered the sky, severely obstructing the vision of many people. As Ling Xiao's body completely disappeared, the terrifying black heavenly demon appeared in the void. The storm of destruction continued to roar. Wherever the black heavenly demon passed, it was as if doomsday had arrived. All life was obliterated by this dark power, extinction, disappear. In that instant, the 4 blood dragons let out mournful screams. Then, they shattered one by one. The blood-red liquid merged into the storm of destruction and became a part of the black heavenly demon. Looking at that sinister face, the Sky Sea Pearl's face was filled with horror. What kind of move was this? How could it be so terrifying? Her trump card, the Blood Dragon Lake, which she was so proud of, was defeated so easily. Ling Xiao had once used the immemorial Golden Crow against the Alliance Master of the Five Immortals Island, but he did not activate his incarnation. Because at that time, he had not completely controlled this energy. Now, facing the Sky Sea Pearl's terrifying Blood Dragon Lake, he tried again. This terrifying heavenly demon incarnation even gave him a fright. Just 50% of his strength was already so terrifying. Against the Sky Sea Pearl, it was an absolute crushing situation. Not good, I can't block it. The Sky Sea Pearl looked at the storm of destruction in front of her in horror, as well as the terrifying expressionless heavenly demon in the storm. Heavenly demons generally did not have a physical body. They were just huge bodies made of black energy. Only their facial expressions were vivid. However, this vivid and lifelike image had now turned into a terrifying storm that made people tremble. The Sky Sea Pearl wanted to retreat, but this storm was too fast. She rationally realized that if she turned around, she would lose all chance of resisting. At this moment, the only way to save her life was to face it head-on. Burn, power of the Water God. The Sky Sea Pearl used a secret technique of the Water God Temple. She prayed for the blessing of the Water God and burned the energy in her body. Then, for more blood dragons condensed in the Blood Dragon Lake. They were clearly one size larger than before. The 4 blood dragons fused together and quickly became an even larger blood dragon. It raised its head and roared. If this blood dragon was defeated, the Sky Sea Pearl would be doomed. Cold sweat poured down her forehead. She continuously released energy and poured it into the huge blood dragon to resist it. Can you block it? The heavenly demon's lips curled into a cold smile. There was a hint of coldness in his lava-like eyes. The black energy turned into a huge palm and slapped toward the blood dragon. Don't you dare hurt my young master. At this moment, the 3rd hero and 5th hero attacked at the same time, trying to save the Sky Sea Pearl from Ling Xiao's demonic claws. The 1st hero also wanted to attack, but he was stopped by Cold Plum. It did not matter if the 3rd hero and 5th hero helped because Ling Xiao was not afraid. However, if the 1st hero interfered, it would be a little difficult. After all, the 1st hero was a 3rd-level Yin-Yang realm expert. If a martial artist of this level launched a sneak attack, Ling Xiao would definitely suffer. 3 pieces of trash. Together, you're still trash. Go to hell. A cold voice came from the heavenly demon's mouth. Then, the blood dragon quickly collapsed. The huge black palm slapped toward the 3 Water God Temple elites. A terrifying black storm swept up along with the palm. There was despair in the 3's eyes. In the face of the huge black palm, they were unable to resist at all. There was only despair. Young master. The Dragon Prince and Tianhai Mo rushed out at the same time, trying to save the young master. However, Zhu Xiaozong, Mou, Long Chen, and the others also rushed out. They only blocked the Dragon Prince and Tianhai Mo for a moment. However, this short period of time was enough. Azuru Amami, the 3rd hero, and the 5th hero could only watch as their arms slowly disappeared. Then, their heads started to shatter in the black storm. Before they died, only fear and regret were left on their faces. Boom, there was a huge explosion. The 3 figures could no longer be seen on the ground. They were all torn apart by the black storm and turned into fragments. They could no longer be found. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. The terrifying heavenly demon incarnation was still floating in midair and did not stop attacking. Its huge palm slapped toward Dragon Prince and Tianhai Mo at the same time. The 2 of them resisted forcefully, but they were still pushed back by this terrifying power. Kill. A cold voice came from the heavenly demon incarnation's mouth. The black storm continued to wreak havoc. Ling Xiao had tried to kill Tianhai Mo and the Dragon Crown Prince, but he actually wanted to kill these 2 as well. These 2 people actually shamelessly ambushed him and injured Mou, Zhu Xiaozong, Long Chen, and the others. This was something Ling Xiao absolutely could not tolerate. Moreover, Ling Xiao had entered the heavenly demon incarnation state. His personality was affected to a certain extent and became even more violent. Although he did not lose his rationality, he would definitely not give up against such shameless people. Dragon Prince and Tianhai Mo were in a very sorry state. These 2 people's cultivations were not weak, but because they fought hastily and did not understand Ling Xiao's moves, they were actually beaten back repeatedly. Dragon Prince was better off, but Tianhai Mo's clothes were in tatters. Countless bloodstains appeared on his body. The people of Divine Phoenix Continent had not finished digesting Ling Xiao's feat of killing the second hero, third hero, and fifth hero. When they saw this scene, they were so shocked that they did not know what to say. This Ling Xiao was too terrifying. Dragon Prince should be at least at the 4th level of the Yin Yang realm. Tianhai Mo was at the 3rd level of the Yin Yang realm. Although it was because he had underestimated his opponent, the fact that he was being chased by this Ling Xiao was a little too exaggerated. It was hard for him to accept. The more the Dragon Prince thought about it, the angrier he became. He decided not to run. He had originally planned to save his strength to deal with Feng Yinshan and Ji Huangtian, but now he had to go all out to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, if word of this got out, he, the Dragon Crown Prince, might as well quit his job. A terrifying aura came from behind the Dragon Crown Prince. The shadow of a flood dragon appeared behind him. No wonder he was called the Dragon Prince. His martial spirit was a flood dragon martial spirit. Although the flood dragon was not an orthodox member of the dragon clan, it still had the blood of the dragon clan. Therefore, such a martial soul was still very powerful. The two of you should stop. Lord Long Huang suddenly appeared between the two of them and blocked their attacks. He didn't move at all. A powerhouse was a powerhouse. This old fellow's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Both of you are the top geniuses of the Tianhai Empire. No matter who dies, it's not worth it for the Tianhai Empire. I think stopping here is the best outcome. Lord Long Huang's tone was indifferent, but it was filled with an unquestionable domineering aura. Yes, it's time to stop. It wouldn't be good if we didn't completely destroy the harmony. Feng Yinshan also stepped forward to mediate. The two sacred envoys of the Tianhai Empire also stepped forward. At this point in the battle, although they really wanted Ling Xiao to die, whether the Dragon Crown Prince could kill Ling Xiao was still a problem. If even the Dragon Crown Prince was killed, then they really wouldn't be able to explain it. If they wanted to kill Ling Xiao, they could do it behind his back. There was no need to do it in front of so many people. Therefore, it was necessary to stop the battle. The Dragon Crown Prince didn't want to fight to the death, but he was being chased like a mouse by Ling Xiao. He was so angry that he wanted to fight. He wanted to stop the battle the most now. When Ling Xiao saw so many people stop him, his anger gradually subsided. He coldly glanced at the Dragon Crown Prince and Tianhai Mo. These two had to die, but in his current state, he really couldn't deal with them. It was better to strike from the shadows. That way, he could erupt with even more power and kill them without anyone noticing. With this thought, he withdrew from the heavenly demon transformation and returned to his original appearance. Besides panting a little, he didn't seem very tired. The 7 heroes of Water God Temple, you really do live up to your reputation. You can't beat me, but your sneak attacks are stronger than the last. Ling Xiao didn't plan to fight, but he wasn't willing to let them go with his words. These words were full of sarcasm, causing the faces of the Water Spirit Temple's cultivators to turn ugly. But they couldn't say anything. This was because Ling Xiao had killed almost all of the 7 heroes of Water God Temple in front of them. Only the first hero had survived. They casually said that Ling Xiao was courting death, that Ling Xiao wasn't worthy of sitting on Phoenix Cry's Divergent Mountain. They humiliated and slandered Ling Xiao in every possible way. But in front of Ling Xiao, they kept retreating, completely confirming Ling Xiao's words of trash. If the Tianhai Pearl could kill Ling Xiao with the help of the 3rd and 5th heroes, even if it was a little shameless, it wouldn't have mattered. That way, they could still hold their heads high and trample Ling Xiao under their feet. But the problem was that even after using shameless sneak attacks, not only did they fail to kill Ling Xiao, they were all slaughtered by Ling Xiao, not even their bones were left. Of the 7 heroes of Water God Temple, only the first hero was left. This was really humiliating to the extreme. Thinking back to a few days ago when they hadn't met Ling Xiao, they acted recklessly in the Divine Phoenix Empire. They were awe-inspiring, bullying the weak, how awe-inspiring, how insufferably arrogant. They didn't even put the Divine Phoenix Empire's imperial family in their eyes, and even insulted and ridiculed the Heavenly Empire. They even threatened to destroy the Heavenly Empire. But now that they met Ling Xiao, all their delusions and arrogance turned into humiliation and tragedy. Not only did their reputation hit rock bottom, they also lost 6 lives. For Water God Temple, the loss was really too great. Everyone's face was gloomy, they were angry but didn't dare to say anything. Let's go. The Dragon Crown Prince glanced at Ling Xiao. Staying with this person made him feel uncomfortable all over. Even if he stayed for a second longer, he felt that he would completely collapse. It was too embarrassing. For a person who cared about face, the series of things that happened here today were ruthlessly slaps on his face, making him unable to show his face. Tianhai also glanced at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "Brat, you are indeed very strong. It can even be said that you are the role model of the younger generation in the Divine Phoenix continent. But it's best if you don't go to the White Tiger continent. Otherwise, not even your bones will be left. Who doesn't know how to threaten? You Water God Temple's martial artists only have this bit of virtue." Ling Xiao looked at Tianhai contemptuously and said, "Listen, I will definitely go to the White Tiger continent. But I advise you not to have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, the destruction of Water God Temple will be unavoidable." Arrogant, too arrogant, everyone looked at Ling Xiao. They had never heard of a martial artist from the Divine Phoenix continent who dared to threaten Water God Temple. This Ling Xiao was really unique. Ling Xiao actually said that if the Water Spirit Temple dared to provoke him again, he would destroy them. His words made everyone think that he was too arrogant. He was too powerful. However, there was always a reason for this person's arrogance. The words he had said before seemed to have become reality one by one. They didn't know if the Water Spirit Temple's life was tough or if Ling Xiao's was tough. Perhaps there would be a good show to watch in the future of the White Tiger continent. Tianhai, the Dragon Prince, and the others turned and left. Feng Yinshan arranged for a steamed Dragon Phoenix and the cultivators of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain to rest in the Imperial City. They were preparing to return to the White Tiger continent tomorrow. As for the 2 divine envoys of the Tianhai Empire, they hurriedly took their leave, saying that they were in a hurry to report the matter of killing the Dragon Forest to their superiors. However, only they knew what they were planning. "Brother Mou, Brother Xiaotsong, if you don't mind, why don't you return to the overgrown forest city with us? It's too dangerous for you to stay here." Mou and Zhu Xiaotsong's injuries weren't serious. After all, they were only pushed back by Tianhai and the Dragon Prince. After Ling Xiao gave them healing medicine, they were more or less healed. "No, we're in a hurry to go back. The Everlasting Joy Immortal Island and the Canopy Immortal Island are in danger. If it weren't for the White Tiger meat's selection, we wouldn't be here." The 2 rejected Ling Xiao's kindness. "Actually, the 2 of you don't know. I've already sent people to the Canopy Immortal Island and the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. I guarantee that the 2 Immortal Islands will be fine." Ling Xiao smiled. "After all, I sent Sister Moon Maiden and Senior Jiu Mo Sword." "Really?" Mou and Zhu Xiaotsong were overjoyed. "So, the 2 of you will return to the overgrown forest city with me first. After the matters here are over, I'll go with you to the 2 Immortal Islands to check out the situation." Ling Xiao smiled. "Words can't express our gratitude." The 2 of them looked at each other and saw the shock and excitement in each other's eyes. Ling Xiao was really like the rumors said. A drop of water would be repaid with a spring. Then, everyone left together. Seeing Ling Xiao leave, the 2 divine emissaries of the Tianhai Empire breathed a sigh of relief. When they saw Ling Xiao's character, they were really afraid that Ling Xiao would kill them to silence them. "Lord Envoy, that Ling Xiao killed the people we brought with us. He even killed a deputy envoy. Are we just going to leave like this?" The green-clothed vice-emissary rejoiced, but at the same time, he was somewhat displeased. She felt that she had been insulted by Ling Xiao, but she did not dare to say anything. "Don't worry, when have we ever suffered a loss? Since he dared to kill people from the Tianhai Empire, then Ling Xiao will soon become the enemy of all the warriors in the Tianhai Empire. What the memorial says is none of our business." The red-clothed envoy sneered and said, "As long as Ling Xiao sets foot on the White Tiger continent, he will definitely face the threat of death. Let this brat be rampant." We don't need to make a move, and we can make him beg for death. Ha ha ha, Lord Envoy is still the best. Are we going to leave the city now? The vice emissary asked. No hurry, let's first meet up with the people from the Water Divine Hall. So many people from the Water Divine Hall died this time, and they were all elites. It's impossible for them to not bear a grudge against Ling Xiao. If we join forces with them to kill Ling Xiao, it will be easier. The red-clothed envoy replied. Then, the two of them passed through the dragon-slaying forest and chased after the Water Divine Hall team. After a moment, the two of them suddenly stopped. Do you feel like we're being followed? The red-clothed envoy's face was ashen, and his forehead was already covered in cold sweat. It can't be, Lord Envoy. That Ling Xiao has already returned to the Forest Ocean City with his people. It's impossible for him to come and deal with us. Aren't you overthinking it? The vice emissary's cultivation was inferior to the red-clothed envoy, so he did not feel anything strange. However, the red-clothed envoy's face was still ugly. He keenly felt that they were being watched by something. But when he released his soul force to search, he found nothing. Let's go. Let's not look for the people from the Water Divine Hall. Let's go directly to the Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial Palace. The red-clothed envoy suddenly changed his mind. Although he did not find any trace of anyone, he still felt that something was following them. In order to ensure their safety, choosing to seek refuge in the Imperial Palace was clearly the best choice. Yes. The vice emissary in green nodded when he heard this. Then, the two of them soared into the sky and increased their speed, like two large birds soaring in the sky. However, no matter how fast they increased their speed, the red-clothed envoy still felt a chill on his back. It was obvious that something was watching them. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Seeing that they had already left the dragon-slaying forest and were on the streets, the red-clothed envoy gradually calmed down. The person following them should not dare to casually make a move on the streets, because there were soldiers patrolling everywhere. Come over here. The red-clothed envoy ordered the Divine Phoenix Empire City Patrol to his side. The City Patrol was very obedient because they recognized the Divine Envoy of the Tianhai Empire. Back when the Divine Envoy had humiliated the innocent women in the imperial capital, they did not stop him. Instead, they stood guard for him. Later, when that woman committed suicide, they were also the ones who helped dispose of her corpse. In the eyes of these Divine Phoenix Empire City Patrol, the Divine Envoy of the Tianhai Empire was an immortal-like existence that they absolutely could not disobey. For these people, they could even abandon their conscience. There were even people who gave their underage daughters to the Divine Envoy for entertainment. Not only did they not feel ashamed or sad, they even excitedly thought about when they would be promoted and rich. What orders does the Divine Envoy have? The captain of the city patrol, the one who gave his daughter to the Divine Envoy, asked respectfully. Someone is trying to murder this envoy. Find him. The red-clothed envoy ordered. Understood. Everyone listen up. Start searching every corner and find out who dares to disrespect the Divine Envoy. The captain of the city patrol was really like a dog. When someone else said something, he immediately picked up a bone and gave an order. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with what he was doing, or that it would affect the normal lives of the commoners. What a good dog. An icy voice floated out from the darkness. It was actually a pitch-black shadow with only a pair of purple eyes. A specter. The red-clothed envoy stared in shock at the strange thing in front of him. This sort of undead should not have appeared in the Divine Phoenix continent. It should only appear in the Hell continent. No, why did that voice sound like Ling Xiao's? The red-clothed envoy stared in shock at the specter-like monster, not knowing why he would think this. You are that Ling Xiao? The red-clothed envoy asked. The specter naturally did not answer him. But the red-clothed envoy's guess was correct. This specter was indeed under Ling Xiao's control. It came from the divine tomb. Like the skeleton general, it was an undead from another dimension. The difference was that the skeleton general possessed powerful combat strength, while this specter had no combat strength at all. It was used to follow and spy for information. Although specters didn't have any battle strength, they could enter any object and wouldn't be hurt by anything. Only soul power could destroy them or discover them. However, one had to be stronger than Ling Xiao in order to achieve this. Ling Xiao used his source spirit to control specters to follow the red-clothed envoy. If he didn't see the city patrol captain, he wouldn't be willing to show himself. If he didn't show himself, no one could discover him. Even if you don't answer, I know it's you. You traitors actually dared to chase after the Heavenly Sea Empire's sacred envoy. Do you not want to live anymore? The red-clothed envoy questioned. Ling Xiao still didn't say anything, but his eyes looked at the city patrol captain. Although specters didn't have any physical attacks, they could still use soul attacks. Selling your daughter for glory, you deserve to die. A strong soul power suddenly entered the city patrol captain's soul realm. That guy's soul realm seemed to explode in an instant. With a pitiful cry, he knelt on the ground and stopped moving. When the red-clothed envoy saw this scene, he was shocked. Although he didn't think that Ling Xiao would dare to make a move here, facing this kind of lunatic, he didn't dare to treat his life as a joke. Turning around, he fled in the direction of the palace with the green-clothed vice-envoy. The spectre once again entered the darkness and continued to follow the red-clothed envoy and green-clothed vice-envoy. That's right, Ling Xiao planned to kill these two fellows. But he wanted to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Killing these 2 people was only one of them. Splashing dirty water on the Divine Phoenix Empire's royal family was the second. After all, if a sacred envoy died in the palace, even if it wasn't done by the royal family, it would still be hard to escape the blame. So the royal family definitely wouldn't dare to leak this matter out. They would think of a way to help Ling Xiao hide it. Intimidating the Divine Phoenix Empire's royal family was the third. Phoenix Shan went a bit too far. They clearly knew that Everlasting Joy Immortal Island and Canopy Immortal Island were related to him, yet they still sent troops to attack. Since it was like this, if he didn't do anything, then he would be letting down Ling Xiao's overbearing and arrogant personality. After the spectre followed them for a while, Ling Xiao appeared beside it. At this time, Ling Xiao had already sent the others back to Forest Ocean City, and then rushed over again. He kept the spectre back into the divine tomb, and personally followed the red-clothed envoy and green-clothed vice-envoy. After a while, the red-clothed envoy suddenly looked back. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but when he looked, he was shocked. He really didn't know when Ling Xiao had appeared and when he had replaced the black spirit. This fellow was simply like a ghost. Not only was his speed extremely fast, but he was also completely silent. What do you want? The red-clothed envoy's asked as he's asked. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just floated in the air, the black wings on his back flapping gently. It was as if he didn't exist in this space. I don't believe that you would dare to make a move in Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial Palace. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't utter a word and wasn't willing to leave, the red-clothed envoy steeled his heart and turned around to continue speeding towards the Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial Palace. What he didn't know was that Ling Xiao's goal was to chase him into the Imperial City. If he didn't go, Ling Xiao would have used some other methods. Since he was so obedient now, Ling Xiao could be a little less worried. While flying, the red-clothed envoy turned back to look at Ling Xiao more than once. Ling Xiao's ghost-like figure that followed behind him gave him a lot of psychological pressure. Am I, the sacred envoy of the Tianhai Empire, going to die in the hands of an insignificant nobody? It's really unbearable to meet such a lunatic. He had never seen a guy like Ling Xiao. Not only was his personality crazy, but his strength was also very terrifying. He originally thought that with his second level of Yin-Yang realm cultivation, he could already crush most of the martial practitioners in the Divine Phoenix continent. That was why he was so impudent after coming to the Divine Phoenix Empire. Together with those martial practitioners from the Water Divine Hall, he did a lot of arrogant and stupid things. But there was no danger, there wasn't even any resistance. Oh, speaking of resistance, there was a little boy around 7 or 8 years old who pointed a slingshot at him and said that he wanted to avenge his mother. Thinking of this, the red-clothed envoy found it funny. An ant dared to resist, so he turned that little boy into a pair of pieces. To him, all living things in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent were just ants. He came from the Tianhai Empire of the White Tiger continent and was a sacred envoy. But it was this kind of thinking that was completely destroyed in less than half an hour. The appearance of this lunatic Ling Xiao simply drove him crazy. Finally, they arrived at the Divine Phoenix Empire's imperial palace. The red-clothed envoy's face revealed a happy smile. He increased his speed and rushed into the imperial palace with the green-clothed envoy. When the imperial guards saw the two of them, they didn't have any intention of stopping them and allowed them to enter. In the imperial palace, many martial practitioners of the imperial family were cultivating, including Feng Yinshan, Feng Minglian, and others. When they saw the two sacred envoys of the Tianhai Empire appear in the imperial palace in a sorry state, they all rushed out. They really wanted to see who actually dared to chase after the sacred envoys. The imperial guards were very angry. This was the Divine Phoenix Empire, and the two sacred envoys were honored guests of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Now, they were actually being chased after. If the Tianhai Empire found out, they would all die. Their gazes looked at the same time in the distance. There was a figure there. Clothes as white as snow, black hair dancing wildly, on the young and even somewhat immature face, there was a bit of evil mockery and an extremely domineering expression. It's him. It's Ling Xiao, the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. How dare he chase after the sacred envoys of the Tianhai Empire? The current Ling Xiao was known by almost everyone in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent. The battle in the dragon-slaying forest was broadcast live on both continents, so almost everyone recognized this frivolous youth. The red-clothed envoy looked at Ling Xiao proudly and said, "Kid, this is the imperial palace of the Divine Phoenix Empire. What can you do to us now?" "That's right, damn traitor. When we return to the Tianhai Empire, we will definitely report to His Majesty the Emperor. We will tear you into pieces, burn your bones, and scatter your ashes. We will also slaughter your entire Tianhai Empire." The green-clothed envoy's expression was somewhat sinister. It had been a long time since he was chased into such a sorry state. The key was that this was the Divine Phoenix continent, a continent that they had once looked down on. Ling Xiao did not even look at the two sacred envoys. Instead, he looked at Feng Minglian in the crowd and said, "Lian come with me. Today, no one here will dare to stop you from leaving." Previously, Ling Xiao did not come to the imperial palace to forcefully take Feng Minglian away because he thought that his cultivation was not enough. He would be at a disadvantage against Feng Mingxiao. But it was different now. He had become a yin-yang realm martial artist and did not fear Feng Mingxiao at all. In the entire imperial family of the Divine Phoenix Empire, other than Feng Mingqian and Feng Yinshan, no one could be his enemy. Okay. Feng Minglian had been waiting for Ling Xiao to pick her up. She didn't take the initiative to leave because she didn't want to cause trouble for Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao was here and took the initiative to pick her up, it meant that Ling Xiao had the ability to do so. She didn't have to hesitate. With a smile, Feng Minglian flew to Ling Xiao's side. "Miss, you can't leave." At this moment, a tall figure blocked Feng Minglian's path. He was a rare second-level yin-yang realm martial artist from the Ice Phoenix tribe. Feng Mingxiao had entrusted him with the important task of guarding Feng Minglian and not allowing her to step out of the palace. He put Feng Minglian under house arrest like a prisoner. "Get out of my way." Feng Minglian looked at the martial artist in front of her and frowned. Her cultivation had reached the yin-yang realm earlier than Ling Xiao. After reaching the first level of the yin-yang realm, her accumulation over the past decade had been completely used up. However, her aptitude wasn't bad. On the contrary, it was very good. Although her cultivation speed couldn't be faster than Ling Xiao's, it was still faster than most people. She could fight this martial artist in front of her, so she wasn't afraid of him at all. "I'm sorry, Mississippi. That's impossible." That person shook his head and was very determined. "Get lost." Feng Minglian still wanted to say something, but suddenly, a muffled thunderous sound exploded. Then, the cultivator who blocked Feng Minglian was directly sent flying, crashing heavily into the building of the imperial palace. Of course, he didn't die. Ling Xiao didn't kill him. After all, Ling Xiao wasn't someone who killed indiscriminately. This person didn't deserve to die. Feng Minglian glanced at that person and then flew to Ling Xiao's side like a happy magpie. Ling Xiao patted Feng Minglian's head and smiled. "Follow me in the future. The White Tiger continent is a gathering place. It's more suitable for our cultivation." Okay. Feng Minglian nodded obediently. Then, Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the Tianhai Empire's Saint Envoy. What do you want? Do you dare to attack me in the palace? After seeing Ling Xiao defeat the martial artist who blocked Feng Minglian in an instant, the red-clothed envoy didn't have much confidence. He felt that Ling Xiao was a lunatic and would dare to attack him in the palace. Ling Xiao looked at him with disdain. Haha, the Tianhai Empire's Saint Envoy. Your eyes is up your head. Back then, when you were harming the citizens of the Divine Phoenix continent, you were so awe-inspiring. What about now? Are you afraid that I will kill you? At this moment, many warriors and commoners were watching from the periphery of the imperial city. That was exactly what Ling Xiao wanted to say to win the hearts of the people. He wanted to tell these people that what Feng Ming Qishan could not do, he, Ling Xiao, could do. Ling Xiao's piercing voice caused the two holy emissaries of the Tianhai Empire to turn red with shame. Yes, when they bullied the people of the Divine Phoenix Empire, they were arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Now, facing the powerful Ling Xiao, they didn't even have the courage to resist. They only dared to escape. The faces of the martial artists in the imperial city were ugly. But the people outside the imperial city were cheering. They didn't know what had happened, but now they all understood. It turned out that Ling Xiao had come to avenge them. Kill those two bastards. Kill those two arrogant fellows. Cui Cui was killed by them. And little Gooden, he's only 7 years old. These two fellows are beasts. Although Ling Xiao was the heavenly emperor of the heavenly empire, in the eyes of the people of the Divine Phoenix Empire, he had always been a heroic and legendary figure. Since the day he defeated the Black Crow Empire's army in northern Desert City, it had been like this. A bunch of ants, lowly commoners. What's there to say about killing them? The green-clothed envoy roared. He didn't understand why Ling Xiao was so angry. It was just killing a few lowly commoners. In the eyes of this kind of person, the lives of lowly commoners were worthless. They took it for granted, just like a person stepping on an ant. They didn't feel any guilt at all. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He raised his right hand and a shadow all flew through the air. It passed through the gaps between dozens of people and instantly pierced the green-clothed envoy's throat. To you, they may be ants, but to me, they are my future people. Ling Xiao had once made a great wish to unify the mystic world and establish a true heavenly empire. Then, under this great wish, all the people could be said to be his people. He had the responsibility to save them. Of course, in return, these people had to work hard for his cause. It was that simple. Ling Xiao, you're too arrogant. This is the imperial palace of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Don't be too arrogant. Seeing that the green-clothed envoy was killed, some practitioners in the imperial city were unhappy. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. He seemed to be one of the commanders of the imperial city's imperial guards. His cultivation wasn't bad. He also had the strength of a half-stepping young realm. But in the eyes of the current Ling Xiao, this bit of strength was nothing. I'm arrogant? I'm arrogant? Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer. Back then, it was Feng Ming Wuliang who controlled the Northern Desert Army from behind the scenes, and he was also labeled as a traitor. If there wasn't a Moon Maiden back then, he would have died at the hands of Timur Mutu. He wouldn't be here today. Back then, did these people from the imperial family even care about his existence? Did they care about the existence of hundreds of thousands of soldiers? Wasn't Feng Ming Wuliang back then even more arrogant than now? The imperial family back then was probably the same as the sacred envoys today. They simply treated him like ants that could be killed at any time. That's right. I'm arrogant and arrogant. You're not convinced? Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain anything to these people. He looked mockingly at the Imperial Guard commander and smiled. You. The Imperial Guard commander wanted to curse Ling Xiao, but he suddenly realized that he couldn't speak. Ling Xiao could even easily kill a deputy envoy at the first level of Yin Yang realm. What was he to him? Not convinced. Even if he wasn't convinced, he had to hold it in. He turned his head to look at Feng Yinshan and said respectfully, Crown Prince Yinshan, His Majesty the Emperor isn't here. You have to protect the imperial family's glory. Your strength isn't inferior to Ling Zhao's. This person has already committed a capital crime. Why don't you kill him? His words had actually violated a great taboo. People like Feng Yinshan hated it when others used him the most. He could tolerate Feng Mingqishan, but he couldn't tolerate Feng Mingqishan's dog. The imperial family's glory? Feng Yinshan sneered and said, from the day Feng Mingqishan ignored the election and proclaimed himself the emperor, the imperial family's glory has become a joke. He wasn't stupid. He wouldn't become enemies with Ling Xiao for Feng Mingqishan. This was a politician. The lives of others weren't worth mentioning in his eyes. He only cared about his own interests. Even if Ling Xiao massacred the imperial city today, as long as he did not kill Feng Yinshan's relatives, he would not make a move. Moreover, even he might not be able to defeat Ling Xiao today. Ling Xiao's growth was too fast, so fast that he did not have time to prepare. Feng Yinshan's words caused the Imperial Guard commander's expression to become unsightly. Feng Yinshan had disregarded the rules of the ancestors and seized the position of emperor. This was something everyone knew. Feng Yinshan's reason did not seem to have any problems. However, he felt that this was not the only reason. Perhaps even the crown prince of the Hidden Mountains feared Ling Xiao. His guess was not wrong. Feng Yinshan was indeed afraid of Ling Xiao. Although he was not afraid, he could not fight to the death with Ling Xiao here. Because there was no benefit. If things went wrong, both sides would suffer. Suppression, panic, the atmosphere in the air seemed to have frozen. In the imperial city, there were at least thousands of people staring at Ling Xiao, but no one dared to say anything. Ling Xiao had charged into the imperial city alone, but no one had the strength to stop him. This cowardly feeling made them so nervous that they wanted to vomit blood. Ling Xiao glanced at these people with contempt. They had been pampered and had long forgotten what battle was. If they were in the army, even if they were facing an expert, they would not be so cowardly. He looked at the Imperial Guard commander and hooked his finger. You want to kill me? Do it. I'll give you a chance. 3 moves, after 3 moves, as long as you can touch the corner of my clothes, I'll let you go. Ling Xiao looked at that person with contempt and provoked him with a mocking tone. He would not let go of anyone who wanted to kill him. However, before this Imperial Guard commander died, he could still make some contributions. At the very least, he could let the people outside the city see how powerful he was. Moreover, those who offended him would definitely not have a good ending. That person was stunned. Then, he gritted his teeth and pounced at Ling Xiao. He had no choice. Because if he did not make a move, Ling Xiao would still kill him. If he made a move, he might still have a chance. He felt that he should be able to touch the corner of the other party's clothes. However, in the blink of an eye, 3 moves had already passed. Not to mention touching the corner of Ling Xiao's clothes, he was simply like a drunkard, battered and exhausted. It was as if he could never find a target. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. You can die now. By the time Ling Xiao's voice rang out, he had already reached the Imperial Guard commander's side and placed a hand gently on his shoulder. Cold and emotionless, seeing the commander of the Imperial Army being restrained by Ling Xiao, the Imperial Army soldiers subconsciously released their internal energy in an attempt to rescue him. As expected, soldiers still had some guts. Although they were also used to living like princes, they were still much better than most of the martial artists in the royal family. Don't blame me for not warning you. I won't show mercy to anyone who attacks me. Ling Xiao held the Imperial Army commander in his hand, but his eyes were looking at the several thousand Imperial Army soldiers below and indifferently smiled. Don't be afraid of him. He's just one person. Let's kill him together. At this moment, several Yinyang realm martial artists suddenly appeared in the Imperial City. They all had the mark of the Ice Phoenix clan on their bodies. Clearly, they were the guardians that Feng Mingqishan had left in the Imperial City. Perhaps Feng Mingqishan had long expected that Feng Yinshan wouldn't sincerely serve him, so he made such preparations. There were a total of 6 people, and their cultivation levels were all at the 2nd level of the Yinyang realm. If it was Ling Xiao during the Dragon Phoenix selection, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat such a lineup. However, Feng Mingqishan was still one step behind. He probably didn't expect that Ling Xiao's cultivation level had already reached the Yinyang realm. Good timing. Ling Xiao came to the imperial city to show off his strength to Feng Ming Qishan. If he didn't make Feng Ming Qishan feel heartache, there was no point in him coming this time. When he saw the 6 people appear, not only was he not nervous at all, but he was also excited. Heavenly Demon Transformation. In an instant, Ling Xiao entered the Heavenly Demon Transformation state. The Imperial Guard commander in his hand was instantly corroded by the Black Death energy and turned into nourishment for the Heavenly Demon. Even his corpse couldn't be seen. Kill. Without waiting for the other party to attack, Ling Xiao directly charged into the Imperial City. Thousands of martial artists actually dodged, not daring to attack Ling Xiao. The Black Heavenly Demon landed in the crowd, and its huge palm fiercely slammed toward the 6 second-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Feng Yinshan sighed helplessly. It's over. It's all over. A dragon cub has finally grown into a divine dragon. No one could stop him anymore. At least in the Divine Phoenix continent, it was no longer possible. Boom, black energy exploded in the Imperial City. 6 martial artists at the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm were killed by Ling Xiao almost at the same time without being able to put up any resistance. They held miserably in the black energy. However, it was to no avail. Ling Xiao returned to his original appearance and looked at the red-clothed envoy of the Tianhai Empire. You've lived for too long. You can die now. He didn't forget his purpose for coming here. The red-clothed envoy shouted in horror, Feng Yinshan, why aren't you saving me? Unfortunately, Feng Yinshan didn't even look at him. In his despair, Ling Xiao's palm pressed against his forehead, and he died with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. Too terrifying, that was too cruel. This was Ling Xiao, the celestial emperor of the Tianhai Empire. He had great strength and was fearless. Whoever offended him, he would kill. He would not have the slightest bit of sympathy or pity. That's all for today. Ling Xiao wiped his hands and said loudly, I'll give you 2 hours to consider. Submit to the Tianhai Empire and join the Tianhai Empire, and everything will be over. Otherwise, in 2 hours, the army will press down and the Divine Phoenix Empire will cease to exist. The soldiers and martial artists who refuse to surrender will suffer the same fate as them. Ling Xiao, aren't you going a little too far? Feng Yinshan finally frowned. Too far? I say, Crown Prince Yinshan, ever since your imperial family targeted me and tried to kill me, we've had a grudge against each other. Could it be that you're only allowed to kill me, but I'm not allowed to deal with you? Is there such a logic in this world? Ling Xiao disdainfully sneered, Feng Yinshan, I didn't kill you because I wasn't completely competent. Secondly, you and I were once allies. Moreover, you've never done anything too excessive to me. But today, if you insist on stopping me, then we can only meet in battle. Can I take the Fire Phoenix tribe and leave? Feng Yinshan asked after a moment of thought. Of course. Ling Xiao wasn't magnanimous, but if Feng Yinshan stopped him, it would be even more troublesome to take down the imperial capital. If Feng Yinshan wanted to leave, he would be happy. Of course, if Feng Yinshan insisted on being his enemy, he wouldn't mind directly exterminating the Fire Phoenix tribe. Thank you. To Feng Yinshan, he had completely failed in the battle of the Divine Phoenix continent. Although Feng Yinshan had not lost to Feng Ming Qishan, he had completely lost to Ling Xiao. Now that the Heavenly Empire was powerful, he knew that it was impossible for him to turn the tide. The only choice was to leave this place and head to the White Tiger continent. He looked at the string of sandalwood beads in his hand. He had obtained this thing a long time ago. He had thought that he would never be able to use this thing. He didn't expect that it would come in handy now. People of the Fire Phoenix tribe, listen up. Those who are willing to follow me, go back and pack your things now. It will take at most an hour. Feng Yinshan took a deep breath. His defeat this time did not mean that he would lose forever. Perhaps he would come back in the future. Other than the Fire Phoenix tribe, the other martial artists who belong to the Divine Phoenix Imperial family will die unless they surrender. There is no third choice. Ling Xiao could let Feng Yinshan leave because he did not want to face 2 powerful enemies, Feng Yinshan and Feng Ming Qishan at the same time. He could not see through Feng Yinshan's cultivation. Moreover, this guy seemed to have other forces supporting him. It was just that on the Divine Phoenix continent, the force behind him could not fully display its strength. Therefore, Xianxia did not want to be enemies with this guy. Unless there was no other choice, it was not a good idea to meet on the battlefield. Xianxia could let him leave. In terms of growth, he believed that he would not be inferior to Feng Yinshan. So what if Feng Yinshan went out and started a new life? He would only grow faster than Feng Yinshan. As for the others, they could forget about leaving. He was not that kind. Feng Yinshan left. Xianxia did not leave. He sat on the seat that should have belonged to Feng Mingqishan. He closed his eyes and seemed to be resting. Feng Minglian had already left for Linhai City. Outside, the army of the Heavenly Empire had already arrived. This army was strange. Not only were there humans, but there were also the Sea Clan, the Divine Phoenix Clan, and the Black Crow Clan. It was simply a mixed army. However, the soldiers were loyal and united. This was a very rare sight. In the current mystic world, only Xianxia could gather these people and unify them. They didn't make a move because they were waiting for Xiao's orders. At the same time, they were also resting. The army had fought their way here from overgrown Forest City, and they were a little tired. Xiao's 2-hour limit was actually to give these martial artists some time to rest. Otherwise, they would have already started fighting. During this period of time, several armies of the Divine Phoenix Empire successively joined the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Just like in the past, these soldiers who had defected at the last minute were often used as the vanguard because they could not be completely trusted. Place it between the two armies. Moreover, the order had been disrupted, and the general leading the army had been replaced. If these people sincerely fight, then they can obtain the support of the Heavenly Empire's army. If they were only pretending to surrender, then all of them would be killed in an instant. This had always been the Celestial Empire's strategy towards the surrendered troops. As long as you can display middle city and combat strength, then you can be treated equally. Otherwise, it would be a different story. Xianxia was still resting there, as if he had forgotten everything that was happening outside. In the imperial palace, those soldiers who were guarding the monarch all had ugly expressions. Xianxia was actually sitting on their monarch's throne in such a grandiose manner, not taking them seriously at all. To the experts of the Divine Phoenix Empire, simply treating them as nothing. Xianxia did not kill them, but tormented their hearts like this. They did not want to surrender, because they were the most loyal guards of Phoenix Kraichishan. But they did not dare to attack Xianxia, because they believed that they did not have that kind of strength. The result of making a move was very likely to be all killed. Xianxia did not kill them to display his benevolence and magnanimity to the people. It was not that he did not dare to kill them, nor was it that he sympathized with them. And the time for this display was only 2 hours. After that, they would still die. The sky was already dark. Xianxia was still sitting on that throne with his eyes closed. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly opened, his gaze ice-cold, and a cold smile appeared on his face. The guards were shocked, thinking that their time of death had arrived. But when they looked at the huge clock on the throne, they realized that there was still an hour left. Just as they were shocked, a dozen figures suddenly appeared in the hall. They actually did not notice the appearance of these people at all. They were like ghosts, mysterious and powerful. They were all Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Of the 20 people, 10 were at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm, 8 were at the second level of the Yin-Yang realm, and the remaining 2 were at the third level of the Yin-Yang realm. What faction actually had such a powerful lineup of martial artists, and the weapons in these people's hands were very strange. They were not sabers or swords, they were all ring-shaped objects with sharp blades around them. Flying guillotine? This name appeared in Xiao's mind. It was the knowledge that came from the memories of the other world. These people's weapons were very similar to the flying guillotine, but there were some differences. Because the weapons in their hands were all engraved with special inscriptions, and they were all common-grade spirit artifacts. In his memory, he had never seen such weapons in the mystic world. As for these people's identities, he could not guess. He could only feel that the aura coming from each of them was so cold, austere, and indifferent. It was as if they did not care about their lives. 20 Yin-Yang realm experts. That's really a lot. Xianxia raised his eyelids and sneered. Although he did not know who the mastermind behind these people was, to be able to mobilize so many Yin-Yang realm experts to deal with him, it was definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, this mastermind must really think highly of him and might even know him very well. They must know that ordinary people could not deal with him, so they sent this group to deal with him. Dark God Hall? Water God Hall? Righteous Alliance? Or the Patriarch Assembly? In Ling Zhao's impression, other than these few forces, no one else would be able to send out such a powerful team to assassinate him. Although he knew that the other party would not answer, he still asked, hoping to see some clues from the other party's eyes. But he was disappointed. These 20 people had obviously gone through strict and systematic training before they were able to do so. Each one of them had an extremely strong mental fortitude. Ling Zhao's Taiji, I could not see what they were thinking. Interesting. It was as if Ling Xiao had discovered a very interesting toy. An excited smile appeared on his face. If the opponent was too weak, it would not be fun. What he wanted was a strong opponent like this, one that could stimulate his potential to erupt. It doesn't matter who sent you. What's important is that you've gone too far, so you can die. A cold voice came from one of the assassins. As the assassin's cold voice rang out, the air in the entire hall seemed to have turned eerie and cold. It was as if they had been submerged in a cold lake. The 20 ancient martial art practitioners and 20 flying guillotines flew towards Ling Xiao at the same time. The blood-red glow appeared even more eerie and terrifying under the faint moonlight. The piercing sound caused the guards in the court hall to cover their ears. The attack this time was almost omnidirectional. All angles were sealed off. Ling Xiao had no room to escape. No matter how fast he was, there had to be space for him to dodge. These people obviously knew of his terrifying speed, so they did not give him any chance to escape. These were truly terrifying assassins. They were even more outstanding than the assassins from the Dark God Palace. They cooperated well, attacked decisively, and did not waste time. If it were anyone else, they would find this sudden attack very troublesome. Unfortunately, they were facing Ling Xiao. When the flying guillotines were less than a meter away from Ling Xiao, a terrifying flame and blinding light suddenly erupted from Ling Xiao's body. The 20 assassins seemed to have lost their vision at that moment. Everything in front of them was white, and they could not see anything. When they opened their eyes, they saw a monster wrapped in white bones sitting on the throne. His body was slightly larger than a human's, and his cold eyes revealed a chilling murderous intent. At this moment, he was holding 2 heads in his claw-like hands. They were actually the 2 strongest assassins. Almost all the flying guillotines lost contact in an instant. They were melted into molten iron by the terrifying black flames and dripped onto the ground. Oh no, something's wrong with this guy. Retreat. After their attack failed, the assassins also noticed Ling Zhao's abnormality. The power of Hell Physique was too terrifying. With the increase in his strength, Ling Xiao faced a level 3 Yin-Yang realm ancient martial art practitioner as easily as facing a child. The assassins turned around and attempted to leave. However, at this moment, all the doors and windows in the hall closed, emitting a sound that made one's heart tremble. The assassins attempted to break open the door and window, but they realized that the window and door were wrapped by something that looked like white bones. No matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't budge. Since you're already here, why leave? Ling Xiao casually tossed the enemy's head to the ground and said with a mocking and cruel tone. Monster. The expressions of the assassins were extremely ugly. They knew that they would not be able to escape today. Therefore, everyone took out a dagger and reformed their battle formation, looking at Ling Xiao warily. Hee, not bad. Although I don't know who trained you assassins, you're really not bad. You're able to face the death of 2 Yin-Yang realm 3rd level assassins calmly. You didn't cry for your parents or surrender. Not bad at all. Ling Xiao smiled, but he was even more confused in his heart. Who was it that could actually cultivate such a death warrior? If it were anyone else, they would have already knelt down and begged for mercy after witnessing the scene just now. However, the remaining 18 people were different. They didn't beg for mercy, and they actually wanted to continue fighting. I'll give you a chance to kill me. However, you only have 3 minutes. Once the time is up, it'll be my turn. Ling Xiao wanted to find some clues from the battle, which was why he said such words. Go. The assassins didn't hold back. Since there was no way to escape, they might as well fight to the death. The 18 people charged at Ling Xiao in a very rhythmic and orderly manner. When they were less than 3 meters away from Ling Xiao, they suddenly threw out a strange pellet at the same time. There was no explosion, only smoke and dust that filled the hall. Poisonous fog? No, this fog isn't poisonous. Ling Xiao stood there and muttered to himself, although it isn't poisonous, it can block soul power and 5 senses. It's really powerful. In such a dangerous situation, he actually smiled. Moreover, he was smiling very happily. Suddenly, a cold killing intent attacked him from behind. Ling Xiao's body flashed and he easily dodged it. However, in the direction where he dodged, another cold light seemed to have been waiting for him, as if it had been prepared for a long time. Interesting, really interesting. Ling Xiao reached out and punched. The fist and the blade collided and there was a shocking explosion. Then, there was a grunt. Ling Xiao attempted to give chase, only to discover that from behind him, several cold rays of light were once again attacking him. Too interesting, you can actually cooperate so well. It seems like you all have suffered a lot for training. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. He gave up on chasing the enemy in front of him and turned around to attack the left. In such a situation, passively defending was the most dangerous thing. Only by attacking could one resolve the crisis. He promised to give them 3 minutes, but he didn't say that he wouldn't attack. Facing these Yin-Yang realm assassins, unless there was something wrong with their heads, they wouldn't set such a trap for themselves. Boom, the explosive fist aura forced the assassin in front of him back, but he couldn't use his full strength. This was because the moment he attacked, the other assassins would attack from different angles, making it impossible for him to concentrate on dealing with the enemy in front of him. I have never seen such a fighting style before. It seems like these people aren't from the Divine Phoenix continent. Ling Xiao pondered as he fought. However, he still couldn't determine the identity of the enemy. Although the other party's fighting style was very unique, he had never seen it before, so he couldn't deduce anything. Even a Yuan Venerate couldn't help him with this. Forget it. Since I can't deduce anything, I'll just kill them. Ling Xiao didn't intend to play anymore. It was time to end this boring assassination game. 3 minutes have passed. You all have already lost your chance. As Ling Xiao's voice was heard, a terrifying killing intent erupted from his body. This killing intent was like a gust of wind, blowing away the fog that filled the court hall. It also blew away all the 18 assassins. Ling Xiao once again sat on the throne of Phoenix Crychi Mountain. He used his hand to support his cold chin and said indifferently, I'll give you all a chance. Whoever reveals the mastermind behind this can leave this place alive. Not going to speak? Then I'll kill you all one by one. Let's see if you can hold on. Ling Xiao grinned maliciously before pointing at the guard captain, who was already trembling in fear. You do it. Me. If you don't do it, you'll die. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His voice was cold and emotionless. The guard captain gritted his teeth, raised the steel blade in his hand, and walked over to an assassin. He had to do this. After all, he had seen how powerful and terrifying Ling Xiao was. The guard commander had no choice but to obey Ling Xiao's orders. This was because he had personally witnessed how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Ling Xiao was able to easily deal with 20 Yin-Yang realm assassins. And what exactly was that terrifying white bone armor? Ling Xiao wasn't human, he was a monster. Although he didn't know the answers to these questions, there was one thing he understood. That was because Ling Xiao was too strong. He was definitely not someone they could fight against. He still had a family to feed, so how could he die here and serve Phoenix Crychi? In any case, Phoenix Crychi had never shown him any kindness, so he didn't feel too guilty. Crack, an icy voice rang out as an assassin's head fell to the ground. Next, speak of the mastermind behind all of you. Ling Xiao's voice was still indifferent and emotionless. The 18 assassins had all been killed. Not a single one of them was willing to say a single word before dying. Ling Xiao had even used the 3-leaf demonic eye to try and control their minds, but the mastermind had clearly thought of this. The moment the three-leaf demonic eye opened, the assassins all died with inexplicable screams. Even their souls were obliterated, leaving behind not a single wisp of consciousness. Even though he had killed the assassins, Ling Xiao didn't relax in the slightest. This opponent was too terrifying. This person understood him extremely well and had such a powerful faction. Just who was he? He clearly knew that his cultivation was so powerful that he didn't even place the 7 heroes of Water God Hall in his eyes. He clearly knew that he had the help of the Moon Lady and the Wine Demon Sword, 2 peak experts. And he still dared to target him. This meant that his opponent wasn't afraid of the Moon Lady or the Wine Demon Sword. It seems like it really is a faction from the White Tiger continent. Could it be Water God Hall? Or the Tianhai Empire? Guesses were just guesses. Ling Xiao wouldn't waste time on pointless guesses. He shook his head and then stood up, looking at the pitch-black night sky outside. Perhaps he would have to be even more cautious when heading to the White Tiger continent in the future. There's still 1 hour. Ling Xiao looked at the huge wall clock behind him and dropped the unnecessary speculation in his heart. As for the matters of the White Tiger continent, they would talk about it after they reached the White Tiger continent. He wouldn't stop just because he was afraid. Right now, it was best to settle the matter of the Divine Phoenix continent first. From this night onwards, the Divine Phoenix Empire would no longer exist on the Divine Phoenix continent. Only the Celestial Empire. While Ling Xiao was waiting for the troops to be dispatched, 2 crucial battles were also taking place on the 5 Immortals Island tens of thousands of miles away. On Tianping Immortal Island, Island Lord Zhu Wen and Feng Mingxiao were engaged in a fierce battle. On the other hand, Canopy Immortal Island's martial practitioners were valiantly resisting the Divine Phoenix Empire's army. Although they were severely outnumbered, the 5 Immortals Island was still the 5 Immortals Island. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It would not be so easy to swallow Tianping Immortal Island. This was a miserable battle. He had originally thought that Tianping Immortal Island would suffer a crushing defeat in the end. Even though the Divine Phoenix Empire would have to pay a price for this, they would still be able to achieve victory. However, on the second day of the battle, there was an unforeseen event. In the sky, a bright moon suddenly illuminated the entire Immortal Island. Under that moonlight, the Divine Phoenix Empire's army suddenly collapsed. Death quickly spread. It's the Moon Maiden. The Heavenly Dynasty Empire's reinforcements have arrived. An inspiring roar came from Tianping Immortal Island. Even though there was only 1 reinforcements. However, to them, this was already enough. The bugle horn for a counterattack sounded. The side that was originally being killed became the side that was slaughtering. There was no sympathy or mercy to speak of on the battlefield. The battle lasted for a day and a night. The Divine Phoenix Empire's army of hundreds of thousands was almost completely annihilated. Only a few lucky ones survived. As for Feng Mingxiao, he was injured by Zhu Wen and fell into the stormy ocean, his whereabouts unknown. At the same time, on the other side, on the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island. Beside the demon liquor sword stood 2 people. One was Ji Mengmeng, and the other was her weak elder brother. Even though her elder brother had already recovered from his insanity, his body was still very weak. At this moment, on the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island, a tragic battle was going on. The joint army formed by the Blackwater Immortal Island and the Permitha Immortal Island was crazily slaughtering the practitioners on the island. Ji Mengmeng nervously closed her eyes. She didn't dare to watch. Even though she hated that family that tried to kill her only relative and wanted to kill her. However, such a tragic scene still made her feel very uncomfortable. Young lady, open your eyes. This is the reality of the profound world. In this world, there is no sympathy or mercy. There is only strength. If your strength is not enough and your cultivation is not enough, then what you face is only contempt and slaughter. The demon liquor sword said indifferently, closing your eyes is just like burying your head in the sand like an ostrich. It won't change anything. Ji Mengmeng opened her eyes. Even though her body was still trembling, she persevered. She thought of what happened at the Blackwater Lake. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao at that time, she might have been killed long ago. No one would sympathize with her, including those so-called relatives of hers. None of them would come to save her. the massacre finally ended. The practitioners of the Blackwater Immortal Island and the Permetha Immortal Island began to celebrate. However, they didn't expect that. This was just a little bit of joy before the end of the world. The pitch-black sword chi in the sky suddenly slashed down. The prelude to the doomsday of the two immortal islands began. The first to be killed were the island masters of the Blackwater Immortal Island and the Permetha Immortal Island. These two were once insufferably arrogant existences. They had once treated Ling Xiao as an ant and tried to kill him. Under the pitch-black sword light of the demon liquor sword, they were not even worth mentioning. They had just experienced a tragic battle and were already very weak. In addition, their cultivation was far inferior to the demon liquor sword. After being killed, they didn't even have the slightest reaction. They were pitiful dogs of the Phoenix Crychi Mountain. In the end, they ended up in such a miserable state. It had to be said that this was a huge tragedy. This time, the Blackwater Immortal Island and the Permetha Immortal Island had sent out almost all of their practitioners. A portion of them died in the battle with the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island. The rest all died under the Demon Liquor Sword's sword. After finishing the matter here, the Demon Liquor Sword headed to the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. The Moon Maiden was the same. They had agreed to meet Ling Xiao at the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. The Everlasting Joy Immortal Island would be the place where the final battle between the Heavenly Dynasty Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire would take place. It might not be a battle between two armies, but it was equally important. The Phoenix Crychi Mountain was there. The Black and White Elders were also there. Almost all of the elites of the Divine Phoenix Empire were there. On the other side, the war in the Divine Phoenix Empire had already begun. Because a large number of troops had chosen to surrender, coupled with the support of the people for Ling Xiao, the Heavenly Emperor. It was simply too easy for the army to take over the Divine Phoenix Empire. They could only continue south, surrender, or attack. They began to completely conquer the Divine Phoenix Empire. While Ling Xiao was in the process of conquering the Divine Phoenix capital, the Phoenix Academy, which was known as the strongest academy in the Divine Phoenix Empire, was already empty. Other than the students who were incapable, the rest had escaped through special means. Ling Xiao could not do anything about this. The Righteous Alliance was in a similar situation. Almost all the higher-ups had disappeared. The Morality Court was also known as the last fortress of the Divine Phoenix Empire, the gathering place of the strong. Ling Xiao wanted to see how powerful the Dean was, but he did not expect that the Dean had already escaped through a one-way transportation formation. Did they not dare to make an enemy out of him? Ling Xiao felt that this was not possible. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, it would be troublesome for him to face a 4th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Not to mention the Dean of the Morality Court. It was said that his cultivation was comparable to the Moon Lady and the Demonic Liquor Sword. Thus, there was only one explanation. The laws of the mystic world and the Divine Phoenix continent were not conducive to their performance, so they went to the White Tiger continent. It's good that they left. It saves me a lot of trouble. Ling Xiao did not feel unhappy. Whether it was the Morality Court or the Phoenix Academy, they had a certain amount of strength to contend with him. If the other party really wanted to use force, although he could win, the losses would be too great. In this situation, although he could not eliminate them completely, at least it gave him more time to breathe and let him continue to become stronger. He believed that those enemies were waiting for him in the White Tiger continent. Did they think that he did not dare to go? If he wanted to step on the path of the strongest martial artist, the White Tiger continent was a place that he had to go. He looked at the sky in the distance and suddenly spread his wings. His body turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. After settling the matters in the imperial capital, the only thing left was the Eternal Joy Celestial Island. There, he would probably have to have a real battle with Phoenix Crychi. If he won, the Divine Phoenix continent would naturally belong to him. And if he lost, then everything he had done before might turn to dust and come to an end. The Eternal Joy Celestial Island was the strongest force in the entire Divine Phoenix continent. It was also the largest island. Its area could even be considered a small continent. Of course, the most important thing was that the Eternal Joy Celestial Island was on the main road to the White Tiger continent. If one wanted to go to the White Tiger continent, it was impossible to go around this island. This was because both sides of the sea were inhabited by terrifying storm sea beasts. The storm sea beast was huge and had terrifying strength. Even a martial artist at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm would not be able to defeat the terrifying storm sea beast. Not to mention, the storm sea beasts in the sea often travel in groups. If one really tried to cross the sea, only death would await them. Therefore, the immortal island of everlasting joy had always been a battleground for military strategists. This was the reason why Feng Ming Qishan personally led the army to this place. Perhaps from Phoenix Cry Qishan's point of view, controlling the everlasting music immortal island was even more important than controlling the divine Phoenix Empire. It was precisely because of this that he had neglected the defense of the divine Phoenix Empire's capital, allowing Ling Xiao to take advantage of the situation. But even so, if Ling Xiao was unable to take down Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, then the final victor would still be Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain. The Everlasting Joy Immortal Island had been artificially divided into two halves. On one side was the Divine Phoenix Coalition army led by Phoenix Cry Qishan. On the other side were the cultivators of Last Joy Immortal Island led by Last Joy Old Ancestor. The war had been going on for several days, and both sides had their victories and losses. The aqua-blue tent was the color of Phoenix Cry Qishan's military camp. Inside the main camp, Phoenix Cry Qishan, elders black and white, and a group of generals were discussing the war. This bone is too hard to chew. If we had known earlier, we would have taken down the Canopy Immortal Island and the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island first. Then, we would have joined forces to deal with the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Elder Black said with a gloomy expression. There's no point in talking about this now. I heard some rumors today about the Canopy Immortal Island and the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island. Did you guys hear it too? Elder White frowned and asked. What rumors? Phoenix Cry Qishan asked. These days, he had been thinking about how to defeat the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Although the bone was hard to chew, victory was already in sight. With the current offensive, the destruction of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island was only a matter of time. After the battle between the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island and the Canopy Immortal Island ended, Feng Mingxiao, to be inconsolable, and the people from the Black Water Immortal Island would rush over. When the time came, they would join forces. What was there to worry about? He really didn't know what was going on outside. Elder White hesitated for a moment and said, I heard that the Moon Maiden appeared at the Canopy Immortal Island and joined forces with Zhu Wen to defeat Feng Mingxiao's army. Moreover, they sent Feng Mingxiao into the stormy ocean, leaving no corpse behind. The Liquor Demon Sword appeared at the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island. When the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island was destroyed and the Black Water Immortal Island and the Opposite Shore Immortal Island were exhausted, it suddenly attacked and killed everyone from the Opposite Shore Immortal Island and the Black Water Immortal Island. This news seems to have spread in the outside world. It's just that the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island is currently at war, so no one knows. However, I think this is just a rumor. That Ling Xiao should be busy attacking the Black Crow Empire. How could he be free? What can't that person do? In the camp, the Thunderhawk Patriarch said with a livid expression. After being tied to the war chariot by Phoenix Cry Qishan, he had no way out. However, the worry for the future still drove him crazy. Maybe the Black Crow Empire will be dealt with by him in 3 or 4 days. Don't talk nonsense. How is that possible? Senior Black frowned. If that's the case, it will affect the army's morale. I don't know if it will affect the army's morale, but everyone, I've heard some rumors here. I don't know if it's a rumor or not, but it might be related to Emperor Qishan's future. The one who spoke was the Vermilion Bird Patriarch. He was also tied to the war chariot by Phoenix Cry Qishan. If he didn't obey, he would die. Therefore, he had no choice. What did you hear too? Say it. Phoenix Cry Qishan's face was gloomy, but he was still able to keep his cool. Emperor Qishan, please don't be angry if I say it. Just treat it as a rumor. The Vermilion Bird Tribe Matriarch sighed and said, I heard that just a day ago, Ling Xiao led an army to attack the Divine Phoenix Empire's capital. Feng Yinshan led the Fire Phoenix tribe to escape, but we still don't know where exactly they went. However, the current imperial capital has already become a city of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. The Heavenly Dynasty Empire's army is still attacking and conquering the small countries you previously conquered. Perhaps Xianxia has already led the army to Everlasting Joy Immortal Island to fight you to the death here. Vermilion Bird Patriarch, your joke is a bit too much. Just based on that Xianxia? He's only at the peak of the 10th Grotto Heaven realm. Without the help of the Moon Maiden and the demonic liquor sword, how could he touch the imperial capital? Although the Crown Prince's cultivation is inferior to Emperor Qishan's, he's definitely much stronger than Xianxia. Moreover, the sacred envoy of the Tianhai Empire is also in the imperial capital. Would Xianxia dare to do such a disgraceful thing in front of the sacred envoy? Senior Black couldn't believe the Vermilion Bird Patriarch's words. Elder Black, don't forget that person's name is Xianxia. Did you ever foresee any of the things he did? Could it be that you've forgotten so quickly that Xianxia killed the 5 Immortals Islands Alliance Master and Yuan Tianluan in the dragon-killing forest? It's not that I'm praising others and belittling myself, but this Xianxia definitely can't be treated with common sense. The rumors outside might not necessarily be rumors. Who knows, Xianxia might personally lead an army to Everlasting Joy Immortal Island and attack us from both sides with Ancestor Everlasting Joy. We'll have no way to survive. The Vermilion Bird Tribe's patriarch said fearfully. He believed that it was impossible for such rumors to appear for no reason. Since someone said so, then it was possible that such a thing had really happened. Sometimes, he even felt that he had made the wrong choice. If he had chosen to submit to Xianxia like the Great Rock Tribe and the Peacock Tribe, today's outcome might have been different. Xianxia, this person, had grown from an insignificant nobody to today, where even those big shots could not suppress him. The former overlords of the Divine Phoenix continent no longer had their former arrogance in front of Xianxia. Was this kind of person not worth following? Absolutely impossible. If Xianxia really dares to make a move against the Divine Phoenix Empire, the Divine Envoy of the Sky Sea Empire and those experts of the Water God Hall will definitely not watch from the sidelines. Elder Black said angrily, "You think too highly of that kid. This old man really doesn't believe that he would dare to offend the Divine Envoy of the Sky Sea Empire." In the eyes of the older generation of experts of the Divine Phoenix Empire, the Sky Sea Empire was an unshakable and unapproachable existence. It was the heavens, the earth, and their god. It was a supreme existence. They didn't even dare to say a word of disrespect, so how could they dare to offend it? Although Xianxia had made a name for himself now, he was at most a figure like them. Would he really dare to disrespect the Sky Sea Empire? With Elder Black's way of thinking, it was impossible for him to understand. That guy is a lunatic, don't you think so? Not to mention the Tianhai Empire, as long as someone blocks his path of martial arts, even if it's the Jingyi school, he will dare to destroy them. The Vermilion Bird Matriarch sneered and said, "I advise everyone to make preparations as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be too late by the time he arrives with his army." Impossible, Xianxia probably hadn't even taken down the Black Crow Empire yet. Perhaps he had already died there. My advice to all of you is to stop believing in some rumors. You should think about how to take down the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. As long as the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island was taken down, the next target would be the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Let's take advantage of the fact that Xianxia hasn't grown up yet and catch him off guard. Elder Bai absolutely agreed with Elder Hei's judgment. Although she had seen Xianxia's power, she still felt that the Vermilion Bird Tribe Matriarch's worries were a little excessive. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound came from afar, as if a terrifying battle was about to begin. This made everyone in the camp nervous. Feng Ming Qishan frowned, suddenly stood up, and said to the outside, "Go and see what happened." In his heart, he had a strong premonition. Reporting. The fleet of the Heavenly Empire has appeared on the surface of the sea. Their flags are fluttering, covering the sky and the sun. Our people can't hold on any longer. A moment later, the scout reported. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Elder Black and Elder White looked at each other, unable to believe what they had heard. "Bastard, have you investigated it clearly?" Elder Black rushed out of the tent and grabbed the scout and scolded him angrily. "Let him go, Elder Black. Xianxia has really arrived." Feng Ming Qishan also walked out of the tent. The terrifying aura in the distance made him feel a real threat. He was too familiar with Ling Xiao's aura. Although he had never placed this person in his eyes, Feng Mingqishan had always been paying attention to him. Because Ling Xiao had once cooperated with Feng Yinshan, this gave him a bad premonition. Feng Mingqishan, get the hell out here. Suddenly, a roar came from the horizon. The terrifying sound wave spread for dozens of miles, shaking the ears of countless Divine Phoenix Empire soldiers and warriors. Currently, the Divine Phoenix Empire's army was being attacked from both sides and was in a dangerous situation. Army against army, Feng Mingqishan already had no chance of winning. The only thing he could rely on right now was his powerful cultivation. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, everything could be reversed. Feng Mingqishan looked coldly at the distant sky and said in a clear voice, Ling Xiao, if you have the guts, then fight with me on Changle Peak. Changle Peak, the highest peak of Changle Immortal Island, was close to 6,000 meters tall. On the mountain peak, there was snow all year round and the climate was extremely cold. If an ordinary martial artist went up, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. If an ordinary person didn't have any special measures to keep warm, then they would basically die. Why wouldn't I dare? Changle Peak was located in a neutral zone, so neither side could send troops to guard it. Of course, more importantly, most martial artists wouldn't be able to reach the peak. Unless it was a Yin-Yang realm expert, otherwise, it would be a waste of time to go up. If Ling Xiao could personally kill Feng Mingqishan, then this war could end, and the losses of the Heavenly Empire soldiers would be minimized. Why wouldn't he be happy? On the way from Divine Phoenix Empire to Changle Immortal Island, he once again achieved a breakthrough. In the intense battles, his potential was completely stimulated. Now, he was already a second-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Facing Feng Mingqishan, he really didn't have much fear. Furthermore, on Changle Peak, if there was no one else, he could completely use the Tyrant martial soul. He still had about a 50% chance of killing Feng Mingqishan. As for whether he could win in the end, it would really depend on his performance. But the more dangerous the battle, the more it could arouse his desire to fight. Perhaps after the battle with Feng Mingqishan, his cultivation could once again explosively break through. Why would he miss such a good opportunity? Alright, see you on Changle Peak. Feng Mingqishan sneered and said, just the two of us, no one is allowed to bring helpers. Otherwise, it's fine if we don't fight. That's exactly what I want. Ling Xiao replied in a clear voice. I'll take my leave first. Feng Mingqishan soared into the sky and leaped in the direction of Changle Peak. In an instant, he had already stepped onto the white ice mountain. As expected, he didn't bring anyone. Ling Xiao, that Feng Mingqishan isn't a good person. Are you sure he will fight you one-on-one? Demon Winesword frowned. I'm sure he won't fight me one-on-one. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, with my understanding of those people from the imperial family, Feng Mingqishan must have made some preparations to invite me to Changle Peak for a decisive battle. Then why are you still going? Moon Maiden said anxiously, I'll go with you. I said I won't bring anyone. We can't violate the rules. Ling Xiao smiled. This smile was filled with confidence and a trace of cunning. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Sister Moon Maiden, don't worry. I'm just going to take a look. If Phoenix Cry Mountain really wants to fight me one-on-one, then I can take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate him. If it's a trap, do you still not believe me? If I can't beat him, I can also escape. If I can't escape, I can also ask for help. With the two of you here, wouldn't it be easy to destroy Phoenix Cry Mountain? Then we'll just wait here? The Moon Maiden frowned and asked. Wait for what? I didn't say to stop the attack. Phoenix Cry Mountain has its own plan. I'm not an idiot. In the Divine Phoenix Army, Phoenix Cry Mountain is the most terrifying. Now that he wants to duel with me, you naturally have to take the opportunity to attack. With Sister Moon Maiden and the Demon Winesword, it shouldn't be difficult to destroy the Divine Phoenix Army, right? Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. In fact, wasn't the reason why he wanted to duel with Phoenix Cry Mountain to restrain the strongest person in the other party's formation? You're really cunning. The Moon Maiden shook her head and smiled bitterly. Alright, we'll do as you say. Inform Ancestor Changle and launch an attack at the same time. The order is for Ling Xiao to ascend Changle Peak. Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about what happened next. He spread his wings and soared into the sky, stepping onto the peak of Changle Peak. The moment he went up, he sensed that something was wrong. On Changle Peak, someone had already laid down layers of barriers. It was very similar to the 10,000 Gate formation in the dragon-slaying forest, but it was even more exquisite. It seemed that in order to imitate Ling Xiao's use of these formations, the other party had already considered this point when setting up the formation, and all the formations were encrypted. Even if they wanted to break it, it would take a lot of time. They did not believe that Ling Xiao would be able to do this in the middle of a battle. Ling Xiao stood there and smiled faintly. This bunch of idiots, the one who usually broke these formations, was not him. It was his master. Master, whether we can leave this place alive today depends on you. Don't worry. In their opinion, this kind of formation is extremely complicated and the encryption is extremely clever. However, in my opinion, this is just a child's trick that isn't worth mentioning at all. The Yuan Venerate had absolute confidence. He had once been the most outstanding alchemist and alchemist of the immortal court. Even if he had lost his physical body, but he hadn't lost his ability. That's good, I can concentrate on the battle. Feng Mingqi Shan stood opposite him, coldly looking at Ling Xiao. You really did come when I told you to. Others say that you are cautious and cunning, but in my eyes, you are extremely stupid. He said calmly, originally, this trap was used to kill the Moon Lady and the demonic liquor sword. However, after thinking about it, I still feel that you're the key. As long as you're dead, those two won't be a big deal. As he spoke, Feng Mingqi Shan took out a refining formation stone and threw it to the side. A teleportation array had appeared there. 6 people stepped out from inside. Then, the teleportation array disappeared. This sort of teleportation array was obviously a temporary array for short-distance teleportation. It was very unstable, and the distance was less than 100 meters. However, it was still very impressive to be able to set up such a teleportation array. These 6 people were obviously Yin-Yang realm powerhouses. Their auras were even stronger than the 20 assassins that had attacked him that night. Everyone says that Phoenix Cry, Qishan, is tyrannical and disdains scheming. It seems like this is a misunderstanding. In terms of scheming, you aren't inferior to Feng Yinshan. Ling Xiao still had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the 6 people. It's too late for you to realize this now. Although I can easily kill you by myself, you are too cunning. But you're too cunning, so I had no choice but to ask my friends to help me. As long as you die, your so-called celestial empire will definitely collapse. Phoenix Cry sneered. If you're afraid, then so be it. Why make it sound so dignified? Ling Xiao glanced at Phoenix Cry and Qishan before turning to the 6 people. That night, 20 Yin-Yang realm powerhouses tried to assassinate me. Did that have anything to do with you? Where are they? Among the 6 people, a red-clothed old man asked in a deep voice. From his tone, Ling Xiao could tell that the 20 people definitely had some kind of special connection with these 6 people. Or they might have come from the same place. Kill them. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Their mouths are too tight. I only wanted to know who the mastermind behind them was, but they weren't willing to answer. I had no choice but to be ruthless. When the 6 people heard Ling Xiao's words, anger appeared on their faces. It was obvious that they were very angry. It seems like you guys are really together. I'm very curious. Who are you guys? Which faction are you from? Are you really martial artists from the Tianhai Empire? Ling Xiao was really curious. Which immortal of the White Tiger continent had he offended to actually want him dead? What's the point of asking so many questions for someone who is about to die? Feng Mingqi Shan sneered and said, actually, your performance has already exceeded my expectations. I thought that after I took down the Immortal Island, I would have enough time to attack the Heavenly Empire. I didn't expect that you would take down the Black Crow Empire so easily. That bunch of trash is really useless. Very soon, you will also become the trash in your own words. And you guys, are you really not going to explain your origins? If you don't say it, you guys will become wandering ghosts like those 20 assassins. When you die, you won't even have a mourning ceremony. Ling Xiao's voice was as indifferent as before, and even carried a hint of ridicule. Ha 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 ha, everyone says that you, Ling Xiao, are arrogant, but I didn't expect you to be arrogant to such an extent. Do you really think that with your cultivation, you can actually kill us? Confidence is confidence, but if you are overconfident, then you are stupid. One of the 6 people laughed loudly. The rest of the people also revealed mocking smiles. They were really unable to understand where Ling Xiao's confidence came from. Feng Ming Qishan alone was enough to make Ling Xiao suffer, let alone with the 6 of them. Today, Ling Xiao was simply unable to escape calamity. Only a crazy person would say such words that did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Stupid? Then you guys can try. Ling Xiao shrugged and said, until now, you guys still haven't figured out my true cultivation, nor have you figured out what trump card I am relying on. You guys just rashly came to surround and kill me. I really don't know if you guys are stupid or if I am stupid. What trump card can you have? Feng Ming Qishan said disdainfully, your cultivation is at most at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. Your trump card is nothing more than the primordial golden crow and primordial heavenly devil battle intent that you obtained from the sacred dynasty's immortal island. That is also your greatest trump card. I have already taken all of this into consideration, how can I not be cautious when dealing with a cunning guy like you? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, is that so? You really think so? Ling Xiao suddenly laughed loudly. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed out loud. As he laughed, a primordial golden crow and a primordial heavenly demon appeared behind him. Very soon, you will know what my true trump card is. Of course, that will depend on whether you have the ability to force me to use my final trump card. As Ling Xiao spoke, the white bones attached to his body and his strength began to rise. He had already broken through to the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm. After entering the state of hell physique, his strength doubled and reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. With this cultivation, he could easily win against a 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Ling Xiao could easily kill opponents 2 levels higher than him. However, he would find it difficult to kill opponents 3 levels higher than him. Eye of the Tomb of the God of Gods, open. After doing this, Ling Xiao didn't stop. Although he was confident, he wouldn't underestimate his opponents. It was obvious that the 6 people were at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm like Feng Ming Qishan. Facing 7 5th level Yin-Yang realm experts, including Feng Ming Qishan, he would die a horrible death if he underestimated his opponents. Therefore, he planned to unleash all his potential today. He only left the Sky Tyrant martial soul. The door to the Tomb of the God of Gods opened. The skeleton general let out a deep roar and walked out. Hundreds of skeleton soldiers followed behind him. The skeleton soldiers today weren't as weak as before. Every one of them was at the half-step Yin-Yang realm. If they were on the Divine Phoenix continent, they could easily destroy any small nation. The skeleton general's strength was even more terrifying. It was at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm and its strength was comparable to Feng Ming Qishan. 3-leaf demonic eyes, bronze giant demon. Ling Xiao continued to summon. Since Feng Ming Qishan could find helpers, why couldn't Ling Xiao summon helpers with his own strength? Boom! A giant demon landed in front of Ling Xiao. However, the giant demon's appearance was different from the ones Ling Xiao summoned before. It changed? It evolved like the skeleton general? Ling Xiao looked at the strange monster in front of him in astonishment. Even he couldn't recognize it. Honorable Master, your humble servant is called Bar in another world. He's a demon god who controls lightning. The monster actually spoke. Not only was Ling Xiao stunned, Feng Ming Qishan and the others were also stunned. Bar, some memories surfaced in Ling Xiao's mind. Baal, King Solomon was the demon god ranked first among the 72 demon gods. He appeared in many different appearances, sometimes as a human, and sometimes as other forms. He spoke in a harsh voice. It was Jehovah's greatest enemy. In the legends, it held a giant hammer in its right hand and a ball of thunder in its left hand. It wore a conical crown with 2 horns on its head and thunder under its feet. He was the king who ruled the east. He controlled lightning and had the ability to make people invisible. This memory was a memory from another world. Bar was also summoned from another world. This guy's current strength was on par with the skeleton general. Compared to the bronze giant demon from before, although its appearance had changed greatly, its combat strength shouldn't have decreased. Very good. You're in charge of dealing with one of the 6 people. Ling Xiao ordered. Yes, master. Bar said respectfully and then released the ball of thunder in its hand. The terrifying lightning struck the 6 of them. One of them was directly isolated. Skeleton General, you lead the Skeleton Corps to deal with 2 of the 6 people. Ling Xiao ordered again. The Skeleton General did not know how to speak. It only let out a low roar, then rushed out and surrounded 2 of the people in the group to kill them. Immemorial Skyfiend, Shadow Child. Fuse. You're in charge of one of them. Immemorial Golden Crow, Light Child. Fuse. You're in charge of one of them. In the blink of an eye, the 6 5th-level Yin-Yang realm experts were separated by Ling Xiao and faced their respective opponents. Only the red-robed powerhouse and Phoenix Xianxia were left. Butterfly Lady, I'll leave the red-robed fella to you. You don't have to defeat him. Just delay him. Ling Xiao woke up the slumbering Butterfly Lady. The Butterfly Lady's strength had also become more terrifying as Ling Xiao's cultivation base had increased. She wasn't any weaker than the red-robed powerhouse. However, Ling Xiao still didn't want the Butterfly Lady to fight the red-robed powerhouse to the death. Phoenix Xianxia, do you think you still have any advantages? Ling Xiao looked at Phoenix Xianxia mockingly. He had never released all his power before. This time, Phoenix Xianxia's horizons had been broadened. Such a battle would consume a lot of internal energy. After all, the summoned creatures, Shadow Child and Light Child, were all consuming his internal energy. However, given his vigorous internal energy, it shouldn't be a problem for him to sustain such a battle for an hour. An hour was enough for a Yuan Venerate to break through the array formation that was trapping him. Furthermore, he was also the most outstanding alchemist. How could he not have prepared elixirs for this trip to Changle Immortal Island? The elixirs that filled his storage ring were enough to last him another 2 to 3 hours. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to resolve the battle within these 2 to 3 hours. Phoenix Xianxia's gaze was a little stiff. His originally confident and complacent expression had also become distorted. He had thought that he had already placed a lot of importance on Ling Xiao and had thought that he had already set up a flawless trap. However, the cruel reality before his eyes told him that Ling Xiao was even more ferocious than he had imagined. The combat strength displayed by this fellow really couldn't be measured purely by himself. Now, the only thing Phoenix Xianxia could hope for was that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to continue due to the large amount of internal energy he had expended. In any case, he had plenty of time. As long as the array formation wasn't broken, no one outside would be able to come in. In that case, the Moon Lady and the Wine Demon Sword wouldn't be able to participate in such a battle. He could only win this battle. He couldn't afford to lose. If he failed, he would completely lose the opportunity to turn the situation around. As he thought of this, a sense of powerlessness and fear arose in his heart. Why didn't he kill Ling Xiao earlier? He hated himself for underestimating Ling Xiao. If he had killed Ling Xiao at that time, there definitely wouldn't have been such an awkward situation today. The battle had already begun. The aura within the barrier became manic, and all sorts of crazy auras were constantly colliding. In the empty space of less than 100 square meters, 5 battle circles were formed. The auras intertwined with each other, shattering the snow and ice on the mountaintop. Without a doubt, the helpers that Phoenix Xianxia had invited were extremely powerful. However, the power released by Ling Xiao wasn't weak either. This kind of battle would probably be in a stalemate for a long time. At this moment, Phoenix Xianxia saw many figures appear on the mountain peak. The Moon Lady, the Wine Demon Sword, the Everlasting Joy Ancestor, Dan Feng, Mou, Zhu Wen, Zhu Xiaozong, the Vermilion Bird Clan Patriarch, and the Thunder Eagle Clan Patriarch were all there. However, there was no trace of the Black and White Elders. Phoenix Xianxia's expression was gloomy, and he was confused. He did not understand why the Moon Maiden and the others were here. What happened below? There's no need to look. Your Divine Phoenix army has already collapsed. 70% of them were killed, and the remaining 30% chose to side with the Black and White Elders imprisoned. Only you are left. Outside the barrier, the Everlasting Joy Ancestor said coldly, I didn't expect the celestial Emperor Phoenix cried Xishan to do such a despicable thing. He hired so many experts to kill Ling Xiao. While the everlasting joy ancestor was cursing Phoenix cried Xishan, he was also shocked by Ling Xiao's response. What a terrifying young man. He fought against 7 5th-level Yin Yang realm experts by himself. How terrifying was his strength. Even the Wine Demon Sword and the Moon Maiden were shocked. I always thought that I would be able to protect him for a long time. I didn't expect him to catch up to me. The Moon Maiden sighed and clenched her hands together. Although she did not show any emotions on the surface, she knew that she had to work harder. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would surpass her in a short period of time. At that time, it would be impossible for her to protect Ling Xiao. Although she had once said that she hoped to be protected and loved by Ling Xiao, it was just a casual remark. She knew very well that once she became a burden, she would not want to be by Ling Xiao's side anymore. Because she was afraid of being a burden to Ling Xiao. Compared to her, the Wine Demon Sword was even more shocked. The Wine Demon Sword had used more than 30 years to cultivate to his current level. He originally thought that he would need at least 10 years before he could use Ling Xiao. However, it had not even been a year since he first met Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already shown a shocking improvement. This kid was truly terrifying. Give him another year, and his cultivation will definitely surpass mine. This is a true genius, a genius that has escaped the control of the mystic world's laws. A gratified smile appeared on the Wine Demon Sword's face. In order to find such a person, he had waited for a long time. Now, he had finally found him, and his beloved woman could be saved. In stark contrast to his smiling face, Feng Ming was shocked at Xishan. The battle at the top of the mountain continued. Not only did Ling Xiao not look exhausted at all, but his helpers became even more ferocious as they fought and suppressed the 6 5th-level Yin Yang realm experts. However, things were not over yet. Eye of the Sage Monarch, Ling Xiao once again displayed a move that increased the strength of his side. In the sky, a white figure was constantly releasing white telekinesis. Ling Xiao's helpers, who were enveloped by the telekinesis, had their combat strength increased. As time passed, Ling Xiao's advantage grew larger and larger. Feng Ming Qishan's expression became increasingly unsightly. Now that his army had been destroyed, his only hope was the final battle at the summit of Chang'e. If he won, he could turn the situation around, but if he lost, he would suffer a crushing defeat. However, he felt more and more uneasy in his heart. The shadow of failure was like a maggot that wrapped around his entire soul, causing him unbearable pain. He knew that he could no longer watch and had to join the battle. Otherwise, everything would be over. Waiting for Ling Xiao to exhaust his strength, that was basically impossible. Kill, Feng Ming Qishan released a tyrannical aura. The blood of the divine phoenix flowed in his body, and a pair of red and blue wings appeared on his back. I didn't expect you to be a mixed blood. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Feng Ming Qishan was actually the child of the Fire Phoenix tribe and the Ice Phoenix tribe. This was simply an accident. Because in the Divine Phoenix Empire, the Fire Phoenix tribe, the Ice Phoenix tribe, and the Dark Phoenix tribe were absolutely not allowed to intermarry. That's right. My father was from the Ice Phoenix tribe, and my mother was from the Fire Phoenix tribe, but they were forced to death by the two tribes. This has also become the motivation for my growth. Feng Ming Qishan looked coldly at Ling Xiao as he spoke loudly. Then you're really trash. You're already so powerful, but you didn't avenge your parents. Instead, you became an existence worse than those two tribes. Ling Xiao pursed his lips and said, "Don't even think about participating in today's battle. Just obediently watch from the side and see how the 6 experts you brought die." After speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly tossed out a formation refining stone. Feng Ming Qishan was instantly trapped by the formation. It was already impossible for him to leave. That's the 10,000 gate formation. It's impossible for a 5th-level Yin Yang realm martial artist to destroy it. You've already seen its power in the Killing Dragon Forest. Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a mocking smile and said, "I originally planned to have a one-on-one battle with you, but your shamelessness has already made me lose the idea of a fair battle. I want you to watch your hopes shatter without being able to do anything about it. I don't care who those 6 people are. They must die. Ling Xiao, don't say that you can't kill them. If you really kill them, don't even think about taking a step into the White Tiger continent. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Feng Mingqi Shan said with a gloomy expression. The divine envoy of the Tianhai Empire said the same thing before he was killed. Haha, do you really think I'm afraid? Ling Xiao looked at Feng Mingqi Shan domineeringly, just like how Feng Mingqi Shan looked at Ling Xiao domineeringly in the past. Back then, even when Ling Xiao led troops into the imperial capital and rescued Jining, Feng Mingqi Shan did not take Ling Xiao seriously. At that time, Feng Mingqi Shan only saw Ling Xiao as a chess piece of Feng Yinshan, a chess piece that could be eliminated at any time. Even after the battle in the dragon-slaying forest, Feng Mingqi Shan still thought that he had defeated Feng Yinshan and that Feng Yinshan's chess piece was not worth mentioning. However, today, Feng Mingqi Shan realized that the one who was being treated as a chess piece was not Ling Xiao, but Feng Yinshan. Every dog has its day. Things in the world changed too quickly, so quickly that it was hard for people to adapt. Ling Xiao, who had been ignored by him not long ago, was now looking down on him. Ling Xiao no longer looked at Feng Mingqi Shan. After using the 10,000 gate formation to trap Feng Mingqi Shan, he began to think of ways to eliminate the 6 5th-level Yin-Yang realm experts. Not only did these 6 experts possess powerful weapon-type martial souls, but they also possessed powerful bloodline power. The Wolf Clan, the Tiger Clan, the Silver Fox Clan, the Alligator Clan, the Ice Phoenix Clan, and the Fiery Phoenix Clan. 6 people, 6 different types of bloodline power. This made Ling Xiao unable to determine their identities based on their martial souls and bloodline power. These 6 people's martial souls were all sword martial souls and the weapons in their hands were all swords. Moreover, their realms had all reached the heavy sword edgeless level. This level was not inferior to Ling Zhao's. The most terrifying thing was that these 5 people were actually able to become one with the sword. This level of swordsman was probably rare even in the White Tiger continent. What kind of power did they come from? Who was it that could gather all the martial artists from the 6 major clans? Ling Zhao's suspicions grew, and his curiosity grew. He suddenly smiled and charged towards a martial artist who was fighting with the skeleton general. These 6 people were indeed powerful, but they were different from the previous 20 assassins. An assassin's heart was tough. Even in death, they would not admit defeat and reveal the mastermind. However, these 6 people were different. Although they were powerful, they were not assassins. They might not have such strong beliefs. They were unwilling to reveal the mastermind because they did not see the threat of death. Ling Xiao believed that the more powerful a martial artist was, the more afraid they were of death. This was because once they died, all their efforts would go down the drain. Sword Spirit's Eye, Massacre Sword. Suddenly, a cold sword of slaughter appeared in his hand, exuding a terrifying killing intent. This killing intent was not released carelessly. Instead, it was like a sharp blade that directly pierced towards the martialist who was fighting the skeleton general. It carried an incomparably powerful slaughter sword intent and a terrifying soul deterrence. The skeleton general felt Ling Zhao's will and stabbed out with the rusty long spear in his hand. A loud boom pierced through the void. There were bursts of explosions. The terrifying pressure forced the level 5 Yin-Yang realm martial artist to defend with all his might. None of the 6 dared to relax in the face of the skeleton general. Slacking off meant death. Beautiful. Ling Xiao praised in his heart. Although the skeleton general could not speak, it was connected to his soul. With just a thought, the skeleton general knew what he was going to do and did what he was most satisfied with. The level 5 Yin-Yang realm martial artist defended against the skeleton general's attack with all his might. However, he was caught off guard. Suddenly, a terrifying massacre sword intent pierced his soul ocean and left a terrifying shadow of death in his soul. His body trembled as he tried to escape. However, the white bones that extended from the ground trapped him and did not give him any chance to escape. Ling Zhao's figure appeared beside him. Only a pair of scarlet eyes could be seen from the body of hell. It looked so terrifying and terrifying. The cold blade was placed across the martial artist's neck. The chilliness penetrated to the bone. The 5th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist was like a shrimp on a chopping board. He did not have any ability to fight back. No matter how he moved, Ling Zhao's sword could easily end his life. His originally calm and arrogant face was now filled with fear and cowardice. For the first time, he felt that he was so close to death. His life was actually in the hands of someone he looked down on. If you want to live, tell me who your master is. Ling Xiao's white bony palm gently patted the warrior's shoulder as he spoke in a low and threatening voice. The martial artist gulped down a mouthful of saliva. He knew that if he answered even a single wrong word, his head would be separated from his body. If I tell you, will you really let me live? The warrior asked cautiously. Although he was afraid of the mastermind behind this, right now, Ling Xiao was the biggest threat to him. Because Ling Xiao only needed to move a finger, and his life would be gone. What good will it do me to kill you? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, look at the people standing outside. The Great Rock Tribe's Patriarch, the Peacock Tribe's Patriarch, the Vermilion Bird Tribe's Patriarch, and the Thunder Hawk Tribe's Patriarch. They all submitted to me. In the past, we were like fire and water. Aren't we working well together now? So, be smart. You only have one life. Don't make a stupid choice. The warrior gulped again. He was at the 5th level Yin Yang realm. Even in the White Tiger continent, he was definitely considered a powerhouse. In the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent, he was definitely the strongest. If he were to die so casually, it would not be worth it. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything I know. In the end, the cultivator still chose to submit under Ling Xiao's ice-cold blade. Compared to loyalty, he chose to live. It seemed that this was very common in the mystic world. It was not strange at all. Very good. You're a smart person. You've made a smart choice. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction and waited for the other party to tell him the answer he wanted to know. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Ling Xiao did not think too much. He turned into a stream of light and dodged the attack at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Phoenix Cry Chi Shan. Ling Xiao frowned. Phoenix Cry Chi Shan had escaped from the 10,000 Gate formation. This made him extremely surprised. Ling Xiao, you're very powerful. I have to admit that. However, I'm stronger than you. The powerful aura continued to rise. Phoenix Cry Chi Shan's body began to undergo a strange change. His body was filled with blue and red energy and then merged. The powerful power of the Divine Phoenix bloodline was completely unleashed. His entire being transformed into a strange dual-colored Divine Phoenix. The aura of ice and fire spread throughout his body. No, even if you control the Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix bloodline, you can't break the 10,000 Gate formation. Ling Xiao shook his head. He was very confident in the 10,000 Gate formation. And Phoenix Cry Chi Shan was not an array expert. The possibility of him breaking the array was almost zero. This guy must have an unexpected power. Ong. Just as Ling Xiao was puzzled, a loud dragon roar came from behind Phoenix Cry Chi Shan. A 5-colored divine dragon was circling behind him, staring at Ling Xiao coldly. 5-colored divine dragon? So you have the 5 elements dragon soul of the ancient 5 elements dragon. No wonder. The primordial 5 elements dragon controlled the 5 elements, and the 10,000 Gate formation was an array formation formed by interweaving various elements. It seemed complicated and confusing, but in reality, it was just elemental magic. With the 5 elements dragon soul, breaking this 10,000 Gate formation was too easy. You have the Divine Phoenix bloodline and the 5 elements dragon soul. No wonder you are so powerful. Ling Xiao looked at Phoenix Cry Chi Shan. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also excited. In the past few days, although the battles were intense, they were relatively easy, making Ling Xiao not even the slightest bit of interest. Today, there was finally a guy who could make him use his true ability. Facing Phoenix Cry Chi Shan, Ling Xiao only had a 30% chance of winning if he did not use the Tyrant Sky Martial Spirit. Even if he used the Tyrant Sky Martial Spirit, it was only 50%. He was a genius. Phoenix Cry Chi Shan was also a genius. The battle between the two geniuses was exciting just thinking about it. You can still laugh? Phoenix Cry Chi Shan's domineering aura was once again displayed. It was as domineering as when he ignored everyone in the Killing Dragon Forest. Behind him, a figure wearing blood-red armor and holding a blood-red blade appeared again. This was the powerful martial spirit that Phoenix Xianxia had displayed to everyone in the Killing Dragon Forest, the 12 immortal killing god White Blade martial spirit. Twin martial spirits? Twin martial souls? And one is the ancient 5 elements dragon soul, and the other is the 12 immortal killing god White Blade martial soul. How did you get these 2 martial souls? Ling Xiao was really shocked. One had to know that in the profound world, it was already very rare for a martial artist to obtain an ancient dragon soul or a 12 immortal martial soul. But this guy actually had 2 top martial souls at the same time. Phoenix Xianxia Mountain was truly frightening. It was indeed terrifying. Are you afraid now? Unfortunately, it's already too late. You actually dared to destroy my divine Phoenix Empire and kill the Tianhai Empire's sacred envoy. Do you know that you have already committed an unforgivable crime? Feng Ming Qishan's voice was cold and overbearing, as if he had already controlled Ling Xiao's life and death. Didn't you also want to destroy my heavenly empire? I just made the first move to gain the upper hand. As for the Tianhai Empire's sacred envoy, they deserve to die. Ling Xiao also had things that he regretted, but he definitely didn't regret these 2 things. The Tianhai Empire's sacred envoy actually tried to collude with the Water God Shrine's martial artists to kill him, and even wanted to destroy his heavenly empire. If he was given another choice, he would still kill. As for the divine Phoenix Empire, after Feng Ming Qishan forcefully took over the position of emperor, this country had already completely decayed. Furthermore, he had long seen through Feng Ming Qishan's intentions. If he didn't destroy the divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Ming Qishan would destroy his heavenly empire. He, Ling Xiao, was never a person who would wait for death. He couldn't just watch as others came to kill him before resisting. Since there was a chance, he had to make the first move. It seems that even at death's door, you still don't know how to repent. Feng Ming Qishan's eyes revealed a cold killing intent, as if it could instantly shatter the ice and snow at the top of Changle City. Don't know how to repent? Ling Xiao chuckled, maybe. Since you're so confident, why don't you tell me the identities of those 6 people before I die? Where did they come from, and who is supporting you from behind? In his opinion, Feng Ming Qishan, who should have been executed by the Ice Phoenix clan and the Fire Phoenix clan, actually survived. He even became the crown prince and grew to such a terrifying extent. Without the behind-the-scenes cultivator, it was impossible. Even Ling Xiao had the support of the Moon Maiden. It was simply too difficult for a person to truly step into a new world in this profound world. Don't worry. When you're still breathing, I'll tell you. I'm not an unreasonable person. I won't let you become a confused ghost. Because after becoming a ghost, you also need to know who you have offended. Otherwise, in the underworld, you will also die in a days like today. Feng Ming Qishan chuckled. Of course, there was someone supporting him from behind. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he fight against Feng Ming Wuliang? How could he fight with Feng Ming Xiao? How could he fight against Feng Yinshan, including the 20 assassins and the 6 experts? They all came from the same place. That sacred and powerful place. What was laughable was that the various major powers of the divine Phoenix continent were fighting each other to the death, yet they did not know that their battles were merely chess pieces casually manipulated by others. Haha, after talking for so long, you still don't have the confidence to kill me. That's why you don't dare to tell me who's behind you. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Could it be that the powerful force behind you is actually afraid of me? Afraid that I'll seek revenge? Even when facing such a powerful Feng Ming Qishan, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest intention of showing weakness. Not to mention that he still had a 50% chance of defeating Feng Ming Qishan, even if there was only a 10% chance. With his personality, he would not show weakness. Furthermore, other than the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he still had a trump card that he had not used. At the moment of life and death, he naturally would not hesitate. Therefore, in today's battle, it was hard to predict who would win and who would lose. Why should he be afraid? He no longer paid attention to Feng Ming Qishan. Instead, he looked at the 5th level Yin Yang realm martial artist that he was holding hostage under his sword. Although Ling Xiao had dodged Feng Ming Qishan's attack, he had only circled around on the spot. The sword in his hand did not leave the martial artist's neck for even half an inch. He also did not cut in half an inch because of panic. If he doesn't say it, you tell me. Ling Xiao stared at the martial artist and said with a faint smile. The martial artist's expression became very ugly. He had already planned to surrender to Ling Xiao, but the terrifying strength that Feng Ming Qishan suddenly unleashed made him feel fearful again. He was really like a rat in a bellows now, being bullied by both sides. It was not right to answer, but it was also not right not to answer. Even if you die, you're still a hero. I'll use Ling Zhao's head as a sacrifice to you, and I'll take good care of your descendants. I'll definitely let them become talents. Feng Ming Qishan looked indifferently at the 5th level Yin Yang realm martial artist. He had no intention of saving him. He was very strong, but Ling Xiao was not weak either. If he went to save this person, he would be in a passive position, and his advantage would be gone. Therefore, he definitely would not save him. His words clearly contained a threat. Ling Xiao could kill. But he could slaughter this martial artist's entire family. This martial artist should be very clear on how to choose. What a vicious mind, what a vicious heart. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I really admire you. Unfortunately, I'm not a kind person either. Listen, if you don't tell me the truth today, not only will I kill you immediately, but I'll also go to the White Tiger continent, find your descendants, and kill them all. Do you believe me or Feng Ming Qishan? Your Majesty, I. That martial artist originally planned to die heroically, but when he heard this, he retreated again. He also knew how cruel Ling Xiao was. If he really said that he would kill his entire family, then he might really do it. What are you panicking for? If he dares to kill you today, I'll kill him and destroy his heavenly empire. How can he have the chance to kill your family? Feng Ming Qishan said coldly. That martial artist looked at Ling Xiao again and fell into a dilemma. Believe me or believe him. Choose for yourself. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more words. He had already said what he needed to say. In any case, there were still 5 people. Even if this person died, he could still find out from others. This person was not a necessary choice. I don't have much time. I'll only give you 5 breaths of time. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He couldn't afford to delay. He didn't want to waste time. Feng Ming Qishan also did not say anything. He only looked at that martial artist indifferently, his eyes revealing a threatening look. Time gradually passed. Ling Xiao sighed softly and said, 5 breaths have already passed. It seems that you have chosen to believe in Feng Ming Qishan. I suddenly don't want to kill you anymore. I will only cripple you now, and then let you see how the Feng Ming Qishan that you believe in dies. Putting away the slaughter sword, Ling Zhao's hand directly grabbed into the martial artist's body. Ling Zhao's white bone claws clawed into the warrior's body. A terrifying dark power was released, and the warrior instantly became a cripple. A complete and utter piece of trash. A 5th level Yin Yang realm cultivator was even worse than an ordinary person. Just watch from the side, and then die in pain and despair. This is the price you have to pay for going against me. Ling Xiao casually threw the warrior out, and a group of skeleton soldiers immediately protected him. This person couldn't die for the time being. If he died like this, wouldn't it be too easy for him? Maybe what he sees is your miserable death. Even if he is crippled, it won't be a loss. Feng Ming Qishan looked at Ling Xiao expressionlessly. Suddenly, a terrifying aura was completely aimed at Ling Xiao, and was released crazily. Since I dare to step onto the peak of Changle City, I won't be afraid of you, Feng Ming Qishan. Ling Xiao smiled coldly, and 2 swords hung above his head. One was the Divine Light Sword, and the other was the Dark Devil Sword. Then, the sword spirits I released the Sword of Destruction. Together with the Sword of Slaughter from before. Fuse, Sword of Destruction, Sword of Darkness, facing Feng Ming Qishan, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He wanted to use his strongest power to fight it out with him. Therefore, it wasn't over yet. The 3rd sword hung above Ling Zhao's head. Human King Sword, then, the sword spirits I released an Immortal Sword, fuse again, Immortal Human King's Sword. This was Ling Zhao's most powerful weapon at the moment. He held the Sword of Destruction and Sword of Darkness in both hands, and the Immortal Human King's Sword above his head. The 3 swords were aimed at Feng Ming Qishan, emitting a terrifying aura. Feng Mingqishan frowned slightly. He also felt the terrifying aura of the three swords. However, soon after, he revealed a cold smile. So what if you have 3 swords? Even if you have 10 swords, you still can't beat me today. Feng Mingqishan sneered, and the killing god's white blade martial soul behind him let out a low cry. Then, his body exploded with a shocking killing aura. The murderous aura in his hand condensed into a real blade that was visible to the naked eye. It was a blood-red weapon. It was as if fresh blood was dripping down, giving off an aura of death and slaughter. It was quite terrifying. Kill! Feng Mingqishan roared, and with a blood-red blade in his hand, he had already rushed in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold, and there was no expression on his face. At that moment, the sharp blades in his hand suddenly released an astonishing sword will. In the void, 2 huge sword rays appeared. One black and one white, swallowed and spat out, piercing towards Phoenix Krychi Mountain. The sword light pierced through the void, emitting an ear-piercing whistling sound. Many people outside the array formation could not help but cover their ears. Duo. That guy's sword is getting more and more terrifying. The liquor demon sword muttered. He was a swordsman, so he could naturally sense how terrifying Ling Xiao's terrifying sword intent was. Clang! Clang! The black and white 2-colored sword beam was blocked by the blood-red sword blade of Phoenix Krychi, emitting the sound of metal clashing. Those 2 sword beams actually shattered in an instant. However, the blood-red sword blade seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. It lost its killing intent and its light changed. It became weak. Ling Xiao seemed to be waiting for this moment. The immortal king sword hanging above his head suddenly released a purple sword light and pierced out. It was very difficult for others to control 3 swords at the same time. It was even more impossible to use 3 swords to perform 3 moves at the same time. But he, Ling Xiao, had no problem. If someone could see the soul, they would discover that the immortal king sword was actually held in the hands of the Gemini martial spirit. And the Gemini martial spirit was controlled by Ling Xiao's origin spirit. It was basically no different from Ling Xiao's arm, except that it was more flexible and free. When Feng Mingqishan saw the purple sword attacking him, he couldn't help but frown. He had seen Ling Xiao's black and white 2 swords a long time ago, so he was fearless. Moreover, in the previous attack, he had the upper hand. However, this was the first time he had seen the immortal king sword. Even when he killed Long Lin, Ling Xiao only used the human king's sword and did not fuse with the immortal sword. Naturally, its power was not as strong as it was today. 5 elements dragon soul rock wall. He was about to be pierced by the purple sword light. The ancient 5 elements dragon behind Feng Mingqishan let out a loud dragon roar. Then, the earth shook and the ground suddenly rose, forming a thick rock wall in front of Feng Mingqishan. The rock wall blocked the purple sword light. However, it was only for a moment. The immortal sword was forever immortal. The sword intent would not be consumed in the air, nor would it be consumed in battle. However, the rock wall would eventually be damaged. Chi La. The purple sword light finally pierced through the thick rock wall and shot towards Feng Mingqishan with an unstoppable momentum. However, this momentary block still gave Feng Mingqishan a chance to regain his momentum. Break! Feng Mingqishan snorted coldly, and the blood-red blade in his hand once again exploded with light. Behind him, the killing god white blade martial spirit roared and released a terrifying power. The huge blood-red blade fiercely struck out. It collided with the purple sword light. Kacha! Finally, the purple sword light completely shattered, turning into specks of purple light that scattered on the ground. Immortal sword intent, immortal king. Can you break it? Ling Xiao's voice sounded in the air. The sword light that should have been shattered actually condensed once again, and then once again charged towards Feng Mingqishan. At the same time, Ling Xiao also charged forward with his sword in hand. 3 sword lights surrounded Feng Mingqishan and continuously stabbed out. Although Feng Mingqishan was powerful, he couldn't find a good way to break out of this situation. After all, in terms of speed and ingenious use of moves, Feng Mingqishan couldn't compare to Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao opened his Taiji eye and everything was under his control. Under his precise calculations, unless Feng Ming Qishan had some special move that could instantly explode, otherwise, he was afraid that he would fall today. How annoying. 5 elements dragon soul, fiery blaze. Feng Ming Qishan roared angrily. The ancient 5 elements dragon roared again, and terrifying flames formed a ball around his body. The fire dragon blocked all of Ling Zhao's sword lights. Endless rumbling sounds erupted. However, although this move was powerful and could block Ling Zhao's attack, it was unable to repel Ling Xiao. Ling Zhao's sword light continued to be released. The black sword light was filled with killing intent, every single one of them caused Feng Ming Qishan to feel a piercing pain in his body. The shadow of death in his heart was also constantly intensifying. The white sword light was filled with destruction, every single one of them could destroy Feng Ming Qishan's spewing fire dragon, destroy everything, destroy everything. The purple sword light was immortal and indestructible, this was the most difficult sword light to deal with. It seemed to be impossible to destroy, forever like a maggot in one's bones, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. 3 sword lights, 3 different effects. Although Feng Ming Qishan had a lot of ability, it was still very difficult for him to deal with it. Facing Ling Zhao's exquisite ability to grasp timing, he was now suppressed. You can't do it? There's more to come. Ling Xiao sneered and released the dark sword domain. A terrifying aura spread out once again. Logically speaking, after a martial artist broke through to the Yin-Yang realm, they would automatically give up on their domain. Something like a domain was very useful in the Grotto Heaven realm, but in the Yin-Yang realm, it was almost useless. It was a pity to give it up and tasteless. Not only did it waste a lot of internal energy, it was also not as powerful as expected. However, Ling Xiao did not intend to give up. His advantage was that he had abundant internal energy and powerful soul force. Moreover, Ling Xiao discovered a secret. A domain could actually evolve in the hands of a Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Combined with the comprehension of the 18 levels of hell and the fusion of the array, it could produce unexpected results. And this was probably something that only Ling Xiao could do in the entire Divine Phoenix continent. No one else could. Yin-Yang realm, dark sword domain. Ling Xiao, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? You actually want to use a domain that only a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist would treat as a treasure to deal with me? Could it be that you have too much internal energy and feel that it's fine to waste some? Seeing Ling Xiao release the dark sword domain, Phoenix Qishan was not nervous. Instead, he laughed. He hoped that Ling Xiao would be like this. If he spent a lot of internal energy on useless attacks, then he would definitely not be able to do it in the future. Outside the barrier, many martial artists did not understand the meaning of Ling Xiao's actions. But out of their trust in Ling Xiao, they still wanted to see what was going on. Ling Xiao had always been a maverick who stood out from the masses. Who could be sure that he wouldn't be able to create an attack that was completely different from others? In the next moment, Phoenix Qishan's expression darkened. At the same time, his eyes revealed shock. No, your domain is strange. As he continued to attack, his brows furrowed even more. Hehe, you finally saw it. A domain that is useless to a Yin-Yang realm martial artist can have a new lease of life in my hands. I'm not afraid to tell you that this dark sword domain has fused with the black hell ghost sword formation that I comprehended in the Hell of Tongues. In the tongue-ripping hell, the terrifying hell scissors could cut off the tongues of any Yin-Yang realm martial artist, rendering them unable to speak. My dark hell ghost sword formation can transform all the sword lights in the dark sword domain into ghost swords that are like the scissors of hell. Not only was its lethality greatly increased, but it could also continuously absorb energy from the hell of tongue ripping. Do you think I will waste my inner energy? As he spoke, a large door opened in the sky. The words tongue-pulling hell were clearly written on the door. Black energy continued to be released from the door and fused into the dark sword domain. This caused all the sword lights in the dark sword domain to turn black, giving off an aura of death. With the formation of the dark hell ghost sword formation, the power of the dark sword domain increased greatly. The sword light continued to swallow and spit out, turning into countless black sword shadows that attacked Phoenix Qishan. It was as if there was no end to it. Immediately, Phoenix Qishan felt extremely strained. What was a formation? A formation borrowed the power of heaven and earth to increase the power of attack or defense. Once the formation was activated, unless one could break it, even if one's strength was stronger, one would still be at a loss when facing the formation. Phoenix Cry Chi Shan's immemorial 5 elements dragon soul could control the power of the 5 elements. However, hell was not part of the 5 elements. It jumped out of the 5 elements. Therefore, if he wanted to break this formation, it was simply a fool's dream. Phoenix Cry Chi Shan, I told you before, you will definitely lose today's battle. You have a trump card, but do you have more trump cards than me? How ignorant. Ling Xiao stood outside the dark sword domain and coldly looked at Phoenix Cry Chi Shan, who was constantly being attacked by the black sword lights, and said indifferently. Phoenix Cry Chi Shan's face was ashen. After releasing the immemorial 5 elements dragon soul and the killing god's white blade martial spirit, he had been domineering and arrogant. He felt that he could control everything and that victory was within his grasp. It was as if he could take Ling Xiao's life away at any time. Not only Ling Xiao, even the people who were watching the show outside were treated as dead people by him. Although he was defeated outside, as long as he won this battle, he would still be the supreme emperor of the divine Phoenix continent. However, at this moment, he felt an intense depression and embarrassment. After attacking for a long time, he did not hurt Ling Xiao in the slightest. Instead, he was trapped by someone else's domain that he called chicken ribs. This was really a strong irony. No, strength is absolute. Watch me break your bullshit formation. With a roar, the immemorial 5 elements dragon and the killing god's white blade behind Phoenix Cry Chi Shan lit up at the same time. A powerful aura completely condensed on Phoenix Cry Chi Shan's body. He roared, and the blood-red weapon in his hand actually merged with yellow, green, black, blue, and red, the 5 colors that represented the power of the 5 elements. The power was completely released in an instant. The space in the dark sword domain almost collapsed at one point. The black sword lights that were attacking him shattered one after another, turning into dots of black light that scattered on the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. Terrifying blood-red light was constantly released, crazily attacking Ling Xiao's dark sword domain in all directions. One had to admit that Phoenix Cry Chi Shan was really strong. If not for the integration of the Dark Hell Ghost Sword formation, this dark sword domain would have been easily broken by Phoenix Cry Chi Shan. Even at this time, protrusions continued to appear on the surface of the dark sword domain, as if it could be pierced through at any time. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out. All the black sword lights seemed to have lost their ability to resist, and when they touched the blood-red sword chi, they instantly shattered. They were no longer able to cause any harm to Phoenix Cry Chi Shan. However, Ling Xiao's face was as cold as ever. Tongue-pulling hell, power of lies, condensed black sword. A cold voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. The black sword lights actually gradually retreated, and then, some strange runes were released from the tongue-pulling hell. These runes were the power of lies of the tongue-pulling hell. It was rumored that the tongue-pulling hell was used to imprison those who were full of lies. And this kind of lie was also a kind of energy, the power of lies. As these runes merged into the dark sword domain, the original sword light began to condense, and actually turned into a physical entity. Chi. The dark sword domain once again erupted with a terrifying attack. This time, it was no longer sword light, but a true ghost sword. It was a ghost sword condensed from the power of lies. Even the people outside the barrier could clearly feel the terrifying lethality of these black ghost swords. It was as if the hell scissors had been summoned from the tongue-pulling hell. Feng Ming Qishan's expression suddenly changed. The stronger one was, the more one could sense danger. He understood very well what these black ghost swords meant. They were definitely not as easy to deal with as the sword light just now. This Ling Xiao was really terrifying. He was not weak and was proficient in formations. Furthermore, this array formation allowed Ling Xiao's strength to become even more powerful. This was probably the final trump card that Ling Xiao was talking about. Fury of Ice and Fire. Phoenix Cry Chi Shan, who was in the form of a divine phoenix, suddenly unleashed 2 streams of intertwined power of ice and fire towards the countless black ghost swords. However, after a fierce collision, the effect was negligible. Although Phoenix Cry Chi Shan blocked the attack of the black ghost swords, he could not do anything about the dark sword region. He originally thought that he could easily kill Ling Xiao after breaking free from the 10,000 gate formation. However, he was trapped by Ling Xiao again. He was really vexed to be trapped by the same person twice in a battle. Take your time to break the formation. I'll go and take the lives of those 5 fellows first. Ling Xiao suddenly sneered and turned to look at the 5 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists who were fighting with his summoned creatures and helpers. His original plan was to trap Phoenix Crychishan and kill these people first. However, he did not expect Phoenix Crychishan to break the 10,000 gate formation, so his plan was delayed for a moment. However, overall, it did not affect him much. Now, Phoenix Crychishan was trapped by him again. And this process took less than a quarter of an hour. His health physique could still last for a long time. At the very least, it was not a problem for him to kill the 5 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists from the White Tiger mainland. The 5 of them were much weaker than Phoenix Crychishan. In addition, they were already in a fierce battle. Ling Xiao only wanted to kill them, just like how he crippled the martial artist who was unwilling to speak. It's over. None of the 5 of them will survive. Outside the barrier, everyone had the same thought. Phoenix Crychishan led 6 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists to set a trap here in an attempt to kill Ling Xiao. However, the transportation formation was one way. In other words, they did not leave a way out for themselves. Because including these 6 people, as well as Feng Ming Qishan, they all felt that with their lineup, killing Ling Xiao would be an easy task. But now, it seemed that the situation had completely reversed. It wasn't them who killed Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao who killed them. This huge contrast made them unable to believe the reality in front of them. Die. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to wait for them to reflect on life and regret. In order to not consume too much of his internal energy, he had already removed the immortal Human King Sword and the Sword of Light Destruction. All that was left was the Dark Slaughter Sword. A cold killing intent instantly swept across a warrior's neck. Without any resistance, the bastard died on the spot. Son of Light, immemorial Golden Crow, come back. Ling Xiao had a plan when he killed his enemies. Releasing the Child of Light and the primordial Golden Crow outside would continuously consume his internal energy, so eliminating their opponents as soon as possible was the best choice. He really is dead. Outside the barrier, the people who saw this scene weren't surprised at all. In fact, the moment Ling Xiao trapped Feng Ming Qishan, they had already developed an almost blind admiration and trust for Ling Xiao. He wasn't even afraid of Feng Ming Qishan, so the remaining 5 Yin-Yang realm 5th-level martial artists were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Ling Xiao didn't stop after killing one person. His figure disappeared into the darkness, and after a while, the martial artist who was fighting with the Child of Shadow was directly split open from the back. He died on the spot. Child of Shadow, immemorial divine demon, retrieve. Ling Xiao's figure appeared again. Although there were beads of sweat dripping from his forehead, there was a satisfied smile on his face. The Shadow immemorial divine demon formed by the fusion of the Child of Shadow and the immemorial divine demon was still very powerful. Just like the immemorial Golden Crow, it had already left many wounds on their opponents. The reason why he killed them so easily was because of their powerful combat strength. After killing the second martial artist, Ling Xiao directly took out a handful of pills and swallowed them. These pills were originally used by Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, and Ling Xiao had refined them in the past. Although they could recover the Yin-Yang Realm martial artists' Yin-Yang origin energy, the effect was very poor, and they had to be consumed in large quantities. However, such an elixir was incomparably precious in the eyes of the warriors outside the boundary. Yet, Ling Xiao ate them in large mouthfuls. What a waste of God's gift. This guy is wasting the first place. The Moon Maiden shook her head and smiled bitterly. It's none of our business how he wastes his things, but his enemies will be in trouble. The Wine Demon Sword smiled. Yes, not only is his inner energy rich, but he can also rely on pills to replenish it. This is simply cheating. Patriarch Chang'e also smiled bitterly. Once again, he was extremely glad that he chose to ally with Ling Xiao in the end and not become his enemy. Otherwise, he would probably be scared to death by Ling Xiao's method of treating pills as snacks. Including Phoenix Crychishan, there are 4 people left. However, Phoenix Xianxia is trapped, and one of them is crippled. In fact, there are only 3 people left who can fight. It seems that Ling Xiao really wants to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Zhu Xiaozong said. Isn't he going to ask about the mastermind behind this? Mou frowned. He just doesn't want to waste time. Anyway, one of them is almost scared silly and will definitely spill everything in the end. As for the others, it's useless to keep them alive, so he killed them. Upon seeing this, Dan Feng shook his head gently and said, I didn't expect him to grow so quickly. Old ancestor, I'm starting to believe your words now. I'm afraid he will be the real dark horse at this white tiger gathering. Just as everyone was talking, a scream was heard. Before Ling Xiao made a move, the outcome of a battle had already been decided. It was the butterfly lady. Perhaps the butterfly lady was tired and didn't want to continue wasting time. A strange 7-colored light shot out from her 7-colored wings and directly pierced through her opponent's body. That opponent's eyes were still wide open when he died, as if he couldn't believe that he was killed by such a small thing. Tired. The butterfly lady wobbled back to the mountain river world to rest. To reward this little girl, Ling Xiao naturally prepared all kinds of high-end and delicious food. For example, he took out the medium-grade spirit stones and mortal-grade spirit weapons from the dead Yinyang realm martial artist's storage rings. These were all things that the butterfly lady liked to eat. Ling Xiao felt that his heart was about to melt when he saw her holding the spirit stones and chewing with her small mouth. Lightning strike. Perhaps it was because the butterfly lady had finished her battle, but Ba Er and the skeleton general, who were still fighting, were a little unconvinced. The huge lightning ball in Ba Er's hand fiercely smashed onto his opponent. After the terrifying lightning strike, the huge hammer in his right hand fiercely smashed down. The martial artist was already numb from the lightning strike, so he didn't have any reaction when he was suddenly struck by the huge hammer. He was smashed into meat paste. On the other side, the battle ended even more simply. Originally, the skeleton soldiers led by the skeleton general could block 2 5th-level Yinyang realm martial artists. Now, he felt that it was a waste of time to face one person. A large number of white bones suddenly appeared on the ground, and the opponent had nowhere to hide. Dozens of white bones pierced through the person's body. However, a 5th-level Yinyang realm martial artist did not die. The skeleton general went up and pierced the opponent's head with his spear. Only then did the battle end. Dead, all of them were really dead, other than one who was crippled and the trapped Phoenix Xianxia. The other 5 people were easily killed by Ling Xiao. Originally, many people did not understand why Ling Xiao dared to start a war against the Divine Phoenix Empire at this time. Could he really be compared to Phoenix Xianxia? However, at this moment, they understood that they had underestimated the Celestial Empire's Celestial Emperor. The trump cards that this guy had were not something that others could understand. Even if he faced 6 5th-level Yinyang realm martial artists alone, he could definitely win easily. This guy was an absolute monster. He actually destroyed 2 assassination attempts from the White Tiger continent and killed a total of 25 Yinyang realm martial artists. One had to know that if these 25 people formed a force, then they would definitely be able to dominate the entire Divine Phoenix continent. He had actually died so easily. Ling Xiao sent the skeleton general and demon god Bar back. Then, the entire battlefield became quiet. He looked at the martial artist who had been crippled with a smile. See, I'm a man of my word. Now, you can tell me, who is the mastermind behind you? Although Ling Xiao still had a smile on his face, this martial artist felt that he was extremely terrifying. Before coming to the Divine Phoenix continent, this martial artist never thought that his opponent would be such a terrifying monster. No, he should be called a monster. Outside the barrier, many people had the same opinion. Ling Xiao's battle power might not be the best. But this guy's talent and growth rate were simply shocking to the point of speechlessness. In every battle, he was weaker than the others and was always seen as trash that could be cleaned up at any time. But every time he fought, he would surprise everyone, using that seemingly inexhaustible trump card to make the enemy despair. Then, he would kill the enemy. Those were 5 martial artists at the 5th level of the Yinyang realm. In the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent, they were the most powerful forces. But it was precisely this kind of cultivator who, in front of Ling Xiao, was actually like a dog or a chicken, easily annihilated. His cultivation should only be at the second level of the yin-yang realm, right? Dan. Feng muttered to himself in the crowd. Hearing this, the crowd's hearts trembled even more. He was already so terrifying when he was only at the second level of the yin-yang realm. How terrifying would he be if his cultivation continued to increase? No wonder he insisted on going to the White Tiger continent. This tiny little divine phoenix continent already could not accommodate him. Black and white elders, did you see that? This is Ji Lingyue's younger brother, Ji Lingxiao. Suddenly, the wine demon soared through the dignified black and white elders of the Fire Phoenix tribe to the ground. He said with some anger and resentment, "Back then, you used an extremely despicable method to steal Ji Lingyue's martial soul. But today, your lives are in the hands of her younger brother, Ji Lingxiao. Don't you feel it deeply?" So it's true. Black and white elders had already suspected Lingxiao's identity. However, they could not confirm it. Now that they heard this from the wine demon sword, they could completely confirm it. Ji Fuling and Yu Xianxia really had a good son. Lingxiao seemed to have heard the conversation outside. He looked over coldly. With this look, the dignified black and white elders felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if many thorns had suddenly grown on their spines. It was very uncomfortable. Deep in their hearts, the shadow of death kept expanding. A bone-chilling coldness spread through their blood and organs. Black and white elders. Back then, my parents were too benevolent, so they were deceived by you. However, I'm different from them. It's really your misfortune to have met me. Lingxiao sneered and said, "Don't worry, you won't die so soon. If you want to die, you have to wait until I destroy Phoenix Mountain. I want you to be in complete despair. But you promised Feng Yinshan that you would let all the Fire Phoenix tribesmen go." Elder Black gritted his teeth. Although this was a rumor from outside, Elder Black felt that it could be used to save his life at this critical moment. Since it was already like this, what was the point of saving face? What is Feng Yinshan? I let him go because he has never made things difficult for me. We were allies for a period of time. Do you really think I'm afraid of him? If I want to kill you, even the heavens can't stop me. Not to mention Feng Yinshan. Hearing this, black and white elders' eyes froze. They immediately fell into despair. Back then, they had used lies and wagging their tails to save their lives from Ji Fuling and Yu Xianxia. However, more than 10 years later, they were still unable to escape the curse of this family. Lingxiao said that he wanted to kill them, but he didn't do it immediately. He wanted to humiliate them and make them feel complete despair. The two of them were like fish on the chopping board, allowing Lingxiao to take care of them. They had to die how he said they would. This feeling was really uncomfortable. They were the dignified black and white elders of the Fire Phoenix tribe. They were once peerless experts on the divine Phoenix continent. When had they ever put Lingxiao in their eyes? If it weren't for the Moon Maiden and the Demon Liquor Sword, they would have killed Lingxiao long ago. But today, even without the Moon Maiden and the Demon Liquor Sword, Lingxiao could kill them as easily as squashing a bug. They didn't understand. How long had it been, and the situation had completely reversed? Black and white elders looked at each other and saw the anger and humiliation in each other's eyes. They wanted to commit suicide. But at this moment, they couldn't even commit suicide. The Demon Liquor Sword had sealed all of their internal energy and tied them up. No matter how much hatred and anger they felt, they could only wait for death here. This was simply too painful. They clearly knew that they were about to die, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't even choose the time of their death and the way of their death. Really, this was the sorrow of the week. For the first time, they clearly tasted it. Inside the barrier, Feng Mingqi was still trying his best to break the array. The Dark Sword domain under the Dark Hell Ghost Sword array continued to pressure Feng Mingqi. However, it couldn't hurt the other party. Feng Mingqi was too powerful. It was difficult for the Dark Sword domain alone to work. However, Lingxiao had already expected this result. Lingxiao did not expect the Dark Hell Ghost Sword formation to kill Phoenix Cry Chi Shan. As long as it could trap Phoenix Cry Chi Shan and pressure him, it would be enough. At this moment, Phoenix Cry Chi Shan's expression was extremely gloomy. He watched helplessly as one of the 6 powerful 5th-level Yin-Yang realm experts he brought was crippled and 5 were killed. At this moment, Ling Xiao was walking towards the crippled guy in an attempt to find out the mastermind behind this from him. But he could not do anything. Shut up. Say it. You know what the consequences will be. Phoenix Xianxia roared crazily. Haha, you can't even protect yourself, yet you still care about so many things. I can guarantee that as long as he is willing to say it, then he will be an honored guest of our heavenly dynasty empire. I can even help him recover his cultivation. But what about you? You can only roar with all your might in that cage, but you can't do anything. Ling Xiao turned around and glanced at Phoenix Xianxia, revealing a disdainful sneer. Then, he lowered his head and looked at that martial artist again. Tell me the answer. This is your last chance. His voice was ice cold. Obviously, he was not joking. He put his ear close to the other party. That martial artist finally admitted defeat. Although Phoenix Xianxia was not dead yet, in his opinion, the trapped Phoenix Xianxia already had no chance and would only die in the constant exhaustion. What? When Ling Xiao heard that martial artist's words, he could not help but be shocked. It's actually them? Is what you said true? He stared at that martial artist and asked again. Because that martial artist was almost out of strength, his voice was very soft. Only Ling Xiao could hear what he said. At this moment, that martial artist only nodded and could not even speak. Alright, you did very well. You can temporarily enjoy life in my heavenly dynasty empire. As long as I investigate and find out that what you said is true, then I can help you recover your cultivation. Ling Xiao still needed help. For a martial artist who had no way out, he could only work for him. Don't worry, I will help you find your family and send them to the Divine Phoenix continent. Perhaps in the White Tiger continent, I don't dare to say that I can protect them, but in the Divine Phoenix continent, no one can harm them. Ling Xiao glanced at the man and promised. He just wanted to make a gesture to let everyone know that there were definitely benefits to relying on him. He, Ling Xiao, was not a narrow-minded person who would haggle over every ounce. He was someone who would achieve great things. Therefore, even if he had any grudges or grievances with Ling Xiao in the past, he could write them off. An irreconcilable enmity was out of the question. For example, the Black and White Elders. That was the person who almost killed his sister, Ji Lingyue, and tricked his parents into crossing the ocean to the Heaven's Chosen Gate. Now, he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. To Ling Xiao, there was no way he would let the two of them go. Ling Xiao walked back to the Dark Sword domain. Looking at the trapped Phoenix Xianxia, he smiled and said, "It seems like someone just said that they wanted to kill me and destroy my heavenly empire. Why aren't you shouting now? Right now, you are just like an imprisoned dog. Other than roaring, what else can you do? Ling Xiao, if you have the ability, then remove this array formation. Let's fight fair and square." Feng. Ming Qishan roared. He knew that today, right now, was the only time he could defeat Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's terrifying cultivation speed and talent was something that he could not catch up to no matter what. Therefore, he did not think of escaping at all. He only wanted to fight to the death with Ling Xiao. Remove the array formation? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully and said, "Why should I remove the array formation that I set up with my own ability?" You. Feng Ming Qishan was simply furious. Ling Xiao, this fellow, actually didn't even give him the chance to fight fair and square. This fellow was truly as terrifying as a demon. Why didn't he see it earlier? Chi. His irritable mood caused Feng Ming Qishan to make serious mistakes in his actions. A few black swords suddenly flew over and left several sword marks on his body. Fresh blood dripped down and was very eye-catching. Ling Xiao, you coward. You don't deserve to be the ruler of the Divine Phoenix continent. Feng Ming Qishan roared crazily, and the power of ice and fire in his body began to skyrocket in an almost uncontrollable manner. The ancient 5 elements Dragon Soul and the Killing God's White Blade Martial Soul had already been absorbed into his body. His figure suddenly increased by 4 to 5 times. Although he was originally in the form of a divine phoenix, his body shape was similar to a human's and he could still fight with weapons. But now, his body was several meters long, and his wings were 7 to 8 meters wide. His entire person had completely transformed into a huge divine phoenix. He's going to go berserk. Ling Xiao frowned. Then, he used his soul power to transmit a message to Yuan Venerate, Master, you can avoid the barrier. Once Feng Ming Qishan goes berserk, the Dark Sword domain will definitely not be able to control him. I have to use the tyrannical Sky Martial Soul. Ling Xiao had nothing to hide in front of Yuan Venerate, as Yuan Venerate had already seen Ling Xiao use the tyrannical Sky Martial Soul more than once. No problem. Yuan Venerate had already controlled the barrier, so it was very easy for him to block the aura and the vision of others. Ling Xiao glanced at the 5th-level Yin-Yang martialist who had already submitted to him and threw him out. Help me take good care of him. Don't let him die. After all, this is my promise. Someone outside naturally caught the martialist and took care of him properly. Although Changle Immortal Island had not publicly pledged allegiance to the Celestial Dynasty Empire, they had no other choice. Even though they had once been allies. However, Changle Immortal Island was too important. If the Celestial Dynasty Empire wanted to completely unify the Divine Phoenix continent and start their cultivation journey to the White Tiger continent, they had to conquer this place. This was also why Feng Ming Qishan had insisted on conquering Changle Immortal Island. Send him to Changle Palace first and let him have a good rest. Patriarch Changle instructed his subordinates. Someone immediately took the martialist away. When everyone looked at the barrier again, they realized that they could no longer see anything. Not a single trace of aura was emitted from the turbid barrier. This scene seems familiar. Ling Xiao seemed to have done this in the dragon-slaying forest, right? Jiao Majian rubbed his chin and said, it seems like he still has a trump card that he has yet to reveal. However, that trump card might be too shocking, so even we are not qualified to see it. Perhaps. The Moon Lady said faintly. She did not care what Ling Xiao's trump card was. She only knew that as long as her man was fine and treated her well, that would be enough. As for anything else, why should she worry so much? Ling Xiao, even if we perish together today, I will make sure you die. Die. Feng Ming Qishan, who was in a berserk state, was rapidly losing his life force. This was a way to fight to the death with his opponent. Feng Ming Qishan did not want to be trapped to death by Ling Xiao. He wanted to drag Ling Xiao down with him before he died. A terrifying aura wrapped around Feng Ming Qishan's body. At this moment, the black swords that pierced his body were no longer able to cause any harm. Feng Ming Qishan was like a divine phoenix descending from the primordial era, incomparably terrifying and powerful. Crack, his huge phoenix claws ruthlessly tore at the Dark Sword domain. The originally indestructible Dark Sword domain was actually torn open. Crack, another claw swiped down, and the hole was torn open even wider. Feng Ming Qishan seemed to have lost his mind. The hidden power from his bloodline gradually controlled him. He crazily rushed out of the Dark Sword domain. He soared into the sky. As expected, I can't block it. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. Although he had expected this to happen, the incomparably terrifying power that Feng Ming Qishan released before his death still surprised him a little. Since you've come out, then treat it as a reward for you. I'll let you see my true strength. Ling Xiao stared at Feng Ming Qishan in the sky. A chaotic universe gradually appeared behind him. The shadow of the Tyrant martial spirit gradually appeared, and that small piece of mountain river world was the brightest. In the silent universe, the Taotai beast lay on 2 planets and brazenly slept, as if it had no intention of waking up. The ancient hell dragon roamed in the mountain river world, and the demon sword ancestor was stuck on a mountain peak, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. The ancient golden crow perched in the clouds in the sky, emitting a dazzling light, and had already merged with the red sun. The pitch-black ancient heavenly demon perched in the dark shadows, accompanied by the moon. All of this seemed so harmonious and natural. Seeing this scene, Feng Ming Qishan was completely shocked. What martial spirit is this? This is your trump card? He actually gradually regained his senses. This was originally impossible for Feng Ming Qishan, who was in a berserk state, unless there was something that stimulated his nerves even more. And it was very clear that the terrifying Tyrant martial spirit in front of him was this thing. Tyrant Dark Sword of Slaughter, Divine Soul Annihilation. Ling Xiao did not answer Feng Ming Qishan's question. He gently waved his hand, and a ray of light suddenly flashed in the pitch-black universe. It fell like a meteor. Although the people outside the barrier could not feel the terrifying aura, they could feel the earth shaking. It was as if something had broken the balance of space. The gigantic dark slaughter sword descended from the sky, passing through countless stars, bringing with it a terrifying energy. Releasing an astonishing slaughter sword will, it pierced towards the Phoenix Krychi mountain in the sky. Feng Ming Qishan was stunned for a moment, and then gave up on blocking the attack. Based on his perception, there was no way he could block such a move. He frantically rushed towards Ling Xiao, attempting to kill Ling Xiao before the sword strike landed. The huge divine phoenix leaped towards Ling Xiao. The power of ice and fire kept exploding in the air. "Can you be faster than my sword?" Ling Xiao looked at Feng Ming Qishan with ridicule and said, "To be honest, I overestimated you. I thought that I only had a 50% chance of defeating you, but you really disappointed me. You only have those terrifying twin martial spirits. Coupled with such a powerful bloodline power, the combat strength you can display is less than half. Now I feel that I have full confidence in killing you." Sword fall, Feng Ming Qishan raised his head in horror and subconsciously tried to block. However, it was already too late. Boom, the gigantic dark slaughter sword released an astonishing power. The sword pierced Feng Ming Qishan. It was like an arrow hitting a small bird. It nailed him to the ground. Feng Ming Qishan's body was squirming, screaming miserably. But it was meaningless. A terrifying dark power was released from the dark slaughter sword, and Feng Ming Qishan felt that his body and soul were gradually disappearing. "I said that your body and soul will be destroyed. Feng Ming Qishan, at least in the profound world, you won't be able to live. You repeatedly instigated others to kill me, and I endured it because I was not your opponent at that time. Today, you can be considered to have died in vain." "Eye of the immortal pot," a strange gourd-like eye appeared above Ling Xiao's head. "Withdraw." Although Feng Ming Qishan was bound to die, Ling Xiao still wanted the ancient five elements dragon spirit and the killing god white blade martial spirit. One was one of the 9 great ancient dragon spirits. The other was one of the 12 immortal martial spirits. No matter which one it was, they were all very precious. In the future, if it was made into a blood-soul talisman, it would definitely become his very powerful combat strength. Smoke dissipated. The enchantment disappeared. People could finally see everything in the enchantment clearly. Feng Ming Qishan had already disappeared, and only a blood-stained storage ring on the ground confirmed that he had appeared there just now. Ling Xiao stood there, his black hair dancing wildly. His clothes fluttered in the wind. Handsome and cold, like a demon lord of a generation. No one knew when it started, but the title of Demon Lord had been attached to Ling Xiao's head. Even after going to the White Tiger continent, there were still people who called him that. Of course, that was all in the future. Ling Xiao raised his foot and walked towards Black and White Elders. His cold eyes revealed a dense killing intent. He said that after killing Feng Ming Qishan, it would be the time of Black and White Elders' death. Naturally, he wouldn't go back on his words. "Do you regret it?" Ling Xiao looked at Black and White Elders and asked contemptuously. Black and White Elders looked at each other and suddenly sneered. "Not killing you earlier is the thing we regret the most." Since he was already going to die, Black Elder didn't show too much embarrassment. After all, he was once a big shot, so this was more like it. "Hee, is that so? I'm afraid that even if you want to kill me, you can't do it." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I'll give the two of you a chance to die a little more honorably. Tell me, who took my sister's martial spirit?" Sometimes, although it was death, the difference between dying honorably and being tortured to death was still very big. "Brother Ling, our everlasting joy immortal island has a secret realm, and there are snakes, insects, rats, and ants inside. Why don't we cripple them and throw them in, and see how long they can live?" Dan Feng said with a smile. Ling Xiao obviously knew that his words were a threat to Black and White Elders. No one wanted to die in such a miserable way. Hee, that's really a good idea." Ling Xiao smiled, then looked at Black and White Elders and said, "How about it? I don't think the two of you are the kind of people who have perseverance." Back then, you knelt in front of my parents and begged for mercy, making them pity you. Today, you should also do the same, right? You win. Black Elder sighed and said, I only ask for an intact corpse. Don't worry, this is very easy. Xiao nodded and said. Actually, even if I tell you who took your sister's martial spirit, you won't be able to take it back. The difference between us is too big. Black Elder suddenly revealed a sinister smile, as if he thought of something very fun. Elder Black suddenly laughed. You think you've won, but you don't know that you've already caused a disaster. The foundation of the Divine Phoenix clan isn't in the Divine Phoenix continent, but in the White Tiger continent. Feng Fei, she's the pride of our Fire Phoenix clan. Her talent isn't inferior to your big sister's. If the Divine Phoenix Empire has her, then Phoenix Cry Mountain and Phoenix Hidden Mountain will have to stand aside. Oh? Feng Fei. I'll remember that name. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a sharp light before he said, Kill yourselves. This is what I promised you. I can leave your corpses intact. Since the other party had cooperated and told him the answer, he wouldn't go back on his word. Although he was domineering, he wasn't an unreasonable person. Many thanks. The Black and White elders looked at each other and smiled sadly. Then, they attacked at the same time and pressed their palms against the top of their heads. Find a place to bury them. I only promised to leave their corpses intact, but I didn't say I'd bury them. Ling Xiao glanced at the two corpses before taking their storage rings. After confirming that the two were dead, he ordered his subordinates. Yes. Naturally, someone obeyed. The Vermilion Bird clan and Thunderhawk clan leaders were extremely nervous. Although they'd surrendered at the last minute, they were worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't accept them. Seeing Elder Black and Elder Black commit suicide made their hearts uneasy. Don't worry. Since you've surrendered to my celestial empire, you're one of us. Naturally, I won't do anything to you. But I hope you'll remember this clearly. I, Ling Xiao, hate betrayal the most. Since you've joined, you should be down to earth. If you dare to betray me one day, I'll exterminate your entire clan. I won't leave anyone alive. If anyone else had said this, they might not have believed it. But since Ling Xiao said it, they believed it without question. Ling Xiao had always been a man of his word. He was also a ruthless person. Rumble. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Even the storm and ocean shook. Strange rumbling sounds came from afar. Ling Xiao frowned as he activated his Taiji eye and looked into the distance. However, he discovered something extremely strange and terrifying. In this stormy ocean, many continents began to gather, merge, and come into contact with each other. So the prophecy was actually true. The Moon Maiden exclaimed in shock. What prophecy? Ling Xiao glanced at the Moon Maiden and asked. On the day the 13 continents of the profound world split apart, a prophecy was born. It said that when a country rose up in the profound world and could unify the profound world, the 13 continents would close once again. The Moon Maiden replied, It looks like the prophecy has begun to come true. Your heavenly empire has now unified the heavenly dragon continent and the divine phoenix continent. Therefore, these two continents have begun to close up and become a complete continent. The 13 continents have become 12. Ling Zhao's eyes flickered. The heroic spirit in his heart became even stronger. Later history books recorded, in the second year of the Celestial Dynasty calendar, the Celestial Emperor unified the Celestial Dragon and the Divine Phoenix, and the two continents became one. Although there was an anomaly in the sky and the earth shook, the strange thing was that the residents on the surface did not suffer any injuries. It was as if there was a god helping them. This day was not peaceful after all. The entire Heavenly Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent resounded with Ling Zhao's glorious achievements. The merging of the two continents and the appearance of an anomaly in the sky caused everyone living on these two continents to know about Ling Zhao's achievements. The Divine Phoenix Empire, which was extremely powerful in the past and had almost unified the Divine Phoenix continent, was easily wiped out and replaced by Ling Xiao. People were shocked and fearful of Ling Zhao's strength and dominance. Later on, there were rumors that the Divine Phoenix Emperor had set a trap at the peak of Chang'e Mountain with 6 Yin Yang Realm 5th level experts to besiege Ling Xiao. However, 6 of the 7 people were killed, and 1 was crippled. At this moment, Ling Zhao's name completely resounded throughout the 2 continents. He had become a unique existence. In the past, no matter how prominent Ling Zhao's reputation was, he was still suppressed by the top 10 on the Dragon Phoenix list. However, this time, no one could suppress him. He was the most dazzling star on these 2 continents. A few days later, this news spread to the White Tiger continent. The White Tiger continent had a sacred place that all cultivators yearned for, Valley of the Immortals. The Valley of the Immortals was extremely huge. It was rumored that the area it occupied was equivalent to half of any of the 4 empires on the White Tiger continent. The reason why it was called a sacred place was that the immortals of the Immortal Court would often descend to the mortal world to teach and dispel doubts. It was said that staying in the Valley of the Immortals for a few days was equivalent to cultivating outside for a few years. At this moment, in a mystic realm in the Valley of the Immortals, there was a very exquisite and unique house. It was built with special materials and could absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth. It was extremely mysterious. Outside the house, a young lady sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. A white tiger crouched beside her. Its sharp eyes were staring at a place not far away. There, a figure was slowly walking over. His steps were light and had a hint of majesty. The figure was tall and imposing, but his face was somewhat pale. The footsteps got closer and closer. When the figure was about 10 meters away from the house, he finally stopped. Then, he stood there respectfully and did not make a sound. It was as if he was afraid of disturbing the young lady who was cultivating. The white tiger yawned in boredom and actually fell asleep on its stomach. It seemed to have sensed that the person who came did not have any hostility. After a full 2 hours, the woman finally opened her eyes. She wore a strange mask on her face, so her appearance could not be seen clearly. However, those eyes revealed a depth that made people fear. "Feng Yinshan, why are you here?" She lightly opened her red lips. Her voice was illusory, as if it came from all directions, but also as if it came from another world. Feng Yinshan sighed and said, "Feng Mingqishan is dead. None of the 6 experts that you sent could return. That Ling Xiao has already completely matured. You came to disturb me just because of this?" The young lady seemed to be a little angry. It was as if she felt that Feng Mingqishan's death, or the 6 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists' deaths, was not worth mentioning. "There's an even bigger matter." Feng Yinshan continued, "A phenomenon has descended from the heavens. The Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix have finally merged." Hearing this, the young lady was indeed a little shocked. Even she seemed to be unable to remain calm. After a long while, she suddenly laughed. Her laughter was very carefree, as if the shock from before had vanished into thin air. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. She finally stopped laughing and looked at Feng Yinshan. The Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix have merged into one. That Ling Xiao will definitely become a thorn in the eyes of the major factions of the White Tiger continent. The mistakes that Divine Phoenix Empire made, they will not repeat the same mistakes. The woman said with contempt, "As long as that Ling Xiao dares to come to the White Tiger continent, he will definitely die. For us, there are only benefits and no disadvantages." Although that is the case, this Ling Xiao cannot be underestimated. Those who have underestimated him have either died or suffered a crushing defeat. Feng Yinshan sighed and said, "I am one of them." "Are you afraid?" the woman teased. "That's right, I'm afraid. If you see Ling Xiao, you will definitely be shocked by his talent and courage." Feng Yinshan told the truth. "Today, besides telling you some things about the outside world, I also have something to tell you." "What is it?" "I'm leaving. The current me can't face Ling Xiao because my spirit has been completely damaged. I'll leave the people of the Fire Phoenix tribe to you." Feng Yinshan said calmly. "Where are you going?" "The gate of heaven's chosen." Feng Yinshan said resolutely, "Only by stepping on a different path can I surpass Ling Xiao. You will die. If I die, then I die. It's better than being suppressed by others for the rest of my life. It seems like you've already made your decision. Then I won't stop you. I hope you can live. An additional path is an additional layer of hope for our Fire Phoenix tribe. Farewell." Feng Yinshan cupped his fists respectfully, then turned around and prepared to leave. One last question. How do you think Ling Xiao is compared to me? The woman suddenly asked. At this stage, you are much stronger than him. Killing him will be as easy as flipping your hand. But if you can't kill him, the one who will lose in the end will definitely be you. Feng Yinshan paused for a moment before replying. All right, you can leave now. The woman calmly watched Feng Yinshan leave. The coldness in her deep eyes grew even stronger. She suddenly turned around to look at the house and said with a smile, Miss, he seems to have mistaken me for you. After the war, the Divine Phoenix Empire's capital still maintained its former peace and prosperity. People walked onto the streets one after another. They found that the flags in front of many shops had been replaced with the dragon flag of the Celestial Empire. The original Phoenix flag had all been removed. The soldiers walking on the streets have also changed into brand new armor, which has the distinct characteristics of the Celestial Empire. At this moment, people were finally willing to accept this reality. The Divine Phoenix Empire of the past no longer existed. Now, there was only one empire between the Heavenly Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent, and that was the Heavenly Empire. Speaking of domineering and unparalleled, I'm afraid there's no one else other than the Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao. People walked on the streets and looked at everything that had changed. They couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao, who was just a celestial realm martial artist not worth mentioning 2 years ago, would become so powerful? Now, he had become the overlord of 2 continents. When he defeated the new True Devil Empire and established the Celestial Empire, there were people who mocked him for overestimating himself. Many people were even waiting to laugh at him, thinking that he would soon pay the price for his ignorance and naivety. But today, this youth who had been mocked behind his back countless times became the final victor of 2 continents at the age of 17. He's domineering, but he's not bloodthirsty. If it were someone else who really took down the Divine Phoenix Empire, this place would probably be covered in blood. I didn't expect that we could still continue to do our own business. It's simply like a dream. Someone sighed. Yeah, this might be the reason for his success. Have you heard? Now, the Heavenly Dragon Continent has been named the Heavenly Dragon Province, and the Divine Phoenix Continent has been named the Divine Phoenix Province. After the 2 continents merged, it was renamed the Dragon Phoenix Continent. The specific documents will be issued soon. I heard, this is a must. Since the 2 continents have merged, it will be much more convenient to go to the Heavenly Dragon Continent in the future. In the entire Divine Phoenix capital, there were no traces of war at all. Everything was so orderly. Everything was going so smoothly. The gears of time had officially entered the next stage. At the same time, the distant Tianhai Empire also learned of the changes in the Dragon Phoenix continent. Outside the Tianhai Empire's palace, thousands of civil and military officials knelt there. Among them, there were actually quite a number of people from the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire. Some of them were martial artists who had migrated to the White Tiger continent long ago, and some had fled here before Ling Xiao started the war. The Tianhai Empire had always treated the Divine Phoenix continent as their subsidiary, so they completely accepted these people as long as they were capable. At this moment, these people knelt there. The person in the lead was holding a blood letter. Everyone's faces were filled with anger and hatred. They didn't speak, but that soaring resentment and hatred gathered above the palace, and didn't dissipate for a long time. There was only one sentence on that blood letter: Ling Xiao, the renegade, destroyed the Black Crow Empire, destroyed the Divine Phoenix Empire, and killed the sacred envoy. His crimes are extremely heinous. I hope the Emperor will punish him and eliminate this evil thief. Below were the bloody fingerprints of the rest, as well as their signatures. The rest of you wait outside. The left Prime Minister and the right Prime Minister bring the blood letter for an audience. After a long time, the door to the imperial court opened. A eunuch walked out from inside and said loudly with a sharp voice. The 2 people in the lead stood up and respectfully stepped into the imperial court with the blood letter in their hands. In the imperial court, he sat with a golden saber in his hand, his brows emitting the domineering aura that an emperor should have. He glanced indifferently at the 2 people who entered and said, "My 2 beloved subjects, sit down and talk." This subject doesn't dare. The two of them came to hand over the blood letter. This kind of thing had a bit of the taste of coercing the emperor. So they were also apprehensive in their hearts. Not to mention sitting, even standing felt uncomfortable all over. The emperor of the Tianhai Empire didn't ask them to sit, but said softly, "Leave the blood letter here. We already know about Ling Zhao's matter. But now that the Dragon Phoenix continent has united, and the Tianhai Empire is powerful and prosperous, could it be that my two beloved subjects plan to have my Tianhai Empire lead troops to attack the Dragon Phoenix continent? Do you know how many pairs of eyes are watching us right now? The two of you, as subjects, hold high positions and authority, second only to one person and above tens of thousands. You can't spoil the empire's important matters just because of your personal grudges." Although the emperor's voice was very gentle, in the ears of the two prime ministers, it was like a bolt from the blue, causing them to feel uneasy and fearful. Just as they were hesitating about what to do, the emperor spoke again, "But Ling Xiao killed my Tianhai Empire's holy envoy. This is also a fact. We can't let him be at ease. Isn't Ling Xiao coming to the White Tiger continent to participate in the White Tiger storm meet soon? Jianghu matters will be handled by the Jianghu. Do you two understand what we mean?" Their eyes immediately lit up, and they hurriedly knelt on the ground. "This subject understands. All right, let the people outside disperse. It's early in the morning, it's not good for the influence. If you need our help with this matter, just say it in private. We don't want to see today's matter a second time. Otherwise, you know the consequences." The sovereign king then stood up and left the court. The two people kneeling below looked at each other, although they were not satisfied with the result. But since the sovereign king had already hinted that he could use the methods of the underworld to deal with Ling Xiao, then it could be considered to have achieved a certain effect. At this time, Ling Xiao did not know what was happening above. He was still on Chang'e Celestial Island. Because he had always felt that it was strange why Fengming Qishan would rather abandon Divine Phoenix Empire and attack Chang'e Celestial Island. After a few days of careful investigation, he finally discovered the three secrets of Chang'e Celestial Island. First, on Chang'e Celestial Island, there was a secret place that was sealed all year round. Those who were not good at array formations were unable to enter. Thus, even Dan Feng, Ancestor Chang'e, and the others had never entered. Fengming Qishan had the ancient five elements dragon soul, so he should be very confident in breaking such an array formation. This secret realm was probably one of the reasons why Fengming Qishan attacked here. Second, on Chang'e Celestial Island, there was actually an ancient teleportation array. Although it was already dilapidated, if it could be repaired by even a tenth, then it could directly transport soldiers to the White Tiger continent. To Fengming Qishan, who was also ambitious, this thing would affect whether he could dominate the White Tiger continent. Unfortunately, Fengming Qishan could be considered to have made a wedding dress for Ling Xiao. Third, after careful analysis on the map and actual investigation, Ling Xiao was surprised to find that the Five Immortal Island was not a place that appeared by chance. These five immortal islands were actually very likely created by humans. The Five Immortal Island happened to be at the five nodes between Divine Phoenix Continent and White Tiger Continent. It actually formed a strange array diagram, 5 elements heaven earth yin yang formation. This array had 3 functions. First, it could absorb the 5 elements between heaven and earth and transport them to Divine Phoenix Continent to provide a large amount of energy for martial artists' cultivation. Second, during wartime, it could form the 5 elements sky curtain to block the invasion of the army and protect Divine Phoenix Continent. Third, it could communicate with yin and yang, greatly increasing the efficiency of martial artists breaking through to the yin-yang realm. Of course, this array formation had been around for too long. Because it had not been repaired for a long time, only the second function was temporarily effective. The first and third functions were basically ineffective. Fengming Qishan had probably seen through this point long ago, which was why he wanted to occupy Five Immortal Island. With the 5 Immortal Islands, they would have the confidence to build an army. However, Fengming Qishan did not expect that the secret that he had spent more than 10 years to discover would actually be seen through by Ling Xiao in one day. Now that he knew all this, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't miss out on the 5-element heaven earth yin yang formation. He was proficient in array formations, and with the guidance of a Yuan Venerate, it shouldn't be a problem to repair this array. These days, he had been asking people to help him find materials to repair the array formation. At the same time, he had also stationed 5 legions on the 5 Immortals Island. After all, today's Divine Phoenix continent had already become the Dragon Phoenix continent. The area covered by the 5 elemental Heaven Yin Yang formation had also become larger. To Ling Xiao, it was even more important. Naturally, he would not give it up. Using the power of the entire country to repair this array formation, things became much easier. In less than 3 days, all the materials were gathered. After that, Ling Xiao headed to the Tianping Immortal Island, the Permitha Immortal Island, the Blackwater Immortal Island, and the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island to repair the array formation. Finally, he came to the Changel Immortal Island to add the finishing touch. The Tao of array formations is really mysterious. It's actually not inferior to the martial Tao. The Changel Patriarch sighed as he watched Ling Xiao set up the array formation. If he had also set up the array formation, the Changel Immortal Island wouldn't have been forced to such an extent by Phoenix Kraichi Mountain. That's natural. The mystic world is so big that almost no martialists have truly set foot in it. Old fellows like us have never stepped out of the Divine Phoenix continent in most of our lives. What can we see? I heard that when the Sacred Dynasty unified the mystic world, alchemy masters and array formation masters were the most revered existences in the Sacred Dynasty. As the saying goes, learn the dragon slaying technique and sell it to the royal family. These people enter and leave the palace and are treated as distinguished guests. Zhu Wen, who was beside him, chuckled when he heard what the Changel Patriarch said. However, regardless of whether it's array formations, alchemy, or refining, they all require a solid foundation of the martial Tao. Without sufficient cultivation and internal strength, you won't be able to refine a large number of elixirs even if you know about them. You won't be able to break a large number of array formations even if you know about them. That's right. No matter what the goal is, the martial Tao is the foundation. Without the martial Tao, you can be killed at any time. How can you become a master? The Changel Patriarch agreed with Zhu Wen's words. Boom! Suddenly, 5-colored heavenly lightning descended from the sky. It circled in the air but didn't strike the ground. It was very miraculous. Could it be that the 5 elements Heaven Earth Yin Yang formation was successfully set up? The Changel Patriarch couldn't help but ask when he saw the phenomenon. The Patriarch guessed correctly. It was successfully repaired. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the Changel Patriarch. It was filled with joy and a strong sense of accomplishment. Sigh, it's true that the waves behind surpass the waves before. Each wave is stronger than the last. We old fellows really have to leave this era. The Changel Patriarch turned his head to look. Ling Xiao had appeared behind them at some point in time. He and Zhu Wen didn't notice him at all. If this was a sneak attack, the two of them would have already become 2 corpses. That's right. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor's strength has really improved by leaps and bounds. It's not something we can compare to. Zhu Wen also sighed with emotion. The two of you are too humble. You have spent a lot of time on the management of the sect and the island, while I have been obsessed with cultivation. Even the matters of the Heavenly Empire have been thrown to others to manage. No matter what you do, you are afraid of the word obsession. Ling Xiao laughed. Haha, you are so obsessed with martial arts. Your success is indeed natural. So what do you want to do next? Repair the ancient teleportation array? Or go to the Changel secret realm to take a look? The Changel Patriarch asked with a smile. The ancient teleportation array is more complicated than the 5-element Heaven Earth Yin Yang formation. It's not something that can be completed in a short time. Just now, I have already carried out some basic maintenance on the teleportation array. At present, it can still teleport 3 people to the White Tiger continent at the same time. Ling Xiao replied, but to completely repair it, I still have to collect at least 8 spacetime crystals. This kind of spacetime crystal is not available on the Dragon Phoenix continent. I'm afraid I have to go to the White Tiger continent to find it. I see. That is to say, you plan to go to the Changel secret realm to take a look. The Changel Patriarch laughed. Of course I have to go. To be able to leave the ancient teleportation array here, the Changel secret realm is probably a very special place. Before going to the White Tiger continent, if I can go, of course I have to take a look. Ling Xiao nodded. Then there's no time to lose. Follow me. The Changle Patriarch had always wanted to know what was in the Changle secret realm. Now that he had met a formation master like Ling Xiao, he naturally had to take this opportunity to go in and take a look. Why don't we do this? This kind of secret realm is usually prepared for people with opportunities. I'll choose some martial artists with potential and strength to go in and try their luck. Who knows, they might be able to obtain their own opportunities. Ling Xiao thought for a while and said, Your Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is so thoughtful. Ling Xiao had actually been thinking about this for a long time. He was definitely not powerful alone. For example, this time when he attacked the Black Crow Empire, destroyed the Divine Phoenix Empire, and unified the Divine Phoenix continent, it was absolutely impossible to do without the help of others. When he went to the White Tiger continent, he still needed someone to help him guard the Dragon Phoenix continent. Before he left, he would do as much as he could. He made a list of martial artists above the half-step yin-yang realm of the Heavenly Empire. Regardless of age, they could enter the Changle secret realm. The reason why he chose the half-step yin-yang realm was because Ling Xiao felt that the aura in this secret realm was somewhat powerful. Martial artists below the half-step yin-yang realm would not only not gain anything, but might also get into trouble. Of course, Dan Feng, Long Chen, Mou, Zhu Xiaocong, Cold Plum, and the others were not included on the list. Before the martial artists on the list gathered at the Changle Celestial Island, Ling Xiao went to the Changle secret realm alone. He wanted to go in and take a look at the situation first. As for the people on the list, as long as the secret realm opened, they could enter at any time. In any case, in a place like a secret realm, everyone who entered would obtain different opportunities. No one would snatch anyone else's. With the Phoenix Kraichi Mountain's immemorial 5 elements Dragon Soul, Ling Xiao only took less than 15 minutes to crack the Changle secret realm's array formation. This made Ancestor Changle, Zhu Wen, and the others who were watching from afar sigh. Especially Ancestor Changle. This secret realm seemed to have existed since the birth of the Changle Celestial Island. When Ancestor Changle was still very young, he heard his elders say that they wanted to find a way to crack this secret realm. However, until now, there had been no progress. But the moment Ling Xiao made a move, he actually broke it so easily. This really made him feel a little helpless and a little shocked. I'm going in first. Ling Xiao cupped his fists at the crowd in the distance, then leaped into the secret realm. The moment he entered the secret realm, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a terrifying pressure coming from all directions. He felt like he was about to be squashed into a meat patty. He hurriedly released his inner energy to resist. Looks like my previous judgment was correct. If you want to survive in this secret realm, you have to be at least a half-step yin-yang realm cultivator. Otherwise, you will be crushed to death as soon as you enter. When he felt that the pressure was no longer so terrifying, Ling Xiao stopped releasing his inner force and walked inside. He could sense that the deeper he went, the greater the pressure. He had no choice but to continue increasing his internal energy to fight back. The first 100 meters or so is suitable for a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist. The next 100 meters is suitable for a first-level yin-yang realm martial artist. The next 100 meters is suitable for a second-level yin-yang realm martial artist. Ling Xiao recorded the data as he walked. From the first 100 meters, one could see some strange things in this secret realm, such as strange sculptures, vivid murals, and so on. However, Ling Xiao did not pay much attention to them. Since the deeper he went, the more difficult it was, it meant that the opportunities inside were naturally better. After walking for another 100 meters, Ling Xiao could already see a majestic palace standing in the distance. It seems like every 100 meters forward, the pressure will increase by 1 level. Although my cultivation base is only at the 2nd level of the yin-yang realm, my combat ability, physical strength, inner energy, and soul power are comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. It shouldn't be a problem for me to walk another 200 meters. However, the palace seems to be about 400 meters away. It seems like I have to use Hell Body and Tyrannical Martial Soul. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here, so Ling Xiao could fully unleash his potential. After walking for another 200 meters, Ling Xiao automatically entered the state of Hell Body. After another 100 meters, Ling Xiao activated the primordial Golden Dragon King bloodline. Although his cultivation did not increase, his body's endurance greatly increased. Therefore, without releasing the tyrannical martial soul, he still walked the 400 meters with heavy steps and stood before the majestic palace's huge door. The entire palace was solemn black. Even the Lena door was a thick black iron door. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and carefully observed the huge door. He discovered that there were layers of formation inscriptions on the door. After tens of thousands of years, there were no signs of damage. It seems like the person who set up this secret realm is much more skilled in formations than the person who set up the primordial teleportation formation and the 5-elemental world yin-yang formation. The formation at the entrance of the secret realm and the formation on the huge door actually had the ability to self-renew and self-repair. This was an eye-opener for Ling Xiao. Boom! Behind him, a 5-colored divine dragon suddenly appeared. After obtaining the phoenix Cry Qishan's primordial 5 elements dragon soul, he naturally had to use it. 5 rays of light shot towards the huge door, corresponding to the inscription elements on the huge door, and began to quickly link up. Then, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with various inscriptions. He had already begun to crack the formation. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Ling Xiao's eyes returned to normal, and the primordial 5 elements dragon soul behind him gradually disappeared. With this 5 elements dragon soul, the speed of cracking formations can be increased by several times. I really have to thank that phoenix, cried Qishan. Ling Xiao smiled, and then went forward to push the huge door. However, the huge door did not move at all. The formation has been cracked. What's going on? Ling Xiao was a little confused. He used his Tai Chi eye to observe carefully again, but he did not find any traces of a formation. Could it be the weight of the huge door itself? Ling Xiao instantly thought of the crux of the problem. He sneered. In terms of strength, he was confident that in the entire Divine Phoenix continent, no one was his opponent. His body began to emit a golden light, and the primordial golden dragon cells in his body were mobilized. Then, Ling Xiao walked to the front of the huge door, pressed his hands on the door, and let out a low roar. That sound was actually similar to a dragon's roar. Boom! A loud sound like muffled thunder came, and the huge door finally slowly opened. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao felt a powerful soul force directly hit his soul realm, trying to take the opportunity to destroy his soul. Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. At the critical moment, Ling Xiao released the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. An extremely terrifying soul force was released from the vast universe and integrated into Ling Xiao's soul realm. Like a monstrous wave, it easily shattered the soul force that invaded his soul realm. Damn, a double test of the body and soul. Even if I'm at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm, I won't be able to enter the palace. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion, then stepped through the giant door. The moment he entered the giant door, the door closed with a rumbling sound. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. If he could open it from the outside, he was confident that he could open it from the inside. It was pitch black in the palace. However, for a martial artist at Ling Xiao's level, it wasn't a problem. He could still see everything clearly. It was a very long path. The end of the path led to endless darkness. Even he couldn't see through the darkness. However, in the face of such a situation, Ling Xiao did not hesitate at all. He lifted his foot and walked forward. He was already here. Was he supposed to give up and leave? He, Ling Xiao, had been prepared to die since the day he started practicing martial arts. If he died, it would only prove that he wasn't capable. On the path of martial arts, even if you had the slightest fear, your path wouldn't be smooth. Why were so many martial artists stuck at a certain cultivation level and couldn't break through? It wasn't because they couldn't break through, but because they were afraid. The risk of breaking through was something they weren't willing to take. However, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. It didn't matter if he was stupid or crazy. He was just like that. He believed in the saying, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Moreover, after experiencing so many dangers, he had already developed the ability to deal with danger. If he really wanted to die, it would depend on whether the danger had the ability to do so. The path wasn't long. He quickly stepped into the boundless darkness. In here, not only could he not see anything with his eyes, but he also couldn't hear or feel anything. After releasing his soul power, he would lose his senses instantly as if it was swallowed by something. What a terrifying place. What kind of place is this? Xianxia was shocked as he felt everything. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he sat down with his legs crossed. Since he was already here, he didn't plan to leave easily. Moreover, it was impossible to leave now even if he wanted to. The path he used to enter had disappeared. It was as if he was isolated in a space without anything. He thought that there would be some danger. But in reality, Xianxia waited for an hour and nothing happened. He began to feel a little anxious. There was a hint of panic. Are you trying to test my ability to endure loneliness? Xianxia frowned and pondered. But no one told him if that was the right answer. If they really wanted to test whether he could endure this kind of desolation and loneliness, then as long as he persevered, he would reap the rewards. But if not, even if he foolishly waited like this, there would be no results. He would only die slowly here. If it were anyone else, they would probably be overwhelmed by such a choice and might even fall into madness in the end. But Xianxia wouldn't. He would not foolishly wait, nor would he become anxious and crazy because of this. If there was nothing in the world, then he would just have to create such a world: Qi-yang, bright moon, night and day, mountains and rivers. There was light in the originally dark world. The originally silent world was now filled with sound. Xianxia looked at the pitch-black space again. At that moment, he was stunned. The world that he thought had nothing in it turned out to be so exciting and rich. Around him was a place with mountains and rivers, flowers and trees, and even birds and beasts. However, there was one thing that was strange. He seemed to be unable to touch this world. There was also a huge gap between this world and him. It was as if they were not in the same space. No wonder there is no sound, no light, and no feeling. This place should be a cursed place, an isolated place, a sealed place. He gave up on observing the beautiful and rich world outside. Instead, he locked his gaze on this narrow space that seemed to be only about 20 square meters. There was a bed in this place. It was covered with weeds, and a person was lying on the weeds. His hands and limbs were shackled. It seemed that those shackles were definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be no traces of rust after so many years. That person did not move, as if he was dead. To be honest, Xianxia was a little nervous. How could an ordinary person be locked up in such a secret place? This person's cultivation was probably at least Yin-Yang realm level 5. Otherwise, those formations would not be used at all. It would be impossible for this person to leave this dark space. He was considering whether to go over or not. I'd better be careful. Xianxia finally made up his mind. He had to go over. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for him to come here. However, before he went over, he secretly released his Gemini martial souls. In this way, even if he encountered danger and was killed, he would not really die. His Gemini martial souls hid in the darkness silently. Then, Xianxia walked over. The moment he reached the bed, the person on the bed suddenly opened his eyes and revealed an excited and crazy smile. Xianxia tried to dodge, but the person grabbed his arm. Then, he could not move at all. Crack crack, crack crack. When Xianxia realized that he could move, his hands and feet were shackled. These shackles were indeed extraordinary. There were many complex and powerful inscription formations on them. And that person was standing in front of the bed. His hair was very long and his face could not be seen. Xianxia could only see that this person's eyes were dark blue and had a strange light. Ha ha ha, finally, someone has come to replace me. That person suddenly looked up and laughed. Although Xianxia could not hear his voice, he could read his mouth. After laughing heartily, that person looked at Xianxia with pity and then disappeared into the pitch-black space. Xianxia was stunned from the beginning to the end. It was only when that person left that his expression suddenly relaxed. The person just left and did not attack him. To him, this was actually very fortunate. He could see that after that person disappeared in the dark space, he appeared in the outside world, in the beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers. Then, everything disappeared. The beautiful scenery seemed to have been cut off in an instant and the two spaces were completely disconnected. Ling Xiao could only think that although this place could imprison martial artists, it could only imprison one at a time. As long as there was a replacement, they could leave. So that person had been waiting for such an opportunity. He did not expect that Ling Xiao would come knocking on his door. Furthermore, that person was extremely powerful and had definitely violated the laws of the Divine Phoenix Continent's profound world. In front of him, Ling Xiao was not even comparable to an ant. He simply did not have any ability to resist. In fact, the moment his arm was touched, all of his strength and inner strength could not be connected. According to the rules of this space, two people must stay inside at the same time before one of them can leave. Want to find someone to replace me? I'm afraid that's difficult. Ling Xiao shook his head, but immediately revealed a smile. Now that I know the root of the problem, it's much easier to solve it. Since there are rules, I just have to break them. His tyrannical martial spirit was born to destroy the rules of the mystic world. Ling Xiao revealed a sneer. Then, the tyrannical martial spirit was fully released, and the vast universe began to compress the small sealed space. The inscriptions of the rules were breaking inch by inch. Ling Xiao found that after he cultivated the mystic world body, the pressure released by the tyrannical martial spirit had become stronger. It seemed that the tyrannical martial spirit and the mystic world body were a perfect match. Creak creak. The sealed space seemed to be unwilling to be destroyed by the tyrannical martial spirit, and it began to retaliate reflexively. The space began to shrink at an accelerated rate, trying to squeeze Ling Xiao to death. Ling Xiao withdrew his Gemini martial spirits. In the face of this terrible pressure, he was not afraid at all, and there was even a faint smile on his face. It seemed that he did not care about all of this, and even felt a little disdainful. Ka ka ka. The pressure grew stronger and stronger, and the sealed space was almost to the extent that it could only accommodate Ling Xiao alone. Then, it began to exert a huge pressure from the outside, trying to crush Ling Xiao into minced meat. However, the result was unexpected. The sealed space tried to crush Ling Xiao, but in the end, it collapsed. It was like someone trying to strangle an elephant with a piece of paper. The final result was that the paper was completely torn apart. Looking at the sudden brightness in front of him, Ling Xiao could not help but smile when he returned to the previous palace. What a mystic world body. It's really terrifying. Such a strong pressure can't even shake my physical body. It seems that cultivating the mystic world body was the right choice. Ling Xiao felt a little emotional. The profound world body was such a strange body refining secret art. Even if many people saw it, it would be difficult for them to cultivate it. On the other hand, Ling Xiao could rely on this secret art to condense a profound world body and create the most perfect body in the profound world. Not only was he invulnerable to swords and spears, even a mortal-grade spiritual weapon would not be able to harm him. Even if he stood there and let them hit him, they wouldn't be able to kill him. This was only the beginning, and he hadn't gone any further in his cultivation. If he could really refine a profound world body, he believed that even greater surprises awaited him. Ling Xiao had been fond of body tempering ever since he was in the martial vein realm. This was because he had always felt that martial arts' secret techniques were just outer daos. Whether a person was truly strong and could withstand the test of strength, the physical body was the most crucial factor. If his body wasn't strong enough, then he wouldn't have been able to completely fuse with the mountain and river martial spirit. Furthermore, it was very likely that he would have been killed long ago. The energy in his body was extraordinary. Only a strong enough body could withstand it. Whether it was the ancient hellfire, the dark flame of death, or the samadhi true fire, it was the same. Without a strong body, while burning others, he would also hurt himself. That was really killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of his own men. It wasn't worth it. Of course, the current era belonged to the era of fast food martial arts. Very few people were willing to calm down and cultivate their bodies. After all, only when one reached a certain level of body tempering martial arts could it be effective. Most of the time, as long as others had a slightly stronger weapon or move, they would be able to easily break through your defense. Therefore, body tempering martial arts was considered a waste of time by most people, and there wasn't much use for it. Especially in this era of martial spirits awakening and bloodline power erupting, body-tempering martial arts were even more abandoned. Want to strengthen the body? Many martial spirits could do it, and many bloodline power could do it. Why waste time cultivating body-tempering martial arts? Others thought so, but Ling Zhao's thoughts were different. First of all, he had enough energy to cultivate body-tempering martial arts. Second, he had always thought that the strengthening brought by martial spirits and bloodline was ultimately limited. To put it bluntly, it was only strengthening. Mending the original foundation. Only by truly cultivating body-tempering martial arts could one completely transform the body and rebuild it after destruction. Just like the current Ling Xiao, his ordinary physical body had been completely transformed into a mystic world body. The powerful royal heaven-earth power flowed continuously in his body. It could be said that as long as he stood on the land of the Dragon Phoenix continent, even those whose cultivation was several levels higher than him would not be able to defeat him. This was because the entire continent was the source of his power. Of course, choosing to cultivate the mystic world body also came with a huge risk. This was because the mystic world body was directly related to whether a person had their own territory in the mystic world. Whether they were the overlords of this territory. If Ling Xiao failed in the struggle for hegemony, then the mystic world body would naturally collapse, and all his previous efforts would be wasted. Only those with great perseverance, great confidence, and great ambition could truly cultivate the mystic world body to the highest realm. At that time, they might have already unified the entire mystic world. It just so happened that Ling Xiao was such a person. Succeed or die trying, he had no way out, nor did he need to. He, who had long set a great ambition, wanted to unify the mystic world and completely control it in his own hands. Now, the divine phoenix and heavenly dragon combination was just a small step he had taken. The further he went, the more difficult it would be to achieve such a thing. However, he was still confident and would not retreat in fear. With a smile, Ling Xiao observed his surroundings and discovered that the originally dark palace had become bright. A large amount of royal heaven-earth power had already condensed in the palace, and Ling Xiao planned to absorb all of it and integrate it into his body. Yin-Yang realm cultivation was the minimum requirement to cultivate the mystic world body. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was quite lucky. If his cultivation did not reach that level, he would not be able to cultivate it. The Yin-Yang realm mystic world body was also known as the barren body. This was the lowest stage of the mystic world body. In the Yin-Yang realm, every increase in cultivation level would increase the upper limit of 100 royal heaven-earth cells. Whether one could cultivate to 100 depended on one's aptitude. One should not underestimate these 100 royal heaven-earth cells. With them, Ling Xiao could easily resist the attack of a first-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist with his physical body alone. He could easily kill a first-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist with his physical body alone. With 200 royal heaven-earth cells, he could disregard the attack of a second-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist with his physical body alone. He could easily kill a second-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist with his physical body alone. By analogy, if Ling Zhao's royal heaven-earth cells reached 1,800, he could easily face a peak Yin-Yang realm martial artist without batting an eyelid. He only needed one punch to kill his opponent. When the Emperor Earth Queen's cells reached 2,000, Ling Xiao would be able to break through the Baron physique and attain the Viscount physique. That would bring him to a whole new level. Cells were the most basic elements that formed the human body. The changes and strengthening of cells would lead to the strengthening of the entire physical body. The mystic world body was slowly cultivated this way. It was obvious that the mystic world body was created according to a martial artist's cultivation realm. It matched every realm perfectly. There were no obstacles in cultivating it at all. Half an hour later, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. It was obvious that he had cultivated the mystic world body to its limit. The Emperor Earth Queen's cells in his body had also reached their limit. He was now at the peak of the second level of Yin-Yang realm and had entered the second level of the Hell of Scissors. The Hell Ghost Sword formation was the result of the fusion of the Hell of Tongue Ripping and the Hell of Scissors. Therefore, the maximum number of Imperial Heaven Queen of Earth cells that Ling Xiao could convert now was 200. He could completely ignore a second-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Although Ling Xiao was powerful in the past and could easily kill a second-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist, it was impossible for him to ignore a second-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. If he was ambushed by a second-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist, he would be in deep trouble. However, it was different now. Even if the other party ambushed him, the other party would not be able to kill him. This was the obvious difference. I control the Dragon Phoenix continent. The Emperor Earth Queen's power is more than enough for me to convert 2,000 cells. It should be easy for me to reach the peak of the Baron physique and attain the Viscount physique. Therefore, what I need to do now is to increase my cultivation as soon as possible. Once my cultivation increases, my mystic world body will naturally increase as well. Ling Xiao had a clear goal when he thought of this. The palace was filled with heaven and earth spirit energy. In addition to the Emperor Earth Queen's power that he had just converted and the strengthening of his physical body, it was only a matter of time before he had a breakthrough in his cultivation. He sat down with his legs crossed and began to allow the energy in his body to break through the bottleneck of the third-level Yin-Yang realm. The Emperor Earth Queen's power merged into it and increased the force of the impact. The path of improvement that was originally sealed began to be attacked continuously. Finally, there was a slight opening. Continue. Ling Xiao smiled and took out a large number of spiritual stones and placed them around his body. As his cultivation progressed, a large amount of spiritual energy was extracted from the spirit stones and integrated into his body. The impact within his body grew stronger and stronger. It's done. After an hour, Ling Xiao felt the hope of a breakthrough. Suddenly, he condensed all the strength in his body and let out a soft cry. Rumble. In that instant, he felt as if the entire world had changed. His cultivation had finally advanced to the third level of the Yin-Yang realm. In fact, this breakthrough should have been completed long ago. After experiencing the battle with Feng Ming and the others, the accumulated power in his body had long matured. In addition, during the process of repairing the 5 elements Heaven Earth Yin-Yang formation, he had comprehended many things. The only thing he lacked was time. This time, he had entered the Chang'e secret realm for the sake of breaking through. Now that his cultivation had broken through, he did not stop cultivating. Because it wasn't enough. The energy in his body was still abundant. He wanted to consolidate his cultivation base and enter the third level of the Hell of Iron Tree. He wanted to consolidate his cultivation base at the peak of the third level of the Yin-Yang realm. His cultivation continued. Time continued to pass. A soul power came from outside, trying to communicate with him. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Is it Sister Moon Maiden? I'm fine. Ask the people outside to come in. Then, he explained the special situation of the Chang'e secret realm in detail. Then, he felt the surging Yin-Yang origin energy in his body. He smiled and said, Sister Moon Maiden, I'm already a martial artist at the peak of the third level of the Yin-Yang realm. I can protect you in the future. Outside, the Moon Maiden's eyes were filled with tears. At the same time, she was a little nervous. Ling Xiao's cultivation breakthrough was seriously too fast. She was almost unable to keep up. It seems like it's time to pursue my own moonlight core. The Moon Maiden had made up her mind. Over the past few days, with Ling Xiao's help, she had basically gotten rid of the moonlight core's entanglement and the painful days. Ling Xiao had also refined a large number of pills for her. She believed that it would not be a problem even if she had to travel outside for more than 10 years. Aren't you going to tell him? Jiao Mo Sword glanced at the Moon Maiden and asked. No need. Parting is too painful. You just have to tell him that I'm heading in the direction of the Heaven's Chosen Gate. I believe that he will catch up soon. The Moon Maiden smiled and said, moreover, it's not a life and death parting. I just want to become stronger so that I won't be left behind by him. He will understand. That's true. With your strength, at least in the White Tiger mainland, no one can do anything to you at this stage. However, it's hard to say if you're going forward. You still have to be careful. Jiao Mo Sword reminded her. In the past, I even went to the Heaven's Chosen Gate. The White Tiger mainland is nothing. Although my cultivation has decreased greatly because of the Moonlight Core, I still have many friends. The Moon Maiden smiled. Then, she took a deep look at the Chang'e secret realm and finally left. What she did not know was that Ling Xiao had been watching her. Ling Xiao, who cultivated the mystic world body, had already controlled every movement in every corner of the Dragon Phoenix mainland. As long as he wanted to, he could see anything he wanted to see. In fact, Xianxia already had a premonition that the Moon Maiden would leave. As his cultivation continued to increase, the Moon Maiden thought that she would become a burden by staying by his side and would definitely choose to leave. However, when it came to this moment, he was still filled with reluctance. However, he did not stop her in the end. The Moon Maiden was not his slave but his beloved. If she did not even have the right to choose, it would be too pitiful. He would just treat it as a small separation between a young couple. He believed that the two of them would be reunited very soon. He calmed himself down. Xianxia entered the cultivation state again. However, this time, he was not going to break through his cultivation. Instead, he was going to condense the Emperor Heaven Earth Queen cells and continue cultivating the mystic world body. The pain of having his cells shattered and then reborn stimulated his nerves once again. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead and his face was extremely pale. Almost all the muscles and bones in his body had become distorted. If someone was watching from the side, they would probably feel the pain. However, this was the case with the physique tempering technique. The price of pain was the constant strengthening and change of the body. If he could not even endure this pain, then he should not cultivate this physique tempering technique because it was really not suitable for him. In Xianxia's opinion, this kind of pain was probably another reason why physique tempering techniques were not popular among cultivators. Many cultivators were very pretentious now. It was probably because their living conditions were good that they could not endure the slightest bit of pain. They simply grew up like flowers in a greenhouse. The body tempering technique usually required one to endure immense pain. However, many martial artists today were basically spoiled and had not suffered much. If you let such a person endure such terrible pain, he would probably choose to die. Xianxia's thoughts were completely different from theirs. Only through suffering can one rise to the top. Many people thought that this saying was stupid, but he regarded it as a classic. That was because he had been through this all along. One should know that he might face many dangers after stepping foot on the White Tiger mainland. Assassinations that had happened before might become common. Imagine the other party painstakingly avoiding all eyes and ears. When their sharp weapons were about to pierce your body, they suddenly realized that they could not pierce your body at all. That kind of scene was exciting just thinking about it. This was just defense. Not to mention the terrifying power of the Emperor Heaven Earth Queen cells. The other party tried to assassinate you but could not hurt you even after half a day. However, you could kill them with one punch. Was this feeling great? In any case, Xianxia felt very good. Cultivation was boring, but it was also the best way to forget everything. Time, pain, the pain of parting. At this moment, everything seemed to have condensed into a belief and motivation to move forward. Why did the Moon Lady leave him first? To put it bluntly, it was because he was not powerful enough. The Moon Lady felt that she could not protect him and might even become his burden. If his cultivation was enough to suppress his opponent, the Moon Lady would not have to leave. Popping, 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 popping sounds could be heard from his body. The pain was still there, but Xianxia did not grit his teeth like before. He had already gotten used to the pain and treated it as normal. 300 Emperor Heaven Earth Queen cells, achieved. Xianxia exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and revealed a joyful smile. It seems like it can still be improved. He tried to continue cultivating and realized that he had broken through the limit. Logically speaking, as a third-level yin-yang cultivator, he should have 300 Emperor Heaven Earth Queen cells at most. However, the number of Emperor Heaven Earth Queen cells in his body had exceeded that. He understood that it might be because his physical body was strong to begin with. In the past, he had a large number of primordial golden dragon cells in his body. He could undergo more modifications than ordinary martial artists. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. When the number reached 400, it finally stopped, and the green and yellow light on its body disappeared. At the same time, the illusion of the Emperor Sky above his head and the Empress of Earth beneath his feet also disappeared. This is probably my limit right now. Xianxia stood up and gently waved his arms, feeling full of power. To be honest, he really wanted to find someone to spar with. He was currently at the third level of the yin-yang realm, but he possessed 400 Emperor Heaven Earth cells. Even if he was attacked by a martial artist at the 4th level of Yin Yang realm, he would be safe and sound. As long as he wanted to, he could easily kill a 4th level Yin Yang martial artist with one punch without using any inner energy. Even if he encountered an ordinary martial artist at the 5th level of the Yin Yang realm, as long as that martial artist was courting death and dared to engage in close combat with him, he could guarantee that the martial artist would die a horrible death. Of course, the premise of all this was that the opponent didn't have a powerful offensive or defensive magic treasure. With his current physical defense, it would not be a problem for him to take on a precious grade spirit weapon head-on. If the opponent only had common grade, fine grade, or precious grade spirit weapons, they would be ineffective against him, unless the opponent's cultivation was much higher than his. It could be said that Ling Xiao's current physical body was basically invincible to those below the 4th level of the Yin Yang realm. Whoever wanted to kill him would have to prepare a precious grade spirit weapon or above. However, it was very difficult to find a precious grade spirit weapon on the White Tiger mainland. It's time to leave. He turned back to look at the end of the pitch-black space. The empty darkness was no longer there, but the scene from before was still vivid in his mind. Who exactly was that unkempt person trapped inside? Every time he thought of that person's strength, Ling Xiao felt his entire body tremble. It was truly terrifying. In front of such a powerful existence, Ling Xiao felt that he was just an insignificant ant. But so what? Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. Even such a powerhouse couldn't go against the rules of that space, but I broke it. My future path is even wider than his. Just you wait, I've already remembered your aura. Today, you trapped me in the dark space. In the future, I will definitely take revenge for this. His mood seemed to be much better in an instant. Ling Xiao lifted his feet and walked out of the palace. Along the way, he met Jiao Mo Jian, Dan Feng, Long Chen, and the others. Almost all the martial artists above the half-step Yin Yang realm were able to enter the Chang'e secret realm successfully. Everyone was sitting cross-legged there, cultivating and comprehending. They didn't even notice Ling Xiao's existence. Ling Xiao did not disturb them. Instead, he slowly walked outside. He had gained enough in the Chang'e secret realm. Next, he would bring a few martial artists who were qualified to participate in the White Tiger meet and head to the White Tiger mainland. He believed that with his current cultivation and strength, he would not be treated as a low-level martial artist and be bullied casually even in the White Tiger mainland. At this moment, outside the Chang'e Celestial Island, a flywheel ship suddenly appeared in the direction of the White Tiger mainland. There was one person sitting on the ship and several people standing. They all looked indignant, as if they were looking for trouble. Tianhai Quangchao was one of them. He belonged to the Water Spirit Temple and was half alligator of the Tianhai clan. The death of the Tianhai Pearl was a heavy blow to the Water Spirit Temple. At the same time, it gave many people in the Tianhai Empire a reason to send troops out in anger. Although the Tianhai Emperor forbade a large-scale attack on the Heavenly Empire, he said, Jianghu matters are settled in Jianghu. Thus, a few like-minded martial artists stepped onto this ship of vengeance. Tianhai Quangchao was very strong. He was not inferior to the first hero of the Water Spirit Temple's 7 heroes. He was only slightly weaker than the Dragon Prince and the Water God. It was a pity that he was 30 years old this year, so he did not have the chance to participate in the White Tiger meet. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would definitely see him at the banquet held in the Heavenly Killing Dragon Forest. Tianhai Quangchao really regretted it. If he had known that the Tianhai Pearl was going to die, he would have stayed by her side. Now, he only wanted to kill Ling Xiao and avenge the Tianhai Pearl. As for the matter of Ling Xiao killing the 7 5th-level Yin Yang realm martial artists, including Feng Ming Qi Shan, he had heard about it. He had also heard about it, but he believed that it was definitely not a battle under normal circumstances. Wasn't it widely rumored that Ling Xiao had plotted against Feng Ming Qi Shan and the other 6 people and trapped them in Ling Xiao's trap? Of course, he had been tricked. In order to prevent Ling Xiao from being complacent and smearing Ling Xiao's reputation, many rumors changed when they reached the White Tiger mainland. It was rumored that this kind of thing was just like women, they could dress up as they pleased. Many things seemed to have been meticulously dressed up when they arrived at the White Tiger continent. They were completely different from before. Originally, Feng Ming had set a trap for Ling Xiao at Qi Mountain. However, when they reached the White Tiger continent, the rumor became that Ling Xiao had shamelessly set a trap and separated the 7 people. He had relied on the help of the Moon Lady and the demonic liquor sword to win. Tianhai Quangchao believed this without a doubt. If not, he would not be able to understand how a 17-year-old youth could kill 7 Peking Yang realm experts at the same time. Was he still human? Tianhai Quangchao was Tianhai Pearl's cousin, but he was not a martial artist from the Water God Temple. He was a disciple of the Tianhai Saint Institution, a stronger sect in the Tianhai Empire. The Tianhai Saint Institution was considered a national sect in the Tianhai Empire. It was the highest level sect in the Tianhai Empire. Even in the entire White Tiger continent, it was ranked in the upper tier. It was much stronger than the Water God Temple and the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Of course, Tianhai Quangchao did not know the other people on the ship. They were not disciples of the Saint Institution. They were just like-minded martial artists who wanted to kill Ling Xiao, so they were on the way. The ship docked at the port of Chang'e Celestial Island. As the port was in a state of alert, they could not enter. Ask your Heavenly Emperor Ling Xiao to come out. Tell him that Tianhai Pearl's cousin, Tianhai Quangchao, is looking for him. Tianhai Quangchao stood at the bow of the ship and roared at the port. However, no one responded. The martialists of the Last Joy Celestial Island worshipped Ling Xiao like a god. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry was qualified to challenge their celestial emperor. The ship continued to move forward. Finally, someone at the port said, "Stop the ship from the White Tiger continent immediately. The Chang'e Celestial Island is currently in a state of alert. No ships from the White Tiger continent are allowed to enter. If you want to go to the island, stop the ship at the Bay Reef. There's a temporary stop there. Our island master is cultivating. When they come out, we'll see if they're willing to see you." This person was telling the truth. Ancestor Chang'e, Zhiwen, Mou, and the others had all gone to the Chang'e secret realm to cultivate. At this moment, there were no experts on the island. If the other party managed to sneak onto the island, it would be disastrous. Therefore, he would never allow the other party to come close. Listen to our warning and leave immediately. Otherwise, we will activate the formation to attack. The people at the port continued to shout. However, before they could attack, the array cannons on the ship had already started firing. At the moment of the explosion, a 5-colored barrier appeared above the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. All the attacks ended there, not causing any damage to the island. It's the 5 elements Heaven Earth Yin Yang formation. Hee, our Heavenly Emperor is really powerful. The martial artists on the island went from panic to surprise and confidence. Although he knew that Ling Xiao had repaired the 5-element Heaven Earth Yin Yang formation, it was still just a formation. It was hard to say whether it would have the effects as rumored. But after being verified in reality, the power of this formation was really quite formidable. Counterattack. On the port, the martial artist guarding the port ordered. Therefore, the array cannons based on the 5-element Heaven Earth Yin Yang formation bombarded the ship. The ship swayed left and right in the stormy ocean like a leaf drifting on the waves. It seemed like it could be sunk at any time. When did the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island have such a barrier? This Ling Xiao is really as timid as a mouse. He doesn't dare to come out and fight, but he uses such a small trick. On the ship, a martial artist cursed. "Let's retreat first and wait on the Bay Reef over there. I don't believe that no martial artists from the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island will come out. In the future, we will kill whoever comes out. I don't believe that Ling Xiao won't fight." Tianhai Quangchao said coldly. Agreed. The ship was swaying in the wind and rain and could be sunk at any time, so no one wanted to continue taking the risk. In any case, the Bay Reef was very close to the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, only about a nautical mile away. They could observe the situation of the port at any time. The wait was long. This group of people stayed on the Bay Reef for a full 2 hours, but Ling Xiao still didn't appear. Even the slightly stronger martial artists didn't show up. A bunch of cowards. What kind of bullshit Heavenly Emperor is Ling Xiao? He's just a coward. A real man dares to do what he wants, but now he doesn't even dare to show his face. What a joke. What a waste. On the Bay Reef, the thunderous voice of Tianhai Quanchao could be heard clearly by all the martial artists of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. I don't know why this guy is so arrogant. If it weren't for the experts of our heavenly empire entering the Everlasting Joy secret realm to cultivate, he wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant. The martial artists of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island were furious. Their heavenly emperor was humiliated like this, but he couldn't do anything. Some of the neutral martial artists on the island didn't know the truth and were very confused. Could it be that the battle at the top of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island was fake? Was it a rumor deliberately created by the Heavenly Empire to raise Ling Zhao's reputation? Otherwise, being humiliated like this and not daring to come out and fight was not Ling Zhao's style at all. Martial artists of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, listen up. Today, we came only for Ling Zhao. Remove the array as soon as possible. Otherwise, the day we break the array, the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island will be bathed in blood. Tianhai Quanchao floated in the air, domineering and arrogant. What he said was his plan. You want to break the array set up by our Heavenly Emperor? Dream on. The martial artists of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island were unmoved. They even wanted to laugh. However, the neutral martial artists were a little flustered. They didn't understand how powerful the 5-elemental Heaven Yin Yang array was. So they were already thinking about how to leave. Tianhai Quanchao looked back at the old man on the seat and said, Old Qin, can you break this array? He had come prepared this time. He had heard that Ling Zhao was an expert in arrays. It was even rumored that the 7 5th-level Yin Yang realm experts, including Feng Ming and Qi Shan, were trapped by Ling Zhao's array and were defeated one by one. In the end, 6 of them died tragically, and 1 was crippled. Old Qin was a very famous array master on the White Tiger mainland. Moreover, his cultivation was unfathomable. With him around, breaking the array wouldn't be difficult. This array is called the 5-elemental Heaven Yin Yang array. It was passed down from the era of the true demon empire. Although it's powerful, it's not without weaknesses. Give me 2 hours, and I'll be able to break it. Old Man Qin stood up. His eyes were bright and full of expression, revealing a strong self-confidence. Alright, Old Qin, you think of a way to break the array. We'll support you. Since Ling Zhao doesn't dare to come out and fight, we'll massacre the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island and see if he comes out. Perhaps it was because Ling Zhao didn't come out that these people became bolder. It was as if Ling Zhao was really afraid of them. Elder Qin from the White Tiger continent was indeed capable. As time passed, cracks began to appear on the 5 elements Heaven Earth Yin Yang formation on Chang'e Celestial Island. The martial artists on Chang'e Celestial Island were anxious when they saw this. They were relying on the protection of this formation. If this formation was destroyed, they would be in danger. Even Tianhai Quanchao alone could easily eliminate all the martial artists on Chang'e Celestial Island, let alone the dozen of them. What should they do? Hurry up and report to the Chang'e secret realm. Otherwise, something big will happen. The martial artists guarding the harbor knew the severity of the situation. Since they did not have the ability, they naturally had to find powerhouses to help. Fortunately, all the powerhouses above the half-step Yin Yang realm in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire were in the Chang'e secret realm. As long as they could find powerhouses like the demonic Liquor Sword, Chang'e Ancestor, and Dan Feng, they would not be afraid of being bullied. There's no need to go. Suddenly, a slightly angry voice came from afar. They did not see anyone, but they knew it was Ling Zhao from the voice. It's His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. That's great. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor has come out of seclusion. Although they did not see anyone, the martial artists on Chang'e Celestial Island were excited. Ling Zhao had come out of seclusion. Now that their Heavenly Emperor had come, they did not have to worry about anything. In their eyes, Ling Zhao was an undefeatable god of war, an absolute powerhouse. With him around, there was no problem that could not be solved. Ling Zhao stood out from the Heavenly Dragon continent and stepped into the Divine Phoenix continent. Now, he dominated the Dragon Phoenix continent and became a demon lord. Although many people did not see his fighting history with their own eyes, they had definitely heard of it. Currently, all kinds of books on the Dragon Phoenix continent recorded Ling Zhao's legendary history. There was also the story of Ling Zhao, who had turned into a storyteller, that could be heard anywhere. In addition, Ling Xiao had single-handedly killed 6 of the 7 peak Yin Yang realm 5th level experts and crippled 1. Many martial artists on Chang'e Celestial Island had seen it with their own eyes. They could not believe other rumors, but seeing it with their own eyes could not be false. The neutral martial artists also stopped fleeing in panic. With Ling Xiao around, they seemed to feel a little safer. Who dares to be impudent in the territory of my heavenly dynasty empire? A moment later, Ling Xiao appeared in front of everyone. The sun and moon divine wings spread out behind his back and floated in midair. Of course, he looked like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. Are you Ling Xiao? Outside the everlasting joy immortal island, more than 10 warriors looked at Ling Xiao at the same time. Old Man Qin and Tianhai Quanchao also stopped their attacks. Although they were about to break the 5 elements heaven earth yin yang formation, this formation was actually more troublesome than they had imagined. Old Man Qin said that he would solve the problem in 2 hours, but in reality, this time might be delayed by 6 hours. He might not be able to completely break the formation. Now that Ling Xiao had appeared, it was as if he had found a way out, so he stopped what he was doing. That's right, I am Ling Xiao, the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. Who are you? Ling Xiao looked at these people coldly. Most of the ships that came from the White Tiger continent should be warriors from the White Tiger continent. Bah! What dog's head Celestial Emperor, he's just a coward. Tianhai Quanchao scolded, listen, I'm Tianhai Quanchao, a disciple of the White Tiger continent's Tianhai Academy, I'll give you 2 hours to come out and fight with me. Otherwise, when we break the 5 elements heaven earth yin yang formation, we'll wash the everlasting joy immortal island with blood and make you regret it. What big words, what arrogant behavior, a sharp killing intent flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He had already unified the Dragon Phoenix continent and killed Phoenix Cry Mountain. Now that there were still people provoking him, he must be killed without mercy. Otherwise, his dignity as the Celestial Emperor would be gone, and in the future, even cats and dogs would come to find trouble with him. Hee, the people of the Tianhai Empire are all good at talking. Ling Xiao chuckled. Then, in a flash, he was already out of the everlasting joy immortal island. Old Qin and the other warriors were shocked, and they all retreated a few hundred meters away. Only Tianhai Quanchao faced Ling Xiao proudly as if nothing was in his eyes. You're quite bold to come to the everlasting joy immortal island to die. I'm guessing that someone instigated you. Tell me who instigated you, and I'll spare your life and only cripple one of your arms. Ling Xiao's voice was indifferent and had a tinge of contempt. He did not take Tianhai Quanchao seriously at all. Before entering the everlasting joy secret realm, Ling Xiao was already able to kill Phoenix Cry Mountain. Now that he was out of the everlasting joy secret realm, Ling Xiao's strength had increased tremendously. Why would he be afraid of Tianhai Quanchao, who was much weaker than Phoenix Cry Mountain? Although they were both at the 5th level of the Yin Yang realm, Tianhai Quanchao did not have the domineering aura of Phoenix Cry Mountain. What arrogance! Tianhai Quanchao roared. Since you've come out today, I'll use you as a sacrifice. After I destroy you, I'll destroy the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. The Dragon Phoenix continent is not something that a mere human like you has the right to occupy. After saying that, stormy waves appeared behind Tianhai Quanchao. This martial soul was quite special. Natural-type martial souls were usually very powerful. Especially in this stormy ocean, they could cause the waves of the ocean to surge. Why aren't you showing me your martial soul? Otherwise, you won't be able to take a single blow. Tianhai Quanchao did not attack immediately. As if to show his benevolence, he even gave Ling Xiao a chance to release his martial soul. You really think too highly of yourself. To deal with you, I don't even need to use my inner strength, let alone my martial soul. Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. He then took a step forward and flapped the sun-moon divine wings on his back. His figure suddenly charged forward and was already in front of Tianhai Quanchao. He did not release his martial soul, he did not use any weapons, he did not even use any inner strength, he just threw a solid punch, as if he was an ordinary person fighting. Ling Xiao is underestimating his opponent. Isn't he afraid that he will fail miserably? That's right. No matter what, his opponent is still a level 5 Yin Yang realm expert. He's underestimating his opponent too much. A few exclamations came from the crowd. Everyone was in disbelief at Ling Xiao's rash attack. Tianhai Quanchao sneered. He thought to himself, everyone says that Ling Xiao is arrogant and conceited. Now that I've seen it, it's true. Since you're courting death, don't blame me. He would not stupidly exchange blows with Ling Xiao. The martial soul behind him roared and formed a huge wave in front of him. It charged towards Ling Xiao. After doing that, he looked ahead coldly. He was confident that after this attack, even if Ling Xiao did not die, he would be severely injured. Boom, however, something unexpected happened. With a loud bang, the huge wave was shattered by Ling Xiao's punch. Then, Ling Xiao's fist was still heading towards his head. Tianhai Quanchao realized that something was wrong. He threw out both his fists and collided with Ling Xiao's fist. After a dull thud, Tianhai Quanchao was pushed back dozens of meters. He somersaulted a few times in the sky and finally fell into the stormy ocean. He was in a sorry state. Tianhai Quanchao jumped out of the water, but his arms were trembling non-stop. His heart was filled with terror. Was Ling Xiao's fist, it was like the arm of a demon. Not only was it terrifyingly powerful, but it was also as hard as cold iron. He felt like he was facing a giant instead of a human. After Ling Xiao pushed Tianhai Quanchao back, he had no intention of pursuing him. Instead, he stood in the air and beckoned Tianhai Quanchao. Again. When the crowd saw this, their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Ling Xiao wasn't this strong before, right? He could easily push back a martial artist at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm with just his physical strength. Wasn't this a little too valiant? How was he human? Could he be some kind of giant beast? After a long time, Tianhai Quanchao finally felt the trembling and pain in his arms gradually disappear. His face was extremely gloomy, and there was even a hint of fear. Ling Xiao was much stronger than he imagined. Were the rumors false? Ling Xiao didn't use any improper means and defeated Phoenix Cry Qishan with his own strength? What's wrong? Would the Tianhai Empire send trash like you to your death? Ling Xiao looked at Tianhai Quanchao and said disdainfully, the 7 heroes of the Water God Temple are trash. Compared to them, you're worse than trash. How dare you call me trash? No one has ever dared to call me that. Tianhai Quanchao was furious. He was a martial artist from the Tianhai Sacred Academy, one of the top sects in the Tianhai Empire. It was a first-rate sect in the White Tiger continent. Yet, he was called trash by a martial artist from the Small Dragon Phoenix continent. This was intolerable. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao today, and this news spread to the sect, he would definitely be despised by everyone. So what if I call you trash? You can't even take a punch from me. Ling Xiao said calmly. Good, very good. Then I'll show you the true strength of a disciple of the Tianhai Sacred Academy. Tianhai Quanchao was truly infuriated. Frenzied waves roared around him. He was like a water god, standing on top of the waves and glaring furiously at Ling Xiao. Die. With a roar, the waves threw him towards Ling Xiao like a cannonball. In the void, Tianhai Quanchao punched out with both his fists. Large amounts of water gathered and formed hundreds of huge crocodiles. They roared and bit at Ling Xiao. The fist had not yet arrived, but the crocodile's roar had already sounded. This was the bloodline ability of the alligators of the Tianhai Empire. It was rumored that the more crocodiles the fist force condensed, the more powerful it would be. The fact that the heavenly sea raging tide could condense 100 crocodile phantoms was already quite impressive. Of. Which martial artist could easily withstand the attacks of over 100 giant crocodiles? Tianhai Quanchao had never seen one. The opponents he met in the past, even if they were of the same level, would be defeated as long as he used this. Some were even torn to pieces on the spot. Then I'll be miserable. Good. Ling Xiao still didn't use his internal strength. His single fist turned into 2 fists and collided with this. Rumble, the terrifying roar sounded. The waves on the storm sea below roared and rose dozens of meters high. It was a shocking scene. The martial artists on the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island were shocked. After the collision, Ling Xiao retreated 10 meters. Tianhai Quanchao stood there motionless. Tianhai Quanchao couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, you're just SOSO. Once I use my true strength, you won't be able to take it, this. If I use this. What if I use this, will you be torn to pieces in an instant? I'm not afraid to tell you that Mize easily killed a 6th level Yin Yang realm martial artist. Don't run if you can. Run? I'm standing here. Come and kill me if you can. Ling Xiao sneered. Until now, he hadn't used any of his internal strength. He didn't know what Tianhai Quangchao was so happy about. What a joke. It's good that you're not running. Let your stupid people see how you'll die. Tianhai Quangchao was furious. Ling Zhao's expression didn't change even after he used this. Even the mocking smile on his face didn't change at all. Tianhai Quangchao was so furious that he was about to go crazy. He must kill this guy, he must. Although I don't need to use this. Since you're so arrogant, I'll let you experience the despair before death. As Tianhai Quangchao spoke, he gathered his yin-yang force. A large amount of water vapor gathered on his body. Then, he punched with both his fists. The sky seemed to be torn apart in an instant. The terrifying crocodile's roar was 10 times louder than before. Many people couldn't help but cover their ears. Even the monsters in the deep sea were scared out of their wits. Crocodile bloodline, this. Devour the sun and moon. Destroy everything. Tear everything apart. Kill. Kill. Kill, kill. Tianhai Quangchao let out a thunderous roar. Then, his body was enveloped by the crazy waves. He charged at Ling Xiao with this. His aura was truly ferocious. Many of the onlooking martial artists were dumbfounded. The strength of 1,000 gigantic crocodiles was indeed terrifying. The giant crocodile was an ancient giant beast. Even if it was just pure strength, it was enough to frighten people. When the heavenly sea raging tide flew over, everyone seemed to see space being torn apart. Ling Xiao actually had no way to escape. This bloodline power is amazing. Facing such a crisis, Ling Xiao didn't panic. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. You have bloodline power, but I have Emperor Heaven Earth. Let's compete and see whose is stronger. The surface of his body started to flicker with green and gold light. Then, the Emperor Heaven Earth cells in his body started to awaken one by one. One of his fists was green, and the other was golden. He was like an invincible overlord who stood at the pinnacle of heaven and stepped on the earth. Previously, he had been eager to find an opponent to test just how strong his profound world body was. Now that someone came knocking on his door, he was happy. Why would he be afraid? Looking at Tianhai Quangchao, he took a step forward with his right foot. Then, he punched out. Release. 400 Emperor Heaven Earth cells. In that instant, the space in front of Ling Xiao was truly distorted, and it wasn't as if it was. Because the power released in an instant was too terrifying, it caused the space to reach the limit of what it could withstand. Ling Xiao's sudden and terrifying punch caused space to distort. Fortunately, the mystic world had the ability to self-repair and adapt. After a moment of distortion, it returned to normal. Ling Zhao's Imperial Heaven-Earth Fist collided with Tianhai Quangchao's strength of 1,000 crocodiles. 1,000 crocodiles roared, the Imperial Heaven-Earth Fist roared. The moment the two powers collided, space distorted again. A huge whirlpool formed on the surface of the sea and spiraled upwards. The scene was extremely shocking. Shatter. The 1,000 crocodiles began to shatter inch by inch under the pressure of the Imperial Heaven-Earth Fist. This made Tianhai Quangchao's expression extremely ugly. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The bloodline power of the crocodile race was the pride of the crocodile race, it was the symbol of the Tianhai Empire's strength. The ferocity of the giant crocodiles was extremely powerful even in the primordial era. The strength of 1,000 crocodiles could completely tear apart any martial artist of the same realm. The Tianhai Empire's martial artists had never failed in this aspect. However, this time, Tianhai Quangchao was faced with an extremely awkward situation. Ling Xiao was a third-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Not only did he block his strength of 1,000 crocodiles, but he also clearly had the upper hand. You're too weak. Ling Zhao's cold voice rang in Tian Hai Quanchao's ears. Then, the power of the Imperial Heaven Queen of Earth finally shattered the 1,000 giant crocodiles. Ling Zhao's fists landed heavily on Tian Hai Quanchao's chest. Crack, Tian Hai Quanchao felt as if something had shattered. His chest completely caved in. His body was like a kite with a broken string as he rapidly fell into the stormy ocean. What a terrifying attack. What a domineering attack. He doesn't give his opponent any chance to survive. All the martial artists on Everlasting Joy Celestial Island were shocked by Ling Zhao's attack. At the same time, the White Tiger Continent's martial artists who came with Tian Hai Quanchao to cause trouble actually all left in an instant. Ling Zhao's terrifying strength really gave them a fright. None of them could block Tian Hai Quanchao's strength of 1,000 crocodiles. Especially on the Divine Phoenix continent, they could only display the strength of a 5th-level Yin-Yang realm at most. That would make it even harder to resist. Xianxia Quanchao allowed his body to fall into the stormy ocean. This way, he could take the opportunity to escape. Ling Zhao's strength had far exceeded his expectations. He could not even muster the slightest thought of resisting. Run, that was the only thought in his mind. However, would Ling Xiao give him this opportunity? With a flash of light, Ling Xiao appeared behind Xianxia Quanchao, using one hand to block Xianxia Quanchao's falling body. Then, he raised it up. Isn't it a little too late to escape now? I gave you a chance before, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Ling Zhao's cold voice resounded in the sky. Everyone on the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island knew that this guy called Tian Hai Quanchao was finished. Looks like on the Dragon Phoenix continent, this celestial emperor of the Celestial Empire can already be said to be invincible. A martial artist in the crowd sighed. Yeah, no matter how many people the White Tiger continent sends, they're just sending themselves to their deaths. I don't think anyone else will come in the future. Another person also said, those who come will never return. No one is that stupid. Xianxia Quanchao's heart was filled with fear. His body was almost unrecognizable. Many of his bones were broken, and his 7 orifices were bleeding. If he was not treated in time, he would undoubtedly die. Save me. I beg you, save me. Xianxia Quanchao's mournful cries for help continued to resound. He did not want to die, he really did not want to die. It was really not easy to cultivate to this level. If he died, there would be nothing left. As long as you save me, I can report to the Xianxia Empire and spare your life. Hee, you're still saying such things even now. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully and said, are you stupid? Ling Xiao, I'm not joking. The strength of the Xianxia Empire is not something you can understand. A martial artist with my strength is nothing in the Xianxia Saint Court. I'm just an outer court disciple. You're indeed incomparably powerful in the Dragon Phoenix continent, and no one can defeat you. But there, you can't do without the help of friends. I can help you. Xianxia Quanchao hurriedly said. Although his mouth was full of blood, his words were still quite sharp. What you said is quite tempting. But unfortunately, I don't trust you, and I don't need it. Ling Xiao chuckled, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. If you're done with your nonsense, you can die now. No, I still have something to say. Xianxia Quanchao shouted in horror. Say it. Ling Xiao said indifferently. If I say it, can you let me go? Xianxia Quanchao only wanted to live. As long as he could live, he would do anything, including betraying his parents and friends. That depends on whether what you say is valuable or not. Ling Xiao still had that indifferent tone. Xianxia Quanchao gritted his teeth and said, Ling Xiao, do you know that I came to kill you this time with the tacit consent of the Xianxia Emperor? The Dragon Prince of the Water God Temple has already told the Emperor everything that happened here. That's it? After Ling Xiao heard it, he didn't even blink because he felt that it was meaningless. He could think of such a thing even if he used his thighs. There's more. Xianxia Quanchao hurriedly said, if you want to go to the White Tiger continent, your first stop must be the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. I'm not afraid to tell you that the Dragon Prince has already set up a killing trap there, waiting for you to fall into the trap. I advise you not to go, or you'll die without a doubt. This information is a bit valuable, but unfortunately, it still can't offset my anger. so you'd better die. Relax, I'll give you a comfortable death. Ling Xiao smiled slightly, released killing intent from his hand, and instantly rushed into Xianxia Guangchao's body. At that moment, Xianxia Guangchao lost consciousness. Then, he threw the corpse to the celestial island of Last Joy. Find a place to bury him. At least leave him with a complete corpse. Yes, Your Majesty. The martial artists of the celestial island of Last Joy looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. He was really too powerful, ridiculously powerful. A martial artist at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm was like a fool in Ling Xiao's hands and was easily killed. This was their heavenly emperor, this was their devil lord. After saying that, Ling Xiao turned and flew into the distance. Everyone knew that Ling Xiao was going to chase after those people who came to the celestial island of Last Joy to cause trouble with Xianxia Guangchao. They all knew Ling Xiao's character very well. It was impolite not to reciprocate, he would definitely seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Wanting to leave so easily after coming here? Wasn't that just a dream? Above the stormy ocean, a ship was speeding toward the White Tiger continent at an extremely fast speed. However, no matter how fast it was, it couldn't be faster than the brilliant stream of light in the sky. Ling Xiao was in the sky and already locked onto that ship on the sea. Since you're here, why leave in such a hurry? He suddenly plummeted, charging towards the ship with extreme speed, as if directly falling. When he was less than 5 meters away from the ship, his speed abruptly slowed down, landing on the deck. The entire process was like moving clouds and flowing water, handling with ease. Ling Xiao. On the ship, there were a total of 12 martial artists, including that elder Qin. Seeing Ling Xiao appear, each of their hearts thumped, knowing that Xianxia Guangchao was already killed. And it was absolutely impossible for them to leave easily either. They looked at Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao also looked at them. Although these people's clothes were all different, through their outer clothes with the Taiji eye, one could see that there was actually a strange tattoo on their bodies. This tattoo looked more like an otherworldly demon, no wonder he could sense a strong evil aura from these people's bodies. Ling Xiao himself possessed the primordial Skyfiend battle intent and was especially familiar with this feeling. Looks like that Xianxia Guangchao was fooled by you guys. Clearly martial artists of the same sect, but insisted on pretending not to know each other. Ling Xiao's voice revealed some mockery and ridicule. Impressive, didn't expect that you actually saw through it. The Celestial Empire's heavenly emperor indeed lives up to his reputation. Elder Qin simply took off his outer clothes, revealing a black warrior outfit below. On that black outfit, there was a sinister aura. It should be a special artifact-type garment. The other 11 martial artists all had the same clothes on them. You think that you're chasing after us? But you don't know that we deliberately lured you here. Elder Qin's expression also suddenly became ferocious and cold. Ling Xiao sensed that this place seemed to be different from other sea regions. The sinister fiendish aura was very obvious. Most likely, if ordinary martial artists stood here, they would probably immediately become very weak. But what threat did this have to him, he did not quite understand. Did not understand, and also could not be bothered to think about it. He gave that elder Qin an indifferent glance and said, "You guys are also martial artists of the Xianxia Empire, right?" "That's right, Xianxia Empire, Heavenly Fiend Cult." Old man Qin didn't hide anything and directly replied. "Heavenly Demon Cult? Oh, I've heard of it. It seems to be a shady sect in the Xianxia Empire. Do I have a grudge against you?" Ling Xiao was very curious. He shouldn't have any interactions with the Heavenly Demon Cult, but they actually wanted to kill him. It was simply baffling. Did they really think that he was a pushover that anyone could bully? Those people are just afraid of the strength of our Saint Church. That's why they're doing everything they can to stop us from becoming stronger. Old man Qin coldly snorted and said, "We indeed have no enmity with you, but we need funds, we need resources to strengthen the Heavenly Demon Cult. We are just taking someone's money to get rid of them." Ling Xiao, to be able to die in the hands of the 12 of us, you should feel honored to have died a worthy death. When the Holy Church unifies the mystic world in the future, you'll be considered a stepping stone. I'm afraid you'll leave a deep mark in the history of the Holy Church. Haha, if that's the case, I should thank you instead. Ling Xiao said with a smile. There's no need to thank us. You, on the other hand, are a promising talent. It would be a pity if you died. As long as you're willing to swallow this soul-seized bug and pledge your loyalty to the Holy Church, we can spare your life. Old Man Qin stretched out his hand, and a black bug appeared in his palm. The bug was only about an inch long and was completely black. Only its 2 eyes shone with a blood-red light. Don't underestimate this little thing. The reason why the soul-seized bug was so frightening was that once it was implanted into a body, it could hide for a long time. It lived on a martial artist's soul power. There would be no problem if the martial artist was obedient. However, if they betrayed the Holy Church, the soul-seized bug would directly devour their soul and turn them into a walking corpse. The heavenly demon cult really isn't anything good. To think that you would use such a vicious method. Ling Xiao glanced coldly at the soul-seized bug, but immediately smiled. I like to be enemies with shameless people like you. Because I don't feel any burden or guilt in my heart. Looks like you won't give in? Old Man Qin asked coldly. What do you think? Ling Xiao shrugged and said coldly. If that's the case, then die. Old Man Qin waved his hand, and the other 11 people suddenly pulled out their weapons. It was a black short blade. They then spread out and formed a strange blade array with Old Man Qin. Interesting. Ling Xiao couldn't help but reveal an interested expression. The power of the saber formation formed by the 12 of them was definitely much stronger than that of the 12 of them working together. If it was anyone else with his cultivation, facing such an enemy, they would probably only have one choice, which was to escape. But he, Ling Xiao, was an exception. Before I die, can I ask you a question? Ling Xiao suddenly asked very seriously. You brat, you actually know how to be afraid. Alright, ask. Old Man Qin was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. To be able to make the majestic heavenly emperor of the heavenly empire admit defeat, to him, this was absolutely incomparable pride. Who sent you to kill me? Ling Xiao asked. You should be able to guess the answer to this question. Old Man Qin didn't answer, instead throwing the question back to Ling Xiao. I understand. It's the Water God Hall, or to be more precise, that Dragon Crown Prince. I'm very curious. Didn't he tell you, and that idiot Tianhai Quanchao, that I humiliated them in the Killing Dragon Forest? Did you know that he was just sending you to your deaths as cannon fodder? Ling Xiao asked again. You're smart, but of course we know this. The Dragon Crown Prince is a member of the Water God Hall. He's eager for you to become enemies with the Tianhai Sacred Academy. If Tianhai Quanchao can kill you, that's for the best. Your Tianhai Empire will inevitably be at odds with the Tianhai Sacred Academy, and the Water God Hall will be able to profit from it. But if you kill Tianhai Quanchao, you will inevitably become enemies with the Tianhai Sacred Academy, and he will also be able to reap the benefits. This is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Old Man Qin indifferently said, and we are the same. The only difference is that Tianhai Quanchao is an idiot who has been kept in the dark. We, on the other hand, know what we want and what we are doing. What a strategy of driving the tiger to devour the wolf. But to put it bluntly, don't you think that the Dragon Crown Prince is playing this trick because he's afraid of me? Ling Xiao looked at Old Man Qin with a bit of contempt and said, You say that Tianhai Quanchao is stupid, but I think you guys are even more stupid. If you die, the Dragon Crown Prince won't have to pay any price. And if I die, all of you will definitely be silenced as well. In the end, the most pitiful ones are you guys who think you're infallible. Of course we've thought about that, but you'll definitely be the one to die. Moreover, it won't be that easy for the Dragon Prince to silence us. Old Man Qin said coldly. You're really stubborn. Forget it, let's make our move. Let me see how strong your so-called heavenly demon cult is, daring to come to Everlasting Joy Celestial Island to cause trouble for me and even daring to wait for me here. Ling Xiao was too lazy to care about who was the mastermind behind this conspiracy and who was being used. In any case, as long as anyone came to deal with him, he would destroy them. It was very simple and there was no need to worry too much about it. You've got guts. But we won't show you any mercy. Although Old Man Qin said so, he did not dare to be careless in the slightest when facing Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was able to destroy almost all of the Water Spirit Temple's 7 heroes in slaying Dragon Forest, leaving only the number 1 hero and the Dragon Prince. The rest had all died in battle. In addition, he had seen the scene where Ling Xiao killed Tianhai Quanqiao with his own eyes. Although he was fully prepared, he did not dare to be careless. Otherwise, he could only swallow the bitter fruit of failure. And failure meant death. Set up the formation, Heavenly Demon Power. Old Man Qin waved his hand, and the 12 people, including him, emitted a black light. The aura of the black saber in their hands also became heavier and more terrifying. It really is Heavenly Demon Power. Ling Xiao stared at the black light on these people and nodded to himself. The feeling of this power was too similar to his immemorial Heavenly Demon, except that it was not as pure and powerful. It seemed that there were still surviving heavenly demons in this mystic world, but they had hidden themselves. The Heavenly Demon cult was very likely a sect secretly established by a surviving heavenly demon, and what they were doing was nothing more than recovering their strength. After all, after the immemorial war, although the vitality of the myriad races was greatly damaged, the heavenly demons were basically exhausted. Even if they did not die, they were seriously injured. It would not be easy for these guys to recover, and they would definitely have to use the living beings of the myriad races. Among the myriad races, there was no lack of cultivators who were willing to cooperate with the heavenly demons, perhaps serving them while gaining strength. The heavenly demon cult was basically filled with such people. The black light gradually stabilized and gradually formed the appearance of the heavenly demon, enveloping the 12 martial artists. The air was filled with a terrifying and evil aura. This kind of aura, if it was someone else, would probably be very uncomfortable. However, Ling Xiao felt somewhat fortunate to be in the middle of it all. He had been worrying about how to increase the power of his heavenly demon incarnation. After all, the Golden Crow avatar was illuminated by the Scarlet Sun and could be improved no matter what. If he wanted to level up with his heavenly demon incarnation, he definitely couldn't do without this evil demonic chi. Now that someone had come knocking on his door, it would be impolite for him to refuse. Kill! Old Man Qin bellowed. Then, the 12 of them charged towards Ling Xiao at the same time. The black blade seemed to be connected to a strange energy, and it exploded with astonishing power. It actually made Ling Xiao's body feel a chill. The saber formation was indeed a saber formation. If the 12 of them joined forces, even a martial artist at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm would be killed. Ling Xiao didn't think it was possible for him to win, so what he had to do first was to destroy the saber formation. The biggest weakness of a formation that used humans was that once one of them was killed, the saber formation would immediately be broken, and it would no longer be able to unleash its original power. However, the attacker knew this weakness, and so did the person who set up the formation. Therefore, the priority of this kind of formation was self-protection. If you wanted to kill one of them, it really wasn't that easy. This was because when you attacked one of them, the rest of them would attack you. Even if you could kill that person, you would definitely die. In Ling Xiao's opinion, if he wanted to break the formation, he could only fight with the formation. He had already thought of a countermeasure, so a heavenly demon phantom appeared behind him. 11th Shadow Profundity, Heavenly Demon Incarnation. His body was enveloped by the heavenly demon phantom, and the terrifying heavenly demon power wreaked havoc, forming gusts of evil wind. This was the heavenly demon incarnation formed by the primordial heavenly demon fighting intent. It was much stronger than the heavenly demon power that the 12 of them borrowed. When his heavenly demon incarnation was released, those 12 people's movements clearly paused for a moment. They clearly did not expect that their heavenly demon power would actually be firmly suppressed by Ling Xiao's heavenly demon power. This was not mentioned in the information that the Dragon Crown Prince gave them at all. Old Qin suddenly had a terrifying thought in his heart. He suddenly felt that what Ling Xiao said before was right. Heavenly Si Quanqiao was stupid. They were even more stupid than Heavenly Si Quanqiao. The Dragon Crown Prince was using them, and he was using them for nothing. He was simply sending them to their deaths. However, there was already no way out at this time. Riding a tiger, it was hard to get off. Ling Xiao could not possibly let them retreat unscathed. Once they attacked, they had to fight to the death. Otherwise, there was only death. Don't be afraid. Kill! Old Qin roared, and his aura skyrocketed. The other 11 people felt Old Qin's aura and also increased the heavenly demon power that they released outside their bodies at the same time. To them, the heavenly demon power was limited. The more they used, the less they would have. However, facing a powerful opponent like Ling Xiao, they had no choice at all. They had to go all out. Otherwise, only death was left for them. Kill. 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 Their voices reverberated through the clouds. In this pitch-black foggy area, something seemed to have been startled awake. Under the sea, a huge black shadow squirmed for a moment, then quieted down again. 12 black blades slashed at Ling Xiao. Not at the same time, but in picturesque disorder. The terrifying thing about the blade array was that if you attempted to block all the attacks in an instant, it was simply an impossible thing. Ling Xiao could feel that his surroundings were filled with eerie killing intent. Those black blades seemed to have a life of their own. They actually aimed at all the vital points on his body at just the right time. Heavenly Demon Claw. Ling Xiao did not retreat. Instead, he waved his palm and clawed forward with his claws. The heavenly demon power circulated. On the black heavenly demon claw, black light circulated. It tore open a space and collided with the black blades. Clang, the sound of the collision rang out. It was actually like the sound of metal clashing. Then, Ling Xiao discovered that a lot of his heavenly demon power was actually devoured by the black blades. Moreover, he was unable to repel his opponent. Instead, he was hit several times. Although he relied on his powerful mystic world body and heavenly demon incarnation to not be injured, he was still in a very sorry state. What a powerful blade array. This coordination is simply amazing. The 12 of you have probably been trained since young. What a pity. If you don't die, the 12 of you can really become very powerful. Although Ling Xiao was in a sorry state, there was a smile on his face. This kind of battle was Ling Xiao's favorite because the more difficult the battle, the more benefits he could obtain. At least you have good eyesight. The 11 of them are all orphans I adopted. They have been cultivating with me since they were 6 years old, honing this heavenly demon sword array. It has been more than 30 years. Do you really think you can break my heavenly demon sword array with your strength alone? Old Man Qin sneered, but his attack did not stop. Ling Xiao's body was constantly hit by the black blades, emitting a roaring sound. Although there was no trace of injury left. But if this continues, Ling Xiao's heavenly demon incarnation will be passively removed. Because every time the other party attacked, he could absorb the heavenly demon power in his heavenly demon incarnation. This was really a headache for him. However, the other party seemed to be unsatisfied. Change formation, condense the evil beast. Old Man Qin suddenly roared, and the 12 people changed their moves at the same time. They retreated, no longer besieging Ling Xiao, but merged the 12 black heavenly demon power into one. In the void, a strange black beast was born. It looked like a dragon, like a tiger, and looked very strange. Evil beast, kill him. Old Man Qin roared, and the 12 people sat cross-legged on the ground at the same time, no longer attacking. Only the evil beast opened its eyes, roared at Ling Xiao, and then rushed towards Ling Xiao at an astonishing speed. This time, Ling Xiao did not dare to let the evil beast attack him. He could feel that the attack power of this evil beast was extremely terrifying. He could ignore the previous black blade attack, but this one absolutely could not be ignored. Once he was attacked, even if he did not die, he would definitely be seriously injured. This power was too terrifying. It was probably an evil beast condensed by the 12 people. Coupled with the increase in the power of the formation, it was naturally terrifying. Roar. The black evil beast roared, and then with a kick of its 4 legs, it instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Ling Xiao's body. Body of light, swift light godly travel. Ling Xiao did not dare to meet it head-on, but chose to dodge. He had used his fastest speed. Just now, he had barely dodged this terrifying attack. However, the evil spirit beast's attack didn't end with just one attack. This fellow was like a maggot that stuck to Ling Xiao's bones. It wouldn't give up until it reached its goal. Ling Xiao's figure could only continuously dodge the encirclement of these 12 people. It seems like this evil beast is a phantom beast formed by the fusion of heavenly demon power and soul force. While dodging, Ling Xiao was still in the mood to ponder. Presumably, this kind of demonic beast requires a powerful soul force to be able to control. None of those 12 people can do it. They can only do it if they work together. At this moment, the 12 of them were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. Only their soul force was constantly being released. Clearly, they had confirmed Ling Xiao's thoughts. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of a person. He raised his hand and was about to attack. However, at this moment, a strong sense of danger came from the side. Ling Xiao hastily gave up his attack. His figure flickered, and he quickly left the place where he had just been. Boom! Just a moment after he left, a terrifying energy shock wave erupted. The demonic beast was too fast, it didn't give Ling Xiao the slightest chance to attack. No wonder those people dared to sit there motionless. This heavenly demon saber array was really powerful. With the demonic beast, Ling Xiao could only run for his life. How could he have the opportunity to break the array? If someone was watching the battle from the side, then they would have discovered that on the warship, 2 lights, one black and one white, were constantly flashing at an astonishing speed. It was so fast that it was incomprehensible. This demonic beast's speed is not inferior to mine. Fortunately, when I faced the 100 Insects Demon King that day, I mastered the fusion of moves, which greatly increased my speed. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have to admit defeat today. Although Ling Xiao was fine now, he had to admit that the demonic beast condensed by this heavenly demon saber array was really terrifying. His Tai Chi I could see through the demonic beast's movement trajectory, and even catch its attack pattern. But it was useless. That guy was too fast. He couldn't block it. He could only run. Moreover, if he slowed down, the demonic beast would catch up to him. He was surprised. However, how could Old Qin not be surprised? Old Qin was the most powerful person among the 12 who set up the array. He could still spare some time to pay attention to Ling Xiao's situation. He knew the demonic beast's speed. Even if a 7th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist was trapped in the array, it was impossible for him to outrun the demonic beast. He might be able to block the attack, but his speed would definitely be slower. However, Ling Xiao was really too powerful. The demonic beast was chasing him, but it couldn't even touch him at all. This was something that Old Qin didn't expect at all. He was a little regretful now. Should he have used the first array to continue weakening Ling Xiao before using the demonic beast? However, it was useless to regret. Ling Xiao probably wouldn't agree to take back what he had used. Moreover, it wasn't that easy. It was easy to change the array, but difficult to take it back. In this situation, they could only continue to fight to the death. They wanted to see if their soul power would be depleted first, or if Ling Xiao's inner strength would be depleted first. I'm not playing anymore. It's boring. Ling Xiao was originally looking forward to something new from the Sky Demon Sword Array. Unfortunately, it seemed like this was the limit of the Sky Demon Sword Array. Therefore, he didn't want to continue playing like this. He had already held the 10,000 Gate Array refining stone in his hand and was ready to release it. Then, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. What? When Old Man Qin saw this scene, he was really shocked. He knew that Ling Xiao was good at arrays, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao to know how to refine arrays. This was a technique that only existed in the Immortal Court continent. Even if he was a formation grandmaster, he would not be able to do this. An ordinary array master needed a long time to set up an array. However, if one learned how to refine arrays, they could release the formation refining stone and succeed instantly. Although Old Qin knew this, he had only read about it in books. He had never seen someone use it with his own eyes. He didn't expect to see Ling Xiao release the formation refining stone today. This shock was no small matter. The 10,000 Gate Array was released. Ling Xiao's body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the evil beast. Your soul power has been integrated into the body of this evil beast. I'm very interested. If it is killed, what will happen to you? Sky Demon Fist. Both fists directly blasted out. Without any fancy moves, the surging Sky Demon power poured out and smashed the evil beast's body until it was deformed. Puff. Puff. Continuously, the warriors who set up the Sky Demon sword array began to vomit blood. The evil beast also seemed to have lost control and became listless. Your evil beast is very fast and its attack is very strong. However, it neglected its defense. This is its fatal flaw. Ling Xiao stood proudly in the void and looked at old Qin indifferently, revealing a mocking smile. Your evil demonic beast is extremely fast and has powerful attacks, but its defense is basically zero. Ling Xiao pointed out the evil demonic beast's weakness in one sentence. Old Qin knew that Ling Xiao was right. However, they already knew about this weakness, but they did not care. Ever since the evil demonic beast was formed, none of their enemies could touch the evil demonic beast as long as it was released. Since they could not touch it, was there a need to defend? All he needed was an extremely powerful attack. However, all of this became the real weakness and flaw in front of Ling Xiao. Moreover, it was absolutely fatal. Seeing the evil demonic beast being torn apart by Ling Xiao, the 12 of them spat out blood, and their faces were ghastly pale. Ling Xiao knew that he did not need to waste any more effort. His opponent's strength was due to the heavenly demon saber formation. Among the 12 of them, only old Qin could unleash the strength of a 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. The remaining 11 of them were only at the 3rd-level Yin-Yang realm. Without the heavenly demon saber formation, they were not worthy of being Ling Xiao's opponent. You said that you set up a trap for me. Don't tell me it's just the heavenly demon saber formation? If that's the case, then aren't you a little too stupid? How can this thing trap me? If it isn't, I'm curious what other tricks you have. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at old Qin coldly. He even withdrew his heavenly demon avatar. There was no need for him to use his heavenly demon avatar against these obviously injured trash. Blood sacrifice. Old Qin suddenly clenched his teeth and roared in anger and helplessness. Yes. The 11 of them actually stabbed the daggers in their hands into their bodies after hearing old Qin's words. Fresh blood flowed on the deck, and a strange pattern gradually formed. This made Ling Xiao's heart skip a beat. It seemed like his opponent really had a more terrifying trick up his sleeve. Originally, I didn't want to use this trick. After all, these 11 people are disciples that I've nurtured for more than 30 years. How could I bear to let them sacrifice themselves? However, I understand that if you don't die today, none of us will live. Therefore, their sacrifice is valuable and heroic. Old Man Qin slowly stood up. As the strange pattern became more and more obvious, the energy within his body seemed to be continuously condensing. Under the ship, in the deep sea, the dark shadow became even more agitated. You make it sound so nice, but you're just asking your disciples to risk their lives to protect you. Someone like you, whoever becomes your disciple is really unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Ling Xiao looked at Old Man Qin with disdain. This person was really shameless. In order to survive, he actually sacrificed the lives of 11 of his disciples. He even made himself sound so noble. It was disgusting to hear it. So what? Give this old man another 30 years and I will be able to nurture another 11 disciples of the same level. As long as this old man doesn't die, the number of disciples will continue. Old Man Qin coldly looked at Ling Xiao. His body suddenly floated in midair, and a terrifying amount of heavenly demonic energy continuously poured into his body. Around the warship, terrifying waves began to rise. Crack, finally, the deck was smashed by something. In an instant, it was reduced to dust. Ling Xiao could only see a huge tentacle. There's something strange in the sea. Ling Xiao also floated up, standing in the void, calmly looking at everything. Although I'm not a saint, it's really disgusting to let a shameless person like you live. Ling Xiao put his hands behind his back and looked at Old Man Qin indifferently. If he didn't kill this person, it would really go against his principles. Ha ha ha, you still want to kill me? I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Old Man Qin laughed loudly. Then, in the void, a huge mouth opened and directly swallowed him. Ling Xiao could only see a black shadow that was like a small mountain. It was at least 50 to 60 meters tall. An ordinary person would probably not be able to see the end of it. As Old Man Qin was swallowed by that thing, that guy's eyes suddenly turned scarlet red, and he actually spoke human language. My 11 disciples sacrificed their lives to awaken the deep-sea monster. You're dead for sure. The voice became even more coarse. And every word that was spoken would cause huge waves in the surroundings. The original ship had already been reduced to pieces. Deep-sea monster? Its body is ridiculously big, but is it really strong? Ling Xiao looked at the big guy contemptuously, then suddenly laughed and said, "Since you let me see such a fun thing, then I'll let you see a new thing." Then, with a thought, a talisman flew out from his body. This talisman was completely blood-red, completely different from ordinary talismans. When the talisman flew out, it was only the size of a thumb, then it grew with the wind and turned into a square of 1 square meter. Blood Soul Talisman. You even have the Blood Soul Talisman of the Immortal Court. That's something that only the Celestial Master sect of the Immortal Court can refine. You guy, who exactly are you? A terrified voice burst out from the huge monster's mouth. It seemed that this Blood Soul Talisman was quite famous, but not everyone could refine it. On the Blood Soul Talisman, a dark divine dragon pattern was imprinted on it, and the dark purple hell dragon fire was burning continuously. It was not static, but moving. Hee, I didn't expect you to recognize the Blood Soul Talisman. I haven't used this thing since I refined it. I call it the Hell Dragon Talisman. The name is good, right? Very domineering, right? On Ling Zhao's face, there was an excited smile like a child who got a new toy. That old Qin originally thought that by sacrificing 11 disciples to awaken the deep-sea monster, he could defeat Ling Xiao. At this time, he was horrified to find that Ling Xiao was not only powerful. He also had the legendary super terrifying Blood Soul Talisman. Old Qin did not know how terrifying it was, because he had never seen the power of the Blood Soul Talisman. But his master had once told him, if you see someone using the Blood Soul Talisman, run away quickly. He did not know where his master's fear came from. But his master's words had never been wrong. Old Qin, who was originally full of confidence, actually began to retreat and wanted to escape. It's too late to escape now, isn't it? Ling Xiao sneered. Then with a thought, the Hell Dragon Talisman shot through the air. In an instant, it grew with the wind, and became dozens of square meters. Old Qin saw that the situation was bad, and he controlled the deep-sea monster's huge tentacles to swing out, trying to knock the Hell Dragon Talisman away. But in an instant, the two huge tentacles, which were dozens of meters long, were sucked in the moment they touched the Hell Dragon Talisman. A dragon's roar rang out, and then black flames rolled. The two huge tentacles were turned to ashes, and even the souls on the tentacles were pulled into the Hell Dragon Talisman. The tentacles of the deep-sea monsters could regenerate. But there had to be a spiritual connection. But the Hell Dragon Talisman had sucked the tentacle's soul away. Even if it had the ability to regenerate, it could not be done. As expected of a deep-sea monster. The heavenly demon's power contained in these two tentacles is really powerful. I heard that this monster has mutated because it ate the corpse of a heavenly demon. That's why it looks like this. I thought it was just a joke, but now it seems like it might be true. Ling Xiao was still standing there. He did not even need to move. With just a thought, the Hell Dragon Talisman would attack. Old Man Qin was shocked and terrified. He finally knew why his master had told him to run when he saw a warrior with a Blood Soul Talisman. This was really too scary. The scariest thing about the Blood Soul Talisman was that it was a talisman that could grow. It was different from ordinary talismans. As long as it killed the enemy, it could absorb the enemy's energy and grow continuously. If it was energy of the same attribute, the growth would be faster. For example, Ling Zhao's Hell Dragon Talisman was of the dark and fire attribute. So when it encountered fire and dark attribute energy, it was like rain after a long drought. Absorbing it was simply too satisfying. The best part was that the Blood Soul Talisman was connected to the warrior's soul. It was like an organ in the warrior's body. Although the warrior would suffer a huge blow after being injured, or even die directly. But the growth of the Blood Soul Talisman would also bring great benefits to the warrior. Everything had its pros and cons. If not for the confidence in their own soul power, most people would not dare to refine the Blood Soul Talisman. It was too dangerous. If not done well, it would become their biggest weakness. Those who dared to use the Blood Soul Talisman were definitely terrifying people. Old Man Qin now completely believed his master's words. He turned around, stirred up huge waves, and fled into the distance. But how could Ling Xiao let him go? While controlling the Hell Dragon Talisman to chase, Ling Xiao also gave chase. Old Man Qin saw that Ling Xiao was so persistent. He released his remaining 6 tentacles and attacked the Hell Dragon Talisman at the same time. He thought that no matter how strong the Hell Dragon Talisman was, there had to be a limit. With Ling Xiao's cultivation, he might only be able to destroy 2 tentacles. However, this was clearly just wishful thinking. In an instant, another 3 tentacles were sucked into the diabolical dragon talisman. The remaining 3 tentacles were burned by the flames and hurriedly retracted. If it didn't shrink back, the deep-sea monster wouldn't even be able to swim. How could he escape? It's useless. You've already pissed me off. There's no way you can escape. Ling Xiao's cold voice was like the beckoning of death, causing Old Man Qin's entire body to tremble. He understood now. That stupid Dragon Crown Prince didn't even understand Ling Xiao's strength. What about Ling Xiao's strength being on par with the #1 hero? It was complete nonsense. Disregarding everything else, even the 10 strongest elites would not be able to withstand the Hell Dragon Talisman. He had been killed, F***ck, right now, he only wanted to escape to the Heavenly Demon cult's lair. With the Heavenly Demon's protection, he believed that Ling Xiao would not be able to do anything to him. At most, he would just hide when he saw this brat in the future. Ling Xiao, you and I have no enmity. Why do you have to force me? I'm not your match. Why can't you let me live? I won't be your enemy in the future. The deep-sea monster let out a voice that was close to begging for mercy. Hee, now you want to beg for mercy? Why were you so fierce just now? If you can't beat me, then you say you have no enmity with me. What were you doing earlier? Didn't I tell you not to attack? Ling Xiao sneered. He was speechless towards this kind of idiot. If you can beat me, then I'll kill you. If you can't beat me, then you say you have no enmity with me and let me go. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Huff! The sound of flames rang out again. The last 3 tentacles of the pitiful deep-sea monster were sucked into the Hell Dragon Talisman. The deep-sea monster floated in the stormy ocean, no longer able to move. Ling Xiao stood on the head of the deep-sea monster, coldly looking down at it. Don't worry. If you die, I'll tell your Heavenly Demon cult that the Dragon Crown Prince of the Water God Temple sent you to your deaths. That way, you'll die a worthy death. I'm just taking someone's money to get rid of a disaster. Why do you have to be so resolute? It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. There's no benefit in killing you. Old Man Qin no longer had any desire to fight with Ling Xiao. He only wanted to live. He only wanted Ling Xiao to spare his life. No one wanted to die. Especially Old Man Qin, who had lived for 70 or 80 years. He didn't want to die even more. The difficulty of cultivation was something he had personally experienced. If he died like this, he would feel that it wasn't worth it. I, Ling Xiao, have a lot of friends. I really don't care about a shameless guy like you. I, Ling Xiao, also have a lot of enemies. I'm not afraid of adding another Heavenly Demon cult. Oh right, even if your Heavenly Demon cult doesn't come looking for me, I'll go look for you. Ling Xiao was very hostile towards the heavenly demons that lived in the mystic world. Once these existences that came from outside the mystic world recovered their strength, they would definitely set off a storm of blood in the mystic world. And as someone who wanted to unify the mystic world, he couldn't tolerate the existence of such dangerous elements. What's more, heavenly demons were very good nourishment for him. You forced me to do this. Old Man Qin had no choice but to go crazy. An astonishingly terrifying power suddenly gushed out of the deep-sea monster's body. Want to self-destruct? Not so easy. With a thought from Ling Xiao, the Hell Dragon Talisman suddenly grew to several hundred meters in size and directly sucked in the deep-sea monster. Boom! A huge explosion sounded from the Hell Dragon Talisman. Although the Hell Dragon Talisman shook violently in the sky, it wasn't damaged. Old Man Qin wasn't dead yet. He realized in despair that his final effort had been for naught. He knew that Ling Xiao would do this, but he was hoping that the self-destruction of the deep-sea monster would directly destroy the Hell Dragon talisman. That way, he might have a little more hope of escaping. But reality was too cruel. He didn't even have the slightest hope. Although enough energy could indeed destroy the Hell Dragon talisman. But it was a pity that the self-destruction of the deep-sea monster wasn't at that level. Stop messing around. It's all over. Just obediently become nourishment for the Hell Dragon talisman. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Old Man Qin in the Blood Soul talisman. Then, with a thought, an even more violent black flame swept over. It completely devoured everything. Slowly devour and then purify. That way, you can better become my nourishment. Ling Xiao kept the Hell Dragon talisman, but he didn't extract any energy from it. This kind of mixed energy needed to be cultivated and transformed over time before it could be completely transformed into his own power. The Hell Dragon talisman had the effect of purifying and refining external energy. So he just needed to wait. When the time came, success would follow naturally and he could directly absorb it. It was much better than hastily transforming it now. Not only was it safe, but it also wouldn't affect his own energy structure. After wiping out the 12 from the Sky Demon cult, Ling Xiao turned and returned to Lastful Joy Immortal Island. Finding that the others had yet to come out of Lastful Joy Secret Realm, he instructed the person in charge of the island, "I'll head to Dragon Phoenix Mountain first. Those who qualify for the White Tiger meet are to meet me at Dragon Phoenix Mountain once they come out of Lastful Joy Secret Realm." His words were simple, and he didn't explain why he wanted to go first. However, the martial artists of Lastful Joy Immortal Island knew that His Majesty the Celestial Emperor was going to the White Tiger continent as the vanguard. After that, Ling Xiao stepped into the immemorial teleportation portal and spent more than 1,000,000 inferior-grade spirit stones to teleport directly to the White Tiger continent. 1,000,000 inferior-grade spirit stones was a considerable sum. That was why the immemorial teleportation portal could only be used for individual martial artists. It was unrealistic to use it for a large army. He had to find the 8 temporal crystals on the White Tiger continent and completely repair the portal for large-scale teleportation. Ling Xiao's goal for going to the White Tiger continent was very clear. To kill the Dragon Prince and the others, since he had learned from the Sky Demon cult and Sky Sea Quanchao that the Dragon Prince was the real culprit behind this assassination, he naturally wouldn't hesitate. He naturally wouldn't let him go. Ling Xiao's logic was simple: I'll kill anyone who wants to kill me. He didn't have that senseless sympathy or pity. The Dragon Prince must die. He would do it even in front of all the martial artists of Dragon Phoenix Mountain. No one could stop him. Dragon Phoenix Mountain was a sect located at the edge of the White Tiger continent, closest to the Dragon Phoenix continent. Even in the Tianhai Empire, it was considered a third-rate sect and ranked in the middle or lower. Fortunately, it was still in the mainstream. In a country like the Tianhai Empire, there were many sects that weren't in the mainstream. The Dragon Prince, the #1 hero, and some young martial artists from the Water God Temple were all staying in the elegant pavilion where Dragon Phoenix Mountain's VIPs stayed. There was a sinister glint in their eyes right now. They had just received a report from a scout from Lastful Joy Immortal Island that Ling Xiao had killed Sky Sea Quanchao and annihilated the Sky Demon cult's 12. Dragon Prince, why don't we return to the Water Spirit Temple? No matter how strong that Ling Xiao is, he won't dare cause trouble in the Water Spirit Temple. A young martial artist said with some fear. Trash. The Dragon Crown Prince suddenly struck out with his palm. The young martial artist was injured and fell to the ground, his face full of fear. Don't forget where this is. This is the White Tiger continent. The Profound World's laws are completely different from the Dragon Phoenix continents. Previously, when we were in the Divine Phoenix continent, we didn't dare to display our full strength for fear that we would go against the rules. But now, everything is different. We must avenge the deaths of the 7th and 2nd heroes. The Dragon Crown Prince was surrounded by a terrifying blue aura. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely notice that the Dragon Crown Prince was actually a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of Yin Yang realm. Not bad. #1 hero also gritted his teeth and released a terrifying aura from his body. His true cultivation base was the early stage of the 6th level of the Yin Yang realm. Although he was not as powerful as the Dragon Crown Prince, he was still very powerful. Furthermore, do you all really think that Xianxia can reach the Dragon Phoenix Mountain? The Dragon Crown Prince suddenly sneered. Don't forget about that crazy ownerless land. Senior brother, are you talking about the Sin territory? Number 1 hero asked. That's right. There's a Sin city on the Divine Phoenix continent, but it's actually just a city built by trash who escaped from the Sin territory. Compared to the terrifying Sin territory, it's nothing. There's no justice there. The only reason is one's fist. Whoever's fist is bigger will be able to walk out alive. Otherwise, you can only be trapped there for the rest of your life or be killed directly. The Dragon Crown Prince sneered. According to the profound world's laws of the White Tiger continent, martial artists who come here for the first time must undergo the baptism of the Sin territory. No matter if you fly, run, or even use a teleportation formation, you can't avoid passing through that place. Xianxia, that arrogant and conceited fellow, will definitely die a horrible death there. Even if he doesn't die, he'll probably lose a layer of skin. At that time it'll be easier for us to deal with him. Number 1 hero smiled with an excited expression. Those young martial artists who originally wanted to escape from the Dragon Phoenix Mountain and return to the Water Spirit Temple didn't say a word. They were martial artists who were born and raised on the White Tiger continent. They still knew a little about the terror of the Sin territory. Alright, don't think so much. Let's stroll around the streets and have a good meal. Then, we'll start cultivating. When that Xianxia arrives, this crown prince will probably break through. At that time I'll have more confidence. The Dragon Crown Prince smiled, then got up and walked out. When he reached the door, he saw a few servant girls tidying up a room nearby. The Dragon Crown Prince casually asked, "Is there an important guest?" Reporting to the Dragon Crown Prince, it said that His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire is coming and also wants to stay in this elegant pavilion. The higher-ups ordered us to tidy up the room. That servant girl hurriedly reported. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor? A little bug jumping around on the Heavenly Dragon continent is worthy of living with this Crown Prince? Scram, he's here. It's enough for him to live in the servant's house below. When the Dragon Crown Prince heard the name Xianxia, he became angry and coldly stared at the servant girls and roared. The servant girls were in a dilemma. They didn't know how to dare. The Dragon Crown Prince angrily attacked. The few Water Spirit Temple martial artists beside him didn't stop him. Their Water Spirit Temple was an upper-middle sect and could be considered a second-rate sect. This Dragon Phoenix Mountain was just an upper-middle sect, a third-rate sect. They weren't afraid at all. Stop. At this moment, an old man's voice sounded. Then, a terrifying palm energy formed a big palm print in front of the servant girls and completely dissolved the Dragon Crown Prince's attack. Esteemed Dragon Phoenix? Humph, you old man didn't help us when we were in the Divine Phoenix continent. At that time, we didn't dare to use our full strength, so we were respectful to you. Now that we're in the White Tiger continent, do you really think you're very powerful? As the Dragon Crown Prince spoke, he coldly snorted and his palm energy exploded again. Esteemed Dragon Phoenix was pushed back a few meters and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. You're just at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. How dare you behave so atrociously in front of me? I didn't kill you today because I'm still working with the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Hurry up and get rid of all of you. This isn't a place for beggars. The Dragon Crown Prince looked at esteemed Dragon Phoenix and sneered coldly. Now that he thought about it, he was really aggrieved. When he was in the Divine Phoenix continent, he couldn't use his full strength and was bullied badly by Xianxia. Now that he was back in the White Tiger continent, he could vent his anger. He didn't even have to give esteemed Dragon Phoenix face. Let's go. Although Lord Long Huang was angry in his heart, it was useless. If he was weaker, he had no right to speak. Even if this was the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, he couldn't do anything to the Dragon Crown Prince. Ha ha ha, Xianxia, I'm waiting for you, this trash, to come and find me. Perhaps because he repelled esteemed Lord Long Huang with one palm, the Dragon Crown Prince appeared very excited, laughing crazily and rampant. It was as if in that instant, the one he repelled was not esteemed Lord Long Huang, but Xianxia. But probably in his view, Xianxia might not even be as good as esteemed Lord Long Huang. Xin Domain, an extremely chaotic place. The various forces contending here was simply a miniature version of the White Tiger continent. Here, you could see martial artists from any country in the four great empires. Killing, conspiracies, murder, they practically became the main theme here. Of course, the Xin Domain was not all bad. This place was the most chaotic place in the White Tiger continent, and also the largest black market in the White Tiger continent. Medicinal pills, martial technique manuals, magic treasures, martial souls, pet beasts, slaves, and so on. You could find it all here. Hence, there were people coming and going here virtually every day, bustling with noise and excitement. There was no so-called off-season at all. Today, a new guest came to the Xin Domain. His clothes were as white as snow, and his long black hair was draped over his shoulders. His handsome face revealed a bit of experience. His eyes even contained incomparable cunning and wisdom. Walking on the road, his aura was no different from a passerby. But occasionally, it could exude a terrifying domineering aura and killing intent. He was naturally Ling Xiao. I didn't expect that I actually still have to walk over from here. Ling Xiao frowned. Coming out of the transmission array, he saw the Xin Domain several miles away at a glance. This place was simply no different from a country. The various buildings could be distinguished from far away. There were only two colors overall, either black or white. In the monotony, but it revealed some austere. But it's good too, I was just about to look for time crystals. This Xin Domain is said to be an ownerless land dozens of times larger than Sin City. I might be able to find it here. Immediately, Ling Xiao's brows smoothed out. Although he very much wanted to go and exterminate the Dragon Crown Prince right now, he did not come to the White Tiger continent for just that one matter. Searching for time crystals and helping the people behind open up a path was also what he had to do. It was rumored that the Xin Domain was extremely terrifying. He, Ling Xiao, really wanted to try it out today and see just how terrifying it was. Disciple, Master wants to remind you, in this Xin Domain, you must not have any compassion. Here, pity was stupidity. It was something that had been completely abandoned. This was truly a place of darkness, much darker than you could ever imagine. Even if you have the slightest bit of kindness or compassion, it can bring you a fatal disaster. The Yuan Venerate, who had been silent all this while, suddenly reminded Luo Yunyang. Master was nearly tricked back then. Fortunately, I was strong enough to avoid death. Master, do you think I'm a good person? Ling Xiao suddenly asked with a smile. It doesn't look like it. Yuan Venerate fell silent for a moment before replying, however, you aren't a black and white bad guy. You do things your own way. You have a cruel side, but you also have a gentle and kind side. You've done a lot of good deeds to save people, although others don't know about it. However, I am very clear. But that won't work here. Alright, I seem to understand what you mean, Master. I won't meddle in other people's business. In any case, I'm not a saint who bemoans the state of the universe, nor am I a great hero who likes to play the role of a savior. I am just me, a martialist who wants to constantly become stronger. Protecting the people I want to protect and protecting the things I want to protect is enough. Ling Xiao believed in Yuan Venerate. His master had walked on more bridges than he had eaten salt. Believing in an experienced person would definitely not be wrong. That's right. That's how it should be. Yuan Venerate never wanted his disciple to be a good person or a saint who spread sympathy everywhere. After all, such people would not only not live long, but they would also be easily used by others. His disciple only needed to be like he was now, an ambitious person who could protect himself and the people around him. Doing things his own way would be enough. Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked towards the Xin Domain. The Xin Domain didn't have a door, unlike Sin City. This was a strange region where the gravity would suddenly increase by thousands of times. Even Yin-Yang realm martialists wouldn't be able to fly here. Those with weaker cultivation would find it difficult to even walk after entering this place. Therefore, the weakest martialists in the Xin Domain were at least at the first level of Yin-Yang realm. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the Xin Domain, he could clearly feel the terrifying gravity pulling his body down. However, it only took a moment. Not only was his cultivation strong, but his body was also very strong. In a short while, he had already completely adapted to this terrifying gravity. Even though he couldn't fly, walking or running was very easy. The moment he entered the Sin domain, Ling Xiao discovered many figures, spacious streets, and all sorts of strange buildings. This made his eyes light up. The style of this place was really different from any other place on the Sky Dragon continent or the Divine Phoenix continent. Strolling around was a pretty good choice. Ouch! As Ling Xiao sped up and ran forward, an exaggerated scream was suddenly heard. Then, Ling Xiao discovered an old woman in her 70s or 80s lying in front of him. Ling Xiao was sure that he hadn't met this person. However, this person pointed at him and said that he had bumped into her. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer in the face of this scam. There was a similar scene in his memories from the other world. However, it was the person who opened the iron box who was scammed. He didn't even have a pet to ride and was actually scammed. He just glanced at that person coldly, then went around and continued moving forward. He never had any sympathy for shameless people, not to mention that this was the Sin domain. Who knew what the other party was up to? Whoosh! Pa! Suddenly, a sharp arrow pierced through the air. It was fast, accurate, and powerful. The sound of the arrow piercing through the air was mixed with terrifying killing intent. The person who shot the arrow clearly wanted Ling Xiao's life. Ling Xiao gently moved his body to the side. The arrow actually sank about a foot into the stone road. Basically, only the feather was still trembling outside. What a strong internal force, what a ruthless method. He clearly wants to kill me. Ling Xiao had a strong killing intent. He had never been merciful to people who tried to kill him. It was just that he hadn't figured out the opponent's strength, so he didn't immediately attack. However, there was a cry of surprise from the crowd, as if they were very puzzled by Ling Xiao's ability to dodge the arrow. Brat, you've injured someone, and you plan to leave just like that? The person who shot the arrow squeezed out of the crowd. It was a strong man. There were dozens of people beside him, all of them wearing leather armor and holding bows and arrows. It seemed that they relied on this kind of business to make a living. Which eye of yours saw me hit someone? Ling Xiao asked coldly. You're the one who bumped into me. Io, my heart hurts so much. I feel like I'm about to die. Heroes, please uphold justice for this old woman. I'm just an old woman with no one to rely on. I earned some money by doing housework for others. Now that I've been injured, how am I supposed to live? The old woman lying on the ground pointed at Ling Xiao and shouted. Did you hear that? Everyone else said that you bumped into her. Do you think an old woman would slander you? That's right, that's right. I saw it too. This brat doesn't have eyes when he's running. He wants to run away after bumping into someone. Make him kneel down and apologize to the old woman. What's the use of apologizing? He needs to compensate. That's right. If you don't even think about leaving. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. There was no need to ask. These people were basically in the same group. There were even some who didn't mind watching the show. He walked to the position of the arrow and pulled it out. Then, he walked over to the old woman and asked indifferently, I'll give you a chance. Did I bump into you or not? You did. Look, my bones are all broken. The old woman shouted. Ling Xiao smiled and asked, then how much do you want as compensation? At least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. No, 100,000. Otherwise, I won't be able to live for the rest of my life. The old woman said loudly. Since you can't live anymore, you might as well die. After saying that, Ling Xiao suddenly raised his hand and the arrow pierced the old woman's throat. The old woman never dreamed that a Yin-Yang realm expert like her would die just because she tried to scam others. At the moment of her death, she was filled with fear and regret. She had met so many people, but this was the first time she had met such a terrifying and straightforward person. This guy didn't have the slightest bit of pity or sympathy. Alright, she's already dead. There's no need to compensate. Besides, you're the ones who killed her. This arrow is the evidence. Ling Xiao stood up and shrugged. Then, he smiled. Bastard. Do you know what you've done? The archer did not expect that a rookie who had just arrived in Sin Domain would actually be so daring. They had always been doing this kind of business, and most of the martial artists who had just arrived in Sin Domain, even if they were stronger, to avoid trouble, they would spend money to avoid calamities. But this kid was simply incomprehensible. Who would do something like that? He knocked 3 arrows on his bow and aimed at Ling Xiao. The others also drew their bows and aimed their arrows at Ling Xiao. Some of them were holding sharp blades, ready to pounce at any moment. Originally, you only needed to pay 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. But now, not only do you have to hand over everything you have to die. The first cultivator who shot the arrow roared at Ling Xiao. A bunch of trash gathered together and only know how to do the things that trash do. Ling Xiao looked at those people with contempt, as if he had no intention of making a move. Many unrelated people had already gathered around, but these people had no intention of meddling in other people's business. They were just here to watch the show. They wanted to see how a rookie would be killed by these people. It was as though every day, such a scene would happen in the Sin Domain. They had seen it many times, and thus did not find it strange. Hee. Master, I seem to like this kind of place a little. Everything is done so straightforwardly. If this had happened elsewhere, I wouldn't have been able to kill that old woman. Otherwise, I would have definitely attracted the attention of the City Patrol Division. It's much simpler here. I gave her a chance to tell the truth. She didn't cherish it, so she can only die. Ling Xiao's face revealed an excited smile. To him, the Sin Domain was truly a good place. For some people, this place was heaven. For others, this place was hell. Obviously, Ling Xiao treated this place as heaven. Looks like you've adapted very quickly. You're much better than I was back in the day. I also encountered a similar situation back then and actually foolishly gave that old man a large sum of money. However, I was targeted by an even more terrifying fellow because of this. If I hadn't been strong enough to defeat the enemy in the end, I wouldn't have been able to be your master. The Yuan Venerate was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's performance. This was what a disciple of a Yuan Venerate should do. Release the arrows. The crowd roared furiously. Dozens of arrows tore through the void and shot toward Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao didn't even move. The arrows felt like tickles when they hit his body. He didn't even feel any pain, let alone get hurt. A mystic world body was indeed valiant. He simply didn't care about a bunch of first-level yin-yang martialists. Let me tell you something. It's best to figure out your opponent's strength before making a move. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Ling Xiao smirked and shot back the arrows that had fallen to the ground with a wave of his hand. In an instant, dozens of first-level yin-yang martialists had their throats pierced by the arrows and turned into corpses. Only the leader of the group had a slightly stronger cultivation base. He was also a little more shameless as he used a passerby beside him as a shield to save his life. Then, he turned to flee. Isn't it a little too late to escape now? Your sins can only be washed away with death. The shadow all that passed through the gaps in the crowd instantly pierced that person's body. That person's entire body was smashed into pieces and he no longer looked like a human. After Ling Xiao's cultivation base had increased, the might of the shadow all had become even more terrifying. Even he was a little surprised. Then, Ling Xiao checked the corpses and realized that none of them had a storage ring. It seemed like the martialists of the White Tiger continent had a higher cultivation base than those of the Divine Phoenix continent. However, a rare item like a storage ring was still something that only high-leveled martial artists were worthy of possessing. They also couldn't go to the Divine Phoenix continent or the Sky Dragon continent to plunder. After all, the laws of those two continents were different and they might even lose their lives. He took the other party's spirit stones. Ling Xiao turned around calmly and walked toward the street ahead. The onlookers who had been blocking the road hurriedly moved aside, afraid of angering this murderous young man. It wasn't until Ling Xiao's figure disappeared into the crowd that the place suddenly became lively. Ha, fun, really fun. That kid looks like he's only 17 or 18 years old. I didn't expect him to be so terrifyingly powerful and so valiant. He didn't even blink when killing people. That's right. I didn't expect it either. However, such a person should live very comfortably in the Sin domain. The discussions of the crowd were actually not criticizing Ling Xiao with righteous indignation. Nor were they sympathizing with the dozens of people who had been killed. Instead, they praised Ling Xiao for being decisive and ruthless. Only the Sin domain would have such a unified view. Ling Xiao coldly killed dozens of people. This kind of thing was praised by everyone in the Sin domain, which was simply inconceivable. If it was placed in the outside world, there would definitely be people who were very dissatisfied with Ling Xiao's way of doing things, and might even take action. It was just that whether it was the discussions in the Sin domain or the discussions outside, Ling Xiao was not interested in listening. When he stepped into the Sin domain, his goal was very clear, and that was the time crystal. Therefore, he directly headed to the largest auction house in the Sin domain. What he did not expect was that this auction house was actually also owned by the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. The scale was so large that it was 4 to 5 times larger than the Heavenly Dragon Continent and Divine Phoenix Continent's auction houses. I wonder who created this Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. It's actually so powerful that even a place like the Sin domain has their auction house. Ling Xiao thought in his heart as he walked in the direction of the auction house. However, when he reached the door, he was given a fright. Outside the auction house, there were actually 4 long lines, each of which was at least 1,000 meters long. At the door, there were 4 auction house clerks verifying your identity. Only by confirming that you had enough spirit stones on you and were not here to cause trouble would you have the qualifications to enter. In the crowd, clamoring sounds came again and again. Ling Xiao could not help but be a little curious. He lined up at the back of a line and asked about the situation. Only now did he know that his luck was pretty good, to be able to catch the Heavenly Dragon Auction House's annual auction. The so-called annual auction was an auction that was only held once a year. A large number of precious items were reserved for this day and auctioned off at the same time. It was precisely because of this that so many people gathered here. Ling Xiao thought that since he caught up with this so-called general auction, then the time crystal should not be missed. Coming to the Sin domain once, he did not want to leave empty-handed. Why are there so few people over there? Ling Xiao looked at the dense crowd, and really did not have the mood to continue lining up. He did not know how long he would have to wait. Suddenly, his gaze turned to the side. Only then did he discover that about 10 meters away from the dense crowd, there was an even more gorgeous door. He thought that this side was the door, but he did not expect that it was over there. The door over there was even bigger and more luxurious, but there were very few people lining up. That's a place only those who hold the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's VIP waste token have the qualifications to enter. You, brat, can forget about it. A brawny man looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and said. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Then he thought of the waste token that Princess Xianxia had given him and couldn't help but take it out. What? You actually have a VIP waste token. Moreover, it's actually a heaven-grade VIP waste token. Just who the hell are you? Of course, Ling Xiao would not answer him. After confirming that he indeed had the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's VIP waste token in his hand, he turned around and walked over. In that place, outside the spacious passage, there stood dozens of black-clothed martial artists with cold faces. The terrifying aura that only a yin-yang realm martial artist could have erupted from their bodies. Moreover, the weakest one should be at the 2nd level of the yin-yang realm. The leader might even be a 5th level yin-yang realm martial artist. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The White Tiger Continent was indeed different from the Divine Phoenix Continent. The guards of a small auction house were actually so powerful. If they were placed in the Divine Phoenix Continent, they would be considered top-notch strength. Get lost. Ling Xiao had just walked over when he was shouted at by a voice. He frowned. The voice came from behind him. Ling Xiao turned around and saw a young man with a gloomy expression. He was about 27 or 28 years old, and his cultivation was at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. If he were placed in the Divine Phoenix Continent, he would definitely be one of the best. However, Ling Xiao wasn't too sure about the White Tiger Continent. Are you talking to me? Ling Xiao didn't recognize this person. His expression was a little cold. Hey, quick, look. That brat is stupid. He even dares to provoke the Heavy Water Tower's young master. The Heavy Water Tower should be one of the two branches of the Water Sacred Hall, right? The Tower Master is the Water Sacred Hall's guardian Heavy Water? That's right. The Heavy Water Tower's young master is called Young Master Tianhaiyun. He's the son of Guardian Heavy Water. It's said that this young master Tianhaiyun defiled a beauty at the third level of the Yin-Yang realm a few days ago. That person seems to be from the Divine Phoenix continent. TSK. What a beast. He defiled a woman in front of tens of thousands of people. How infuriating. Although this person spoke indignantly, his face revealed a sinister smile. Indeed, it was not easy to find someone with a sense of justice in the Sin domain. There aren't many third-level Yin-Yang realm cultivators in the Divine Phoenix continent. He must be a reputable person. Yes. I think he's a vice dean of the Phoenix Academy. I don't know his name. Hearing these people's discussions, Ling Zhao's expression turned even colder as he looked at young Master Tianhaiyun. Xiaochen and the Water Sacred Hall were like fire and water. Yet, this young Master Tianhaiyun actually dared to tell him to scram, just based on this point. Even if Xiaochen didn't kill him, Xiaochen had to teach him a lesson. Not to mention, this guy really wasn't a good person. Although Ling Xiao was ferocious, he had a bottom line. At the very least, he wouldn't casually defile a woman's purity. It was true that the Phoenix Academy was his enemy, but he didn't have the slightest bit of happiness right now. The vice dean of the Phoenix Academy was defiled by this young master Tianhaiyun in front of tens of thousands of people. Could it be that the dean of the Phoenix Academy, Ming Huang, was dead? He didn't understand. If he couldn't even protect his vice dean, what kind of man was this Ming Huang? If it were him, this young master Tianhaiyun would have already turned into ashes. He would even kill his way to the Water Sacred Hall to destroy them. That Phoenix Academy is one of the major powers in the Divine Phoenix Empire. How could they be bullied like this? Great power, my ass. Although they do have experts, the majority of them are only at the Heavenly Passage realm. Why would they dare to provoke the Water Divine Hall? I was there that day, and I saw that many people from the Divine Phoenix Academy were actually looking at them with green eyes. Hearing this, Ling Xiao wasn't surprised at all. An academy that abandoned all its students and only took away its higher-ups. How noble could they be? They were simply a group of scum. Even if they were alive, they would be a disgrace to the Divine Phoenix Empire. That brat is probably done for. The surrounding crowd all had expressions of watching a show. They felt sorrow for Ling Zhao's fate. That's right. This young master is talking to a trash like you. You're a cultivator from the Divine Phoenix continent, right? Oh, right, I heard that it's now the Dragon Phoenix continent. But no matter what it's become, it's still trash. Young master. Tianhaiyun looked at Ling Xiao with contempt and said, telling you to scram is giving you face. Otherwise, even if this young master killed you, no one would dare to fart. Then you can try. Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed into slits. This was a sign that he was going to kill someone. The two of you. This is the Heavenly Dragon Auction House. Please conduct yourselves with dignity. The guard captain standing guard outside the Heavenly Dragon Auction House finally spoke. He held a blade in his arms and walked over. Then, he coldly looked at Ling Xiao and said, this is a place only VIPs can enter. If you have a VIP token, please show it. Haha, I say, big brother captain, look at this kid's poor appearance. Do you think he's the kind of person who has a VIP waist token? Young Master Tianhai seemed to be somewhat afraid of the Heavenly Dragon Auction House, so he did not find trouble with Ling Xiao, but his words were not pleasant to hear. However, what he said actually made sense to a certain extent. The Heavenly Dragon Auction House's VIP waist tokens were divided into 3 grades, Heaven, Earth, and Human. Each grade was further divided into 3 grades. Even the lowest grade VIP waist token required at least 100 million low-grade spirit stones to be obtained. Of course, young Master Tianhai did not know that the profits Ling Xiao brought to the Heavenly Dragon Auction House, as well as the expectations for the future, were not something that could be measured with spirit stones. Therefore, in the next moment, young Master Tianhai's arrogant and complacent expression instantly became incomparably awkward. What Ling Xiao took out was not only a VIP waist token, but also a Heaven Grade 3 VIP waste token. This was the highest grade waste token among all the VIPs. And young Master Tianhai's VIP waste token was only a Heaven Grade 1. The worst kind. Is this okay? Ling Xiao glanced at the guard captain and asked. The captain of the guards was also shocked. This was the first time he encountered a Heaven Grade VIP. It was said that this level of VIP could only be found in the Hell continent and the Immortal Lyceum continent. Where did this person come from? This VIP waste token could not be faked. As the guard captain, he could see the aura on it at a glance. This little one greets the Heaven Grade VIP. If you have any orders, I will not hesitate. There was an unwritten rule in the Heavenly Dragon auction house. As long as the request of a Heaven Grade VIP can be fulfilled, they must do their best to fulfill it, even if they have to pay with their lives. The noisy crowd around them had already stopped. Everyone looked at the situation in astonishment. They simply could not believe that this was real. They originally thought that Ling Xiao would be killed by young Master Tianhai, but they did not expect such a thing to happen. Ling Xiao glanced at young Master Yun of the Tianhai continent with some disdain and said indifferently, "Is it okay to kill someone?" The guard captain was stunned for a moment before he nodded and said, "Sure." Yun Xiao Tianhai's expression changed greatly. He looked at the guard captain in bewilderment, afraid that he would really make a move. He was powerful, but the other party was not weak either. Moreover, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was not afraid of the Water Spirit Temple. This was awkward. "Ha ha ha, look at how scared you are. Don't worry, I don't like to let others kill for me." Looking at young Master Tianhai's embarrassed appearance, Ling Xiao laughed out loud. Then, he strode into the auction house. "Damn you." Tianhai Yunshan stared at Ling Xiao's back. Although he couldn't make a move here, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could stay in the Heavenly Dragon auction house forever. There would always be a chance to kill this kid. Let's go in as well. Having made up his mind, Yun Xiao Amami's mood improved slightly. Ling Xiao had already entered the auction house. After passing through the spacious hall and arriving at the auction house, Ling Xiao's eyes instantly lit up and he was pleasantly surprised. What a big auction house! It was comparable to the Beast Fighting Coliseum. That huge auction stage was obviously made of special crystals. Under the sunlight shining through the window, it emitted a dazzling light. It was really eye-catching. Those who entered through the VIP passageway would be received by specialized personnel. The one who welcomed Ling Xiao was a pretty little beauty. She actually had a pair of pointy ears and a long furry tail behind her. Ling Xiao was quite surprised. He guessed that she might be a member of the Silver Fox clan. In the White Tiger continent, there were many clans with such strange appearances. Actually, Ling Xiao had also seen similar clans in the Divine Phoenix continent. For example, among the martial artists of the Water Spirit Temple, there were martial artists of different clans. However, this Silver Fox clan woman was really eye-catching. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had a natural charm, making people have a good impression of her. Following this Silver Fox clan girl to the VIP seats, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The VIP seats were all in the best positions. Furthermore, there were crystal glass surrounding them. The environment was the best. Furthermore, it was quiet and safe. Naturally, the best were those seats. They were all top-notch leather seats. After sitting on them, it was especially comfortable. Compared to those ordinary seats, it was really different. Just as he sat down, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a very unfriendly gaze cast towards him. Hence, he turned his head to look and discovered that in the VIP seats beside him, there were several people from the Water Spirit Temple's heavy water tower sitting. And the one looking at him was young Master Tianhai. Ling Xiao waved at young Master Tianhai and revealed a hint of a smile. Just that this smile was more or less mocking. "Young Master, that guy is simply too arrogant. Relying on the protection of the Heavenly Dragon auction house, he actually dares to not put you in his eyes." Sitting beside young Master Tianhai was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. There was a very conspicuous scorpion tattoo on his face. He glanced at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but say, "Hee hee, arrogant, huh? Soon, he won't be able to be arrogant anymore." The Heavenly Dragon auction house is indeed powerful and influential, but the Sin domain isn't small. They can't control so much. Young Master Tianhai sneered. Young Master, I think that guy isn't simple. Otherwise, why would he have the Heavenly Dragon auction house's heaven grade VIP waste token? No matter how I think about it, something doesn't feel right. We have to be more careful. Another person said. He's only 17 or 18 years old and came from the Dragon Phoenix continent. His cultivation shouldn't exceed the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. What's there to be afraid of? His waste token might have been brought back by a martial artist who went to the Immortal Lyceum continent in the past, and he just happened to get it. But soon, that thing will belong to us. Young Master Tianhai's face was gloomy. No matter what, he couldn't think of a reason to be afraid of Ling Xiao. Young Master is right. Let's focus on this auction. The house master said that we must get that thing. The man with the scorpion tattoo said. That's right. As long as the rumors are true, that thing will definitely appear here tonight. Moreover, it might be the final item. We can't miss it. Young Master Tianhai turned his head and no longer looked at Ling Xiao. Compared to killing Ling Xiao, he had more important things to do. Young Master, what does the house master mean? The man with the scorpion tattoo asked. If we can get it, we'll try our best to get it. If we can't, then we can only use extreme methods. Our heavy water towers people have already sealed off the Heavenly Dragon auction house for dozens of miles. We'll snatch it from whoever gets it. Young Master Tianhai revealed a sinister smile, and then his killing intent appeared. Hee, the house master's idea is right. This is the Sin domain. No one will care if we kill anyone. The man with the scorpion tattoo chuckled. On the other side, Ling Xiao seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but in reality, his soul power had already covered the entire auction house. He had heard all the private discussions of the people here. The conversation between young Master Tianhai and the Scorpion Man was actually being discussed in many places in the auction house at the same time. It seemed that the people who came to the auction house today were all here for a mysterious final item. Ling Xiao was not the least bit interested in their schemes. He was very interested in this final item. An item that could cause so many factions to go to war was definitely not an ordinary item. Originally, he planned to leave after bidding for the time crystal. But after hearing these words, he decided to wait until the end. After a long time, the discussions in the auction house came to an abrupt end. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and looked at the crystal auction stage. A middle-aged man appeared there. And it was an old acquaintance. Ji Qing? Ling Xiao recognized that person. It was Ji Luoyu's father, the person who had helped him in the city of Sin. Now that he thought about it, Ji Qing and Medicine King Sun Sa had not actually displayed their true strength in the city of Sin. The laws of the Divine Phoenix continent limited the strength that these White Tiger continent martial artists could display. Therefore, what cultivation Ji Qing actually had, Ling Xiao did not know at all. It was the same for Medicine King Sun Sa. Speaking of Medicine King Sun Sa, that guy had left the Divine Phoenix continent long after Feng Ming Wuliang was killed. A very cunning guy. Ji Qing was the person in charge of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the White Tiger continent. And the White Tiger continent had hundreds of Heavenly Dragon auction houses. For him to appear here, it meant that he was very interested in this auction. Ji Qing did not notice Ling Xiao. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao's aura was completely different from before. In addition, Ling Xiao had also put on a disguise. It was normal for him not to be able to recognize him. Following Ji Qing's appearance, all the noise disappeared. Everyone looked at the stage with fervent gazes. They were filled with a burning interest in the items being auctioned this time. Ladies and gentlemen, I won't waste any more of your time because you're probably tired of listening to me. Let's begin the auction now. Prepare your spiritual stones. I'm sure that all of you will be able to see what you want in this auction. Talking up to here, Ji Qing suddenly smiled and said, it's just whether or not one has the ability to obtain it, that will depend on each person's ability. This simple opening speech won thunderous applause from the audience. No one liked long-winded nonsense. Following Ji Qing's voice falling, a 5-colored light suddenly rose up from that crystal platform. When the light dissipated, a sharp sword appeared there. It floated in the air, emitting a cold light that made people shudder. Just by looking at the inscriptions on the longsword, one could tell that it was the work of a master. It was definitely not an ordinary weapon. Although this sword is only a mortal-grade spiritual artifact, it has been enhanced by an array master's inscription. Its effect is no less than that of a premium-grade spiritual artifact. This formation was called the Spirit Gathering Formation. When using the sword technique, it could gather the spirit chi of heaven and earth for the sword to use. In this way, not only would he be able to reduce the consumption of his inner strength, he would also be able to increase the power of the treasured sword. Everyone should understand that although strength is very important, a good weapon is absolutely indispensable. As he spoke, Jiqing waved the sword in his hand. Spiritual energy could be seen gathering in the array, and the inscriptions released a special light. Magical indeed. The starting price is 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must not be lower than 10,000. You may start bidding. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh a little. He could even make this thing, but he did not expect it to be so valuable. This was just the starting price. Following Jiqing's words, the sound of bidding immediately rose and fell in succession in the auction house. Although Ling Xiao was not interested in this thing, it did not prevent others from bidding. In the end, this sword was actually sold at a high price of 350,000 low-grade spirit stones, which really broadened Ling Xiao's horizons a little. He finally understood now why Yuan Venerate said that he was actually a mobile spirit stone creation machine. He could refine pills, refine weapons, and refine arrays. He could casually create expensive items. He did not have to worry about spirit stones at all. Following the successful bidding of the first auction item, the auction could be considered to have officially entered a heated stage. Magic treasures, spirit pills, miraculous medicines, and martial arts secret manuals appeared one after another. Practically all the items had just been taken out when they were auctioned off by countless people and ultimately won at a high price. According to Ling Xiao's judgment, the premium here was probably 5 or 6 times higher than the starting price. An item worth 100 spirit stones would require at least 500 spirit stones to win. This was the profundity of auctions. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was not interested in any of this. He kept his hands behind his head as he reclined on his seat and watched the auction lazily. The only thing that interested him was probably the slave auction that had suddenly appeared. This is a slave from the Divine Phoenix Empire's Ice Phoenix tribe. He is handsome and has a first-level yin-yang cultivation base. The starting price is 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. When the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent, they had not held slave auctions. That was probably because Princess Xianxia hated this kind of transaction. However, it was different in the White Tiger continent. In fact, slave transactions were very normal in the mystic world. It was not strange at all. Ling Xiao looked up. He did not recognize this so-called asterisk. She was about 30 years old and had a good appearance. Her body was also very plump. In addition, her cultivation base was not bad. Her appearance caused a large group of male creatures to go crazy. In the end, amidst miserable screams and helpless cries, this pitiful woman was sold at a high price of 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao's heart did not waver at all. Sympathy, or pity? No, he did not know this woman. Moreover, the Ice Phoenix tribe's cultivators had basically attacked him and the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Strictly speaking, they were enemies. He really couldn't bring himself to pity an enemy. Moreover, was pity and sympathy useful? If he was not willing to save her, then these feelings were hypocritical. The auction continued. Ling Xiao could not help but yawn. Some of the guests in the VIP seats were also starting to be unhappy. After such a long time, although there were many good items, there was not a single item that was truly worthy of them bidding. This made them very unhappy. Perhaps seeing through their thoughts, Jiqing smiled slightly and said, "I believe that everyone present will be interested in this item that's being auctioned next. This is a blood soul talisman. I believe everyone knows that the blood soul talisman can only be refined by the Celestial Masters sect in the Immortal Court continent. There is no way to refine it on the other continents, so it is extremely rare. Seeing that frost talisman and hearing Jiqing's words, Ling Zhao's heart jumped fiercely. A figure emerged in his mind. It was that Fei Yuan he once met in the Black Crow Empire. Even his blood soul talisman was also learned from Fei Yuan. This frost talisman was extremely likely to be refined by Fei Yuan. Although the inscription of ice inside this frost talisman was only white-colored, the worst inscription. But this did not hinder the crazy scene that erupted at the scene in the slightest. Everyone was a little crazy in an instant. The terror of the blood soul talisman, I believe that every martial artist in the White Tiger continent has seen it before in ancient records. Some people might not understand how terrifying the power of the blood soul talisman is. Then I'll demonstrate it. Jiqing casually threw out that frost talisman, then urged it with soul force. The frost talisman grew in the wind, instantly turning into more than a dozen squares. In that instant, the entire crystal platform was completely frozen. The guests near the crystal platform all felt a terrifying chill piercing their internal organs. It was simply unbearable. What I need to explain is that this isn't the true power of the frost talisman. Seeing the astonished expressions of those people below the stage, Jiqing said with a smile, as everyone knows, the blood soul talisman can only unleash its true power when it's nurtured in the soul realm and connected with the martial artist's soul. As soon as these words came out, the martial artists below the stage were clearly even more excited. This time, even the people in the VIP seats also roused their spirits one after another, vowing to obtain this thing. Although they did not come for this frost talisman this time, such a treasure still made them incomparably moved. With the blood soul talisman, it was equivalent to having an additional extremely powerful trump card in battle. In a showdown between martial artists of the same realm, one could virtually be in an invincible position. Even if it was a leapfrog challenge, the certainty of victory would also become extremely great. This is a good toy. I must obtain it. Heavy Water Tower's young master Tian Haiyun's face revealed an excited smile as he muttered to himself. What young master said is right. Obtaining this frost talisman, your status in the Water Spirit Hall will also be higher. That middle-aged man beside was truly proficient in the art of flattery. This flattery made young master Tian Haiyun extremely comfortable. It was as if this auction was only held by the Heavy Water Tower and no one else would bid. I won't say anything unnecessary. The starting bid for this frost talisman is 1 million medium spiritual stones. Every bid must not be lower than 10,000. You can start bidding now. Remember, you can only use mid-grade spirit stones to bid. Low-grade spirit stones are not accepted. Damn, the trashiest frost talisman is actually this expensive? And it only costs mid-grade spirit stones? Ling Xiao almost spat out the tea in his mouth. Although he knew that the blood soul symbol was very expensive, he didn't expect it to be expensive to this extent. Generally speaking, the currency used in transactions was limited to low-grade spirit stones. Only extremely special items would be traded with mid-grade spirit stones. As for high-grade spirit stones, they were basically not used for trade. In the profound world, no matter how high a cultivator's cultivation was, they would only use high-grade spirit stones to cultivate and would never waste them. However, even though the starting price was 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, it still made many people excited. Of course, there were also a large number of people who were directly rejected. It wasn't that these people didn't want to buy it, but that they simply didn't have that many spirit stones. One had to know that 1 million mid-grade spirit stones was basically the annual revenue of the Tianhai Empire. Only people who were as rich as an empire had the ability to bid for this item. The refining of the blood soul symbol is very difficult. I dare say that outside the immortal court, there are no more than 10 people who know how to refine the blood soul symbol. In the Dragon Phoenix continent and the White Tiger continent, I'm afraid only you and Fei Yuan know how to do it. Furthermore, you have also refined the underworld dragon symbol, so you should know that the cost of refining a blood soul symbol is probably 500,000 to 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Many of the materials are also very rare. Fei Yuan definitely wouldn't sell this frost talisman if it wasn't for the lack of money. Therefore, this price is actually very reasonable. I even feel that it is a little cheap. The Yuan Venerate's voice was transmitted directly into Ling Zhao's spirit realm. Yes, I originally wanted to refine a few more blood soul symbols, but I couldn't gather the materials. Just the inscriptions alone wouldn't be enough. Ling Xiao had to admit that the Yuan Venerate's words made sense. This item was really hard to come by. Ling Xiao was really tempted. The Frost Talisman was a complete blood soul symbol. As long as he obtained it, Ling Xiao could completely modify it and make it stronger. The more things that could increase one's strength, the better. However, he wasn't the only one who was tempted by this item. Someone else was even more anxious than him. As soon as Ji Qing finished speaking, the young master of the heavy water hall stood up hurriedly. His cold gaze was directed at the auction hall, as if he was threatening the others not to compete with him for this item. The Water Sacred Hall still had a lot of power in the Tianhai Empire. Many people lowered their heads and didn't dare bid after being stared at by him. Money didn't necessarily mean strength. Even if they obtained the Frost Talisman, they might not be able to take it away. Many people were aware of their own limitations. Young Master Tianhai nodded his head in satisfaction before bidding 1.01 million. This fellow was also a thief. He wanted to use the might of his sect to intimidate others before obtaining the Frost Talisman at the lowest price. Of course, this also showed that he didn't have many mid-grade spirit stones. Ha ha ha. I thought you stood up to do something. After all this time, you're only going to add 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, how stingy. We, the Heavenly Demon Cult, bid 1,100,000 medial-grade spirit stones. The Sky Demon Cult, Ling Xiao frowned when he heard this voice and turned his head to look. A man wrapped in a black robe was sitting in the dark VIP seats. His voice was a little hoarse, and his entire body exuded an evil aura. There was no mistaking it. This was someone from the Sky Demon Cult. Ling Xiao had exchanged blows with martialists from the Sky Demon Cult before, so he was absolutely certain. Young Master Tianhai's expression wasn't very good. He knew that some people might not give the Water Sacred Hall face. However, he hadn't expected them to come so quickly. Does the Sky Demon Cult really want to become enemies with the Water Sacred Hall? Young Master Tianhai coldly looked at the black-robed man and said, "If you provoke the Water Sacred Hall, you won't have a good ending." Haha, our Sky Demon Cult doesn't even put the Sky Sea Sacred Hall in our eyes. You're just a mere Water Sacred Hall's heavy water tower's young master, yet you dare to put on airs with me? The black-robed man disdainfully sneered, as if he didn't put young Master Tianhai in his eyes at all. Not only will I snatch the Frost Talisman from you, but that item will also belong to the Sky Demon Cult. Hearing the black-robed man's words, young Master Tianhai's expression became even uglier. Young Master, don't be angry. Even if that item falls into the hands of the Sky Demon Cult, they won't be able to escape the Tower Master's inescapable net. When the time comes, not only will we be able to obtain the item, we'll also be able to save a large amount of spirit stones. The middle-aged man beside young Master Tianhai said in a low voice. Haha, well said. Young Master Tianhai didn't immediately bid again. Instead, he decided to observe the situation. However, the other forces in the VIP seats weren't idle. They wouldn't let the Heavenly Demon Cult take the Frost Talisman away with so few mid-grade spirit stones. The bids rose one after another, causing the price of the Frost Talisman to soar all the way to 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. The Heavenly Demon Cult didn't seem to have enough spirit stones and had no choice but to give up. 2.01 million. At this time, young Master Tianhai saw that the time was right, so he added another 10,000. Although the Frost Talisman was precious, the price of 2 million mid-grade spirit stones was a bit too much for many people to bear. After all, there was still a long time before the auction started. Many people still had other goals and couldn't spend all their money on this. Therefore, after young Master Tianhai made his bid, everyone went silent. Young Master Tianhai was very happy. He only brought 3 million mid-grade spirit stones this time, but there were many low-grade spirit stones, more than 100 million. Being able to get the Frost Talisman with 2.01 million was really a good thing. What he didn't know was that his thoughts were completely captured by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao originally wanted this item, but he only had about 1,800,000 mid-grade spiritual stones on him. It was simply impossible for him to bid for it. However, he was a bit unwilling to let young Master Tianhai take it away, so he had a bad idea. 2.5 million. His voice resounded throughout the auction house. His body was still leaning on the soft fur seat, feeling very comfortable. That lazy voice made many people jump in fright. Yunxiao Tianhai was already unhappy with Ling Xiao. Seeing that it was Ling Xiao who was competing with him, and that he already had enough mid-grade spirit stones, he didn't think too much about it. He opened his mouth and shouted, 3 million. Hearing his bid, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. He was still thinking about how to provoke young Master Tianhai to raise the price to 3 million. He didn't expect this fool to directly raise the price to 3 million. How bold, Ling Xiao revealed a somewhat playful smile. Then, he cupped his hands towards young Master Yun and said, the Heavy Water Tower's young master is really generous. TSK, 3 million mid-grade spirit stones is the Tianhai Empire's revenue for 3 years. But you only brought so many medium-grade spirit stones. I really don't know how you're going to bid for the next item. Hearing this, Yunxiao Tianhai's face instantly paled. He did not understand how Ling Xiao knew how many mid-grade spirit stones he brought, but what he was sure of was that Ling Xiao's bid was deliberately making him bleed. Damn Dragon Phoenix Continent martial artist, I will definitely not let you off. Yunxiao Tianhai gnashed his teeth in anger. Young master, please calm down. If it really doesn't work, let's contact the pavilion master and see if we can ask for more mid-grade spirit stones. The bootlicker scorpion man hurriedly said. Want your sister? Do you think it's so easy to get middle-grade spirit stones? 3 million, that's 60% of the Heavy Water Tower's savings. Yunxiao Tianhai sat down. Since the item was already in his hands, it was useless for him to regret. Thus, he could only force himself to accept this reality. Although the following auction was also very exciting, it could not be compared to the commotion caused by the cold ice talisman. Ling Xiao was still not interested in any of the items. He even closed his eyes and entered a dozing state. Next, we're going to auction 2 pieces of time crystal. This item is very rare and also very beautiful. It's very suitable to use it to make accessories for your beloved woman. Of course, if this item falls into the hands of an array master, it will have other wonderful uses. Ji Qing's voice made Ling Xiao's eyes abruptly snap open. It's here, the time crystal that he was looking forward to was really here, and there were 2 pieces at once. Enough nonsense. The starting price of these 2 time crystals is 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must not be lower than 10,000. Starting bid. The reason why Ji Qing did not want to talk nonsense was that even he himself felt that this time crystal was a useless item. Because in the White Tiger continent, there was no array master who could make use of this item. Really spending 100,000 low-grade spirit stones to bid for it to make accessories for a woman, unless it was a person who did not treat spirit stones as spirit stones, otherwise, the average person would not do so. The reaction of the scene also seemed to confirm his thoughts. This was the only time there was an awkward silence. After he shouted the starting bid, there was actually not a single person who bid. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. He naturally understood the reason for this kind of awkward silence. If he did not discover the ancient transmission array, he would not want this time crystal either. Because it was also meaningless to him, like a chicken rib. But now, this item, he was determined to get it. After a long time, probably more than 10 minutes passed. Ji Qing was already prepared to announce that this item was not being auctioned. Only then did Ling Xiao smile and say, since no one likes this item, then I'll accept it. Using it to make a few accessories for my beloved woman is also not bad. 110,000 then. The reason why he took so long to bid was to let people mistakenly think that he was a playboy. He would only bid when he was really bored. What a waste. What a prodigal. I don't know which rich young master is this. 110,000 low-grade spirit stones for this item. In any case, I definitely won't bid for it. In the auction house, there was a burst of discussion. Rich people are just willful. There's no other way. Ling Zhao's goal was obviously achieved. Those people basically thought that he was bored and had too much money to spend, so he bid for this item. Ji Qing looked at Ling Xiao and felt that this young man was familiar. But for a moment, he could not remember where he had seen him. At this time, young Master Tianhai was also looking at Ling Xiao. The thought of revenge suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. Although he knew that the time crystal was useless to him, if he let Ling Xiao take it away for 110,000, he could not accept it. Ling Xiao gave him trouble, he also wanted to make Ling Xiao bleed more. Gritting his teeth, he directly shouted, 150,000 low-grade spirit stones, this young master wants this item. Hearing this, everyone raised their eyebrows. Was this an idiot meeting an idiot? For 2 pieces of time crystal that could only be used for ornamental purposes, he actually went all out. Hee, the Heavy Water Tower's young master is someone who is unwilling to suffer a loss. I'm afraid he doesn't want that item at all. He's purely giving that young man trouble. I think so too. But I'm afraid that the item will fall into his hands again. That would be lifting a rock and smashing his own foot. You're right. But that young man doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Can he really give in so easily? The crowd did not suspect anything. They treated this bidding as a game, a child's play. Ling Xiao looked at young Master Tianhai indifferently. He knew that the other party would interfere, so he did not find it strange. When it was time to bid, he still had to bid. 110,000 for this item is already too much. But since young Master Tianhai is bidding, then I have to bid. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. For Ling Xiao, even 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones for the time crystal was absolutely worth it. One must know that as long as he got 8 time crystals and repaired the teleportation array, the low-grade spirit stones saved from 1 teleportation would be almost enough for this auction price. In fact, even if young Master Tianhai didn't bid, he believed that the Heavenly Dragon Auction House's agent would also bid. The Heavenly Dragon Auction House would definitely not let the 2 time crystals be sold at such a low price. It was all the same. Ling Xiao's bid put young Master Tianhai in a dilemma. He didn't know whether he should bid or not. The other party obviously didn't care about 200,000 low-grade spirit stones and just wanted to suppress him. As the Heavy Water Tower's young master, he really couldn't accept losing to Ling Xiao in this aspect. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, 250,000. Anyway, he has hundreds of millions of low-grade spirit stones. He doesn't believe that he can't suppress Ling Xiao. Young master, there's no need to bid anymore. We have no use for that thing. The scorpion man next to him frowned and said, maybe there will be better things later. If it's really worth hundreds of millions, we won't be able to take out the spirit stones. Shut up. Young Master Tianhai glared at the scorpion man. He was now angry. He wouldn't be willing to lose to Ling Xiao even if he was beaten to death. Many people in the auction house were dumbfounded. They had heard of competing auctions, but it was the first time for many people to see it. Mother****, rich people really don't treat money as money. With so many low-grade spirit stones, it would be great if I could use them for cultivation. In the crowd, a martial artist muttered indignantly. 800,000 low-grade spirit stones, Heavy Water Tower's young master, I will definitely get these 2 time crystals today. Even if I throw them into the sea to feed the fish, I will never give them to you. On one hand, Ling Xiao didn't want to continue wasting time. On the other hand, he wanted to take the opportunity to disgust the other party. If the other party didn't raise the price, he would get it for 800,000. Not only would it not be a loss, but it would also be a profit. If the other party raised the price again, he would be ready to give up. Obtaining something was not just a method. He, Ling Xiao, was not a kind man. Mother****, who's afraid of who? I'll pay 1 million. Young Master Tianhai was still a little hesitant when he raised the price, but now he was completely enraged. He didn't even think about it and directly raised the price to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao suddenly grinned and said, congratulations, young Master Tianhai. I'm not a prodigal like you, using 1 million to bid for 2 useless time crystals. I give up. Of course, saying that he had given up was just an act for others to see. He did not intend to obtain this item through auction, but through another method. You want to kill? Yuan Venerate smiled. Even if I don't kill him, he'll still come and kill me. At that time, I'll just snatch the time crystal from him. There's no need to waste so much money here. Ling Xiao basically never lied to Yuan Venerates. That's true. You didn't give young Master Xianxia face outside, so he definitely won't let you off. This battle is unavoidable. Yuan Venerate did not object to Ling Xiao's way of doing things. In fact, he even praised him. In the mystic realm, sometimes one couldn't be too rigid when dealing with things. After saying that, Ling Xiao sat there with a mocking smile on his face. Young Master Xianxia was so angry that he almost vomited blood. What was this? Like an idiot, he bid with the other party and even forgot his initial goal. Spending 1 million low-grade spirit stones to purchase 2 time crystals, he didn't know why he had been so stupid. At the moment, he lowered his head and didn't even dare look at the gazes of the people around him. Those gazes were filled with ridicule and mockery. It was as if they were mocking him for being stupid and being cheated. The following auction might have been a frenzied bidding war for other martialists. There were even people who started fighting midway. However, the person who had attacked had been killed by Ji Qing on the spot. Anyone who dared to cause trouble at the Sky Dragon auction house would never have a good ending. Only death would await them. While Ling Xiao was lamenting, he also felt a little excited. The auction was nearing its end. Based on what Ji Qing had said, there were only 2 items left. He finally perked up. The last item would definitely be the finale and would definitely be better than any of the items before it. At least, that was what most people thought. Next, we will be auctioning the second last item. This is an elixir pill that can bring someone back from the dead. Having it is equivalent to having an extra life. This elixir pill is called reincarnation. After consuming it, it will be effective for a long time and you will definitely be revived after death. Of course, it can also be poured in after death with an intact corpse and you can still be revived. The only drawback is that after being revived after death, you will lose all your cultivation base. However, as long as one is alive, there will always be hope. If one is dead, there will be nothing left. Don't you think so, everyone? Ji Qing chuckled. The grade of this elixir pill, reincarnation, wasn't considered high. It was only a low-grade mysterious grade elixir pill. However, its effects were absolutely heaven-defying. Of course, this depended on how one looked at it. Some people might feel that this thing wasn't worth it. Because even if you were revived and your cultivation base was completely gone, wouldn't that be just waiting to be killed? What was the point of that? However, some people felt that living was the most important thing. As long as one could survive, their cultivation base could be recultivated. Therefore, this elixir was very controversial. However, it didn't prevent it from causing a huge sensation in the auction house. Many people looked at the crimson elixir pill. Their eyes turned red and their hurried breathing sounded out. Those who didn't know would have thought that they saw a foxy woman who was coquettishly stroking her hair. There's actually someone who is willing to take out this reincarnation elixir to auction. Ling Xiao really felt that these people were crazy. Such a good thing, wasn't it good to keep it for oneself? One had to know that low-grade mysterious grade elixir, those who could refine it in the White Tiger continent were probably only that medicine King's son saw and him, Ling Xiao. However, this was just saying that they could refine it. If the materials couldn't be gathered, then it would still be useless. Perhaps the person holding the elixir feels that he doesn't need it anymore. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. There are people like that. They feel despair about their future and simply don't want to live anymore. Why do you think they would want this thing? They might as well sell it, eat and drink to their heart's content before ending their own lives. Yes, although it's a little weird, I have to admit that what Master said makes sense. Ling Xiao had seen such people before. Master, do you think I should take this elixir pill? Ling Xiao asked. There's not much point in you wanting this reincarnation elixir now. Given your ability to preserve your life, most people simply can't kill you. The Yuan Venerate pondered for a moment before adding, I suggest that you try bidding for it. If you really can't do it, then give up. The best items have yet to come. Aren't those people, including young Master Xianxia, waiting for the final item? The Yuan Venerate's words brought Ling Xiao back to his senses. That's right, the last item was the treasure that the Heavy Water Tower, Sky Demon Cult, and other martialists were eyeing. He hadn't brought many spirit stones with him this time, so he was really afraid that he wouldn't have enough. Therefore, it was better to give up on the reincarnation elixir and focus on the last item. He definitely wouldn't be disappointed. Although Ling Xiao was no longer concerned about the reincarnation elixir, there was always a market for good things. Apart from the ice talisman, this was probably the most popular item in the entire auction. Countless martialists were bidding frantically. The reincarnation elixir, which had a starting bid of 1 million low-grade spirit stones, had been raised to 2 million as soon as Ji Qing's voice was heard. Then, the price continued to soar. It reached a frightening 20 million low-grade spirit stones. What kind of concept was 20 million low-grade spirit stones? Simply put, this was the amount of low-grade spirit stones that a first-rate sect in the Tianhai Empire distributed to all their disciples in a year. How could this be something that most people could bear? Therefore, at this price, only 3 bidders were left. One was the Sky Demon Cult, another was the Water Sacred Hall, and the Heavy Water Tower. Interestingly, the third bidder was actually the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. The Dragon Phoenix Mountain was considered the closest sect to the Sin domain. Although it wasn't as good as the Water Sacred Hall, it was still a well-known sect in this region. It was reasonable that they wanted to win the reincarnation elixir. I bid 30 million. Young Master Tianhai revealed a crazed expression. He was sinister, excited, and somewhat deranged. 35 million. Although the black-robed man from the Sky Demon Cult sounded very calm, it was obvious that his body was trembling slightly. Indeed, no one could bear such a high bid. After all, there was still the last item. Young Master, there's no need to continue competing. We already have a foolproof plan. The Sky Demon Cult won't be able to escape from us. The Scorpion Man whispered in young Master Tianhai's ear. That's right. So what if he wins the reincarnation elixir? Won't he still die? Yunxiao Tianhai revealed a treacherous smile, then stopped bidding. Although it was more stable to bid for it now, it was not worth it to spend too many spirit stones. Even if he did not continue to bid, the Sky Demon Cult's black-robed man's bid still threw the auction hall into chaos and shock. That was not a stone, but a spirit stone. Most martial artists would never be able to have 10 million low-grade spirit stones in their entire lives, let alone 35 million. The expressions of the martial artists from Dragon Phoenix Mountain changed again and again. In the end, they gave up helplessly. There was no other way. They didn't have that much money. Although they wanted to get the reincarnation pills, they had no choice but to give up. Next up will be the finale of this auction. It's also the item that we think is the best. Don't miss it. Ji Qing smiled mysteriously. Having been in charge of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company for so many years, he naturally knew what was most attractive to cultivators. At this moment, the auction house suddenly became absolutely silent. It was so silent that Ling Xiao thought that all those people were dead. Tianhai Yunshan's gaze instantly sharpened. He had already stood up from his seat. They're here. The real treasure. The Sky Demon Cult's black-robed man also already recovered from the bidding for the reincarnation pills earlier and placed all of his attention on the auction stage. The martial artists from Dragon Phoenix Mountain mustered up all their strength, planning to make the final gamble. That gaze was truly as sharp as a vulture's. In the center of the crystal platform, that 5-colored light slowly rose up. In that instant, Ji Qing suddenly erupted with an extremely horrifying aura, scaring many people in the auction house until they pulled out their weapons and stared at him, afraid that he would suddenly make a move. Ji Qing smiled and said, "Everyone, you don't have to be nervous. It's just that this auction item is a little special. I need to pay attention. Otherwise, it will probably fly away." What auction item could still fly away? Everyone had the same question in their hearts. The next instant, the 5-colored light dissipated. An additional box made of cold jade appeared on the crystal platform, exquisite to the extreme. But the key thing was naturally still the treasure in the box. Looks like a medicinal pill. Master, I heard that only black-grade top-grade medicinal pills can possibly have their own spiritual consciousness, and then tear through the air and fly away to prevent themselves from being eaten by people. Could it be that in this White Tiger continent, there is still someone who can refine such a powerful medicinal pill? Ling Xiao frowned, not quite understanding Ji Qing's cautiousness, so he asked Yuan Venerate. Don't forget that the Sky Dragon Trading Company is a large trading company that runs through 13 continents in the entire mystic world. They can totally bring such a terrifying medicinal pill from other places. Yuan Venerate reminded, don't underestimate them. Ling Xiao nodded silently and then stared at the cold jade box. He didn't use his Taiji eye to peek because that was too boring. The rest of the people had the same expression. There was no lack of madness and greed in their eyes. Ji Qing smiled and then gently waved his right hand. That cold jade box suddenly opened. A scarlet light flew out and actually scuttled out of the auction house. This sudden scene shocked all the martial artists so much that they wanted to see clearly. But the glaring red light caused many people to be unable to open their eyes. Of course, there were also people whose vision wasn't blocked by this red light. Ling Xiao was one of them. It was indeed a medicinal pill. A scarlet medicinal pill. The instant the cold jade box opened, it flew into the air in an attempt to escape the auction house. However, Ji Qing was already prepared. A terrifying aura enveloped an area of more than 10 meters around him. Although the medicinal pill flew out, it could only collide continuously within this range and couldn't escape. Ling Xiao noticed that as the medicinal pill flew, it actually turned into a fiery phoenix the size of a palm. The sharp cry was filled with powerful majesty, causing countless people to feel fear. It really is a top-notch mysterious grade medicinal pill, the Jade Blood Fiery Phoenix Pill. Ling Xiao had read the Eternal Divine Pill scripture before. Even if he couldn't refine this medicinal pill, he would definitely be able to recognize it. Sigh. She actually took this out to auction. It's laughable that I actually, sigh. The moment he saw this medicinal pill, the Yuan Venerate actually sighed repeatedly. Ling Xiao could clearly feel the despair and sorrow in his soul. It was as if some kind of belief he had all along had been completely shattered. Master, what's wrong? Ling Xiao was clearly more concerned about his master than the medicinal pill. Forget it, forget it. Even without her, I still have you as my disciple. From today onwards, I will wholeheartedly nurture you into a talent. Perhaps only the Yuan Venerate himself knew the pain in his heart. Ling Xiao had only felt a little, yet it was already very unbearable. My good disciple, don't ask any more. I will naturally tell you when it's time. However, your current cultivation base is still too lacking and you won't be able to help much. Alright then. Although Ling Xiao really wanted to know what exactly made the Yuan Venerate become so miserable and despairing. But since the Yuan Venerate was unwilling to say, he could not force it either. Ling Xiao's gaze turned back to the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill. He was recalling the effects of this black-grade top-grade medicinal pill in his mind. At this time, practically everyone in the venue revealed covetous looks. Many people did not even know what kind of medicinal pill it was and what effects it had. However, they understood that this medicinal pill was definitely not ordinary. The eyes of the Heavy Water Tower, Heavenly Demon Cult, and Dragon Phoenix Mountain martial artists were practically spewing red flames of greed. If not for Ji Qing standing there, they would really go up and snatch it. Ji Qing smiled and said, I believe everyone has also heard that only black-grade top-grade and above medicinal pills will bestow the medicinal pill with its own spiritual consciousness. And when refining the pill, a phenomenon will descend from the sky. This medicinal pill is the black-grade top-grade medicinal pill, Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill. Everyone should be clear that in the mystic world, earth-grade medicinal pills are practically lost already. It can be said that black-grade top-grade medicinal pills are the best medicinal pills. I don't need to say its value. Everyone should be very clear. Whoosh, before Ji Qing finished speaking, the auction hall that was originally filled with all kinds of rapid breathing instantly went crazy. Just as Ji Qing said, black-grade top-grade medicinal pills might be the best medicinal pills that could be refined in the mystic world. The vast majority of these martial artists present had never seen it before and had only heard of it. I won't say much about how it is refined, but one of the materials is the fossil of a primordial fire phoenix. It must be a complete fossil with vitality. Everyone knows that a fire phoenix can be reborn in fire. And this Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill fused with the fossil of a primordial fire phoenix. The effects naturally won't be bad. Ji Qing introduced the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill there. The breathing of the people below the stage one by one became rapid and frantic once again. It was as if there were tens of thousands of bellows constantly there at any time. Primordial fire phoenix fossils were extremely difficult to find in the first place. And a complete one was even more difficult. It also had to have vitality. That made people go crazy. Just looking at the difficulty of finding this kind of material, one should understand how difficult it was to refine this medicinal pill. Its effects naturally also made people look forward to it endlessly. Senior Ji Qing, what effects does it have exactly? Someone below the stage finally could not resist asking. There are two kinds of effects. The first was to rise from the ashes. Doesn't it sound familiar? That's right, its first effect was similar to the samsara pill. However, the difference is that it doesn't have any side effects. It will completely revive with full combat power. Not only will its previous injuries be completely healed, but its cultivation will also not decrease in the slightest. What? Hearing this, the scene almost exploded. The black-robed man from the heavenly demon cult was trembling. For a reincarnation pill, he had already taken out 35 million low-grade spirit stones. How was he going to get this terrifying jade blood fire phoenix pill? Xianxia Tianhai, on the other hand, let out a wild laugh of excitement. He looked proudly at the black-robed man, as if he had made a wise choice. However, Ling Xiao had a feeling that the frost talisman could only be auctioned with medium-grade spirit stones. This even better jade blood fire phoenix pill could probably only be auctioned with mid-grade spirit stones. Who knew what that idiot Xianxiao Tianhai was so happy about? What about the other effect? Although the first effect of the jade blood fire phoenix pill was already heaven-defying enough, people were still very interested in the second effect. The second effect is to break out of the cocoon and be reborn. Or be reborn? Everyone was a little confused. This rebirth is different from the previous rebirth. It does not refer to the literal meaning, but refers to the ability to break out of the cocoon and be reborn. The second effect of the jade blood fire phoenix pill, simply put, is that when you are on the verge of death, or when you are reborn from the flames, you can break through your shackles and obtain a comprehensive breakthrough in your cultivation realm, soul strength, internal strength, and body. You will become even stronger, even more terrifying. Ji Qing indifferently glanced at the people below the stage and continued, the two effects of the jade blood fire phoenix pill can be stacked, or they can be activated separately. It all depends on luck. Perhaps many people are very clear on the first effect, but there are still some things you do not understand about breaking out of the cocoon and being reborn. Then, I will give you an example. Everyone must have heard of the Heavenly Sea Holy Quartz Vice Principal, Heavenly Sea Yuhen. 30 years ago, the Heavenly Sea Empire was besieged by 3 great empires. At that time, Heavenly Sea Yuhen was only a youth at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was unfortunately killed in battle. However, 3 years later, he shocked the world at the White Tiger Storm gathering and his cultivation rose to the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Finally, 5 years ago, he broke through to the Rebirth realm and became one of the few Rebirth realm experts in the White Tiger continent. Why did he cultivate so quickly? It's because he once consumed the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill. Speaking up to here, Ji Qing proudly added that Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill was sold by our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, so it is still fresh in my memory. Hearing this, the crowd immediately exclaimed. Many people knew that Heavenly Sea Yuhen was powerful, but Heavenly Sea Yuhen's aptitude was actually not too outstanding when he was young. He could only be considered an ordinary little genius. However, after experiencing that death, it was as if he had become a completely different person. Many people thought that he had an epiphany, but they did not expect such a thing to happen. Ji Qing seemed to think that some people might not believe him, so he directly took out the transaction record from that year and said, "This is something we took out after greeting Vice Principal Heavenly Sea Yuhen. It has Vice Principal Heavenly Sea Yuhen's father's personal signature and fingerprint, so it cannot be faked." This scene caused the scene to become even more sensational. Even Ling Zhao's face was filled with shock. This Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill did not seem to be as simple as increasing one's cultivation realm. It seemed to be able to improve a martialist's cultivation aptitude. This was the most frightening thing. "Master, is what Ji Qing said true?" Ling Xiao felt that this pill was a little too heaven-defying. It simply felt unreal, so he asked very cautiously. "What he said is true." He just concealed some things, Yuan Venerate replied. The so-called rebirth through fire is not something that ordinary people can endure. If you can't endure it, then you can only bathe in fire. There is no rebirth. Everything is ultimately nothingness. I know Heavenly Siyuhen. In fact, the person who sold the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was me. In my entire life, I've only refined 3 of these pills, and I've spent a full 10 years to do so. If I had not been short of money at the time, I would not have sold it. After Heavenly Siyuhen died, he experienced a nightmarish pain and almost did not make it through. That kid was also tough enough. I reckon that many people would not have been able to endure it. As for the rebirth through the cocoon, your understanding is actually wrong. It cannot change a person's aptitude, but at the moment of rebirth through the cocoon, it will release a large amount of energy and store it in the martialist's body, helping the martialist break through cultivation barriers. After breaking out of the cocoon and being reborn, a large amount of energy accumulated in the body can help a martialist break through. However, this energy is limited and will naturally disappear when it reaches a certain level. In the future, the martialist's cultivation speed will remain the same. Yuan Venerate explained with a smile. Even so, it's already heaven-defying enough. It can really be called a divine pill for someone with a firm will. Ling Xiao said. You're not wrong. Therefore, this will still be a crazy competition, but it won't have much to do with you. Given your aptitude, you don't need the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill at all. Yuan Venerate smiled. It's time to leave and make some preparations. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be anxious later. That's true. I really don't need it. Ling Xiao shrugged. He had already given up on the idea of bidding. Although the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill was miraculous, it really didn't mean much to him. He stood up and turned to leave. He hadn't been able to buy anything in today's auction, but he was in a good mood. In any case, young Master Tianhai had taken care of the items for him. He just had to take them when the time came. After Ling Xiao left the auction house, he sat down in a nearby tavern. His soul power spread out and enveloped an area of several kilometers. He even knew everything that had happened in the auction house like the back of his hand. After about a quarter of an hour, young Master Tianhai walked out angrily. That bastard from the Sky Demon cult. Not only did he steal my reincarnation pill, but he also didn't let go of the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill. Damn it, I didn't expect that the final bid would actually use mid-grade spirit stones. It's all that brat from the Dragon Phoenix continent's fault. Where is he? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him? Young master, that person slipped away before the auction ended and didn't even take a single item. I suspect that he's an actor from the Sky Dragon auction house. It's better not to provoke him. The Scorpion Man said softly. Hearing this, young Master Tianhai was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't afford to offend the Sky Dragon Trading Company. Let's go. Forget about that brat. Let's capture that guy from the Sky Demon cult first. Young Master Tianhai mounted his mount and hurriedly left with the others. None of them noticed that there was a black shadow following behind them like a maggot. Ling Xiao was in no hurry to make a move. Because he wanted to cook the heavy water tower and the black-robed man from the heavenly devil cult together. Although the reincarnation pill and the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill were not of much use to him. However, it wasn't completely useless. Even if it was the icing on the cake, it would be best if he could obtain it. With his aptitude, if he were to obtain the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill, not only would his cultivation speed increase, but he would also be able to obtain the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill. Moreover, he could also test if the 9 Deaths reincarnation technique was really effective. He had always been worried that the 9 Deaths reincarnation technique was fake, so he didn't dare to try it out. But with the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill, it didn't matter even if the 9 Deaths reincarnation technique was fake. In any case, he could still come back to life. He had never worried that he would not be able to endure the pain. Ling Xiao had always been very confident in his ability to endure hardship. Following Yanxiao Tianhai, Ling Xiao really got to watch a good show. The black-robed man from the Heavenly Devil cult was besieged by the Heavy Water Tower's patriarch, Protector Zhong Shuai, as well as young Master Tianhai and the rest. Although he had charged left and right and killed many of the heavy water tower's men, he was still unable to defeat Protector Xianxia and was killed on the spot. Of course, in this battle, Protector Xianxia did not have it easy either. Not to mention that he was injured, he even lost a few hundred of his men. It was truly tragic. But to be able to obtain the reincarnation pill and the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill, to him, it was definitely worth it. Clean up the scene and retreat. Protector Xianxia was decisive. They were still in the Sin Domain's territory. Who knew if there would be an Oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada? He only wanted to take the things and leave immediately. Suddenly, a scream came out from the crowd. The scorpion man who was helping young Master Tianhai to take the 2 time crystals was sent flying. The time crystal also landed in the hands of the black shadow that suddenly attacked. Ling Zhao's timing was perfect, and the moment he attacked, he snatched the time crystal. Although he wanted the Frost Talisman, the Reincarnation Pill, and the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill, there was a difference in the severity of the matter. It was only when Ling Zhao stood still and revealed a mocking smile that everyone finally reacted from this sudden turn of events. Of course, Protector Xianxia reacted the fastest. Among these people, his cultivation was the strongest as he was at the peak of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, he was injured by the heavenly demon cult's black-robed man's counterattack. He should be thanking the heavens for being able to display the strength of a 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. This was also the reason why Ling Zhao dared to show himself. He didn't just leave after grabbing the items because he wanted more things. It's actually you. Young Master Tianhai also recognized Ling Zhao. New and old hatred surged in his heart, and he immediately roared like a mad lion. Haha, young Master Tianhai, I trust you have been well since we last met. Thank you for taking care of this time crystal for me. A mocking smile appeared on the handsome face, and he did not seem to care about the surrounding heavy water tower's martial artists. Bastard, hurry up and hand over the time crystal. Otherwise, you'll die without a complete corpse. Although young Master Tianhai did not care about the time crystal, how could he let someone play with him like this? No matter who this person was, he had to kill him today. Ling Zhao smiled faintly and casually placed the time crystal into his storage ring. Then, he said, "Oh right, take out the Frost Talisman, Reincarnation Pill, and Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill. If you do that, I can let you live. Otherwise, the Water Spirit Hall and Heavy Water Tower will be completely annihilated here today." His words were said very casually, as if he was talking about a very ordinary matter. This made the Heavy Water Tower's people even more furious. "Father, don't let this brat go. You must kill him." Young Master Tianhai roared loudly. Protector Xianxia glanced at Ling Zhao and nodded. He agreed with his son's suggestion. No matter what, he couldn't tolerate being bullied like this. Kill. He received his father's silent consent. Yunxiao Tianhai roared. In that instant, dozens of Heavy Water Tower's martial artists surrounded Ling Zhao in a circle and charged out. Among these dozens of martial artists, some were at the half-step Yin-Yang realm, and some were at the 1st level of the Yin-Yang realm. Even the black-robed man from the heavenly demon cult had suffered when facing such a large number of martial artists. In young Master Tianhai's opinion, a young man who looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old was definitely going to die. Seeing those people attacking him, Ling Zhao still looked calm and unruffled. He did not even show any signs of attacking. Instead, he crossed his arms in front of his chest as if this battle had nothing to do with him. What a pity. I didn't want to kill so many people today. Why can't you obediently hand over the item? As soon as he finished speaking, the dozens of cultivators had already launched their attacks at him. Bang, bang, chaotic sounds of attacks rose and fell. Let's see if you're still alive. Young Master Yin Tianhai felt very satisfied. Being able to kill this annoying brat made him even more excited than obtaining the Reincarnation Pill and Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill. However, in the next moment, his eyes popped out like a frog's eyes. Even though he was attacked by dozens of people, Ling Zhao still stood there with his arms crossed. Not only was he unharmed, but he even had a disdainful smile on his face. If you attack me, then you'll have to be prepared to die. Ling Zhao suddenly grinned. Crimson sun feather raiment, blazing heat suddenly exploded around his body. Only a few of the dozens of martial artists managed to escape. The rest were instantly burned to death by the high temperature. The better ones still had their charred corpses intact. The worst ones directly evaporated into thin air. As his cultivation increased, the crimson sun feather raiment was simply too useful to instantly kill these trashy martial artists. It did not require much inner strength, but it could achieve instant results. Then, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly flashed and turned into an afterimage as he tore through the air. In just an instant, those few martial artists who were trying to escape were killed under his fist. All of them exploded with a single punch without mercy. Young Master Yun Tianhai's expression was extremely gloomy. He looked at his father, Guardian Zhongshui, and said, "Father, help me by the side. Watch how I kill this brat. He's only at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm, yet he dares to act rashly in front of me." As he spoke, young Master Yun Tianhai touched his storage ring, and a treasured saber flew out. It was about 1 meter long and as thin as a cicada's wing, but it exuded a cold murderous aura. "Yes, but child, you still have to be careful. This brat is a bit cunning, and his defense is also very strong." Guardian Zhongshui saw that Ling Xiao was only at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm, so he did not plan to personally attack. However, he could let his son, young Master Yun Tianhai, practice and vent his anger. With him by the side, even if an accident happened, he would be able to rescue him in time. The rest of the martial artists also retreated, forming a circle around Ling Xiao, trapping him within. The black-robed man from the heavenly demon cult was much stronger than this brat. He was a 6th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Wasn't he killed all the same? Although several dozen martial artists died all of a sudden, this was nothing to the heavy water tower. It was very easy for a half-step Yin-Yang realm martial artist to replenish their strength. That time crystal must have some secret, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have risked following us and attacking us with your tentacles. Yun Xiao Tianhai sneered as he walked towards Ling Xiao, a ball of water vapor wriggling behind him. That should be his martial soul. His body gradually entered the half-crocodile state. Even if his opponent was much weaker than him, he still did not plan to underestimate his opponent. He wanted his opponent to feel despair and die in this despair. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "You're quite smart. So, from the very beginning, when you fought with me for the time crystal, you were actually giving yourself an invitation to death. Hehe, is that so?" Young Master Tianhai also sneered, "I really don't understand where you, a mere 3rd-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist, get your courage from. I will definitely kill you, and then get those 2 time crystals back. I believe that with the heavy water tower's ability, it won't be difficult to uncover its secret. It's a pity that you'll never have that chance." Ling Xiao still did not unsheath his sword. Yun Xiao Tianhai was only a 4th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist, although his cultivation was 1 level higher than his. However, his combat strength was far inferior, and he might not even be able to break through his defense. Using a sword would be a pure waste. He did not even use his internal strength, and he even removed the scarlet sun feather raiment. He just stood there and looked at his opponent coldly. "You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. I, Yun Xiao Tianhai, have come to Sin Realm many times, and I've seen many idiots like you who have their rationality devoured by greed. This kind of idiot usually only ends up dead." As Yun Xiao Tianhai spoke, the ball of water vapor behind him suddenly spun faster, and the water vapor continuously flowed into the cicada blade in his hand. The blade exploded with a sharp aura. Fighting spirit began to burn on the battlefield. His eyes were filled with the madness and brutality of a wild beast. Roar! A low roar burst from his throat. His figure suddenly shot out, and a 1-foot-deep hole appeared where he had been standing. His body was like an arrow, and he instantly appeared 1 meter in front of Ling Xiao. Then, the cicada blade in his hand exploded with saber intent, and a sharp saber energy tore through the air and fiercely chopped down on Ling Xiao's head. The sound of something being torn apart could be heard in the air. It was ear-piercing and unpleasant to hear, but it did not stop. There was even a burnt smell in the air, as if the air itself was being burned. When the saber energy was less than a foot away from Ling Xiao finally made his move. He suddenly raised his right fist. He did not use any internal strength, but there was still the sound of wind and thunder. Boom! A terrifying collision sound exploded in the air, and sparks flew everywhere, and water vapor flew everywhere. Young Master Tianhai's aqua-blue internal strength created a huge ripple, and it spread out with Ling Xiao as the center. It lifted the soil around Ling Xiao by nearly a foot. However, Ling Xiao remained standing in the face of such a ferocious attack. The ground beneath his feet was undamaged, and there was not the slightest wound on his body. This is your strength? Isn't that too disappointing? Ling Xiao looked at young Master Tianhai with disdain. He was hoping that young Master Tianhai would have some special skills to make him happy. He did not expect young Master Tianhai to be even weaker than an ordinary martial artist at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. You must have relied on pills to forcefully increase your cultivation. Ling Xiao added indifferently, fly. After saying that, a terrifying power suddenly erupted from Ling Xiao's arm. The power of the Queen of Heaven Earth exploded in his arm and charged out. Young Master Tianhai was directly sent flying. Protector Xianxia reacted quickly and stopped young Master Tianhai. Both of them looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. They did not understand how a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm could have such terrifying strength. This guy has such powerful strength. Could he be a body refinement martial artist that is about to go extinct? Young Master Tianhai steadied himself and said in fear. That should be it. However, son, your cultivation is stronger than his. There is no need to fear him. Although a body refinement martial artist has strong defense, most of their attacks are not that good. As long as you use your full strength, it should not be a problem to defeat him. Protector Xianxia nodded and said. I know, Dad. Young Master Tianhai suddenly sneered and looked at Ling Xiao. You are very strong. At least your defense is the strongest I have seen under this realm. However, you still can't escape death. As he spoke, the water vapor behind him quickly turned red. It was blood red and had a strong smell of blood. Then, even the cicada blade in his hand turned blood red, and the smell of blood became even stronger. It's your first time in the White Tiger continent. You should be careful instead of provoking strong enemies like us. With a sneer, young Master Tianhai was enveloped by blood-red vapor. The cicada blade in his hand turned into a giant blade that was a few meters long. Ling Xiao could feel the blood in his body churning as if it was about to leave his body. He guessed that it was the special effect of the martial soul mutation. But so what? Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't intend to use his inner strength. Instead, he hooked his finger at young Master Tianhai. You're courting death. Bone-corroding blood demon blade. Young Master Tianhai charged out from his original spot and charged at Ling Xiao like a blood demon. The terrifying blood-red aura turned the surrounding dozens of meters into a blood-red color. It was filled with a nauseating stench of blood. Tower Master, I didn't expect the young master to have mastered the bone-corroding blood demon blade. How surprising. Even a Yin-Yang Realm 5th level martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand this attack, let alone a Yin-Yang Realm 3rd level martial artist. The martial artist standing beside Guardian Xianxia said excitedly. Hehe, you're right. This is one of the ultimate techniques of our Water God Hall. Not many people can master it. Tianhai Pearl seems to have mastered the blood demon aura. It's a pity that she died in the Divine Phoenix continent. Guardian Xianxia chuckled and said, this kid came from the Dragon Phoenix continent. He should know Ling Xiao. Tower Master, do you think he's the Heavenly Emperor Ling Xiao? Someone frowned and asked. How is that possible? Rumor has it that the Heavenly Emperor Ling Xiao is skilled in swordsmanship. This kid is obviously a physique refinement martial artist. It's impossible. Guardian Xianxia shook his head. He felt that this guess was nonsense. Other than the fact that they both came from the same continent and were both relatively young, there was almost nothing else in common between the two of them. It doesn't matter if he's Ling Xiao or not. He's going to die today. The bone-corroding blood demon blade will extract all the blood in his body and turn him into a dried corpse. He'll be gone forever. Another person chuckled. Ling Xiao looked indifferently at Yun Xiao Tianhai's attack and actually sighed. This person's cultivation was clearly stronger than the heavenly sea pearls, But the battle intent and pressure he displayed was actually weaker than the person who had already been killed by him. Could it be that the Sky Sea Pearl was unable to unleash its full strength due to the laws of the world when they were killing the dragon forest? Haha, if that was really the case, then the 7 heroes of the Water Spirit Temple would have died too unjustly. Being killed without being able to use his full strength was definitely not a good feeling. Glancing indifferently at Xianxia Tianhai who was flying towards him, Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more time. Within his body, the power of 50 Sovereign Queen of Heaven-Earth cells was released. Under everyone's gaze, Ling Xiao's fist landed on Xianxia Tianhai's head at a speed that was hard to follow with the naked eye. In that instant, a tyrannical power rushed through young Master Tianhai's body. Boom! Finally, the frail body could no longer withstand the pressure and exploded. The dignified Heavy Water Tower's young master had actually died so miserably that not even a complete corpse was left behind. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Even the Heavy Water Tower's protector didn't think of taking revenge for a moment. Instead, he was completely stunned. After a moment, he suddenly roared like a madman and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Facing the sudden attack of Protector Heavy Water, Ling Xiao only smiled coldly. The power of 200 Sovereign Queen of Heaven-Earth cells was completely released, then, he punched out with both fists at the same time. Although Protector Heavy Water was very strong, he had attacked hastily and was already injured. Now that he attacked rashly, Ling Xiao didn't need to use his full strength at all. Boom! Amidst the explosion, the two palms and fists collided. Then, a terrifying shockwave rolled and spread in all directions. Several of the Heavy Water Tower's martial artists who couldn't retreat in time were actually killed by the shockwave. The collision had only lasted for a moment, but Protector Heavy Water's arms actually emitted strange cracking sounds. He screamed miserably in terror, and his body retreated abruptly. In the confrontation of strength this time, he lost. Furthermore, he lost very miserably. The bones in his 2 arms couldn't withstand that terrifying power and nearly shattered. Poowork, while flying back, Protector Heavy Water spat out a mouthful of blood. His arms finally started to distort and deform. Even his ribs clearly caved in. Didn't anyone tell you that when facing a body refinement martial artist, you must never foolishly meet force with force? Ling Xiao's voice approached like a ghost. Protector Heavy Water was simply aggrieved to the extreme. A single mistake caused him to completely fall into a disadvantage. He was actually going to be pursued by a martial artist whose cultivation was much weaker than his. Retreat! He roared hysterically and borrowed the force of his retreat to speed up and flee for his life. He knew that if he wanted to defeat the other party, he could only wait until his strength completely recovered before it was possible. Now, he could only flee for his life. Behind him, the miserable cries of the Heavy Water Tower's martial artists came. Those people were loyal and wanted to block the pursuer for him, but the result was that they were all annihilated in an instant. Ling Xiao only took Heavenly Sea Yunxiao's storage ring, then chased after Protector Heavy Water again. In today's battle, he didn't plan on leaving anyone alive. The Water Spirit Hall schemed to kill him, so why should he pity the other party? Who exactly are you? Why do you insist on being enemies with my Heavy Water Tower? Let me live, and I can give you the Reincarnation Pill and Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill. Protector Heavy Water shouted loudly as he fled. Ling Xiao's speed was too fast. He actually couldn't pull away at all. Instead, this distance was rapidly shortening. This made him feel incomparably terrified. Want others to hear and come to save you? It's useless. Ling Xiao said coldly, but since you asked who I am, I can tell you. In just an instant, Ling Xiao turned into a stream of flowing light and appeared beside Protector Heavy Water. Then, he laughed beside his ear and said, I'm the Ling Xiao that you all have always wanted to kill. Impossible, Protector Heavy Water was inexplicably horrified. When did Ling Xiao actually possess such a terrifying body? How did this guy cultivate? Also, why didn't anyone know that he came to the White Tiger continent? It was a pity that this kind of question already would never have an answer. Ling Xiao suddenly reached out and struck Protector Heavy Water to the ground with a karate chop. Then, he killed him with a shadow all. Obtaining Protector Heavy Water's storage ring, Ling Xiao turned around and left. The commotion of the battle just now was already very big. Coupled with Protector Heavy Water's shout, if there were people nearby, they would rush over very quickly. Ling Xiao would never try to fight an unnecessary battle because it would only be a waste of time and energy. There was no benefit to it at all. Time Crystal, Frost Talisman, Reincarnation Pill, Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill, the 4 treasures from the auction all fell into his hands. What was there to be dissatisfied with? Less than 5 minutes after Ling Xiao left the scene, many martialists gathered. These people might not necessarily be there to rescue people. They might be there to kill and plunder. After all, there were such killings every day in the Sin domain. Many martialists were like vultures waiting for the battle to end before reaping the benefits. Most of these people were like that. Who exactly was it that actually wiped out the Sky Demon cult and the Heavy Water Tower? All the martialists gasped when they saw the mess on the ground. The person who could kill Protector Heavy Water should at least be a martialist of the same level as him. Who could it be? No matter who it was, I'm afraid that the Tianhai Empire won't be peaceful for a while. The White Tiger meet is about to begin and many hidden powerhouses and geniuses will come out of seclusion. TSK. We'd better be careful. The moment he stepped out of the Sin domain, Ling Xiao felt a lot more relaxed. Thus, he found a place to rest and recover his strength. After all, he was going to the Dragon Phoenix Mountain to find trouble. If he didn't have enough strength, it wouldn't be good if he got beaten up. Hee. I really didn't expect to reap so many rewards this time. Ling Xiao had only intended to snatch the Ice Talisman and the Time Crystal from young Master Tianhai. He hadn't expected that he would also obtain the Reincarnation Elixir and the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Elixir. This was really unexpected. You should eat the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Elixir directly. It will easily attract trouble if you keep it by your side. The Yuan Venerate's voice suddenly rang out in Ling Xiao's mind. Master, are you sure you want me to eat it? That is a top-notch dark-grade elixir. Who knows what the consequences will be if I consume it? I also don't know if this place is safe. Ling Xiao asked hesitantly. Don't worry, I refined that elixir. I know best what will happen if you eat it. The Yuan Venerate was certain. Alright then. Ling Xiao agreed to the Yuan Venerate's request. However, he still found a more secluded cave before swallowing the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Elixir. Huh? Ling Xiao was stunned when he swallowed the elixir. He didn't feel anything special. Was this really a top-grade profound-grade pill? Don't be surprised. This Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill doesn't take effect when you eat it, but when you're on the verge of death or after you've been reborn from the ashes. Thus, eating it now won't cause any special effects. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. Don't tell me you want to experience a painful experience that makes you wish you were dead? That's true. Ling Xiao nodded and accepted this statement, but he was still a little unwilling to give up. Master, could it be that the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill can only be used when one is on the verge of death or when one is reborn from the ashes? There's no effect if it's taken directly? The Yuan Venerate fell silent for a moment before replying, it is still useful, but it might not be of much use to you. Oh? Ling Xiao's interest was piqued. The Yuan Venerate explained, previously, Ji Qing also said that the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill was refined using the fossil of an immemorial fire phoenix as the main ingredient. Moreover, it was a primordial fire phoenix that possessed life force. Therefore, after consuming it, it could actually increase one's self-healing ability. However, you have a profound world physique, so this effect is of little value to you. It would be boring to use it, but it would be a pity to discard it. That's true. Ling Xiao shrugged and immediately lost interest. However, I do have a chant that will allow you to fuse this energy into your light profound and increase the power of your light profound. Perhaps all of your moves based on the profound truths of light will have a certain degree of increase in power. The Yuan Venerate added. Master, can you stop taking such deep breaths? Hurry up and tell me. You can't possibly waste this energy. My Scarlet Sun 9 transformations has not made any progress after reaching the pure yang change. Perhaps I can break through after converting this power. Ling Xiao was a little speechless. You didn't ask, did you? The Yuan Venerate chuckled. Furthermore, it's just a possibility. It might not actually happen. Master, don't you know who your disciple is? Ling Xiao had the Taiji eye and the tyrannical sky martial soul. No matter how difficult something was, even if there was only a 10% chance of success, he could still make it 100%. Alright. The Yuan Venerate pondered for a moment before imparting the chant to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao silently recited the incantation. Suddenly, he felt the originally slumbering jade blood fire phoenix pill in his body tremble. A blazing energy started to spread from his dantian to his entire body. This blazing heat felt as if it was going to melt his body. However, this pain was nothing to Ling Xiao, who was proficient in the light intent. He took a deep breath and circulated the light intent. The blazing energy was slowly injected into the yin-yang mirror before it started to fuse with Ling Xiao's own power. If there were any bystanders around, they would definitely discover that his body was emitting a fiery red glow like a small burning sun. Time seemed to have lost its meaning once cultivation started. Buzz, 2 hours later, thousands of golden rays shot out of the cave, scaring the surrounding animals and causing them to flee in all directions. Ha ha ha. It's really done. The stagnant Scarlet Sun 9 transformations has finally advanced to the Heavenly Sun transformation. Just based on this point alone, the cultivation this time was not in vain. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Actually, this wasn't the only result of this cultivation. The power of the light intent had actually increased, but it wasn't as obvious as the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations. In addition, Ling Xiao's cultivation also showed signs of a breakthrough. He reckoned that it wouldn't be long before he reached the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. Master, you seem to have something on your mind? Ling Xiao sat on the ground to rest after the cultivation ended. He suddenly recalled the strange reaction of the Yuan Venerate at the auction house and couldn't help but ask. The Yuan Venerate sighed. I've already said that your cultivation is still too weak. There are some things that you can't change even if you know about them. In that case, what's the harm in saying it? It must be uncomfortable to keep it bottled up in your heart, right? The reason Ling Xiao asked again was mainly because he sensed that the Yuan Venerate was in low spirits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have casually asked about his master's private matters. After a long silence, the Yuan Venerate sighed again. Forget it. Since you want to know, there's no harm in telling you. Actually, the matter isn't complicated. The Jade Blood Fire Phoenix elixir that you obtained was given to a woman by me. That woman was the love of your master's life. Many people say that your master's physical body was destroyed because I went to the Heaven's Chosen Gate. However, they don't know why I did that. Ling Xiao listened quietly at the side and did not interrupt. The Yuan Venerate's tone was filled with grief and indignation. On our wedding night, I gave my life's worth of research to that woman. She was also an outstanding alchemist, blacksmith, and a ray formation master. She was just slightly inferior to me. The Yuan Venerate continued to recount his past. After obtaining my lifelong research, I thought that we could grow old together. However, I never imagined that she would collude with others to kill me after obtaining those things. She didn't know that I had also swallowed a Jade Blood Fire Phoenix elixir. Although I survived, I was like a walking corpse. I stepped into the Gate of Heaven's Chosen and never wanted to see her again. If I were master, I would have definitely killed that woman and her accomplices. Ling Xiao said coldly. They couldn't have been killed. I only felt despair back then. Do you know who her accomplices were? The Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly. How could I not be angry back then? How could I not think of revenge? Besides feeling despair, I also wanted to have a fortuitous encounter, improve my strength, and come back for revenge. Could it be the ruler of the Immortal Court? Ling Xiao joked. However, the Yuan Venerate fell silent. Ling Xiao said in shock, no way, is it really that person? The Yuan Venerate nodded. There are 7 rulers in the Immortal Court who control the 7 nomological laws of the mystic realm. Their status is even higher than the Immortal Emperor of the Heavenly Court. Master's enemy is the Master of the 7 Rulers, an existence known as the King of Rulers. Ling Xiao was really shocked. He could understand the despair and helplessness of the Yuan Venerate. He had no other choice but to step into the Gate of Heaven's Chosen and try his luck against a super powerhouse who controlled the nomological laws of this realm. He deserves to die. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and said fiercely. The Yuan Venerate's soul was in his mountain river realm, so he could feel his master's despair and anger. He had been betrayed and hurt by the people he loved and suppressed by a powerful force. He could really tear someone apart alive. His master hadn't had an easy life all these years. Even if the other party is a king of rulers, you still think that he deserves to die? The Yuan Venerate asked. Doesn't he deserve to die? Aren't you afraid at all? He is a supreme being who controls the 7 rulers. Offending him is equivalent to offending the entire mystic realm. Is it worth it for master? Yuan Venerate's voice trembled as his soul trembled. Ling Xiao grinned and said, Master, don't you know who I am? How can a scum like him be called a king of sovereigns? I'll definitely drag him down from his illusory throne and beat him to death. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, looks like the heavens are treating me well. The soul of the Yuan Venerate trembled even more violently. He was extremely excited. She had never been so happy before. He had always thought that he would never be able to take revenge in this lifetime. But Ling Xiao gave him hope. Being by Ling Xiao's side, he clearly understood the terrifying aptitude and talent of this young man. In this world, only he and the butterfly lady knew that Ling Xiao possessed the tyrant martial spirit. How could someone who possessed the tyrannical martial soul fear a king of sovereigns? Let's go, master. I'll go to the Dragon Phoenix Mountain first to kill my enemy. Ling Xiao knew very well that his strength was still far from that of the supreme king of sovereigns. Revenge was definitely not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. Right now, he could only take things one step at a time and take care of his own matters. Ling Xiao unfolded the Sun Moon divine wings and broke through the sky, flying towards the Dragon Phoenix Mountain at an extremely fast speed. On the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, Venerable Dragon Phoenix was entertaining Xianxia Mo, the Dragon Prince, Dai Ying, and the others from Water Sacred Hall for a meal. Although he was extremely unhappy and felt exceptionally sullen, this was the order of the sect leader. But this was an order from the sect leader, and his power could not compare to the Dragon Prince's, so he could only swallow his anger. At that moment, Venerable Dragon Phoenix suddenly felt a murderous intent coming from the horizon. At the same time, Xianxia Mo, the Dragon Prince and the others felt it even more clearly. That ice-cold murderous intent was like a cold winter wind that made their bodies turn cold and sent chills down their spines. Someone is coming. Furthermore, this murderous intent seems to be targeted at Water Sacred Hall. Venerable Dragon Phoenix was secretly delighted. These guys from Water Sacred Hall should have been dealt with long ago, but he didn't know where this aura came from. Everyone put down their chopsticks and looked into the distance. As the murderous intent became more and more obvious, the range of the murderous intent also became more and more specific. The Dragon Prince's body trembled. He stood up abruptly. That murderous intent was actually targeted at him, although all the martial artists from Water Sacred Hall were enveloped by this murderous intent. There was no doubt that the other party wanted to kill him the most. How dare you? This prince wants to see just what kind of assassin it is that dares to try and kill us in broad daylight. The Dragon Prince smiled coldly and sat back down. This place was different from the Divine Phoenix continent. He could completely unleash his strength without holding back. Although this murderous intent was powerful, its cultivation was at most at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. How could it be a match for him? Soon, a black dot appeared in everyone's field of vision. Then, in just a breath's time, that black dot turned into a figure. A very clear figure. Ling Xiao. Seeing this figure, almost everyone present was shocked. This guy actually came to the White Tiger continent? What does he want to do? The martial artists from Water Sacred Hall still did not forget the fear in the Killing Dragon Forest. They knew that they had returned to the White Tiger continent and did not have to fear Ling Xiao anymore. But their bodies were still trembling. You're actually not dead? To be honest, the Dragon Prince was very surprised. Tianhai Quanchao and the Heavenly Demon cult did not kill Ling Xiao, so he endured it. But he did not expect this guy to be safe and sound after stepping out of the Sin domain. This was a little interesting. He was confused again. If Ling Xiao was not dead, shouldn't he find a place to hide and cultivate? What did he want to do by coming to the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, with such a powerful murderous intent? Could it be that he wanted to kill them here? Boom! An explosive aura sounded in the sky above the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Ling Xiao instantly slowed down. The friction with the air actually caused sparks to fly everywhere. The scene was very terrifying. Ling Xiao did not look at the Dragon Prince. Instead, he landed and cupped his fists towards Master Long Huang. Senior, long time no see. It seems like you've suffered a lot of grievances? His words were very polite, but he also called out Master Long Huang. Right now, he was a little useless. Master Long Huang shook his head awkwardly, and then asked, Ling Xiao, why did you rush to the Dragon Phoenix Mountain with murderous intent? Of course it's to kill. Ling Xiao cast his gaze towards the Dragon Prince and the rest. His cold gaze was like two sharp sword qi, causing those martial artists to feel waves of piercing pain. The breathing of some of the Water Sacred Hall martial artists instantly became hurried. Only the Dragon Prince, #1 hero, and Tianhai Mo were not afraid of Ling Xiao's gaze. Instead, they stared over, filled with fighting intent. The terrifying fighting intent collided in the air and actually formed a terrifying fighting intent vortex. The wind wreaked havoc, and for a moment, cups and plates were in a mess. When esteemed Long Huang saw the tense scene, he was already sure that something had happened. Most likely, that Heavenly Sea Raging Tide and Heavenly Demon Cult's mouths were loose, and Ling Xiao had already found out that those things were instigated by the Dragon Crown Prince. With Ling Xiao's temper, how could he not come knocking on their door? But he still felt that Ling Xiao was a little too reckless this time. The laws of the White Tiger continent were different from the Divine Phoenix continent. Ling Xiao could be invincible in the Divine Phoenix continent, but here, that might not be the case. Everyone, calm down. If there's anything, we can sit down and talk slowly. Esteemed Long Huang naturally supported Ling Xiao to kill the Dragon Crown Prince and the others. But he was worried that Ling Xiao's current strength was not enough, so he planned to stall for time. You shut up and scram to the side. You don't have the right to interrupt here. He never thought that the Dragon Crown Prince would spout arrogant words and directly curse him viciously. Esteemed Long Huang clenched his fists, his chest heaving up and down. If possible, he really wanted to fight the Dragon Crown Prince to the death right now. He was already so old, and being humiliated like this in his own sect, this was simply a huge humiliation. The Dragon Crown Prince ignored him and instead looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, you have guts. This is the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Aren't you too impudent to come here with killing intent? You don't put the Dragon Phoenix Mountain in your eyes at all. Ling Xiao sneered and said, a sect that can't even protect the dignity of its own elder, why should I put it in my eyes? He did not care about the Dragon Phoenix Mountain at all. This trash sect's existence was a disgrace. Their own elder was humiliated like this, but their sect master was nowhere to be seen. The disciples did not even dare to fart. Could it be that he was afraid? Moreover, you insulted the elder of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Aren't you more detestable than me? Don't you think it's too childish to use this kind of big hat to pin on me? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Then, he took a step forward. An even more tyrannical killing intent crazily surged out, killing towards all the martial artists of the Water Divine Hall. A shrill scream suddenly rang out. Several half-step Yin-Yang realm martial artists were crippled by this terrifying killing intent. His death looked extremely horrifying. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and his face was pale. Ling Xiao discovered something interesting. He had always thought that martial artists from the White Tiger continent would not be able to surpass the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm when they arrived at the Divine Phoenix continent. But now, he felt that he might have misunderstood, and it was a big mistake. The true law is, when martial artists from the White Tiger continent went to the Divine Phoenix continent, regardless of their cultivation, they would be directly weakened. This was also the reason why those Celestial Realm practitioners who had followed the Dragon Prince to the Divine Phoenix continent had all become half-step Yin-Yang Realm practitioners. Of course, it was impossible for him to improve in a short period of time. Instead, it was due to the laws. As for how much they would be weakened, this was calculated according to the degree of evil that the martial artists of the White Tiger continent had committed in the Divine Phoenix continent. The more evil one did, the more one would be weakened. This was why Superior Dragon Phoenix's cultivation base was still at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm while the Dragon Crown Prince was at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, his cultivation base had been reduced to the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. From the sound of it, this law was quite interesting. If it were not for the existence of this law, a weak continent would have been destroyed by a strong continent long ago. However, why did the 7 sovereigns set up such a law? Ling Xiao did not think that they did it out of kindness. It was probably the result of balancing benefits. Now that he had seen more, Ling Xiao also knew that on every continent, there were actually powerful practitioners who could ignore the mystic realm's law. Their strength was probably not inferior to the 7 sovereigns. However, due to certain reasons, they could not make a move, or they needed certain conditions before they could make a move. This matter was too complicated. Ling Xiao could not figure it out in such a short time, so he might as well not think too much about it. What he wanted to do now was to eliminate the dragon prince who had schemed to kill him. Ling Xiao, how dare you kill someone from the Water God Hall? Do you really think that no one here can stop you? The dragon prince's aura gushed out and blocked Ling Xiao's terrifying killing intent. This allowed the martial artists from the Water God Hall to survive. So what if I killed your people? What are you going to do? Ling Xiao looked at the dragon prince disdainfully and said. Esteemed Master Long Huang, this Ling Xiao is behaving atrociously in your Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Aren't you going to do something about it? The dragon prince suddenly looked at esteemed Master Long Huang and questioned. He still couldn't figure out Ling Xiao's background, so he wanted esteemed Master Long Huang to fight with Ling Xiao and take the opportunity to figure out the situation. This way, when he fought with Ling Xiao again, it would be safer. Hee, the dragon prince just told me to shut up, right? I don't dare to meddle in your business. I'm sorry. Esteemed Master Long Huang was not a fool. He could see through the dragon prince's thoughts at a glance. He glanced at the dragon prince indifferently and said disdainfully. You. Are you trying to rebel? Phoenix cry dance. Scram out here for this crown prince. Is this how you discipline the elders under you? Do you really not plan on continuing your Dragon Phoenix Mountain? The dragon prince was so angry that his veins were bulging. He suddenly roared at the sky. Ha ha ha, dragon prince, don't be angry. Esteemed Master Long Huang said that because he was angry. You are a magnanimous person. I hope you don't blame him. A series of laughter came from the sky. Then, a man in a water blue robe appeared amidst the laughter. After landing, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Young man, the white tiger meet is about to begin. You and the dragon prince are both candidates. No matter what deep hatred you have, I hope you can put it aside and settle it after the white tiger meet ends. How about it? This phoenix cry dance should also be from the Ice Phoenix clan. However, Ling Xiao didn't hate all of them. In addition, this person's attitude was not bad, so he didn't say anything too harsh. He only shook his head slightly and said, I came to the White Tiger continent from afar not for the White Tiger meat, but to kill him. This person deliberately wants my life. As the sect master of Dragon Phoenix Mountain, do you still want to protect him? Phoenix Cry Dance was very strong. At the very least, he was stronger than the Dragon Prince and Protector Xianxia. Ling Xiao didn't understand why this person was speaking so humbly to the Dragon Prince. Could this be the so-called people in the martial world have no choice? Phoenix Cry Dance probably didn't dare to offend the Water Spirit Temple for the safety of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain disciples. Phoenix Cry Dance frowned and said, Young man, it's not that I don't want you to take revenge, I'm just postponing it. We have to look at the big picture. After all, we have to participate in the White Tiger meet in the name of the Tianhai Empire. Why does the Tianhai Empire want trash to participate in the White Tiger meet? Are they going to make a fool of themselves? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. These words caused the crowd to freeze. What did he mean? Was he saying that the Water Spirit Temple's people were trash? Young man, don't you think you're exaggerating? The Dragon Crown Prince is at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. It's not easy for someone under 30 to reach this level. The first hero is slightly weaker than him, but he's definitely one of the Tianhai Empire's choices for the White Tiger meet. Feng Ming and Wu Yang frowned. Sect Master, you're wrong. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I'm only at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. The Dragon Crown Prince and the #1 hero don't dare to accept my challenge. Do you expect them to deal with the masters of the other three empires and the Jingyi school? Feng Ming and Wu Yang were speechless. They couldn't find a reason to refute. Just as Ling Xiao said, if the Dragon Crown Prince and the first hero couldn't even defeat Ling Xiao, then there was no need for them to participate in the White Tiger meet. They would only embarrass themselves. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a loud sound. The stone slab under the Dragon Crown Prince's feet shattered. Ling Xiao's words not only convinced Feng Ming and Wu Yang, but also provoked the Dragon Crown Prince. That's right. He was at the peak of the 6th level of the Yin Yang realm, but he was afraid of a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Yin Yang realm. Good, very good. Really very good. The Dragon Crown Prince gritted his teeth and said, to be honest, you're very brave to treat me as your stepping stone, you're also very brave to kill your way to the White Tiger continent alone. You flatter me. However, I don't need much courage to kill you because you're not worthy. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and continued walking forward. A terrifying aura was released from his body and clashed with the auras of the Dragon Crown Prince, Tianhaiyamo, and the first hero. Other than the three of them, the other martial artists from the Water God Hall were all trembling in fear. They didn't even dare to speak, let alone fight. The terrifying murderous aura released by Ling Xiao made them feel as if they were thrown into hell. They didn't feel safe at all. They absolutely believed that as long as Ling Xiao wanted to, he could easily kill them. This guy was really here to kill. He openly killed his way from the Dragon Phoenix continent to the White Tiger continent. This lunatic, the Dragon Prince's face was as dark and gloomy as the sky before a storm. He looked at Ling Xiao coldly, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He had seen many people who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and Ling Xiao was just one of them. The laws of the White Tiger continent would teach him how to conduct himself. Senior Moon Maiden. Senior Liquor Demon Sword. Show yourselves. Today, I want to ask you a question. Ling Xiao crossed the ocean to kill us. Should we do anything to him? The Dragon Prince suddenly shouted to the sky. It turned out that the reason he hadn't dared to make a move wasn't because he was afraid of Ling Xiao, but because he was afraid of the Moon Maiden and the demonic liquor sword. Only the White Tiger continent's martial artists knew that the reason why the Moon Lady and the Wine Demon sword could only display the 5th level of the Yin Yang realm in the Divine Phoenix continent was because of the restriction of the laws. These two people had once left behind legendary stories in the White Tiger continent. The story of the Moon Lady was even more ancient. On the other hand, the Demon Liquor Sword had once ranked first in the White Tiger Storm meet. Moreover, he had defeated the second-ranked expert in a single move. That was something that happened many years ago. Although the Dragon Prince did not know how terrifying the Demon Liquor Sword was now, he had some guesses. No matter what, he did not believe that Ling Xiao would dare to come to the White Tiger continent alone to seek revenge. He believed that at least one of the two people would follow Ling Xiao. No need to shout. They didn't come. If your fear is because of Sister Moon Maiden or Senior Liquor Demon Sword, then you don't have to. Ling Xiao said indifferently. They really didn't come? The Dragon Prince revealed a look of joy. Ling Xiao could not be bothered to reply a second time. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. I thought you were a smart person, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. You're too arrogant. You're too proud. You think too highly of yourself. Without those two people, in front of this crown prince, what can you count for? You might be better than an ant, but at most, you're a locust. The Dragon Prince could not sense the two people's auras around him. Coupled with Ling Xiao's words, the dark clouds on his face disappeared. Instead, his terrifying aura began to rise once again. The battle intent of a peak 6th level Yin Yang realm cultivator was completely unleashed. The stone slabs under his feet rustled, and a few more shattered. The cups and plates that were already in a mess flew into the air. At this moment, the Water Spirit Temple cultivators felt a lot more comfortable, no longer feeling as if they were on the verge of death. They heaved a sigh of relief. Senior Brother Dragon Prince is finally going to use his true strength. This Ling Xiao won't be able to live. Esteemed Master Long Huang looked serious and worried. Without the protection of the Moon Maiden and the Demon Liquor Sword, could Ling Xiao really do it? Feng Ming and Wu Yang looked indifferent. This was a battle that both sides wanted. No matter who died, he did not care and did not want to care. However, he suddenly said, "This is Dragon Phoenix Mountain. If the two of you want to fight, you can leave this place. There's a barren mountain nearby. It's a good place to fight." As the sect master of Dragon Phoenix Mountain, he did not want to be the scapegoat. After all, no matter who died here, they would be in a lot of trouble. No problem. Ling Xiao did not want to be enemies with Feng Ming and Wu Yang. After all, this person was powerful and had no intention of siding with the Dragon Prince. Why would he make enemies for himself? I'm fine with it too. Where are we going? Aren't we going to kill him? The Dragon Prince dared to humiliate esteemed Master Long Huang because esteemed Master Long Huang was weaker than him. However, Feng Ming and Wu Yang were different. If Feng Ming and Wu Yang wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Therefore, everyone rose into the air and moved to a nearby barren mountain. The Water Sacred Hall martial artists all followed. They were no longer afraid. Instead, they wanted to see how the Dragon Prince would kill Ling Xiao. On the barren mountain, the Dragon Prince's clothes rustled. The surrounding trees also rustled. Ling Xiao, today, this nameless barren mountain will be your burial ground. This is the most suitable way for an emperor of a small country like you to die. Senior brother, can you let me fight this battle? The first hero suddenly said, "This person killed 6 of the 7 heroes of Water Sacred Hall. I'm the only one left. It's better for me to take revenge." His cultivation was at the early stage of the 6th level of the Yin Yang realm. He was weaker than the Dragon Prince but much stronger than Ling Xiao. If he could not kill Ling Xiao with his cultivation, he felt that he would not feel aggrieved even if he died. Hee, that's fine. I'll let you have this lead. But remember, leave his corpse intact. This crown prince wants to bring it back and properly treat it. There are many secrets in this fellow's body. The Dragon Prince glanced at the first hero and chuckled. Clearly, he trusted this person very much. He withdrew his aura and stood to the side. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao. To the Dragon Prince, sending number 1 hero to fight Ling Xiao was a backup plan. If number 1 hero really could not kill Ling Xiao, then he could force Ling Xiao to show his true abilities. At that time, if he attacked, it would definitely be foolproof. Number 1 hero was very powerful and difficult to deal with. Even he was a little wary. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao did not speak. Because he wanted to kill all the martial artists from the Water Divine Hall here. Whether it was the Dragon Prince or number 1 hero, if he did not take care of them as soon as possible, he would not be able to live a peaceful life. In his body, the Emperor Earth Queen's cells kept releasing power. Green and gold lights gradually appeared on his body. Even one of his eyes was green and the other was golden, making him look extremely strange. However, at that moment, the soaring killing intent completely disappeared. He could not feel any energy coming at him. Instead, it made number 1 hero feel very uncomfortable. What the hell? Number 1 hero frowned. If Ling Xiao released a powerful aura, he could still sense his opponent's strength and intention to attack through it. However, Ling Xiao, who was standing opposite him, seemed to have become one with the sky and earth. He could not sense his own aura at all, only the aura of nature. How was he supposed to fight? Clenching his teeth, he shook off the wild thoughts in his mind. Who cared what technique he used? Anyway, his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Yin Yang realm. Even if he did something, how strong could he be? Thinking up to this point, number 1 hero took a deep breath. Come on, Ling Xiao. It's time to settle the grudge of killing the Dragon Forest. He had always wanted to take revenge. In fact, he had wanted to since that day. However, at that time, he was surprisingly calm. Because he knew that in the Divine Phoenix continent, he could not unleash his full strength at all. Facing Ling Xiao was really too cowardly. Therefore, he followed the Dragon Prince back to the White Tiger continent. After returning, he was worried that Ling Xiao would come to the White Tiger continent to die. After all, he would be a fool to come even though he knew that it was very dangerous here. However, Ling Xiao was really a fool. No, it would be more accurate to say that he was a lunatic. He had actually crossed the ocean single-handedly and killed his way to the White Tiger continent. This was an excellent opportunity for revenge. Yes, it's time to put an end to this. If you have the ability to kill me, you can try. Ling Xiao's voice was indifferent and emotionless, and it didn't seem to come from his mouth, but from all directions. To be honest, Ling Xiao was a little surprised by the true cultivation of number one hero and the Dragon Prince. He originally thought that these two people's cultivation was only on par with Feng Ming's Qishan. They were both at the peak of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, reality proved that he was wrong. His previous understanding of the profound world's laws was a little different. Therefore, it led to an error in judgment. But so what, facing a martial artist at the 6th level of Yin-Yang realm, not only was he not afraid, but he gradually became excited instead. The enemy was too weak. He really couldn't raise his fighting spirit. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he was. He had never been afraid when facing an expert. Even if he knew that he was going to die, he was still fearless. It wasn't that he didn't fear death. He just didn't want to show his fear of death. A martial artist who was always thinking about how to survive would never be able to open up a path in the martial Tao. He could only move forward slowly and timidly. This was the first real battle between Ling Xiao and a martial artist at the 6th level of Yin-Yang realm since he came to the White Tiger continent. Although he killed Heavy Water Tower's guardian Heavy Water, it was because Heavy Water Tower underestimated him and was ambushed by him. It could be said that he had an unfair advantage. He definitely couldn't back down from today's battle. Otherwise, how could he establish himself in the White Tiger continent? How could he enter the White Tiger Tempest Meet where geniuses gathered? A martial artist had to be fearless. Moreover, he was a swordsman had to be even more fearless. He had to pierce through all obstacles in front of him. As his fighting spirit burned, the green and gold light on Ling Xiao's body became more and more dazzling. Kill! Number one hero suddenly shouted. He took a step forward with his right foot, and his body quickly entered the half-beast state. He had the head of a tiger, the body of a tiger, sharp claws, and a fierce tail. Only his body shape still looked somewhat human. A martial artist from the White Tiger tribe? Ling Xiao had already seen the Wolf tribe, Silver Fox tribe, and Alligator tribe. However, it was his first time seeing the White Tiger tribe, one of the 4 major tribes in the White Tiger continent. It was rumored that during the primordial era, the White Tiger King controlled thunder and lightning. The White Tiger King and the Human King fought for 10 days and 10 nights before the victor was decided. Afterward, the White Tiger King submitted to the Human King and became the Human King's army's mount. The White Tiger tribe was a martial artist with the White Tiger bloodline. Therefore, they should be able to control thunder and lightning. However, the strength of the bloodline definitely determined the strength of the thunder and lightning power. Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared above Ling Xiao's head and struck down fiercely. Ling Xiao's body flickered and retreated to the side. The place where he was originally standing had a deep pit. The White Tiger bloodline is indeed worthy of its reputation. Ling Xiao revealed an excited expression. Among the primordial bloodlines, the strongest should be the bloodlines of the 10 divine beasts. Sky Dragon Palm Wind, Divine Phoenix Palm Fire, White Tiger Palm Thunder, Black Tortoise Palm Earth, Qilin Palm Wood, Bays Palm Water, Candlelight Palm Light, Phantom Palm Darkness, Flying Snake Palm Transformation, Dominating Sky Palm Spacetime. This number one hero possessed the White Tiger bloodline, one of the top 10 primordial bloodlines. At this time, his body was bathed in thunder and lightning, as if the primordial White Tiger had descended into the world, majestic. The White Tiger bloodline was best at attacking and was extremely powerful and fierce. After the bloodline was fully awakened, one could freely control the power of thunder and lightning. It was even more terrifying than martial artists with thunder and lightning martial spirits. Looks like your White Tiger bloodline has been fully awakened. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. After that, he did not use his inner strength and directly blasted out a punch across the air. The green light and the golden light merged together and turned into a huge fist, smashing toward the number one hero ruthlessly. The domineering punch brought along a raging wind, and the rumbling sounds were endless. It was as if a part of the void was forcefully extracted to open up a path for this fist. Thunderous tiger roar. The number one hero roared angrily and opened his tiger mouth to roar. In his roar, there was a frenzy of thunder and lightning, which then blasted toward Ling Xiao's ferocious punch. Crackle! Boom! The green and golden fist was instantly torn apart by the thunder and lightning and turned into dust. The thunder and lightning continued to wreak havoc and charged toward Ling Xiao's body in an attempt to kill Ling Xiao. As expected, it is impossible to defeat a martial artist at level 6 Yin-Yang realm with just the mystic world body. I have been thinking too much. Ling Xiao chuckled. His body, which originally did not have any aura, suddenly exploded with shocking power. The terrifying aura instantly rushed out and destroyed the thunderous tiger roar. It did not cause any harm to him. Divine Light Sword. Ling Xiao waved his hand and a golden divine light sword appeared in his right hand. The killing aura suddenly increased. Divine Sword of Light, Rising Sun Transformation. The tyrannical sword chi tore through the void and charged toward the number 1 hero with green and golden light. The number 1 hero opened his mouth and roared again. The thunderous tiger roar appeared again. However, this time, he did not get what he wanted. The thunderous tiger roar was directly torn apart by the dazzling sword light. The blazing sword intent pierced through the layers of obstacles and directly pounced on the number 1 hero. The number 1 hero's expression did not change. Then, his body lay on the ground like a ferocious beast pouncing. The moment the sword light approached, he suddenly jumped up. His body was wrapped in terrifying lightning as he pounced. Thunder Tiger. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that it was actually a tiger-shaped lightning that pounced out. The number 1 hero's body was still lying on the ground and did not rush out. Dazzling lightning raged in the void. The charging thunder tiger let out a shocking roar, just like the roar of a real white tiger. Roar the terrifying thunder tiger and the sword light fought in the void. Streams of energy and electric sparks splashed in all directions, causing 1-foot-deep holes to appear on the ground. Many warriors who were watching retreated, afraid that they would be killed by the terrifying lightning. Only the Dragon Prince and Feng Mingwu did not retreat. The two of them stood at the edge of the terrifying battlefield with smiles on their faces. They absolutely could not retreat. This was not only a matter of face, but also the will of martial arts. Once they retreated, it was equivalent to admitting defeat in this battle. Especially the Dragon Prince, if he still wanted to fight with Ling Xiao, he would have already lost without a fight. In the battlefield, the white tiger finally swallowed the dazzling sword light in one gulp. It was only slightly weakened and continued to pounce on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's expression was calm. He shook the divine sword of light in his hand and stabbed out again. Divine Sword of Light, Scorching Sun Change. The Scorching Sun Change was stronger than the Rising Sun Change. The rising sun behind him also turned into a scorching sun. An even more dazzling light merged into the sword body and turned into a huge sword chi that stabbed out. In an instant, it tore apart the roaring thunder tiger. Ling Xiao did not like to waste internal energy. Therefore, every move he used with his sword was just right to shatter his opponent's attack. He would not use a cannon to kill a mosquito unless he was extremely angry and had lost his mind. Perhaps he would do something so stupid. However, that time would never come. He didn't have many good points, but the most important one was that he could remain absolutely calm no matter what kind of mood he was in. That kind of calmness was frightening. Number 1 hero's brows furrowed even tighter. He gritted his teeth, and the thunderbolts around him roared even more wildly. Violent thunder, tiger descends the mountain. It was the same tiger-shaped lightning, but the power this time was completely different from before. The roaring violent thunder was like a ferocious tiger that had gone berserk. It swallowed the divine light sword that was under the ardent sun change. This time, not only did it not weaken, it seemed to have become even more ferocious. Interesting. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed an even stronger interest. Holding the divine radiance sword in his hand, the crimson sun behind him transformed and leveled up once again. This time, he did not increase it step by step. Instead, he directly increased it to the heavenly sun change that Ling Xiao had just broken through. The heavenly sun was high in the sky, scorching the earth. The divine light sword in Ling Xiao's hand was even covered with a strange solar wind. A strange storm swirled around the divine light sword and spat out. It looked very nerve-wracking. You are very strong. But I am stronger. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. He pierced the void with his sword and pierced the roaring thunder tiger. Tsk tisk. The thunder and the solar wind collided violently. Black lightning fell from the surroundings and hit the ground. Sparks flew in all directions. The weeds instantly withered and turned into ashes. Break! Ling Xiao roared and continued to thrust the divine light sword forward. The roaring tiger and the violent thunder was pierced by the sword. Although it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, it was still destroyed in the end. What other moves do you have? Use them all. After breaking his opponent's attack, Ling Xiao curled his finger and smiled faintly. Number 1 hero, don't hold back. This guy is more powerful than you imagined. You should use all your tricks. The Dragon Prince's voice sounded faintly. Number 1 hero nodded. Then, he suddenly roared at the sky and his body changed again. A moment later, a huge white tiger with a length of several meters appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Just a single roar was enough to cause raging gales and lightning. With the white tiger as the center, the area within a radius of more than 10 meters had almost become a disaster area of thunder and lightning. At this time, even the Dragon Prince and Tianhai Mo retreated to the side, allowing number 1 hero to do his job. This guy's bloodline has fully awakened and can transform into an immemorial divine beast. Although it can't compare to Long Chen's true dragon body, it is much stronger than the body of an ordinary warrior. Ling Xiao frowned and suddenly grinned. Since you have transformed into a white tiger, I will use the heavenly demon transformation to deal with you. I won't lose out. Then, the shadow of the immemorial heavenly demon appeared behind him. It merged with his body and transformed into a huge heavenly demon. In terms of size, it was no worse than the white tiger. Black energy spread around him. When the lightning struck it, it only caused black ripples. It could not hurt him at all. Heavenly demon transformation, all the warriors from the water god temple trembled violently. Back in the Slay Dragon forest, Ling Xiao had used this terrifying heavenly demon transformation for the first time and killed Tianhai Zhu and the others. That terror was still fresh in their minds. Now that they saw the heavenly demon transformation, it seemed to be even more powerful than before. The terrifying evil aura was even denser and shocking. It was natural for it to become stronger. Back then, Ling Xiao had only used 50% of the heavenly demon fighting spirit to form the heavenly demon transformation. Today, he directly used 90% of the heavenly demon fighting spirit against number 1 hero, who was at the early stage of the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Not only that, but his cultivation was also more powerful than before. Naturally, the heavenly demon transformation was more powerful. The terrifying aura continued to spread and filled the entire battlefield. The aura of lightning and darkness blended together, turning this place into a purgatory on earth. No one dared to step into this space. Even the powerful Feng Ming Wuyang did not dare to rashly enter. He could feel the terror of the heavenly demon transformation. He could also feel the terror of the white tiger transformation. This was a battle between two clones. It was just that one was a bloodline clone and the other was a fighting spirit clone. After entering the heavenly demon transformation, Ling Xiao put away the divine light sword and replaced it with a dark demon sword. The heavenly demon transformation belonged to the 11th Shadow Profound. The dark demon sword belonged to the 10th Shadow Profound. When the two profound techniques were combined, the power would be even more terrifying. Except for the tyrannical martial spirit and the blood soul rune. This could be said to be the most powerful and terrifying technique Ling Xiao could use at the moment. He had many offensive techniques, but many of them were complementary and targeted attacks. They could not increase the power, but only increase the variety of his attacks. Ling Xiao had a lot of attacking moves. But each kind of attacking method had its own specific function. For example, the Eye of the Divine Tomb, the Eye of the Burning Heaven, the Eye of the Sword Spirit, the Eye of the Immortal Pot, and the Eye of the Sage King. They all had their own specialties and could produce miraculous effects in special battle situations. However, the increase in battle strength was limited. The same went for the Tri-Leaf Demonic Eyes, which was an effective supplement. For a martial artist like Ling Xiao who was good at using techniques, these supplements were necessary and very beneficial. However, they didn't need to be used every time. Only when used in a sudden situation could they produce miraculous effects. Of course, in terms of offensive power, the most terrifying were naturally the heavenly demon incarnation and the golden crow incarnation. These were also the two most powerful incarnations of the light and shadow profound meanings. The most amazing thing was that these two clones could also perform other moves of the profound meaning of light and the profound meaning of shadow. This wasn't a small increase in Ling Zhao's battle strength, but a huge increase. That terrifying dark aura made the first hero's white tiger body tremble. He wouldn't forget the terror that Ling Xiao displayed that day. What are you afraid of? This is the white tiger continent. Do you think he can still display strength as strong as in the divine phoenix continent? The dragon prince's cold voice sounded in the first hero's mind, waking him up instantly. Roar. The tyrannical roar was to vent his anger and also to get rid of his fear. As a bystander, Feng Ming and Wu Yang also looked at Ling Xiao in shock. No wonder this child could destroy the true demon empire, the Black Crow Empire, and the divine phoenix empire, and unify the sky dragon and divine phoenix continents. His talent is really shocking. Feng Ming and Wu Yang knew that the heavenly demon incarnation was an incarnation of battle intent, which required a very strong soul power. Many martial artists either had strong inner strength or weak soul power. Or weak soul power and strong inner strength. And most martial artists' bodies weren't as strong as ancient martial artists because body refining martial arts weren't that popular anymore. Inner strength, soul power, body, he had never seen these three being improved at the same time. But now, this person was standing in front of him. This guy, Ling Xiao, not only has a powerful soul force, his internal force is also very terrifying. From the fact that he dared to fight against the number one hero with just his physical body, one could tell that his physical body was also very strong. He should have even cultivated a body refining martial art. What if this guy wasn't a genius? Who else could it be? He had also heard that this young man was good at alchemy and medicine making, could set up inscriptions of array formations, and was even proficient in military books. One had to know that those who were proficient in any one of these could be considered geniuses. However, Ling Xiao was proficient in all of them. This little fellow's future was really something to look forward to. Although Feng Ming and Wu Yang were members of the Ice Phoenix clan, they had left the Ice Phoenix clan a long time ago. Strictly speaking, they did not belong to the Divine Phoenix Continent's Ice Phoenix clan. What's more, the Divine Phoenix clan wasn't actually present on the Divine Phoenix Continent. The White Tiger Continent, as well as many other continents, had members of the Divine Phoenix clan. Although it was not as common as humans, it was still very common. Therefore, he actually didn't hate Ling Xiao. On the contrary, he, who had a lot of enmity with the Divine Phoenix clan, admired Ling Xiao very much. Especially after Ling Xiao displayed such terrifying talent, he felt that he might be able to bet the future of Dragon Phoenix Mountain on this young man. After transforming into a heavenly demon, Ling Xiao didn't waste any time. He waved the dark demon sword in his hand and pounced toward the number one hero's white tiger transformation. Then, the dark demon sword pierced out, and a thick dark aura rolled out, as if a hole had been opened in hell. Roar! The white tiger roared, and thunder rumbled in its mouth. It turned into a bolt of lightning and charged toward Ling Xiao. It instantly destroyed the dark sword aura. However, he could block the sword aura, but he couldn't stop Ling Xiao's body, which was constantly approaching him. The number one hero's face was gloomy and ferocious. He was even a little angry. Someone actually dared to approach him while he was in the white tiger transformation. This was something he had never encountered before. At the very least, opponents of similar strength wouldn't do such a stupid thing. One had to know that the white tiger transformation was originally good at close combat. The closer it was to him, the stronger and more concentrated the power of thunder and lightning would be. If Ling Xiao didn't do this because he was stupid, then he definitely had something to rely on. He definitely didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. Roar! Boom! 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 As the white tiger transformation roared, terrifying bolts of thunder and lightning smashed toward Ling Xiao's heavenly demon transformation, vowing to completely pulverize this heavenly demon transformation and destroy it along with Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao kept waving the dark demon sword in his hand. Those bolts of lightning were either shattered or sent flying. Trees in the forest were constantly smashed to pieces. There were even some Water Divine Temple warriors who were unlucky enough to be hit by the reflected lightning and turned into a pile of charred black powder on the spot. That brat is doing it on purpose. Everyone, hide further away. Tianhimo gritted his teeth and ordered the other Water Divine Temple warriors to hide further away. Boom. However, just as he spoke, a bolt of lightning wrapped in black demonic chi blasted his body. Tianhimo grimaced in pain. His clothes were charred black. If it wasn't for his powerful cultivation, he would have died from this attack. Frightened, he hurriedly fled far away before he dared to take out clothes from his storage ring and change them. Hateful brat, number one hero, you must kill him. Tianhimo roared in rage. However, at this moment, number one hero was under immense pressure. The repeated lightning attacks were already very terrifying, but Xianxia didn't show any signs of injury. Moreover, he was now less than 5 meters away from number one hero. The two heavenly demon transformation clones could almost begin an earth-shattering close combat. Number one hero, don't waste your energy. If he wants to fight in close combat, then fight him in close combat. The Dragon Crown Prince coldly said. He was very familiar with number one hero's close combat ability. The terrifying white tiger transformation was like a diamond cast. If a warrior of the same level didn't have any special defensive techniques, they would be crushed. They would definitely be smashed into meat paste. Moreover, other than the terrifying strength, there was also the power of lightning wrapped around the white tiger transformation. Combined with the power of lightning, number one hero was completely capable of challenging a 7th level Yin-Yang realm warrior. Although he might not win, his opponent would definitely not want to fight him in close combat. Since the idiot Xianxia had chosen such a method of battle, what did the number one hero have to fear? Understood, senior brother. Number one hero thought the same. Although the lightning attacks were powerful, he didn't have the lightning martial soul. He had the white tiger bloodline. Although both of them could control lightning attacks, there was a huge difference between them. The lightning martial soul was better at controlling lightning to attack from a distance. The white tiger martial soul was better at using the power of lightning to strengthen close combat. It could be said that this was his greatest advantage. Since Xianxia was such an idiot, he had to make full use of this advantage. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of such a good opportunity? White tiger incarnation, thunderstorm form. Then, the bloody mouth spat out human words. The body of the white tiger incarnation began to spit out the power of thunder and lightning. Blinding lightning flashed and quickly enveloped the white tiger incarnation. Boom, 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 even though it was just standing there, the roar of thunder and lightning could still be heard. At this moment, the white tiger incarnation was a terrifying existence that was completely engulfed by violent lightning. It was strengthened by lightning from the inside out. Seeing this, the Dragon Prince nodded in satisfaction. The first hero in this form was the strongest first hero. Many people knew this, so they were unwilling to fight the first hero in close combat. Today, however, this idiot Xianxia had kicked an iron plate and encountered the strongest hero of the galaxy. He did not believe that Xianxia would be able to survive under this thunderstorm form. The first hero stood there, no longer attacking Xianxia. Instead, he kept accumulating power, as if he was going to use all the power of his bloodline in this battle. In the end, he was still somewhat afraid of Xianxia. He did not know what special method Xianxia would use to deal with him. He also did not know what new tricks Xianxia had up his sleeve. Therefore, he had to use his strongest power to kill him and not give him any chance to fight back. He did not want any accidents to happen. Xianxia finally stopped when he was about 3 meters away from the first hero. His gloomy eyes, like a demon king, emitted a terrifying cold light. It was as if he was looking down at his prey. You'll regret letting me get so close to you. The heavenly demon incarnation's terrifying face revealed a smug smile. The first hero's heart thumped. Don't let your imagination run wild. That guy is messing with your mind. The Dragon Prince shouted sternly. Haha, messing with my mind? Is it worth it? Xianxia smiled disdainfully. The dark demon sword in his hand was surrounded by terrifying heavenly demon power. One could even hear the mournful howls of ghosts. This was a dark demon sword, a sword of death. Kill. At a distance of 3 meters, the huge dark demon sword stabbed out. This distance was basically the length of the sword. After all, Xianxia was now 5 to 6 meters tall in his heavenly demon form. As a result, the dark demon sword became even larger. Normally, it was a meter-long sword, but now, it was about 3 meters long. When the wide black blade was swung, the surrounding space distorted at the same time. In the face of this sudden attack, the number 1 hero's eyes were cold and his expression was indifferent. He believed the Dragon Crown Prince's words. Everything Xianxia said was just to shake his mind. It wasn't really a powerful attack. The huge head twisted, and then, with a sudden roar, it pounced forward. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the huge black sword. Boom, a muffled sound exploded on the barren mountain, and all the power of darkness froze in that instant. Crazy lightning wreaked havoc. The terrifying white tiger incarnation actually bit down on the dark demonic sword, causing it to be unable to move. Die. The white tiger incarnation that bit the dark demonic sword suddenly swung its huge tail. It turned into a bolt of lightning and swung towards Xiao's head. It was so fast that there was the sound of wind and thunder. Heavenly Demon Claw. Xiao stretched out his right hand and grabbed the flying tail. Electric current surged, and a part of his heavenly demon incarnation was shattered by the lightning. The dark energy instantly collapsed. The white tiger incarnation took the opportunity to retract its tail, preparing for a second attack. Interesting. This primordial bloodline is indeed extraordinary. Although your strength is too weak and you've ruined this magical bloodline, I have to admit that the power of this lightning is really strong. Xiao's heavenly demon incarnation's right hand reformed, but the attack just now made him feel the strength of his opponent. He was very excited, very excited. Ever since the heavenly demon incarnation was successfully formed, this was the first time someone had shattered it. Heavenly Demon Fist, kill. Xiao simply abandoned the dark demonic sword and allowed the white tiger incarnation to bite it. Then, he punched out with both hands in anger. The dark energy was compressed to the extreme in an instant. The explosive power in an instant was terrifying to the extreme. It's useless. The white tiger incarnation spat out the dark demonic sword. Accompanied by a terrifying roar, its body leaped up again. Its bloody mouth directly bit towards the hands of Xiao's heavenly demon incarnation. Just now, he had confirmed that his white tiger divine thunder was definitely stronger than Xiao's heavenly demon incarnation. This made him feel very confident. With his strength, he was enough to kill Xiao and not give Xiao any chance of survival. I'm afraid Xiao is in trouble. Master Long Huang frowned. He was the one who didn't want Xiao to fail the most. It was obvious that although Xiao's heavenly demon incarnation was powerful, it was unable to break through the white tiger incarnation's thunderstorm form. On the contrary, the terrifying thunderstorm was able to directly destroy Xiao's heavenly demon incarnation. Under such circumstances, how could Xiao deal with this terrifying fellow? Maybe he has other methods. Feng Ming and Wu Yang had a different opinion. Let's wait and see. He dared to take the risk alone and come to the White Tiger continent to seek revenge. If he only has this little ability, I'm afraid it's hard to convince others. Master Long Huang glanced at Feng Ming and Wu Yang. As the sect leader, his eyes were very sharp. When he saw a problem, he would often hit the nail on the head. He might be right. But what exactly was he going to rely on to reverse the situation? He was still puzzled in his heart. On the battlefield, facing the fierce attack of the White Tiger, Xiao didn't show any signs of retracting his hand. The heavenly demon fists directly smashed towards the White Tiger's bloody mouth. Are you stupid? Master Long Huang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Master Long Huang, it seems that you have a lot of feelings for this Xiao. When we were in the Divine Phoenix continent, you spoke up for him. Now that he's about to die, you're actually so anxious. The Dragon Prince looked at Master Long Huang and laughed disdainfully. It's a pity that your anxiety is meaningless. He's courting death, so he can't blame anyone else. Under the attack of the number one hero, he definitely has no way to survive. You can just quietly watch how he's killed. No one noticed that within Xiao's body that was wrapped by the heavenly demon incarnation, The Imperial Earth Queen's cells were jumping happily, releasing the terrifying power of the Imperial Earth Queen. Then, they merged into the heavenly demon incarnation. Gotcha! Finally, the white tiger incarnation bit the heavenly demon incarnation's fists, and the sound of thunder and lightning rumbled. The terrifying thunderstorm climbed along Ling Zhao's arm and rushed towards Ling Zhao's head. Hee hee, die, you ignorant and arrogant human beggar from the heavenly dragon continent. The dragon prince revealed a proud smile. All the martial artists of the Water Spirit Temple revealed a mocking and gloating expression. End of chapter 1649. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.